Our next great move was against the French in the Carnatic. After various actions between the French and English in India during the Seven Years' War, General Count de Lally, an officer of Irish extraction, arrived at Pondicherry in April 1758 with a force of 1,200 men. Lally attacked and took Fort St. David, considered the strongest fort belonging to the East India Company, and then, mustering all his forces, made his appearance in December of that year before Madras. He had with him 2,700 French and 4,000 natives, whilst the English had in the town 4,000 troops only, of which more than half were sepoys. But Captain Caylod had marched with a small force from Trichinopoly, which harassed the rear of the French. After making himself master of the Black Town and threatening to burn it down, he found it impossible to compel Fort St. George to surrender, and after a 178 severe siege of 2 months on the appearance of Admiral Pocock's squadron, which had sailed to Bombay for more troops, he decamped in the night of the 16th of February, 1759, for Arcot, leaving behind him all his ammunition and artillery, 52 pieces. Fresh combats took place between Pocock and Dake at sea and the forces on land. Colonel Brereton attempted to take Wandiwash but failed, and it remained for Colonel Eyre Coote to defeat Lally. Coote arrived at Madras on the 27th of October, and under his direction, Brereton succeeded in taking Wandiwash on the last of November. To recover this place, Lally marched with all his force, supported by Bussy, but sustained a signal defeat on the 22nd of January, 1760. Arcot, Trincomalee, and other places fell rapidly into the hands of Colonel Coote. The French called in to their aid the Nabob of Mysore, Hyder Ali, but to little purpose. Pondicherry was invested on the 8th of December, and on the 16th of January, 1761, it surrendered, Lally and his troops, amounting to 2,000 remaining prisoners. This was the termination of the real power of France in India. For though Pondicherry was restored by the Treaty of 1763, the French never again recovered their ground there, and their East India Company soon after was broken up. The unfortunate Lally on his return to France was thrown into the Bastille, condemned for high treason, and beheaded in the Place de Grève on the 9th of May, 1766. The Earl of Bute became more and more unpopular. The conditions of the peace were greatly disapproved, and the assurance that not only Bute, but the king's mother and the Duke of Bedford had received French money for carrying the peace was generally believed. The conduct of Bute in surrounding the king with his creatures, in which he was joined by the Princess of Wales, added much to the public odium. George was always of a domestic and retiring character, and he was now rarely seen, except when he went once or twice a year to Parliament, or at levees, which were cold, formal, and unfrequent. Though probably the main cause of this was the natural disposition of himself and Queen, yet Bute and the Princess got the credit of it. Then the manner in which Bute paid his visits to the Princess tended to confirm the rumors of their guilty intimacy. He used always to go in an evening in a sedan chair belonging to one of the ladies of the Princess's household, with the curtains drawn, and taking every other precaution of not being seen. There were numbers of lampoons launched at the favorite and the princess. They were compared to Queen Isabella and Mortimer, and Wilkes actually wrote an ironical dedication of Ben Jonson's play of The Fall of Mortimer to Bute. All these causes of unpopularity were rendered more effective by the powerful political party which now assailed him. Pitt led the way, and the Dukes of Devonshire, Bolton, and Portland, the Marquis of Rockingham, the Earls of Temple, Cornwallis, Albemarle, Ashburton, Hardwicke, and Bessborough, Lords Spencer, Sandys, Grantham, and Villiers, James Grenville, Sir George Savile, and other Whigs presented a formidable phalanx of opponents in both houses. The measures, too, which he was obliged to bring forward were certain to augment his discredit. The funded debt had grown to upwards of 100 millions, and there were 3.5 millions besides unfunded. It was necessary to raise a new loan, and, moreover, to raise a new tax, for the income was unequal to the expenditure, even in time of peace. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Dashwood, was not a man likely to make these new burdens go down easily. He issued the new loan to the public with so little advertisement that the friends of the ministers secured the greater part of the shares, and they soon rose to 11% premium, by which they were enabled, at the public cost, to make heavy sums. The tax which Sir Francis proposed was one on cider and perry, besides some additional duties on wines. There was at once an outcry in the city against this tax, led on by the Lord Mayor, Alderman Beckford, a great friend of Pitt. The cry was only too sure to find a loud echo from the cider-growing districts. Bute and his chancellor were quickly compelled to reduce the proposed impost from 10 shillings a hogshead, to be paid by the buyer, that is, by the merchant, to 4 shillings, to be paid by the grower. The tax thus cut down was calculated to produce only £75,000, a sum for which it was scarcely worth while to incur so much odium. The cider tax passed, opposed by 39 peers and 120 commoners, but it left a very sore feeling in the western counties that cider, worth only 5 shillings a hogshead, the poor man's meagre beverage, should have a tax levied on it nearly doubling the price, whilst that at 50 shillings a hogshead, the rich man's luxury only paid the same. The growers even threatened to let the apples fall and rot under the trees, rather than make them into cider, subject 179 to so partial a tax. No imposition had excited so much indignation since Sir Robert Walpole's Excise Bill in 1733. In the cider counties, bonfires were made in many places, and Bute was burnt emblematically as a jackboot, Jack Bute, and his supposed royal mistress under that of a petticoat, which two articles, after being carried about on poles, were hurled into the flames. Instead of taking means to conciliate the public, Bute, stung by these testimonies of dislike, and by the pamphlets and lampoons which issued like swarms of wasps, revenged himself by others, which only intensified the hatred against him. Still worse for him, he had caused the Dukes of Newcastle and Grafton, and the Marquis of Rockingham, to be dismissed from the Lord Lieutenancies of their respective counties, because they voted against the peace on Bute's terms. With a still more petty rancor, he had visited the sins of these noblemen on the persons in small clerkships and other posts who had been recommended by them, turning them all out. Sir Henry Fox joined him relentlessly in these pitiful revenges, and would have carried them farther had he not been checked by others. For a time, Bute and his colleagues appeared to brave the load of hatred and ignominy which was now piled everywhere upon them, but it was telling. And suddenly, on the 7th of April, it was announced that the obnoxious minister had resigned. Many were the speculations on this abrupt act, some attributing it to the influence of Wilkes and his remorseless attacks in the North Britain, others to the king and queen having at length become sensitive on the assumed relations of Bute and the king's mother. But Bute himself clearly stated the real and obvious cause, want of support, either in or out of Parliament. "The ground," he wrote to a friend, "on which I tread is so hollow that I am afraid not only of falling myself, but of involving my royal master in my ruin. It is time for me to retire." George Grenville succeeded to both Bute and Dashwood, becoming First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, and the king announced that he had entrusted the direction of affairs to him, and the Lords Egremont and Halifax, the Secretaries of State, whence they soon acquired the name of the Triumvirate. The Duke of Bedford quitted his post as ambassador at Paris, and was succeeded by the Earl of Hertford. The Earl of Sandwich became head of the Admiralty, and the Earl of Shelburne head of the Board of Trade. Old Marshal Ligonier was removed from the post of Master of the Ordnance to make way for the Marquis of Granby, but received a peerage. These changes being completed, the king closed the session of Parliament on the 19th of April, with a speech, in which he declared the peace honourable to his crown and beneficial to his people. This avowal in the royal speech called forth John Wilkes in number 45 of the North Briton, destined to become a famous number indeed. Wilkes had ceased in the North Briton to employ mere initials when commenting on leading men in Parliament or government, and he now boldly declared that the speech put into the king's mouth by the ministers was false in its assertion, that the peace was neither honourable to the crown nor beneficial to the country. This was regarded as a gross insult to his majesty, though it was avowedly declared to attack only the ministry. And on the 30th of April, Wilkes was arrested upon a general warrant, that is, a warrant not mentioning him or anyone by name, but applying to the authors, printers, and publishers of the paper in question. George Grenville, the new minister, had, of course, the credit of this proceeding, though it was thought that Bute still secretly directed the movements of government, and that he or the king might be the real author of the order. Wilkes entered the Tower in all the elation of spirits which the occasion of acting the political hero inspired. He was soon visited by the Dukes of Bolton and Grafton, and Lord Temple, who, as well as his own friends, his solicitor and counsel, were refused admittance. His house was entered, and his papers were seized and examined by Wood, the Under-Secretary of State, and Carteret Webb, the Solicitor to the Treasury. On the 3rd of May, Wilkes was conveyed to the Court of Common Pleas before Sir Charles Pratt, where his case was stated by Mr. Serjeant Glynn, and then Wilkes himself made a speech of an hour long. On the 6th of May, he was brought up to hear the joint opinion of the judges, which was that, though general warrants might not be strictly illegal, the arrest of Wilkes could not be maintained, on account of his privilege as a member of Parliament, that nothing short of treason felony and an actual breach of the peace could interfere with that privilege, and that a libel could not be termed a breach of the peace. The judgment of the bench, therefore, was that Mr. Wilkes be discharged from his imprisonment. The release of Wilkes by the Court of Common 180 Pleas was a triumph over ministers, which, had they been wise, would have induced them to take no further notice of him. They had only made a popular demigod of him. The people, not only in London, but all over the country, celebrated his exit from the Tower with the liveliest demonstrations, especially in the cider districts, still smarting under the new tax, and where they accordingly once more paraded the jackboot and petticoat, adding two effigies, one of Bute, dressed in a Scottish plaid and with a blue ribbon, the other no less a person than the king, led by the nose by Bute. The English government, instead of treating Wilkes with a dignified indifference, was weak enough to show how deeply it was touched by him, dismissed him from his commission of colonel of the Buckinghamshire militia, and treated Lord Temple as an abettor of his, by depriving him of the Lord Lieutenancy of the same county, and striking his name from the list of privy councillors, giving the Lord Lieutenancy to Dashwood, now Lord Le Despencer. Meanwhile, by the advice of Bute, the king sent for Pitt. On the 27th of August, he had an audience of the king at Buckingham House. Pitt, however, insisted on having in with him all, or nearly all, his old colleagues, and this was too much for the king, whilst not to have had them would have been too little for Pitt, who was too wise to take office without efficient and congenial colleagues. The king, nevertheless, did not openly object, but allowed Pitt to go away with the impression that he would assent to his demands. This was Saturday, and Pitt announced this belief to the Dukes of Devonshire and Newcastle and the Marquis of Rockingham. But on Sunday Grenville had had an interview with the king, and finding that he considered Pitt's terms too hard, had labored successfully to confirm him in that opinion. Accordingly, on Monday, at a second meeting, the king named the Earl of Northumberland, Lord Halifax, and George Grenville for leading posts in the cabinet, saying, "Poor George Grenville, he is your near relation, and you once loved him." Pitt said that it would not do, bowed, and retired, the king saying, "My honor is concerned, and I must support it." Grenville, chagrined as he was, still clung to the government, and called in the Duke of Bedford as President of the Council, Lord Sandwich as Secretary of State. Lord Hillsborough succeeded Lord Shelburne at the Board of Trade. Such was the government which was to supersede the necessity of Pitt, Lord Chesterfield declaring that they could not meet the Parliament, for that they had not a man in the Commons who had either abilities or words enough to call a coach. Parliament met on the 15th of November, and the very first object which engaged the attention of both houses was Wilkes. In such fiery haste were ministers, that Lord Sandwich and the peers started up before the king's speech could be considered, and declared that he held in his hand a most filthy and atrocious libel, written by Wilkes, called An Essay on Woman. Wilkes never had published the filth. He had written, as it appeared, by the assistance of a profligate and now deceased son of Archbishop Potter, this Essay on Woman, but he had never published it. It had lain in his desk and had only been read to two persons, one of whom was Sandwich himself. When Wilkes, however, was driven to set up a printing press in his own house, he had printed a dozen copies of the Essay on Woman, to give to his dissolute friends, whom he used to meet at the Dilettanti Club in Palace Yard. Sandwich, aware of the existence of the essay, had bribed one of Wilkes' printers named Curry to lend him a copy of it, and had paid him 5 guineas as a guarantee for its safe return. The whole thing was a stupid parody of Pope's Essay on Man, in which, instead of the inscription to Bolingbroke commencing "Awake, my St. John," there appeared an invocation beginning, "Awake, my Sandwich," and there were also ridiculous notes attributed to Warburton. In the Commons, on the same day, Grenville delivered a message from the Crown, announcing to the House the imprisonment of one of their members during the recess. Wilkes immediately rose in his place, and complained of the breach of that House's privilege in his person, of the entry of his house, the breaking open of his desk, and the imprisonment of his person, imprisonment pronounced by the highest legal authority to be illegal, and therefore tyrannical. He moved that the House should take the question of privilege into immediate consideration. On the other hand, Lord North, who was a member of the Treasury Board, and Sir Fletcher Norton, Attorney General, put in the depositions of the printer and publisher, proving the authorship of number 45 of the North Briton on Wilkes, and pressing for rigorous measures against him. A warm debate ensued, in which Pitt opposed the proceedings to a certain extent, declaring that he could never understand exactly what a libel was 181 notwithstanding. The Commons voted, by a large majority, that number 45 of the North Briton was a false, scandalous, and malicious libel, tending to traitorous insurrection, and that it should be burnt by the common hangman. John Wilkes. See larger version. The consequences were an intense excitement in favor of Wilkes and execration against the Commons. Wilkes was reported to be delirious, and crowds collected in the streets before his house, calling for vengeance on his murderers. Sandwich was especially denounced. In return for his dragging forth the obscenity of Wilkes, his own private life was ransacked for scandalous anecdotes, and they were only too plentiful. Horace Walpole says that Sandwich's conduct to Wilkes had brought forth such a catalogue of his 182 own impurities as was incredible. The Beggar's Opera being just then acted at Covent Garden, when Masheath uttered the words, "That Jimmy Twitcher should peach, I own surprises me." The whole audience burst into most tumultuous applause at the obvious application, and thenceforth Jimmy Twitcher was the name by which Sandwich was more commonly known. Still, the affairs of Wilkes continued to occupy almost the sole thought and interest of the session. On the 23rd of November, the question of privilege came up, and though he was absent, having been wounded in a duel, it was actively pushed by the ministers. Mr. Wilbraham protested against the discussion without the presence of Wilkes, and his being heard at the bar in his defense. Pitt attended, though suffering awfully from the gout, propped on crutches, and his very hands wrapped in flannel. He maintained the question of privilege, but took care to separate himself from Wilkes in it. The rest of the debate was violent and personal, and ended in voting, by 258 against 133, that the privilege of Parliament did not extend to the publication of seditious libels. The resolution ordering the North Briton to be burnt by the hangman was confirmed. These votes being sent up to the Lords. On the 25th they also debated the question, and the Duke of Cumberland, Lord Shelburne, and the Duke of Newcastle defended the privilege of Parliament as violated in the person of Wilkes. In the end, however, the ministers obtained a majority of 114 against 38. 17 peers entered a strong protest against the decision. On the 1st of December, there was a conference of the two houses, when they agreed to a loyal address to the king, expressing their detestation of the libels against him. Simultaneously with these proceedings, the actions commenced by Wilkes, and the printer, publishers, and others arrested under the general warrant were being tried in the common pleas. All the parties obtained verdicts for damages, and that of Wilkes was for £1,000. Chief Justice Pratt, strengthened by the verdicts, made a most decided declaration of the illegality and unconstitutional nature of general warrants. As this excitement closed the old year, so it opened the new one. No sooner did Parliament meet, after the Christmas recess, than, on the 17th of January, 1764, the order for Wilkes' attendance at the bar was read. It was then found that he had thought it best to retire into France. Still, he did not hesitate to send over a medical certificate, signed by one of the king's physicians and an army surgeon, affirming that his wound was in such a condition that it was not safe for him to leave Paris. The House of Commons paid no attention to the certificate, but proceeded to examine evidence and the famous No. 45 of the North Briton, and after a violent debate, continuing till 3 o'clock in the morning, passed a resolution that the paper in question contained the grossest insults to His Majesty, to both Houses of Parliament, and tended to traitorous insurrection against the government. Accordingly, the next day, he was formally expelled the House, and a new writ was issued for Aylesbury. On the 13th of February, the opposition in the Commons brought on the question of the validity of general warrants. The debate continued all that day, and the next night till 7 o'clock in the morning. The motion was thrown out, but Sir William Meredith immediately made another, that a general warrant for apprehending the authors, printers, and publishers of a seditious libel is not warranted by law. The combat was renewed, and Pitt made a tremendous speech, declaring that if the House resisted Sir William Meredith's motion, they would be the disgrace of the present age and the reproach of posterity. He upbraided ministers with taking mean and petty vengeance on those who did not agree with them, by dismissing them from office. This charge Grenville had the effrontery to deny, though it was a notorious fact. As the debate approached its close, the ministers called in every possible vote. The sick, the lame were hurried into the House, so that, says Horace Walpole, you would have thought they had sent a search warrant into every hospital for members of Parliament. When the division came, which was only for the adjournment of Meredith's motion for a month, they only carried it by 14 votes. In the city there was a confident anticipation of the defeat of ministers, and materials had been got together for bonfires all over London, and for illuminating the monument. Temple was said to have faggots ready for bonfires of his own. Government, not content with expelling Wilkes from the House of Commons, had commenced an action against him in the Court of King's Bench. where they succeeded in obtaining a verdict against him for a libel in the North Britain. Temple paid the costs, and the City of London 183 turned this defeat into a triumph by presenting its freedom to the Lord Chief Justice Pratt for his bold and independent conduct in declaring against the general warrants. They ordered his portrait to be placed in Guildhall, and the example of London was followed by Dublin and many other towns, who presented their freedom and gold snuff boxes to Pratt. The City of London also gave its thanks to its members for their patriotic conduct. Chapter 8, Reign of George III, continued. The American colonies and their trade, growing irritation in America, the Stamp Act, the American protest. The Stamp Act passed its reception in America, the King's illness, the Regency Bill, the Princess Dowager omitted, her name inserted in the Commons, negotiations for a change of ministry, the old ministry, returns fresh negotiations with Pitt, the first Rockingham ministry, riots in America, the stamp paper destroyed, Pitt's speech. The Stamp Act repealed weakness of the government, Pitt and Temple disagree, Pitt forms a ministry and becomes Lord Chatham, his comprehensive policy, the embargo on wheat, illness of Chatham Townshend's financial schemes, corruption of Parliament, Wilkes elected for Middlesex, arrest of Wilkes, dangerous riots, dissolution of the Boston Assembly, seizure of the Liberty sloop, debates in Parliament, continued persecution of Wilkes. His letter to Lord Weymouth again expelled the House. His re-election, the letters of Junius, Luttrell declared elected for Middlesex, incapacity of the ministry, partial concessions to the Americans, Bernard leaves Boston. He is made a baronet. The Horned Cattle Session, Lord Chatham attacks the ministry, resignations of Granby and Camden, York's suicide, dissolution of the ministry. If Grenville and his cabinet, in their ignorance of human nature, had made a gross mistake in their conduct towards Wilkes, they now made a more fatal one in regard to our American colonies. These colonies had now assumed an air of great importance and were rapidly rising in population and wealth. The expulsion of the French from Canada, Nova Scotia, and Cape Breton, the settlement of Georgia by General Oglethorpe, the acquisition of Florida from Spain, had given a compactness and strength to these vast colonies, which promised a still more accelerated and prosperous growth. At this period, the inhabitants are calculated to have amounted to 2 millions of Europeans and 500,000 of colored people, Indians, and Negroes. The trade was becoming more extensive and valuable to the mother country. The imports from England, chiefly of her manufactures, amounted to £3 million annually in value. They carried on a large trade with our West Indian islands and the Spanish-American colonies, and French and Dutch West Indies. They also built ships for the French and Spaniards in the West Indies. They had extensive iron and copper mines and works in different states. They manufactured great quantities of hats in New England. The fisheries of Massachusetts produced 230,000 quintals of dried fish, which they exported to Spain and Portugal and other Catholic countries of Europe. Carolina exported its rice to these countries as well as to England, and they exported vast quantities of cured provisions, dyewoods, apples, wax, leather, tobacco from Virginia and Maryland, 50,000 hogsheads annually to England alone, valued at £375,000. The masts from New England, sent over for the British Navy, were the largest in the world. Such was the busy scene which these colonies were now presenting. Dutch, German, and Swedish emigrants were carrying their industry and handicrafts thither. But instead of our merchants seeing what a mighty market was growing up for them there, their commercial jealousy was aroused at the sight of the illicit trade, which the colonists carried on with the Spanish, French, and other colonies, and even with Europe. The planters of the British West Indies complained of the American colonists taking their rum, sugar, coffee, etc. from the Dutch, French, and Spanish islands in return for their raw produce, asserting that they had a monopoly for all their productions throughout the whole of the British dominions. Loud clamors were raised by these planters in the British Parliament, demanding the prohibition of this trade. And, after repeated endeavors in 1733, an act was passed to crush it, by granting 180 for a drawback on the re-exportation of West Indian sugar from England, and imposing duties on the importation of the West Indian produce of our European rivals direct into the American colonies. These were measures which must have greatly irritated the American colonists. They exhibited a disposition to curb and repress their growing energies between the interests of British merchants and British West Indian planters. The prospect was far from encouraging, whilst at the same time, the English ministers, crushing these energies with one hand, were contemplating drawing a revenue by taxation from them on the other. Britain argued that she sacrificed large amounts in building up colonies, and therefore had a right to expect a return for this expenditure. Such a return, had they had the sagacity to let them alone, was inevitable from the trade of the colonies in an ever-increasing ratio. Grenville, being on the lookout for new taxes, had paid particular attention to the rapid growth of the American colonies, and was inspired with the design of drawing a revenue from them. The scheme had been suggested to Sir Robert Walpole when his excise bill failed by Sir William Keith, who had been governor of Pennsylvania. But Sir Robert had a far deeper insight into human nature than the shallow and obstinate Grenville. He replied, "I have already Old England set against me, and do you think I will have New England set against me too?" During the session of 1764, Grenville imposed several duties on American articles of export, if imported direct from the French, Dutch, and Spanish West Indies. The Americans did not dispute the right of the mother country to impose such duties on the trade of the empire in any quarter. But these imposts, seeing the object of them, were not the less galling. But Grenville did not stop there. He stated, at the time of passing these duties, that it was probable that government would charge certain stamp duties in America. This was creating a sore place and immediately striking it. The infatuated minister was contemplating an act of the nature of which neither he nor his colleagues had any conception. The news of these imposts and of this intended stamp duty flew across the Atlantic and produced the most bitter excitement. Never could this unwelcome news have reached the colonies at a more unpropitious moment. To restrictions on their legitimate trade, the British had been adding others on their illegitimate trade. Nearly all the American colonies lay on the seaboard, and were, therefore, naturally addicted to a free sort of trade, which these new duties made contraband. The British government had sent out a number of revenue ships and officers to cut off this trade, and capture and confiscate all vessels found practicing it. The colonists met in various places, and passed very strong resolutions against these regulations. The people of New England spread their views and resolves all over the colonies by means of the press. They refused to listen to any overtures of the British government on the subject. They claimed the right to grant, of their own free will, such contributions to the revenue of the empire as their own assemblies should deem just, and to submit to no compulsion where they had no voice. They called on all the colonists to refrain as much as possible from purchasing any of the manufactures of England so long as she showed a disposition to oppress them, and to obtain their materials for clothing from other countries, or to begin to manufacture them themselves, and to cease also to use all luxuries on which the duties were laid. To make their case known in England, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Maryland, and Georgia appointed the celebrated Benjamin Franklin their agent in London. Parliament met on the 10th of January, 1765. The resentment of the Americans had reached the ears of the ministry and the king, yet both continued determined to proceed. In the interviews which Franklin and the other agents had with the ministers, Grenville begged them to point to any other tax that would be more agreeable to the colonists than the stamp duty. But they, without any real legal grounds, drew the line between levying custom and imposing an inland tax. Grenville paid no attention to these representations. 55 resolutions, prepared by a committee of Ways and Means, were laid by him on the table of the House of Commons at an early day of the session, imposing on America nearly the same stamp duties as were already in practical operation in England. These resolutions being adopted, were embodied in a bill, and when it was introduced to the House, it was received with an apathy which betrayed on all hands the profoundest ignorance of its importance. Burke, who was a spectator of the debates in both houses, in a speech some years afterwards, stated that he never heard a more languid debate than that in the Commons. Only 2 or 3 persons spoke against the measure, and that with great composure. There was but one division in the whole progress of the bill, and the minority did not reach to more than 39 or 40. In the Lords, he said, there was, to the best of his recollection, neither division nor debate. American Provinces in 1763, after the contemporary map by Peter Bell. See larger version. But a very different spirit displayed itself in America on the arrival of the news of the passing of the act. Franklin's friend, Thompson, replied to him that instead of lighting candles, there would be works of darkness. The rage of the American public burst forth in unequivocal vigor. At New York, the odious Stamp Act was represented surmounted with a death's head instead of the royal arms, and was hawked through the streets with the title of The Folly of England and the Ruin of America. At Boston, the colors of the shipping were lowered half-mast high, and the bells of the city were muffled and tolled funeral knells. Everywhere there was a frenzied excitement, and the provincial assemblies resounded with the clamor of indignant patriotism. It was the fortune of that of Virginia to give the leading idea of union and cooperative resistance, which led to the Grand Conflict and to eventual victory over the infatuated mother country. Their Patrick Henry, a very different man to Franklin, started up and kindled by his fiery breath the torch of Confederate resistance. But it was at once seen that, to acquire their full weight, the colonies must unite. Speeches, pamphlets, articles in newspapers all called for cooperation. A print was published exhibiting a snake cut into a number of pieces, each piece inscribed with the name of a colony and with the motto, "Join or die." In consequence, several of the states sent representatives to a General Congress, to be held at New York in the month of October, to take measures for a general resistance to the Stamp Act. Revenue cutters capturing an American smuggling vessel, CP 184. See larger version. Whilst the American colonies were thus stimulated, by unwise taxation, into a temper which never again could be entirely allayed, the king was suddenly attacked with an illness that startled himself and the kingdom from that security which his apparently robust constitution had inspired. He was said to labor under cough and fever, but it became pretty well understood, after a time, that it was something more 186 alarming, that it was, in fact, an attack of that insanity which recurred again and held him for years during the latter part of his reign in its fearful power. This time it was of short occurrence, and the moment it was past, George held a levee at St. James's and appeared at it with a cheerful air, as if to dissipate all alarm. But the king himself immediately proposed a measure, which showed that it had excited grave thoughts in him. He submitted to ministers the propriety of a provision for a regency, in case of any recurring malady which should incapacitate him for business. The matter was discussed in the cabinet, and it was agreed that such a bill should be prepared, empowering the king to name, if deemed necessary, either the queen or any other person of the royal family usually residing in Great Britain. On the 24th of April, accordingly, the king proposed, in a speech from the throne, the measure to the houses in these words. Both houses sent addresses of affection, and the bill was introduced into the House of Lords, and it was there contended that it was too vague, no person being directly named except the queen. To remedy this, the king sent a new message, naming the 5 princes of the royal house, with the power of nominating others in the case of the deaths of any of them. Still, on the second reading, Lord Lyttelton declared that this left it perfectly uncertain who would become regent, and he moved an address to the king to name which one of the persons specified he would nominate as regent. But here the Duke of Richmond asked whether the queen were naturalized, and if not, whether she were capable of acting as regent. He asked also who were, strictly speaking, the royal family. The Earl of Denbigh replied, all who were prayed for, but the Duke of Bedford contended that those only in the order of succession constituted the royal family. This went at once to exclude the Princess Dowager of Wales, the king's mother, and Halifax, Bedford's colleague, agreed with him. Amidst all this confusion, Lord Halifax hastened away to the king and advised him to have the name of his mother omitted, lest the Lords should strike it out, and thus make it appear a public insult. The poor bewildered king, taken by surprise, said, I will consent if it will satisfy my people. Halifax, possessed of this authority, returned to the House of Lords, and announced that, by the king's permission, he proposed the recommitment of the bill, with the names only of the queen and the sons of the late king now living. Thus, the Princess Dowager was publicly stigmatized, on the authority of her own son, as incapable of reigning. The amendment, as the royal pleasure, was agreed to. The country was struck with astonishment. The Duke of Bedford is represented by Horace Walpole as almost dancing about for joy. The consternation of Bute and his party was indescribable. To cover the disgrace, they represented it as the wish of the Princess Dowager herself. But when the king was left to his own reflections, it began to dawn upon him that he had, by his weak compliance, openly insulted his own parent in the grossest manner. He bitterly upbraided Halifax with having thus stolen his consent by a surprise. But Grenville, with his usual obstinacy, declined to replace the princess's name unless it were strongly pressed upon him in the House. He trusted, however, that the opposition, who hated the princess, would relieve him of this necessity by voting against the reinsertion of the name. But he was mistaken. Mr. Morton, the Chief Justice of Chester, one of the Bute party, moved for the insertion of the princess's name in the bill, and the opposition made no objection. They only too much enjoyed Grenville's embarrassment. He was therefore compelled to insert the name, which, thus falsifying Halifax's assertion to the king, that, if left in, it would be struck out by Parliament, was carried by an overwhelming majority. The circumstance sank deeply into the mind of the king, and, resenting especially the conduct of Grenville, who had acted as though he held a monopoly of office, he determined to be rid of him. He therefore consulted with his uncle, the Duke of Cumberland. That prince, to whom age and infirmities seemed to have given a degree of wisdom, declared the offer of the ministry to Pitt to be the necessary step, and willingly undertook to make it. But knowing that Pitt would not even listen to the proposal without Temple, he dispatched a summons to Stowe for that nobleman, and himself, infirm as he was, went to Hayes to learn the will of the great commoner personally. Pitt showed himself disposed to accept the office, on condition that general warrants should be declared illegal, that the officers dismissed on account of their votes be restored, and that an alliance with Protestant powers, and especially with Prussia, should be formed to counterbalance the compact between France and Spain. This was asking a great deal, but Pitt demanded more in the particulars of appointments 187, namely, that Pratt, who had opposed the court so decidedly as regarded Wilkes and general warrants, should be Lord Chancellor, and he opposed the court desire that the Duke of Northumberland should be at the head of the Treasury. Pitt, moreover, designed the Treasury for Temple, but when Temple arrived, he refused to take office at all. The fact was that just now he was making a reconciliation with his brother, Grenville, and was averse from throwing him overboard. So far from joining Pitt, he was on the verge of another breach with him. Pitt, disconcerted by this repulse, with a weakness to be deplored in so great a man, refused to accept the offer to form a ministry at all. The unfortunate king was obliged to submit and retain his present incompetent ministers. These incompetent ministers, on their part, now believing themselves indispensable, became at once proportionably assuming and even insolent in their demands. Grenville and Bedford put several direct demands to the king as the conditions even of their condescending to serve him: that he would promise to have no further communications with Lord Bute, nor to allow him the slightest share in his councils; that he would dismiss Bute's brother, Mr. Mackenzie, from the office of Privy Seal of Scotland and from the management of Scottish affairs; that he would dismiss Lord Holland from being paymaster of the forces, and appoint Lord Granby commander-in-chief. The king, after some demur, submitted to all these conditions, except the appointment of Lord Granby, and escaped that only by Granby himself declining the post. George submitted because he could not help it to these imperious conditions, but he inly resented them, and did not avoid showing it by his coldness towards both Bedford and Grenville. At this, the haughty Bedford took fire, and read the king a severe lecture before leaving town for Woburn. He complained of the king showing kindness to the enemies of the administration, and demanded whether the king had kept his promise not to consult Lord Bute. George had much difficulty in restraining his indignation, but he kept it down, and only bowed the duke silently out of his presence. No sooner had he departed than he flew to Cumberland, and declared he would bear this no longer. Again overtures were made to Pitt. Again Pitt expressed himself willing to take office, but again declined because Temple still refused. Foiled in these attempts to engage Pitt, and equally foiled in an endeavor to engage some of the heads of the leading Whig houses, who would enter no administration without Pitt, a heterogeneous cabinet was at length cobbled up, through the management of the old Duke of Newcastle, who was hankering after office. The Marquis of Rockingham was put forward as First Lord of the Treasury and Premier. Grafton and Conway were to be Secretaries of State, and the latter, lately dismissed with ignominy from the army, was to lead the Commons. The Earl of Northington was made Chancellor, the old Duke of Newcastle Privy Seal, another old and almost superannuated nobleman, Lord Winchelsea, President of the Council. Charles Townshend retained his post of paymaster of the forces. Such materials, it was clear, could never long hold together. "It is a mere lute-string administration," said Townshend himself. "It is pretty summer wear, but it will never stand the winter." Whilst these changes had been passing at home, the effervescence in America had grown most riotous and alarming. Boston took the lead in tumultuous fury. In August, the house of Mr. Oliver, the newly appointed stamp distributor, was attacked and ransacked. His effigy was hanged on a tree, thenceforward honored by the name of the Liberty Tree. It was then taken down, paraded about the streets, and committed to the flames. The colonel of the militia was applied to, but sent an evasive answer, showing that there were others above the mob who enjoyed what the mob were doing. With this encouragement they broke out afresh, crying, "Liberty and property," which, said a colonial authority, was their cry when they meant to plunder and pull down a house. This time they gutted and partly demolished the houses of the Registrar Deputy of the Admiralty, the Controller of the Customs, and the Lieutenant Governor, destroying a great quantity of important papers. In New York, delegates assembled from 9 different colonial assemblies. The governor forbade them to gather, declaring their meetings unprecedented and unlawful, but he took no active measures to prevent their deliberations. The Congress met in October and sat for 3 weeks. They appointed Mr. Timothy Ruggles from Massachusetts, their chairman, and passed 14 resolutions denying the right of the mother country to tax them without their own consent. And they drew up petitions to the king and parliament. Everywhere associations were established to resist the importation of British manufactures after the 1st of January, next 188, and it was agreed that they should dissolve themselves as soon as the stamp tax was abolished. But it is well known, from letters addressed to Franklin, that the Republican element was already widely spread through the colonies, and this very first opportunity was seized on by its advocates to encourage the idea of throwing off the allegiance to England without further delay. As the 1st of November approached, the day on which the Stamp Act was to take effect, the excitement became intense. Furious crowds assembled in the ports to prevent the landing of the stamped paper from the ships which brought it. The appointed distributors were compelled to resign their posts. At New York, the stamped paper was landed, but such was the commotion that it had to be put into the custody of the city magistrates and be kept under guard in the city hall. It was utterly impossible to put the paper into use, and, after some interruption, business and the courts of law were allowed to proceed without it, on the plea that the stamps could not be obtained. On the 14th of January, 1766, the king opened Parliament with a speech rendered necessary by the change of ministry and the affairs of America. A great debate followed, in which Burke made his maiden speech, and was followed by Pitt, who said in his loftiest tone of eloquence, "This kingdom has no right to lay a tax upon the colonies. On this point I could not be silent, nor repress the ardor of my soul, smote as it is with indignation at the very thought of taxing America, internally without a requisite voice of consent. Taxation is no part of the governing or legislative power. Taxes are the voluntary gift and grant of the commons alone. At the same time, on every real point of legislation, I believe the authority to be fixed as the pole star, fixed for the reciprocal benefit of the mother country and her infant colonies. They are the subjects of this kingdom, equally entitled with yourselves to all the rights of mankind and the peculiar privileges of Englishmen, and equally bound by its laws. The Americans are the sons, not the bastards of England. The distinction between legislation and taxation is essential to liberty. The Crown, the peers, are equally legislative powers with the Commons. If taxation be a part of simple legislation, the Crown, the peers, have rights in taxation as well as yourselves, rights which they will claim whenever the principle can be supported by might." Grenville rose and defended the Stamp Act. He denied that the right of taxation depended on representation. He complained justly that when he proposed to tax America, there was little opposition in that House. He contended that protection and obedience were reciprocal, and he exposed the fallacy of Pitt's distinction between taxes and duties. There was much justice in these remarks. The words of Grenville, so pointedly directed against him, immediately called up Pitt again. He had spoken. It was contrary to all rule, but the lion of Parliament broke recklessly through the meshes of its regulations, and when he was called to order, the members supported him by cries of "Go on! Go on!" He went on, severely castigating Grenville for complaining of the liberty of speech in that House, and dropping in his indignation the terms of courtesy towards the late minister of honorable or right honorable, said simply, "Sir, the gentleman tells us that America is obstinate. America is almost in open rebellion. Sir, I rejoice that America has resisted. 3 millions of people so dead to all the feelings of liberty as voluntarily to submit to be slaves would have been fit instruments to make slaves of all the rest." He then exposed the cases quoted by Grenville to show that taxation in this country had been imposed without representation, showing that these very instances led to immediate representation. "I would have cited them," he continued, "to show that even under arbitrary reigns parliaments were ashamed of taxing a people without their consent. The gentleman asks when the Americans were emancipated, but I desire to know when they were made slaves." He then touched on the true sources of benefit from our colonies, the profits of their trade. He estimated the profits derived from the American commerce at 2 millions sterling, adding triumphantly, "This is the fund that carried us victoriously through the late war. This is the price America pays us for protection." He then alluded to the comparative strength of the two countries. "I know the valor," he said, "of your troops. I know the skill of your officers. In a good cause on a sound bottom, the force of this country can crush America to atoms, but in such a cause as this your success would be hazardous. America, if she fell, would fall like the strong man. She would embrace the pillars of the state and pull down the Constitution along with her." The advice of Pitt prevailed. Ministers determined to bring in two acts in accordance with his counsels: an act declaratory of the supreme 189 power of Parliament over the colonies, and another repealing the Stamp Act, on the plea which he had suggested. The Declaratory Act passed readily enough, for all parties agreed in it, but the repeal of the Stamp Act met with stout opposition. Grenville, with the pertinacity of a man who glories in his disgrace, resisted it at every stage. When he was hissed by the people, he declared that he rejoiced in the hiss. If it were to do again, he would do it. In the Lords there was a strong resistance to the repeal. Lord Temple, who had now deserted Pitt, supported his brother Grenville with all his might. Lords Mansfield, Littleton, and Halifax, the whole Bedford faction, and the whole Bute faction, opposed it. The king declared himself for repeal rather than bloodshed. Troops escorting the stamped paper to the City Hall, New York, CP 188. See larger version. To acquire popularity, the Rockingham administration made a further restriction on the import of foreign silks. They made a modification of the cider bill, but this only extended to taking the duty off cider belonging to private persons, and was regarded as a bribe to the country gentlemen. They induced the House of Commons to pass a resolution on the 25th of April, declaring general warrants illegal, and, if for seizing any member of the House, a breach of privilege. But when they passed this in the form of a bill, the Lords threw it out, and a second bill for the same purpose failed in the Commons. Still, these conciliatory measures did not procure them confidence. Colonel Barre refused them his support. General Conway was sick of his post, and longed to be out of it, and Henley, Lord Northington, as Chancellor, was found actually intriguing against his colleagues. With the court they grew into no favor, because the king thought them backward in procuring from Parliament suitable provision for his younger brother. It was clear that this could not last. To cap the climax of weakness, the Rockingham cabinet came to open issue amongst themselves on the plan of government for Canada. Northington informed the king that they could not go on, and the king, on the 7th of July, gave the Chancellor a letter to Pitt, inviting him to form a new ministry. The same day His Majesty also informed the existing cabinet of the change which he contemplated. Conway 190 said frankly, it was the best thing the king could do, but Lord Rockingham and the Duke of Newcastle were deeply offended. Pitt hastened up to town, and was graciously received by the king, who told him that he left the choice of his colleagues entirely to himself. Pitt, as twice before, immediately proposed that his brother-in-law, Lord Temple, should be placed at the head of the Treasury. Temple was summoned from Stowe, but was as haughty and unmanageable as ever. He demanded that all the old ministers should be dismissed, that Lord Littleton should have the Privy Seal, Lord Gower be Secretary of State, etc. Pitt could not accede to these terms. This time, he did not throw up the offer of the premiership to oblige his wrong-headed brother-in-law, who had the overweening idea that he was as great a man as Pitt himself. He stood firm, and after a long interview at North End, Hampstead, where Pitt had taken a house for the time, Temple set off to Stowe again in high dudgeon, declaring that Pitt had thrown off the mask and never meant to accept his cooperation at all. Lord Camden advised Pitt to stand fast, throw off the Grenvilles, and save the nation without them. He acted on the advice. He found the Bedford clan ready, as usual, for office, but wanting to come in a whole legion. The poor weak Duke of Newcastle was equally prepared, shedding tears in his facile way, hugging and kissing people in his trouble, and wondering why his dear old friend had thus abandoned him. Pitt passed on and chose Lord Camden as Lord Chancellor, Northington as President of the Council, Lord Granby as Commander-in-Chief, Shelburne and Conway as Secretaries of State, the Duke of Grafton as First Lord of the Treasury, Charles Townshend as Chancellor of the Exchequer, with Lord North, James Grenville, brother of Temple, Colonel Barre, and others in secondary posts. Mr. Stuart Mackenzie, Bute's brother, was restored to his former office, but without any control over Scottish affairs. It was clear that Pitt had selected his colleagues without regard to party, but with an eye to the ability of the respective persons. It was a mode of acting particularly after the fancy of the king, who had always been, according to his own words to Pitt on the occasion, zealously ready to give his aid towards destroying all party distinctions and restoring that subordination to government, which can alone preserve that inestimable blessing, liberty, from degenerating into licentiousness. I venture, said Burke, to say it did so happen that persons had a single office divided between them, who had never spoken to each other in their lives until they found themselves, they knew not how, pigging together, heads and points, in the same truckle bed. But where, all this time, was the great commoner? The whole world was astonished when the fact came out that Pitt would accept no post in his own ministry, but that of Privy Seal, which necessitated his removal to the House of Peers. The king himself offered no opposition. Pitt's colleagues were not only astonished, but confounded, for they calculated on having his abilities and influence in the House of Commons. "It is a fall upstairs," said the witty Chesterfield, "which will do Pitt so much hurt that he will never be able to stand upon his legs again." No doubt it was a great mistake, but the infirmity of Pitt's health is an abundant excuse. This matter settled, Chatham condescended to coax the haughty Duke of Bedford, whom he met at Bath, to join him. He explained that the measures he meant to pursue were such as he knew the Duke approved. Having heard him, Bedford replied proudly, "They are my measures, and I will support them, in or out of office." It was understood that he would receive overtures from Chatham, and in these circumstances, Parliament met on the 11th of November. Previous to this, however, Chatham had thought over several decisive measures and sketched out a scheme of foreign and domestic policy, which marked how far above the intellectual grasp of most of his contemporaries was that of his mind. He determined, if possible, to form an alliance of European states against the family compact of the Bourbons in France and Spain, to reform the government of Ireland, which greatly needed it, and that of India. His first measure was to establish the Great Northern Alliance. He had obtained information of designs on the part of France and Spain to make a descent on our southern coast and burn the dockyards of Portsmouth and Plymouth. Before quitting office in 1761, he had planned this alliance, and he now made endeavors, but in vain, to induce Frederick of Prussia to come into such an alliance. Frederick was too sore at his treatment by the cabinet of Lord Bute to listen to any proposals from England. Still, this would not have prevented Chatham from prosecuting the object of the alliance with Sweden, Denmark, Russia, Germany, and Holland, had he remained long enough in 191 office. His name carried the utmost weight all over the continent. His indomitable vigor and his victorious arms had been witnessed with wonder. In Paris, Horace Walpole found the news of his return to office produced a panic not to be described. The very mention of his name struck a silence into the most boastful or insolent company. His enemies of his own house were not so easily intimidated. The summer had been an unprecedentedly rainy one. The crops had failed, and, in consequence of the scarcity and dearness of corn, there had been riots, especially in the western counties. The enraged people had burned down the ricks and barns of the farmers who were hoarding their corn for higher prices. Chatham instantly, that is, on the 10th of September, issued a proclamation against forestallers and regraders. As the riots still increased, on the 24th he caused an order in council to be issued, laying an embargo on corn and prohibiting the sailing of vessels already laden with wheat for foreign markets, the failure of crops being as great on the continent as in England. He had been advised not to venture on so bold a measure without calling together Parliament, but he would not hear of it, lest it should look like timidity of counsel. It was a daring stretch of prerogative, and did not pass without severe censure. Chatham defended the measure. He quoted Locke in justification of such measures for the prevention of internal calamity and tumult, and he defended it further by the fact that to have called together Parliament would have brought noblemen and gentlemen from their own neighborhood, just when they were most needful there to maintain order. Lord Camden, the present Chancellor, and Lord Northington, the late one, stoutly supported him, Camden saying that it was a measure so moderate and beneficial that a Junius Brutus might have trusted it to a Nero. Unfortunately, he added that at worst it was only a 40 days' tyranny, a phrase which excited the utmost clamor and was long remembered against him. In the Christmas recess, Chatham hastened to Bath to improve his health for the campaign of the ensuing session. But when Parliament met again, in the middle of January, 1767, ministers were in consternation at his not reappearing. The Duke of Grafton and Beckford, who were his most devoted adherents, were thunderstruck. They found it impossible to keep in order the heterogeneous elements of the cabinet. All the hostile qualities, which would have lain still under the hand of the great magician, bristled up and came boldly out. The spirit of Bedford, of Newcastle, and of Rockingham was active in their partisans and gathered courage to do mischief. Lord Shelburne and the Duke of Grafton became estranged. Charles Townshend, who had as much ambition and eccentricity as talent, began to show airs and aim at supremacy. Grafton implored Chatham to come to town if possible, and when that was declared impracticable, to allow him to go down and consult with him in his sick chamber. But he was informed that the minister was equally unable to move or to consult. In these unfortunate circumstances, Charles Townshend, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, proposed the annual rate for the land tax. He called for the amount of 4 shillings in the pound, the rate at which it had stood during the war, but he promised next year to reduce it to 3. The country gentlemen grumbled, representing that in years of peace it was commonly reduced to 3 and sometimes to 2. Grenville saw his advantage. his great opponent away, and the landholders ready to rebel, and he moved that, instead of next year, the reduction should take place immediately. Dowdeswell supported him, and the amendment was carried by 206 votes against 188. The opposition was astonished at its own success, and yet it need not have been. They who had to vote were chiefly landowners, and men who did not like taxing themselves. As Lord Chesterfield observed, all the landed gentlemen had bribed themselves with this shilling in the pound. The opposition was in ecstasies. It was the first defeat of ministers on a financial question since the days of Walpole, and in our time the Chancellor would have resigned. The blow seemed to rouse Chatham. 3 days after this event, on the 2nd of March, he arrived in town, though swathed in flannel and scarcely able to move hand or foot. He declared that the Chancellor of the Exchequer and himself could not hold office together. A few days, and Townshend would have been dismissed from office, and the country might have escaped one of its greatest shocks. But, unfortunately, the malady of Chatham returned with redoubled violence, and in a new and more terrible form. He was obliged to refuse seeing anyone on state affairs. Such a calamity could not but be attended with the most mischievous consequences. Chatham was obliged to leave town, and seek retirement in 192, a purer air at North End, near Hampstead. Townshend, who in a few days would have ceased to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, still retained office, and now showed more freely the wild and erratic character of his genius. He had lost 500,000 from the revenue by the reduction of the land tax, and he pledged himself to the House to recover it from the Americans. He declared that he fully agreed with George Grenville, even in the principle of the Stamp Act, and ridiculed the distinctions set up by Chatham and admitted by Franklin of the difference between internal and external taxation. This was language calculated to fire the already heated minds of the colonists, who, the more they reflected on Chatham's lofty language on the supreme authority of the mother country in the Declaratory Act, the more firmly they repudiated it. On the 11th of March, 1768, the Parliament, having nearly lived its term of 7 years, was dissolved, and the most unprecedented corruption, bribery, and buying and selling of the people's right to their own house came into play. The system originated by Walpole was now grown gigantic, and the sale and purchase of rotten boroughs was carried on in the most unblushing manner by candidates for Parliament, particularly aristocrats, who had managed to secure the old boroughs as their property, or to control them by their property. The mayor and aldermen of Oxford wrote to their members, long before the dissolution, to offer them the renewal of their seats for the sum of £7,500, which they meant to apply to the discharge of the debts of the corporation. The House arrested the mayor and aldermen and clapped them in Newgate for 5 days, but on their humbly begging pardon at the bar of the House, they released them again to continue their base contract. Nay, whilst in prison, these corporation officials had sold their borough to the Duke of Marlborough and the Earl of Abingdon. Well might Chatham say this rotten part of the Constitution wanted amputating. Where the people of corporations had votes, they were corrupted beyond all hope of resistance by the lavish bribes of the wealthy. The Earl Spencer spent £70,000 to secure the borough of Northampton for his nominee. There were attorneys acting then as now for such boroughs and such corrupt constituents, and they went about offering them to the highest bidders. One Hickey was notorious amongst this tribe, and above all, the borough of Shoreham distinguished itself by its venality, which assumed an aspect almost of blasphemy. The burgesses united in a club to share the proceeds of bribery equally amongst themselves, and styled themselves the Christian Club, in imitation of the first Christians, who had all things in common. In the train of all this unprincipled corruption followed riots and tumults amongst the people, who were at once starving from the scarcity and dearness of bread, and infuriated with the drink with which they had been plied to serve the views of these base candidates. From the center of this unholy chaos again rose the figure of John Wilkes, as the reputed champion of liberty. He was advised to try Westminster, where Mr. John Churchill, the brother of his coadjutor, the satirist, and others were in his interest, but he boldly struck for the city of London. There were 7 candidates at the poll. Wilkes received 1,247 votes, but he was still lowest on the poll. His friends, the mob, had no franchise. Undaunted by his defeat, he immediately offered himself for Middlesex, and there, though the mob could not vote, they could act for him. They assembled in vast numbers, shouting, "Wilkes and liberty!" They accompanied him to the poll. They stopped all the roads that led to the hustings at Brentford, suffering no one to pass who was not for Wilkes and liberty. His zealous supporters wore blue cockades or paper in their hats, inscribed Wilkes and Liberty, or number 45. At night they assembled in the streets, insisting on people illuminating their houses in honor of Wilkes, abused all Scotsmen they met, scribbled "No. 45" on the panels of carriages as they passed, made the parties in them shout their favorite cry, broke the windows of Lord Bute at the West End, and of Harley, the Lord Mayor at the Mansion House. The same Harley, a younger brother of the Earl of Oxford, who, as sheriff, had had to burn number 45 of the North Briton in Cornhill. By such means, the mob managed to return Wilkes at the very head of the poll. This was wormwood to the government, and Wilkes did not leave them many days in quiet. He had declared that, on returning to England, he would surrender himself under his outlawry on the first day of the next term. Accordingly, on the 20th of April, he presented himself to the Court of King's Bench, attended by his counsel, Mr. Glynn, and avowed himself ready to surrender to the laws. Lord Mansfield declared that he was not there by any legal process, and that the court could not take notice of him. But in a few days he was taken on another writ, and on the 8th of June he was again brought before Lord Mansfield, who declared the outlawry void, through a flaw in the indictment. But the original verdict against him was confirmed, and he was sentenced to imprisonment for 22 calendar months and 2 fines of £500 each, one for the North Briton and the other for the essay on woman. The Polling, one of the series of 4 paintings entitled The Election, by W. Hogarth. See larger version. The mob releasing Mr. Wilkes on his way to prison. CP 193. See larger version. But these proceedings had not been effected without continual tumults. On the day that Wilkes was arrested by order of the King's Bench, the 27th of April, and, being refused bail, was sent to the King's Bench prison, the mob stopped the hackney coach as it proceeded over Westminster Bridge, took out the horses, and, with shouts of "Wilkes and liberty," drew him, not to the prison, but into the city, and took him into a tavern in Cornhill, where they kept him till midnight, declaring that he should enjoy his freedom in spite of the law. But Wilkes knew his position better than his champions, and stealing away, he went voluntarily to the King's Bench and surrendered himself. The next morning, when the mob knew that he was in prison, they assembled in furious throngs and demanded, under the most terrible menaces, his liberation. They were at length dispersed by a detachment of horse guards, but not until the mob had abused and pelted the soldiers. These riots were kept up in different places from day to day, and on the 10th of May, 20 people were killed or wounded. When the soldiers who had fired on the rioters were brought to trial, they were not only acquitted, but the new Parliament voted loyal addresses on the occasion. And the government, through Lord Barrington, the Secretary at War, and in the King's name, thanked publicly the officers and men for their signal service in protecting the public peace. This only added fresh fuel to the popular flame. To protect the public peace by shooting the people, and to assure the perpetrators of this outrage, as Lord Barrington did, that they should have every assistance from government in defending them from all legal consequences, was rightly deemed most un-English conduct. The riots spread on all sides. In October of this year, Chatham at length resigned, and Parliament assembled on the 8th of November. The 2 great objects which engrossed the attention of government in these days were North America and John Wilkes. The news of the act imposing import duties had reawakened all the indignation of the people of Massachusetts. The Bostonians took immediate steps to realize their doctrines. In October 1767, the chief men there met and entered into a bond to purchase or wear no English manufacture, but to encourage domestic manufacture till these obnoxious import duties were withdrawn. The Massachusetts Assembly passed strong resolutions to the same effect, and Mr. James Otis, who had been most active in contending for them, exerted himself, through the press, to circulate them all over America. Causes were not long wanting for testing the resolution of the people of Massachusetts. The governor of that colony, Francis Bernard, was precisely the man to bring the matter to a crisis. He was able, determined, and of a hot temper. The people hated him, because they knew that he was writing home dispatches full of the most unfavorable representations of their proceedings and designs. He refused to confirm the nomination of such members of the council as he knew were opposed to the new regulation, and Lord Shelburne supported him in his act. In consequence, the Assembly addressed a circular letter to all the other colonies, calling on them to unite in defeating the new duties. Bernard in vain opposed the resolution authorizing this circular letter, and, on his report, Lord Hillsborough instructed him to demand from the Assembly the rescinding of the resolution. The Assembly refused, declaring that if a British minister could control the votes of provincial assemblies, liberty was but a mere show. Lord Hillsborough had instructed Bernard to dissolve the Assembly in case it refused to rescind the resolution. In the meantime, Events took place which might have caused a more judicious man to pause ere he fulfilled these instructions. On the 10th of June, 1768, a sloop called the Liberty, the property of Mr. John Hancock of Boston, arrived in the harbor of that city laden with a cargo of Madeira wine. Resistance having been offered to the collection of the duties, the controller signaled the Romney man-o'-war, lying at anchor off Boston, to take the sloop in tow and carry her under her guns. Crowds, meanwhile, had gathered on the quay and commenced measures for resistance. The captain of the Romney sent out his boat's crew to haul in the sloop, and the mob attacked them with stones. The man-o'-war's men, notwithstanding, executed their task and carried the Liberty under the guns of the Romney. But the success of the capture only intensified the commotion on shore. The tumult continued the next day. The mob broke the windows of the houses of the commissioners and the custom house officers. They dragged the collector's boat on shore and made a bonfire of it. These officers fled for their lives, first on board the Romney, and then to Castle William, a fortress at the mouth of the harbor. The third day was Sunday, and the Bostonians kept the day with the decorum customary with New Englanders. But on the Monday, the riot was resumed with unabated vigor. Placards were carried round the town, calling on the Sons of Liberty to meet on Tuesday at 10 o'clock. The Sons of Liberty were members of the non-importation associations, which had been established there and in many parts of America. They had adopted that designation from a phrase in a speech of Colonel Barr, delivered in Parliament as early as 1765. Daughters of Liberty existed as well as Sons of Liberty, who mutually bound themselves to drink no tea, as well as to wear nothing imported after the passing of these duties. The government retaliated by pouring troops into the town and summoning ships of war into the harbor. Such, then, was the state of affairs at the meeting of Parliament in November, 1768. These events in America claimed immediate attention. The petition of the Convention of Massachusetts, on its arrival, was rejected indignantly. The opposition called for the production of the correspondence with the civil and military authorities there on the subject, but this demand was negatived. In January 1769, the House of Lords took up the subject in a lofty tone. They complained of the seditious and treasonable proceedings of the people of Boston and of Massachusetts generally, and the Duke of Bedford, affirming that it was clear that no such acts could be punished by the magistrates or tribunals of the colony, moved an address to the king recommending that the criminals guilty of the late outrages should be brought to England and tried there, according to an act of the 35th of Henry VIII. On the 26th of January, it was introduced to the Commons. There it excited a very spirited opposition. Pownall, who had himself been governor of Massachusetts and knew the Americans well 195, accused the Lords of gross ignorance of the charters, usages, and character of the Americans, and Governor Johnstone as strongly condemned the motion, which was carried by 155 to 89. On the 14th of March, a petition from New York, denying their right to tax America in any way, was rejected, on the motion of Lord North. And, still later in the session, Governor Pownall moved that the revenue acts affecting America should be repealed forthwith. By this time, everybody seemed to have become convinced of the folly of the attempt, but ministers had not the magnanimity to act at once on the certainty that stared them in the face. Parliament was prorogued on the 9th of May, and did not meet again till the following January, as if there were nothing of moment demanding its attention. With the same want of sagacity which was driving ministers and Parliament to the loss of America, they were still persecuting Wilkes into popularity. On the 14th of November, 1768, Sir Joseph Mawby, member for Southwark, presented a petition from Wilkes, reciting all the proceedings of government against him and praying for his being heard at the bar of the House. Wilkes appeared before the House on the 31st of January, where he took exception to the word blasphemous as applied to the essay on woman. Thurlow, afterwards Lord Chancellor, a most swearing, blaspheming man, protested that if the House did not declare it blasphemous, it would be a disgrace to it. However, the words impious and obscene were substituted. On the 1st of February, the House determined that his petition was frivolous. The next day, the House went into another charge against Wilkes. In the preceding April, Lord Weymouth, previous to the riots in St. George's Fields, had issued a letter, as Secretary of State, to the magistrates of Lambeth, warning them of the danger of riots taking place in the endeavor to free Wilkes from prison, and offering them the aid of the military. Wilkes, while in the King's Bench, had obtained a copy of this letter, and sent it to the St. James's Chronicle with his own comments, styling it a hellish project, and as the direct cause of that horrid massacre. Weymouth complained to the House of Lords that this was a breach of privilege. A conference was had with the Commons. Wilkes was brought to the bar, where Baldwin, the printer, had acknowledged the letter to be his, and then, so far from denying it, claimed the thanks of the country for having exposed that bloody scroll. The Commons decided that he was guilty of an insolent and seditious libel, and on the following day, February 3rd, on the motion of Lord Barrington, he was expelled the House by a majority of 219 to 137. The king had directly asked for such a verdict by a letter to Lord North, declaring that Wilkes's expulsion was highly expedient and must be effected. The direct consequence was that he was immediately nominated again by the freeholders of Middlesex. Mr. Dingley, a mercantile speculator of London, offered himself as the government candidate, but withdrew in a fright, and Wilkes was returned without opposition on the 16th of February, only 13 days after his expulsion. The next day Lord Strange moved in the Commons that John Wilkes, after having been expelled, was incapable of serving again in the present Parliament, and the case of Sir Robert Walpole was quoted in justification. Wilkes was a second time declared incapable of sitting, the election was declared void, and the public indignation rose higher than ever. The freeholders of Middlesex instantly met at the London Tavern and subscribed on the spot £2,000 towards defraying the expenses of Wilkes' election. They then formed themselves into a Society for Supporting the Bill of Rights, and a third time proposed Wilkes as their candidate. He was immediately returned for Middlesex, Dingley not finding anyone who dared to nominate him. The next day, the 17th of March, the Commons again voted the election void. With the beginning of this year, 1769, there commenced, under the signature of Junius, the most remarkable series of political letters which ever appeared in our political literature. Time has not yet disclosed who this public censor was, though the most weighty reasons attach the belief to its having been Sir Philip Francis. Whoever he was, his terrible dissections of the conduct and characters of public men, the Duke of Grafton, the Duke of Bedford, Lord Mansfield, and others, not excepting the king himself, caused the most awful consternation amongst the ranks of the ministry, and raised the highest enthusiasm in the public by the keen and caustic edge of his satire and his censure, by the clear tone of his reasonings, his obvious knowledge of secret government movements, and the brilliant luster of his style. At the same unfortunate juncture, the King 196 insisted on Lord North demanding from Parliament £500,000 for the liquidation of his debts, though he possessed a civil list of 800,000 a year. Simple as were the habits of George and his queen, the most reckless disregard of economy was practiced in his household. No means were taken to check the rapacity of his tradesmen, and it was shown that even for the one item of the royal coach, in 1762, there had been charged £7,562. The Commons voted the £500,000, the public grumbled, and the popularity of Wilkes, the great champion of reform, rose higher than ever. A fourth time the freeholders of Middlesex nominated him as their candidate, and on this occasion a fresh government nominee presented himself. This was Colonel Henry Lawes Luttrell. Two other candidates, encouraged by Luttrell's appearance, came forward, and on the 13th of April the list of the poll, which had gone off quietly, showed Wilkes 1,143, Luttrell 296, Whittaker 5, and Roche none. On the 15th of April, notwithstanding Luttrell's signal defeat, the House of Commons, on the motion of Onslow, son of the late Speaker, voted after a violent debate by a majority of 54 that Henry Lawes Luttrell, Esquire, ought to have been returned for Middlesex. The debate was very obstinate. The whole of the Grenville interest, including Lord Temple, was employed against government, and the decision was not made till 3 o'clock on Sunday morning. To such a pitch of folly and despotism had the Grafton ministry been driven by the events of the session of 1769, by their conduct towards the Americans and Wilkes. The Rockinghams and Grenvilles were combined against the Grafton cabinet, and thus acquiring popularity at its expense. Lord Camden, though still retaining his place, utterly disapproved of their proceedings. The people everywhere held meetings to express their total loss of confidence in both the ministers and Parliament, and to pray the king to dissolve the latter. In the autumn, the action of Wilkes against Lord Halifax for the seizure of his papers was tried, and the jury gave him £4,000 damages. But gloomy as was the aspect of affairs at home, they were far more so in America. There, the insane conduct of the government had gone on exasperating and alienating the colonists. True, the cabinet, on the close of Parliament, held a meeting to consider what should be done regarding America. Grafton proposed to repeal the obnoxious duties at the commencement of the next session, but he was overruled on the motion of Lord North, and it was agreed to repeal all but the tea duties. Within a few days after the close of the session, therefore, Lord Hillsborough wrote this news in a circular to the governors of the American colonies. As was certain, the partial concession produced no effect, the principle being still retained in the continued tea duty. Moreover, Hillsborough's circular was composed in such harsh and uncourteous terms that it rather augmented than assuaged the excitement. In Massachusetts, the colonists were more exasperated against Governor Bernard, on account of his letters reflecting on the Bostonians in the matter of the late riots, these letters having been laid before Parliament, and copies of them by some means procured and sent on by their agents. They declared that it was beneath their dignity to deliberate in the midst of an armed force, and requested Bernard to withdraw the troops, but he refused, and they, on their part, declined to vote supplies, on which he adjourned them to Cambridge. There, however, as Cambridge was only separated from Boston by an arm of the sea, they continued to protest against an armed force, as an invasion of the national rights of the colonists, and highly dangerous. Bernard soon announced to them his intention to sail for England, to lay the state of the colony before the king, and the House immediately voted a petition to His Majesty, praying him to keep him from coming back again. Bernard then called upon them to refund the money expended for the quartering of the troops, but that they pronounced quite as unreasonable as the Stamp Act, and finding them utterly intractable, Bernard prorogued the assembly and quitted the colony, leaving the administration in the hands of Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson. Yet, in that blind and defiant spirit, which he continued to show till he had lost the colonies, George created Bernard a baronet on his reaching home, for having, in effect, brought Massachusetts to the verge of rebellion, and to show his emphatic sense of these services, he himself paid all the expenses of the patent. Parliament assembled on the 9th of January, 1770. People had been surprised at the unusual delay in summoning it, considering the critical state of America. But they were much more surprised when the subject put foremost in the king's speech was a lamentation over the murrain, which 197 had appeared amongst horned cattle during the recess, and which ministers had taken some measures to stop without calling together Parliament. It was true that he afterwards alluded to the state of affairs in America, and trusted some means would be devised by Parliament to appease the irritation. But whilst war itself appeared imminent there, whilst the whole country at home was in a state of high discontent, and the Spitalfields weavers were at this moment in a state of open riot, the idea of giving the chief place in the royal speech to horned cattle caused a burst of universal ridicule. It was thenceforth called the Horned Cattle Session. Junius launched one of his fierce missives at the Duke of Grafton, observing, "Whilst the whole kingdom was agitated with anxious expectation on one great point, you meanly evaded the question, and, instead of the explicit firmness and decision of a king, gave us nothing but the misery of a ruined grazier." William Pitt, Earl of Chatham. See larger version. Chatham had begun to ponder the proceedings of ministers towards America and towards Wilkes, or rather his constituents, as soon as the returning activity of his mind permitted him. The conduct of the Duke of Grafton, who had taken the lead during his retirement, did not escape his censure. He had too easily fallen into the demand of the cabinet for severe measures in both those cases. No sooner, therefore, did Chatham appear than he launched the whole thunder of his indignation, and such was still his power that he shattered the cabinet to atoms. No sooner was the address to the king moved and seconded, than he rose and passed, with some expressions of contempt, from the mention of the horned cattle to the more important topics. He drew a dismal picture both 198 of the domestic condition and the foreign relations of the country. He glanced at the manner in which the Treaty of Paris had been made, the abandonment of the King of Prussia, and the consequent isolated condition of the kingdom, without a friend or an ally. But bad as the external affairs of the nation were, he described the internal as far worse. There everything was at discount. The people were partly starving and wholly murmuring. The constituencies were alarmed at the invasion of their rights in the case of John Wilkes, and the colonies were on the very edge of rebellion. Such was the condition to which the government in a short time had reduced the commonweal. More than all did he condemn the policy pursued towards America. He protested against the term unwarrantable, as applied to the conduct of the colonists, proposed to substitute the word dangerous. He owned that he was partial towards the Americans, and strongly advocated a system of mildness and indulgence in their case. As for Wilkes, he counseled them earnestly to introduce a paragraph into their address to the king, stating their conviction that the chief discontents of the nation arose from the violation of the rights of representation in his expulsion from the Commons. "I am," said the eloquent earl, neither moved by his private vices nor by his public merits. In his person, though he were the worst of men, I contend for the safety and security of the best. And God forbid that there should be a power in this country of measuring the civil rights of the subject by his moral character, or by any other rule than the fixed laws of the land. This was going to the very heart of the question with that clear, searching sense for which Chatham was so distinguished. Lord Chancellor Camden, who had himself a strong and honest intellect, but not the moral courage of Chatham, had retained the Great Seal, though disapproving of the measures of his colleagues. Emboldened by the words of his friend, he now rose and expressed his regret for having so long suppressed his feelings. But he added, "I will do so no longer. I will openly and boldly speak my sentiments. I now proclaim to the world that I entirely coincide in the opinions expressed by my noble friend, whose presence again reanimates us, touching this unconstitutional and illegal vote of the House of Commons. By this violent and tyrannical conduct ministers have alienated the minds of the people from His Majesty's government. I had almost said from His Majesty's person." After these words, Camden could no longer remain Lord Chancellor. The Marquis of Granby resigned his posts as Paymaster General of the Ordnance and Commander-in-Chief of the Army, much to the annoyance and against the entreaties of the King and the Duke of Grafton. Camden would have done the same, but as the ministers were anxious to be rid of him, Chatham and his friends counseled him to remain and put the ministry to the odium of dismissing him. This was done, and thus two of the men most popular with the public, Granby and Camden, were lost to the administration. The seals, as Lord Shelburne had predicted, went a-begging. Charles Yorke, second son of the former Lord Chancellor Hardwicke, had all his life been hankering after this prize, but as he was closely pledged to the party of Lord Rockingham, he most reluctantly declined it. 3 days subsequently, however, the king, after the levee, suddenly called him into his closet, and so pressingly entreated him to accept the seals and rescue his sovereign from an embarrassment that he gave way. This was on the 18th of January. He was to be raised to the peerage by the title of Lord Morden, but on encountering the keen reproaches of his party at Lord Rockingham's, he went home and committed suicide. The seals were then successively offered to Mr. de Grey, the Attorney General, to Sir Eardley Wilmot and Lord Mansfield, who refused them, and they were obliged to be put in commission, Lord Mansfield consenting to occupy the Woolsack as Speaker to the House of Lords till that was done. After some time, Sir Sidney Stafford Smythe, one of the barons of the Exchequer, the Honourable Henry Bathurst, one of the justices of the Common Pleas, and Sir Richard Aston, one of the justices of the King's Bench, were named the commissioners. In the House of Commons, too, the Speaker, Sir John Cust, was removed by death at the same moment, and Sir Fletcher Norton was elected in his place. On the 22nd of January, the same day that Sir Fletcher Norton was made Speaker of the House of Commons, the Marquis of Rockingham moved in the Lords for an inquiry into the state of the nation. The crumbling down of the cabinet continued. James Grenville resigned. Dunning, the Solicitor General, and General Conway followed, and on the very day of Lord Rockingham's motion, the Duke of Grafton himself laid down the seals. The whole of his administration had thus vanished, like a mere fog ministry, at the first reappearance of the luminary Chatham. Chapter 9, Reign of George III, continued. Lord North, he forms a ministry. Chatham declaims against secret influence. Grenville's election committee. Lord North's conciliatory measures. Determination of the Bostonians. The Boston Massacre. Trial of the soldiers. Apparent success of North's measures. Affair of the Falkland Islands. Promptitude of the ministry. The quarrel composed. Trials of Woodfall and Allman. The right of parliamentary reporting. Strengthening of the ministry. Quarrels in the city. The Royal Marriage Act. Fate of the Queen of Denmark, anarchical condition of Poland, interference of Russia, deposition of Poniatowski, Frederick's scheme of partition, it is ratified, inquiry into Indian affairs, Lord North's tea bill, Lord Dartmouth and Hutchinson, the Hutchinson letters, dishonorable conduct of Franklin, establishment of corresponding committees, burning of the Gaspee, destruction of the tea, Franklin avows the publication of the letters, Wedderburn's speech, the Boston Port Bill, the Massachusetts Government Bill, the coils of coercion, Virginia joins Massachusetts. Gage dissolves the Boston Assembly. He fortifies Boston Neck. The General Congress, a Declaration of Rights. The Assembly at Concord. They enroll militia. Seizure of ammunition and arms. Meeting of Parliament. Chatham's conciliatory speech. His bill for the pacification of the colonies. Its fate. Lord North's proposal. Burke's resolutions. Prorogation of Parliament. Beginning of the war. In this utter desertion, the King prevailed on Lord North, who was already Chancellor of the Exchequer, to accept Grafton's post of First Lord of the Treasury, with the premiership. Lord North, eldest son of the Earl of Guildford, was a man of a remarkably mild and pleasant temper, of sound sense and highly honorable character. He was ungainly in his person and plain of countenance, but he was well versed in the business of Parliament, and particularly dexterous in tagging to motions of the opposition some paragraph or other which neutralized the whole, or turned it even against them. He was exceedingly nearsighted, so much so, that he once carried off the wig of the old Secretary of the Navy, who sat near him in the House. For the rest, he was of so somnolent a nature that he was frequently seen nodding in the House when opposition members were pouring out all the vials of their wrath on his head. He thought himself a Whig, but if we are to class him by his principles and his acts of administration, we must pronounce him a Tory. The ministry, as reconstructed, consisted of Lord North, First Lord of the Treasury. The Great Seal was in commission. Granby's places, the ordnance and commander of the forces, were still unsupplied. So was the Duke of Manchester's old post of Lord of the Bedchamber. The Earl of Halifax became Lord Privy Seal. The Earl of Pembroke became a Lord of the Bedchamber. The Earl of Waldegrave, Master of the Horse to the Queen, Sir Gilbert Elliot, Treasurer of the Navy. Charles James Fox became a Junior Lord of the Admiralty. Admiral Holborn another. Mr. Welbore Ellis became one of the Vice-Treasurers of Ireland, and Thurlow was appointed Solicitor General in place of Dunning. Lord North soon found himself briskly assailed in both Lords and Commons. In the former, Chatham was not so happy in amalgamating the parties of Rockingham and Grenville as he hoped, but he had staunch friends and oppositionists in Lords Camden, Shelburne, and Stanhope, and in the Commons he was as warmly supported by Barr, Beckford, Calcraft, and Dunning. On the 2nd of March, a motion was also made in the Lords for an address to the King, praying him to increase the number of seamen in the Navy, and it was made to introduce strong censures on the dismissal of able officers for their votes in Parliament. On this occasion, Chatham loudly reiterated the old charge of the royal councils being influenced by favorites. "A long train of these practices," he said, "has convinced me that there is something behind the throne greater than the throne itself." He referred to Mazarin, of France, and as Bute was just at this period gone to Turin, he added, "Mazarin abroad is Mazarin still." It is not to be supposed that Bute had any secret influence whatever at this period, but the people still believed that he had, and that two men especially were his agents with the king: Bradshaw, commonly called the cream-colored parasite, and Dyson, both placemen and members of the Commons. Probably Chatham had a secondary object: to punish these men, who with Rigby, the parasite of the Duke of Bedford, were continually running about endeavoring to depreciate the efforts of the more competent, to whom they were pygmies, saying, "Only another mad motion by the mad Earl of Chatham." Grafton, though now out of office, repelled the insinuation of secret influence with indignation. This charge of Chatham's was followed up, 4 days after, by a most outspoken 200 remonstrance from the Corporation of London. It was carried up to St. James's on the 14th of March by Beckford, the Lord Mayor, and 220 common councilmen and other officers. Beckford read the address, which charged secret councillors and a corrupt majority of the House of Commons with depriving the people of their rights. It declared that the House of Commons did not represent the people, and called upon the king to dissolve it. His Majesty received the address with manifest signs of displeasure, and the courtiers, who stood round, with actual murmurs and gesticulations of anger. At this crisis, George Grenville brought in and carried through a measure, which showed how useful he might have been, had he never been raised out of his proper element to rule and alienate colonies. He was now fast sinking into the grave, though but 58 years of age. This measure was a bill to transfer the trial of controverted elections from the whole House of Commons to a select committee of it. Ever since the famous Aylesbury case, the whole House had taken the charge of examining all petitions against the return of candidates and deciding them. This was a great obstruction of business, and Grenville now proposed to leave the inquiry and decision to the Select Committee, which was to be composed of 15 members of the House, 13 of whom were to be chosen by the contesting claimants for the seat, out of a list of 45, elected by ballot from the whole House. The other two were to be named, one each, by the contesting candidates. The committee was empowered to examine papers, call and swear witnesses, and in fact to exercise all the authority previously wielded by the whole House. It was opposed by Welbore Ellis, Rigby, Dyson, and Charles James Fox, not yet broken from his office shell into a full-fledged patriot. It was, however, carried, and being supported in the Lords by Lord Mansfield, who on this occasion manifested an unusual disregard of his party principles, it was passed there too. Whilst Chatham was heading the opposition in a determined onslaught on the government, the latter were also compelled to face the awkward American question. great hopes had been entertained that the people of Boston would be much calmer after the departure of Governor Bernard. Hutchinson, the deputy governor, was not only an American, but a man of a mild temper. But the temper of the Bostonians was now so much excited that the leaders of the Non-Importation Act were more vehement than ever. The English merchants presented a petition to Parliament showing that, in consequence of the import duties and the combinations of the colonists to resist them, the exports from England to these colonies had fallen off in 1769 by the amount of £740,000, that the revenue received from duties paid in America had fallen off from £110,000 per annum to £30,000. It was in these grave circumstances that Lord North, on the 5th of March, 1770, brought forward his bill, based on the terms of Lord Hillsborough's letter to the American governors, to repeal all the import duties except that on tea. This was one of those half-and-half measures which never succeed. It abandoned the bulk of the duties but retained the really obnoxious thing, the principle. Grenville very truly told them that they should retain the whole or repeal the whole. Lord Barrington and Welbore Ellis, in their dogged Toryism, protested against repealing a single item of them, and the opposition, Barr, Conway, Meredith, Pownall, etc., as earnestly entreated them to remove the duties altogether, and with them, all cause of irritation. The motion for leave to bring in the bill was carried by 204 votes to 142. During the debates, it was shown that, during the financial year, the American tea duties had produced, not the calculated 10 or 12,000, but less than £300. For such a sum did our legislators risk a civil war. As a last effort on this question at this time, the opposition on the 1st of May called for the correspondence with America, and on the 9th, Burke moved 9 resolutions on the general topic. They were not only negatived, but a similar motion, introduced into the Peers by the Duke of Richmond, met the same fate. At the very time that these measures were occupying the British Parliament, the Bostonians were driving affairs to a crisis. In nearly all the seaports, committees were in active operation for examining all cargoes of ships and reporting the result. These committees also kept a keen observation on each other and visited publicly any that appeared lukewarm. Boston, as usual, distinguished itself most prominently in this business. Regular meetings were held in Faneuil Hall, and votes passed denouncing all who dared to import the prohibited goods. Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson exerted himself to form an 2-1 association amongst the traders in opposition to these anti-importers, but he tried in vain. They insisted that the merchants who had imported goods in their shops and warehouses should be compelled to ship them back to those who had sent them. One merchant, more stubborn than the rest, was immediately waited on by a deputation, headed by an axeman and a carpenter, as if prepared to behead and bury him, and he was told that 1,000 men awaited his decision, and they could not be answerable for his safety if he refused to comply. A fray at Boston between the soldiers and rope makers, CP 201. See larger version. The animosity against the soldiers at Boston was actively kept up. The sentinel could not stand at his post without insult. Every day menaced a conflict. A fictitious account of an affray between the soldiers and the people of New York was circulated at Boston, in which the soldiers were represented as beaten. This gave impetus to the aggressive temper of the Bostonians. On the 2nd of March, a soldier, insulted by the men at Gray's Rope Walk, resented it. They came to blows, and the soldier was overpowered. He fetched up some of his comrades, who, in their turn, beat and chased the rope makers through the town. The passions of the mob were inflamed, and they began to arm themselves for an attack on the soldiery. In a few days the crowd assembled and assaulted a party of them in Dock Square. The officer prudently withdrew them to the barracks. As the evening advanced, the mob increased. They cried, "Turn out and do for the soldiers." They attacked and insulted a sentinel at the custom house. A party of soldiers was sent by Captain Preston to the officers on duty to protect the man. The mob pelted them with pieces of wood, lumps of ice, etc., and denounced them as cowards, Red Lobster rascals, and the like. The soldiers stood to defend the custom house till they were fiercely attacked, and at length they fired in self-defense, killed 3 persons, and wounded several others, one mortally. To prevent further carnage, a committee of the townsmen waited on the governor and council, and prevailed on them to remove the soldiers from the town to Castle William. The successful rioters carried the bodies of the killed in procession, denounced the soldiers as murderers, and spread the 202 most exaggerated accounts of the affray through the newspapers, under the name of the massacre. Captain Preston and his men were arrested and put upon their trials before a jury of the irate townsmen. Nobody, for a time, would act as counsel for the defense. But at length John Adams, a young lawyer, undertook the office and made the case so plain that not only Captain Preston, but all the soldiers were acquitted except two, who had fired without orders, and these were convicted only of manslaughter. The arrival of the news of Lord North's repeal of all the duties, except tea, produced little effect on the minds of the people of Boston. They declared that the unconstitutional principle was the real offense, and that it was still retained. The people of New York, however, had long inclined to gentler measures. They agreed to import all other articles except tea. Pennsylvania and other colonies followed their example, and they declared that they who wanted tea must smuggle it. The more fiery patriots declared against this lukewarmness. But the desire for the English goods was so great that, during the years 1770 and 1771, the importations were larger than they had ever been. Nevertheless, though the colonies appeared returning to order and obedience, the efforts of the Republican Party never relaxed, and, especially in Massachusetts, there was a tone of sullen discontent. Liberty poles were still erected. Exciting harangues were delivered on the anniversary of the massacre, and the Assembly continued to manifest a stubborn resistance to the will of the Lieutenant Governor. During the recess of Parliament, a dispute occurred with Spain regarding the Falkland Islands, which led to the very verge of war. In 1764, the French, under Bougainville, made a settlement on Falkland Sound, but Spain putting in a claim that these isles were part of her South American territory, Choiseul, the French minister, abandoned the settlement, and the Spaniards changed its name from Port Louis to Port Soledad. The very next year, 1765, Commodore Byron was sent to form a settlement on another of the islands, which he named Port Egmont, in honor of Lord Egmont, First Lord of the Admiralty. Such were the distant islets to which, in 1769, Spain began to assert her claim. The governor of Port Soledad sent repeated messages to Captain Hunt, of the Tamar, stationed at Port Egmont, requiring the abandonment of the place. When the notices were succeeded by threats, Captain Hunt sailed home to lay the matter before his government. He landed at Portsmouth in June, 1770, and made known the Spanish interference to the cabinet. Meanwhile, the Spaniards, taking advantage of Hunt's absence, had, about the time that he arrived in England, dispatched to the Falklands Buckerley, the governor of Buenos Aires, with 5 frigates and 1,600 men. Having entered the port on pretense of wanting water, and finding the Tamar absent, and only 2 armed sloops there, and a mere handful of soldiers, Buckerley landed his force. And after the firing of a few shots for form's sake, the English surrendered, and were permitted to depart with all the honors of war. The excitement, both at court and in the country, was far beyond the then apparent value of the islands. But there had been an insult to the British flag, and both government and opposition demanded expiation. Lord North displayed a bold and determined tone on the occasion. Orders were sent over to the British ambassador, at Madrid, to demand an immediate disavowal of Buckerley's act, and instant measures were taken for war in case of refusal. Ships were refitted, their commanders named, stores were put on board, and orders for pressing men, according to the custom of the time, were issued. But in London, these preparations met with resistance from the opposition spirit of the corporation. Things, however, seemed tending strongly towards war. Our charge d'affaires at Madrid, in absence of the ambassador, was Mr. Harris, the son of the author of Hermes. He was but a youth of 24, but already displayed much of the talent which raised him to the title of Malmesbury. He wrote home that the King of Spain and some of his ministers were averse from the idea of war and unprepared for it, but that others were influenced by Choiseul, the French premier, and demanded a vigorous attack on England. But the King of France did not share in the feeling of Choiseul. He wrote to the King of Spain about this time, "My minister wishes for war, but I do not." In fact, changes had taken place in the court of France which were about to precipitate Choiseul from his long-enjoyed favor. Madame de Pompadour was dead, and the king had become deeply enamored of Madame du Barry. Choiseul was impolitic enough to despise her influence, and treated her with undisguised hauteur. He soon felt the consequence in an order from the king to resign his office and retire 203 to his estate at Chanteloup, in Touraine. The shock to the insolent minister, who had so long ruled absolutely in the French court, was the more unlooked for, because he thought himself now all the more safe from having secured the marriage of the king's heir, his eldest grandson, with the Austrian Archduchess Marie Antoinette. Choiseul was succeeded by the triumvirate d'Aiguillon as foreign minister, Terray as minister of finance, and Maupeou as minister of jurisprudence, but all subject to the supreme influence of Madame du Barry. Louis XV, thenceforth became a cipher. The spirit of Choiseul having departed from the French administration, and the king having so unequivocally expressed his intention not to go to war, the Spanish court hastened to lower its tone and offer conciliatory terms. In December they had proposed, through Prince de Mazarano, to disavow the expedition of Buckerley, if the English court would disown the menaces of Captain Hunt. This was promptly refused, and orders were sent to Mr. Harris to quit the capital of Spain. He set out in January 1771, but was speedily recalled. The expedition of Buckerley was disavowed. The settlement of Port Egmont was conceded, whilst the main question as to the right of either party to the Falklands at large was left to future discussion. So little value, however, did Britain attach to the Falkland Isles, that it abandoned them voluntarily 2 years afterwards. For many years they were forsaken by both nations, but in 1826 the Republic of Buenos Aires adopted them as a penal colony, and in 1833 the British finally took possession of them. Whilst these events had been progressing, the ministry had entered into a combat with the great unknown political escapist, Junius. Junius had advanced from Sir William Draper to the Duke of Grafton, and from the Duke of Grafton to the King in his sweeping philippics. For these daring censures, Woodfall, the printer of the Public Advertiser, was tried, and also Allman, the publisher of the London Museum, a monthly periodical, for reprinting the libel there. Allman was convicted of publishing, and sentenced to pay a fine of 10 marks and give security for his good behavior for 2 years, himself in £400 and 2 sureties in £200 each. He moved in vain for a new trial. Woodfall was convicted of printing and publishing only, but he obtained an order for a new trial on the ground of the phrase only being ambiguous. But the circumstance which excited the attention and turned the resentment of both liberal statesmen and the people was that Lord Mansfield on these trials had instructed the juries to confine themselves to the facts alone, and to leave the question of legality to the judges. This was properly declared a dangerous infringement of the rights of juries, and calculated to make their verdicts merely the servile echoes of the dicta of the judges. Lord Chatham, on the 28th of November, denounced in the Peers this dictation of the judge to the juries. Serjeant Glynn, at the same time, moved in the Commons for an inquiry into the administration of justice in Westminster Hall, where such unconstitutional instructions could be given. This occasioned a warm debate in which Burke, Dunning, and others ably defended the public rights. The motion was negatived. The year 1771 opened in circumstances which greatly diminished the interest in parliamentary proceedings. As all reporting was excluded from the House of Lords, the chief speakers there felt that they were no longer addressing the nation, but merely a little knot of persons in a corner, and consequently the stimulus of both fame and real usefulness was at an end. In the Commons, the desire of the ministry to reduce that popular arena to the same condition of insignificance produced a contest with the city as foolish and mischievous in its degree as the contests then going on with Wilkes and America. George Onslow, nephew of the late Speaker and member for Guildford, moved that several printers who had dared to report the debates of the House of Commons should be summoned to the bar to answer for their conduct. Accordingly, these mediums of communication between the people and their representatives were summoned and reprimanded on their knees. One of their number, named Miller, however, declared that he was a liveryman of London, and that any attempt to arrest him would be a breach of the privileges of the city. The serjeant-at-arms dispatched a messenger to apprehend this sturdy citizen and bring him before the House. But instead of succeeding, the parliamentary messenger was taken by a city constable and carried before Brass Crosby, the Lord Mayor. With the Lord Mayor sat Alderman Wilkes and Alderman Oliver. It was delightful work to Wilkes thus to set at defiance the House of Commons, which had made such fierce war on him. The Lord Mayor, accordingly, was fully confirmed in his view that the messenger of the Commons had committed a 204 flagrant violation of the city charter, in endeavoring to lay hands on one of its livermen within its own precincts, and they held the messenger accordingly to bail. The House of Commons was fired with indignation at this contemptuous disregard of their dignity. They passed a resolution, by a large majority, ordering the Lord Mayor and the 2 aldermen to appear at their bar. Wilkes bluntly refused to attend the House in any shape but as a recognized member of it. Crosby pleaded a severe fit of the gout, and Oliver, though he appeared in his place, refused to make any submission whatever, but told them he defied them. The House, in its blind anger, resolved that Oliver should be committed to the Tower, and Crosby to the custody of the serjeant-at-arms. But Crosby declared that he would not accept this indulgence at the hands of the House, but would share the incarceration of his honorable friend, and he was accordingly sent also to the Tower. The people out of doors were in the highest state of fury. They greeted the city members on their way to and from the house, but they hooted and pelted the ministerial supporters. Charles James Fox, still a government man, as all his family had been, was very roughly handled. Lord North's carriage was dashed in, and himself wounded, and had he not been rescued by a popular member, Sir William Meredith, he would probably have lost his life. The Commons had engaged in a strife with the city, in which they were signally beaten, and no further notice being taken of the printers. From this time forward, the practice of reporting the debates of Parliament became recognized as an established privilege of the people, though formally at the option of the House. And so far now from members or ministers fearing any evil from it, the most conservative of them would be deeply mortified by the omission of their speeches in the reports. The termination of the session also opened the doors of the Tower and liberated the Lord Mayor and Alderman Oliver. They were attended from the Tower to the Mansion House by the corporation in their robes, where a banquet celebrated their restoration to freedom, and the populace displayed their sympathy by bonfires and illuminations. Spade guinea of George III, 5-shilling piece of George III, twopenny piece of George III. During the recess, considerable changes took place in the cabinet. Lord Halifax died on the 8th of June, the Earl of Suffolk succeeded him as Secretary of State, and the remainder of the Grenville party thereupon supported the ministry. Suffolk introduced his friend Lord Hyde, afterwards Earl of Clarendon, to the post of Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, with an augmented salary. The administration of Lord North was considerably strengthened, too, by the abilities of Thurlow as Attorney General and of Wedderburn as Solicitor General. But the addition to the cabinet of Lord North which occasioned the greatest surprise was that of the Duke of Grafton. He received the Privy Seal. During the recess, a violent quarrel had been going on in the city, which showed the 205 disorganization of the opposition. Wilkes had offered himself as sheriff, but Alderman Oliver, who had lately been in prison for his bold conduct in the affair of Miller, the printer, had refused to support the claim of Wilkes. In fact, not only he, but the Lord Mayor, Alderman Townshend, and Sawbridge were beginning to see through Wilkes. Oliver went further. He refused to serve as the other sheriff with Wilkes. Government availed itself of these divisions to defeat the election of Wilkes. Alderman Bull became the second candidate with Wilkes, and government induced their party in the city to nominate Aldermen Plumb and Kirkman in opposition to them. Wilkes would probably have been defeated, especially as Oliver finally came forward, supported by all the eloquence and exertions of John Horne. But fortunately for Wilkes and his fellow candidate, Bull, a letter sent by the government agent to a Mr. Smith in the city was misdelivered to another Mr. Smith, a supporter of Wilkes and Bull, announcing the exertions that government would make in support of their men, Plumb and Kirkman. This letter was immediately published, and alarming all the enemies of government, made them rally round Wilkes and Bull, who were accordingly elected. Pressgang at work. See larger version. On the 21st of January, 1772, the King opened Parliament, and the two divisions of the opposition under the leadership of Rockingham and Chatham were found to be divided and dispirited. The chief proceeding of this session was one of a very remarkable character. The boasted morals of George III, and of his queen, had not defended his family from gross crimes and corruptions. Very notorious was the life of his brother, the Duke of Cumberland. Amongst his licentious intrigues was one with Henrietta Vernon, Lady Grosvenor, a young and beautiful woman whom he seduced, following her into Cheshire, when her husband took her from town, and meeting her in various disguises. In 1770, Lord Grosvenor brought an action against him and obtained a verdict of £10,000. With a rapidity of fickleness almost unexampled, he was immediately afterwards paying suit to Mrs. Horton. Cumberland went over to Calais with Mrs. Horton, and there married her according to the 6 rites of the Church of England, October 2, 1771. The Duke of Gloucester also now confessed to a secret marriage, September 6, 1766, with the Countess Dowager Waldegrave. A bill was brought into Parliament in 1772, since well known as the Royal Marriage Act, by which every prince or princess, descendant of George II, except only the issue of princes married abroad, was prohibited from marrying until the age of 25 without the king's consent. After that age they might apply to the Privy Council, and if within a year of such announcement both houses of Parliament should not express disapprobation of the intended marriage, it might then be lawfully solemnized. The bill did not pass without violent opposition. But these were by no means the total of the royal troubles at this period. The youngest and most beloved of George III's sisters, Caroline Matilda, had been married to Christian VII, of Denmark. This young man was little better than an idiot, and the poor princess was married to him at the age of 16. The marriage of this young couple, and their ascent to the throne, were nearly simultaneous. And, contrary to the usual custom of a monarch, it was deemed advisable that he should travel. In his tour, he fell in with the celebrated Strunzi, a young physician of Altona. Christian VII, like all weak monarchs, must have favorites. Strunzi speedily became the perfect master of Christian's mind and actions, and on their return to Copenhagen, he was raised to the rank of count, and soon after was made prime minister. His enemies were of course numerous, and scandal soon connected his name with that of the queen. All this especially favored the plans of the base Queen Dowager, who, in league with the hostile nobles, feigned a plot against the king, obtained from him, in his bed at midnight, an order for the arrest of the queen, Strunzi, and others. The queen was seized half-dressed. Strunzi was executed with especial barbarities, but the King of England interfered to save his sister and to procure the succession to her son. The unhappy young queen, however, was separated forever from her two children and conveyed to Zell in Hanover, the same castle or prison where the unhappy wife of George I had pined away her life. There she died after a few years, protesting her innocence, though Strunzi had confessed his guilt. From the affairs of the royal family, we turn to a more important subject, the partition of Poland. Poland, lying contiguous to Russia, had for ages been in a condition calculated to attract the cupidity of ambitious neighbors. Its nobles usurped all authority. They kept the whole mass of the people in hopeless serfdom. They usurped the whole of the land. They elected their own king, and were too fond of power themselves to leave him more than a puppet in their hands. To make the condition of the country worse, it was violently divided on the subject of religion. One part of the nobles consisted of Roman Catholics, another of what were called dissidents, made up of members of the Greek Church, and Protestants, Lutherans, Calvinists, and Arians. Although by what was called the Pacta Conventa the dissidents had been admitted to an equality of rights, this was totally disregarded by the overbearing Roman Catholics, and in 1736 the Pacta Conventa was formally abolished. Every dissident was, by this measure, forever excluded from government and from all interest in it. Thus the whole country was torn by religious animosity, the nobles were insolent to the crown, and the people were nothing. Such was the divided condition of Poland which led to its dismemberment. All nobility of mind was destroyed, pride and oppression were the inseparable consequences of such a system. There was no middle class, no popular class, it was a country of lords and slaves, of one class domineering over the other. The Greek Catholics were the dissidents, and the dissidents sought aid from Russia, which was also Greek in religion, and, to ensure this aid, condescended to the lowest arts of solicitation, to the practice of fawning, stooping, and cringing to the great barbarous power of Russia on one side, and to the equally barbarous power of Turkey on the other. The nobles could bring large bodies of cavalry into the field, as many, at times, as 100,000. But as they had no free people, and dreaded to arm their slaves, they had little or no infantry, except such as they hired, and even this was in no condition to withstand the heavy masses of Russian infantry, much less such armies as Prussia or Austria might be tempted to bring against them. From the moment that Russia was called in, under the pretext of maintaining order, she became, or aimed to become, the dominant power there. She pressed on the whole line of the Polish frontier with her armies, inundated the kingdom with her troops, and levied contributions for their support as if she had been in a conquered country. From that hour, too, the kings were elected rather by foreign armies than by the Poles themselves. 207 Stanislaus Poniatowski, the present king, was the nominee of Catherine of Russia, whose lover he had been till superseded by Orloff. She had placed him on the throne by force of arms, and he was incapable of doing anything except through her power. Some faint endeavors were made to shake off the yoke. Encouraged by France, they summoned the Turks to their aid and cut to pieces several detachments of the Russians. They proclaimed Poniatowski deposed and called on the people to aid them to drive out the invaders. But the people, long used to oppression from their own lords, did not answer to the call. In France, Choiseul had been hurled from power, and France left the Poles to their fate. It was now that Frederick of Prussia proposed to Austria to combine with Russia and share Poland between them. At this robber proposition, so in character with Frederick, who had all his life been creating a kingdom by plundering his neighbors, Maria Theresa at first exclaimed in horror. But she was now old and failing, and she gave way, declaring that, long after she was dead and gone, people would see what would happen from their having broken through everything which had, till then, been deemed just and holy. Frederick of Prussia took the surest way to compel the Austrians to come in for a share of the spoils of Poland. He marched a body of soldiers out of Silesia, the territory which he had rent from Austria, into Posen, and Austria, not to be behind, had marched another army into the Carpathian Mountains. In vain did Poniatowski remonstrate. He had no means of resistance. The Turks could no longer defend themselves from Russian invasion, much less assist Poland. They applied to Frederick to intercede with Catherine for peace for them. Nothing could so entirely suit Frederick's plans. He sent Prince Henry of Prussia to negotiate with Catherine, who took the opportunity to represent to her the advantages to the three great powers, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, strengthening themselves by appropriating portions of Poland. The Russians, relieved from contention with the Poles, now pushed on their victories against the Turks, drove them over the Danube, and seized some of their most fertile provinces. To complete their ruin, they, aided by England, attacked and destroyed their fleet in the Mediterranean. The treaty between Russia, Prussia, and Austria for the First Division of Poland was signed at St. Petersburg on the 5th of August, 1772. The three robber powers now promised to rest satisfied with their booty, to respect the rights and remaining territories of Poland, words hollow and worthless as they who used them. The invaders divided at this time about one-third of Poland between them. Prussia appropriated the whole of Pomerania, part of Great Poland, the bishopric of Warmia, and the Palatinates of Marienburg and Kulm, with complete command of the lower part of the Vistula. The whole of this territory did not exceed 800 square miles, but it was a territory of vast importance to Prussia, as it united Pomerania with the rest of that kingdom. Russia and Austria acquired immensely more in extent. Russia took nearly the whole of Lithuania, with the vast country between the rivers Dwina and Dniester. Austria secured the country along the left bank of the Vistula from Wieliczka to the confluence of the Vistula and the Viraz. But Russia had Galicia, the Palatinate of Belz, and a part of Volhynia. Unsupported by France, England had no course but to acquiesce in the arrangement. The year 1773 opened with an inquiry in Parliament into the abuses of the administration of affairs in India. There were great complaints of the wholesale rapacity and oppression perpetrated on the natives by the company's servants. Before the close of the preceding year, a secret committee had been appointed to inquire into these abuses, and to take the matter out of the hands of government, the company proposed to appoint a number of supervisors to go out to India and settle the causes of complaint. The secret committee proposed a bill to prevent this, as a scheme for merely evading a thorough inquiry and continuing the atrocities. Burke, who was a holder of India stock, defended the company and declared that such a bill would annihilate the company and make the House of Commons the company itself and the Speaker its chairman. He reminded them that the company paid to government £400,000 a year, and that government had connived at the maladministration which had been carried on. This certainly was, so far from a reason against the bill, a reason why they should connive no longer, and the bill was carried by a large majority. The company was then compelled to reduce its dividends to 6%, and apply to Parliament for a loan of £1.5 million to meet its pecuniary difficulties. This, ministers and Parliament complied with, and proceeding to relieve the company of its embarrassments, Lord North 208 proposed and carried a measure, by which the company, which had no less than £17 million of tea in its warehouses, should, without limit of time, be authorized to export its teas to the British colonies of America duty-free. This was thought a great and conciliatory boon to the Americans, but it proved otherwise. The import duty of threepence in the pound was still stubbornly retained, and the Americans, looking at the principle of taxation, and not at a mere temptation of a cheapened article, saw through the snare and indignantly rejected it. The principal tea merchants declared that this would be the case, and that the whole government scheme was wild and visionary. Though there had appeared a lull in American affairs for some time, anyone who was observant might have seen that all the old enmities were still working in the colonial mind, and that it would require little irritation to call them forth in even an aggravated form. Lord Hillsborough was no longer governor, but William Legge, Lord Dartmouth. He was a man of high reputation for uprightness and candor. Richardson said that he would be the perfect ideal of his Sir Charles Grandison, if he were not a Methodist, and the poet Cowper, not objecting to his Methodism, described him as one who wears a coronet in praise. But Lord Dartmouth, with all his superiority of temper and his piety, could not prevent the then stone-blind cabinet and infatuated king from accomplishing the independence of America. Another favorable circumstance would have been found in the fact that in Hutchinson, Massachusetts had a native governor, a man of courteous manners and moderate counsels. But even out of Hutchinson's position arose offense. His brothers-in-law, Andrew and Peter Oliver, were appointed lieutenant governor and chief justice of the province. Lord North thought that the payment of these officers should be in the hands of government, to render them independent of the colonists. But this, the colonists resented as an attempt to destroy the charter and establish arbitrary power. The Massachusetts House of Assembly declared on this occasion, in their address to the Crown, "We know of no commissioners of His Majesty's customs, nor of any revenue that His Majesty has a right to establish in North America." They denounced the declaratory act passed at the suggestion of Chatham and the attempt to make the governors and judges independent of the people and the arbitrary instruments of the Crown. In Virginia, the same spirit was conspicuous. During the years 1767, 1768, and 1769, Mr. Thomas Whately, at one time private secretary to Grenville, and several years Under-Secretary of State to Lord Suffolk, but during these years out of office, and simply Member of Parliament, had maintained a private correspondence with Governor Hutchinson and his brother-in-law, Andrew Oliver, the lieutenant governor. In these letters, Hutchinson and Oliver had freely expressed to their old friend their views of the state of affairs in the colony, and, of course, said many things never intended to come to the public eye or to operate officially. On the death of Whately in 1772, some villain purloined these letters and conveyed them to Franklin, who was acting as agent for Massachusetts. Who this dishonest firebrand was never discovered. Franklin pledged himself to secrecy, both as to the letters and as to the name of the person who so basely obtained them. The name of this person he faithfully kept, but the contents of the letters were too well calculated to create irreconcilable rancor in the minds of the Americans for him to resist the pleasure of communicating them to the Massachusetts Assembly. He accordingly forwarded them to Mr. Curling, the Speaker of the Assembly. The whole mode of coming into possession of these papers has something in it revolting to all honorable minds. Franklin, aware of this, insisted that they should not be printed nor made public, but only circulated amongst a select few. But the same motives which had induced Franklin to break his pledged secrecy operated on the Assembly. They determined to make them public, and therefore pretended that other copies of them had reached them from England, and that they were thus absolved from all conditions of secrecy. This was totally false. The story was invented for the occasion, and the letters, without the name of Whately, to whom they had been addressed, were published by the Assembly. It was left to be inferred by the public that they had been sent officially to England by the governor and lieutenant governor, and the Assembly voted the writing of them ample evidence of a fixed design on the part of the British government to destroy the Constitution and establish arbitrary power. A petition was dispatched to be presented by Franklin to the king, calling for the removal of Hutchinson and Oliver from their posts. When these letters were read under these false impressions, sentiments were found in them which assumed a wholly exaggerated character, and the flame produced was, as Franklin and the Assembly intended, of the most furious kind. Boston boys disguised as Indians throwing the tea chests into the harbor. CP 210. See larger version. When these letters were published in America, their real character was concealed, and every means taken to represent them as official dispatches to the officers of government in England. The public rage was uncontrollable. A committee was formed to wait on Governor Hutchinson and demand whether he owned the handwriting. Hutchinson freely owned to that, but contended very justly that the letters were of a thoroughly private character and to an unofficial person. Notwithstanding, the House of Assembly drew up a strong remonstrance to the British government, charging the governor and lieutenant governor with giving false and malicious information respecting the colony and demanding their dismissal. This remonstrance, accompanied by copies of the letters themselves, was immediately dispatched over the colonies, and everywhere produced, as was intended, the most violent inflammation of the public mind against us. The Bostonians had for some time established what was called a corresponding committee, whose business it was to prepare and circulate through the whole of the colony's papers, calculated to keep alive the indignation against the British government. This committee quickly was responded to by other committees in different places, and soon this plan became an organization extending to every part of the colonies, even the most remote, by which intelligence and arguments were circulated through all America with wonderful celerity. That the spirit of the Bostonians had ripened into actual rebellion was unequivocally shown in the course of the year 1773. The Gaspee government schooner, commanded by Lieutenant Dudingston, had been singularly active in putting down smuggling about Rhode Island. The Rhode Island packet coming in one evening from Newport to Providence, instigated by the general anger against the Gaspee, for the Rhode Islanders were great smugglers, refused to pay the usual compliment of lowering the flag to the schooner. Duddingston fired a shot across her bows, and on her paying no regard to that, gave chase. The packet, however, ran close inshore, and the Gaspee, following too eagerly, ran aground. It was on a sandy bottom, and the return of the tide would have lifted her off undamaged. But the smuggling population of Providence put off to her in the night, whilst she lay in a position so as to be incapable of using her guns, surprised, boarded, and set fire to her, carrying the lieutenant and the crew triumphantly on shore. Government offered a reward of £500 for the discovery of the perpetrators of this daring outrage, but though it was well known who the perpetrators were, no one would give any information. On the contrary, the most violent threats were uttered against anyone who should do so. When such acts as the burning of the Gaspee had been done with impunity, and whilst the American mind was rankling with the Franklin poison of the purloined letters, 3 vessels arrived at Boston, laden with tea, under the conditions of Lord North's bill. On the arrival of the ships, the commotion was intense. The captains themselves would gladly have sailed away with their obnoxious cargoes in safety, but the governor very foolishly gave orders that they should not pass the ports without a permit from himself, and he sent Admiral Montague to guard the passages out of the harbor with 2 ships of war. As the evening grew dark, those who had quitted the meeting held on the 16th of December to demand that the ships should be sent home again, were met by mobs of men arrayed as wild Indians, who hurried down to Griffin's Wharf, where the tea ships lay. Rushing tumultuously on board, and hoisting out the tea chests, they emptied them into the sea amid much cheering and noise. Having thus destroyed teas to the amount of £18,000, the triumphant mob retreated to their houses. The news from Boston could not have arrived at a moment when the public mind was more ill-disposed towards the Americans. The affair of the abstraction of Mr. Whatley's private letters from his house or office, and their publication, contrary to custom and to its own engagement, by the Massachusetts Assembly, had produced a deep conviction in all classes in England of the utter disregard of honor both in the American colonists and their agent, Franklin. This disgraceful violation of the sacred security of private papers roused the indignation of Mr. William Whatley, banker, in Lombard Street, and brother to the late Mr. Thomas Whatley. He conceived strong suspicions of John Temple, afterwards Sir John Temple, Lieutenant Governor of New Hampshire, and, though one of the commissioners of customs at Boston, really hostile to the commission and a strong partisan of Franklin. Whatley challenged Temple and was severely wounded in the rencontre. At this, Franklin came forward with an avowal that neither the late Mr. Whatley nor Mr. 211 Temple had anything to do with the carrying off of the letters, that he alone was responsible for this act. Owing to these circumstances, occasion was taken, on the presentation to the Privy Council of the petition of the people of Boston for the removal of the governor and lieutenant governor of Massachusetts, to animadvert on Franklin's conduct. This took place on the 29th of January, 1774, when Dunning and Lee were retained on the part of the petition, and Wedderburn, the Solicitor General, appeared for the Crown. There were no less than 35 Privy Councillors present, amongst them Lord North, and Lord Gower at their head, as Lord President. Neither Dunning nor Lee spoke effectively, but as if they by no means relished the cause in which they were engaged, while Wedderburn seemed animated by extraordinary life and bitterness. He was the friend of Whatley, who was now lying in a dangerous state from his wound. After speaking of the charter and the insubordinate temper of the people of Massachusetts, he fell with withering sarcasm on Franklin, who was present. Hitherto, he said, private correspondence had been held sacred, even in times of the most rancorous party fury. But here was a gentleman who had a high rank amongst philosophers, and should be the last to sanction such infamous breaches of honor, openly avowing his concern in them. He asked where henceforth Dr. Franklin could show his face, and said that henceforth he must deem it a libel to be termed a man of letters. He was a man of 3 letters, fur, a thief. Wedderburn could compare him only to Zanga in Dr. Young's Revenge. "Know then, 'twas I forged the letter, I disposed the picture. I hated, I despised, and I destroy." Priestley, in a letter, describes the effect of Wedderburn's address as received with what must seem mad merriment by the council. Mr. Wedderburn had a complete triumph. At the sallies of his sarcastic wit, all the members of the council, the president himself, Lord Gower, not excepted, frequently laughed outright, and no person belonging to the council behaved himself with decent gravity, except Lord North, who came in late. The Privy Council decided that the petition from Massachusetts was framed on false and exaggerated allegations, and was groundless, vexatious, and scandalous. 2 days afterwards, the king dismissed Franklin from the office, which he had till now held of Deputy Postmaster of America. On the 14th of March, Lord North moved to bring in a bill to take away from Boston the customs, the courts of justice, and government offices, and give them to Salem. This bill was carried through both houses with little opposition. Ballin, the agent of the Council of Massachusetts, desired to be heard against the bill, but was refused. It received the royal assent on the 31st of March, and the trade of Boston was supposed to be annihilated. Whilst this bill was passing the Lords, on the 28th of March Lord Gower brought a fresh one into the Commons, which had no less object than the repeal of the Charter of Massachusetts. It was entitled, "A Bill for the Better Regulating Government in the Province of Massachusetts Bay." It went to remove the nomination of the members of the council, of the judges and magistrates, etc., from the popular constituencies to the Crown. Lord North observed that the Charter of William III had conferred these privileges on Massachusetts as exceptional to all other colonies, and that the consequence was that the governor had no power whatever. Strong opposition was made to this proposed bill by Dowdeswell, Sir George Savile, Burke, Barr, Governor Pownall, General Conway, and Charles Fox, who was now in opposition. The bill passed the Commons by a majority of 239 against 64, and it passed the Lords by a majority of 92 against 20. But even now, another bill passed the House of Commons. A bill for removing to another colony for trial any inhabitant of Massachusetts Bay who was indicted for any murder or other capital offense, which the governor might deem to be perpetrated in the attempt to put down tumults and riots. This measure was still more vehemently opposed than the rest. To commence a course of more rigor in Massachusetts, Governor Hutchinson was recalled, and General Gage, a man who had seen service and had the reputation of firmness and promptitude, was appointed in his stead. But the mischief of the new acts became rapidly apparent. Had the Boston Port Bill alone been passed, perhaps not much harm might have been done. There were numbers of people throughout America who were of opinion that Boston had gone too far in destroying the tea, and might have remained passive if the Bostonians had been compelled to make compensation. But the fatal act was 212, that which abolished the Massachusetts Charter. That made the cause common. That excited one universal alarm. If the British government were thus permitted to strike out the colonial charters at pleasure, all security had perished. All the colonies determined to support their own cause in supporting that of Massachusetts. The Virginians were the first to move to lead the agitation. Patrick Henry and Thomas Jefferson took the initiative in a measure which would have better suited the character of the religious New Englanders. A fast was ordered on account of the Boston Port Act. The next day, however, being the 25th of May, Lord Dunmore, the governor of the province, dissolved the assembly. The members, nothing daunted, retired to the Raleigh Tavern and passed a series of resolutions. The chief of these were to purchase nothing of the East India Company, except saltpeter and spices, until their injuries were redressed. To request the members of all corresponding committees to take measures for the appointment of members to a general congress. To summon the new members of the assembly, the writs for which were already in course of issue, to meet at Williamsburg to elect delegates from that colony to the Congress. In the meantime, General Gage landed at Boston on the 13th of May. The Port Bill had preceded him a few days, and the tone of the other colonies rendered the Bostonians firmer in their temper than ever. On the 25th of May, General Gage announced to the Assembly at Boston the unpleasant fact that he was bound to remove, on the 1st of June, the Assembly, the courts of justice, and all the public offices to Salem in conformity with the late act. As they petitioned him to set apart a day for fasting, he declined that, and to prevent further trouble, adjourned them to the 7th of June to meet at Salem. On the 1st of June, according to the arrangements of General Gage, as the clock struck 12, all the public offices were closed, and the whole official business was transferred to Salem. But the wide discontent of the people met him there as much as at Boston. When the Assembly met, which was in the following week, such was its spirit that General Gage felt that he must dissolve it. General Gage, seeing the lowering aspect of affairs, took the precaution to throw more troops into the neighborhood, so that he had some 6 regiments with a train of artillery when he encamped on the common near Boston. Active emissaries were immediately sent amongst these troops, who, by presents of ardent spirits and fine promises, seduced a considerable number from their duty. To prevent this, he stationed a strong guard at Boston Neck, a narrow isthmus connecting the town with the common and open country. On this, a vehement cry was raised that he was going to cut off all communication with the country, blockade the town, and reduce it to submission by famine. The inhabitants of the county of Worcester sent a deputation to inquire Gage's intentions, and they did not omit to hint that, if necessary, they would drive in the guard with arms. For in fact, besides the arms which most Americans then had, others had been supplied to such as were too poor to purchase them. Gordon, their historian, tells us that the people were preparing to defend their rights by the sword, that they were supplying themselves from Boston with guns, knapsacks, etc. According to the militia law, most men were well furnished with muskets and powder, and were now busily employed in exercising themselves. Thus all was bustle, casting of balls, and making ready for a struggle. Gage, seeing all this, removed the gunpowder and the military stores from Charlestown, Cambridge, and other localities to his own quarters. This again excited a deep rage in the people, who threatened to attack his troops. To prevent this, he went on briskly with his defenses on the neck, but what he did by day the mob endeavored to undo by night. They set fire to his supplies of straw, they sank the boats that were bringing bricks, and overturned his wagons conveying timber. Nothing but the greatest patience and forbearance prevented an instant collision. The General Congress met at Philadelphia on the 4th of September, when all the delegates, except those of North Carolina, who did not arrive till the 14th, were found to represent 12 states, namely, the 4 New England states, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Maryland, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, and the 2 Carolinas. It was settled, however, that, whatever the number of delegates, each colony should have 1 vote. The next day they assembled in Carpenter's Hall for business, and elected Peyton Randolph, late Speaker of the Virginian House of Burgesses, President. It was soon found that so much diversity of opinion prevailed, it was deemed prudent, in order to preserve the air of unanimity, to deliberate with closed doors. It was clear that Massachusetts and Virginia were ready for war, but it became equally clear that other states yet 213 clung with all the attachment of blood and old connection to the fatherland. Strong and long continued, according to Mr. Joseph Galloway, one of their own members, were the debates. And though they finally, and from their system of secrecy, with an air of unanimity, drew up strong resolutions, they were more moderately expressed than the instructions of many of the delegates. They agreed to a Declaration of Rights, in which they asserted that they had neither lost the rights of nature, nor the privileges of Englishmen, by emigration. Consequently, that the late Acts of Parliament had been gross violations of those rights, especially as affecting Massachusetts. They therefore passed resolutions to suspend all imports, or use of imported goods, until harmony was restored between Great Britain and her colonies. An association was formed to carry these resolutions out, to which every member subscribed. Having adjourned till the 10th of May of the next year, the Congress dissolved itself on the 26th of October, and the delegates then hastened home to keep alive the flame of their revived zeal in every quarter of the continent. Benjamin Franklin. See larger version. But whilst Congress was sitting, the spirit of revolution was every day growing more rife in Massachusetts. Governor Gage had issued writs for a new assembly, which was to meet at Salem on the 5th of October. But so many of the newly appointed members refused to act that he issued a proclamation to countermand the writs. The Patriots, however, set the proclamation at defiance, and confident, from the resignation of the timid Loyalists, that they were in a majority, met at Salem, and formed themselves into a provincial congress, to be joined by such other persons as 214 should be chosen for the consideration of public affairs. They then adjourned to Concord, a town about 20 miles from Boston, and elected John Hancock, the owner of the Liberty sloop, as president. They then adjourned to Cambridge, and constituted Concord the depot of arms and ammunition for 12,000 militia. They enrolled the militia under the name of Minute Men, or men who were to turn out, at a minute's notice, with musket or rifle. They appointed committees and subcommittees for different purposes, and, in fact, put the province into a perfect attitude of war. News arrived that the king, by proclamation, had prohibited the export of arms and military stores to America. This news was received with a burst of rage. The people of Rhode Island, who had burnt the king's schooner, the Gaspee, seized 40 pieces of cannon on the batteries defending the harbor, and carried them into the country. The people of New Hampshire surprised a small fort called William and Mary, garrisoned only by 1 officer and 5 men, and carried off the ordnance, arms, ammunition, and military stores. Everywhere orders were issued for the purchase of arms and ammunition, for training the militia, for erecting powder mills, and manufactories of arms and shot, as well as for making saltpeter. So far as it depended on the people of Massachusetts, it was already rebellion. Still, however, the other colonies, except, perhaps, Virginia, were far from this bellicose temper. The colonies, in general, thought the measures of the late Congress too strong, and the state of New York, in spite of the impetuosity of such men as Jay, carried a vote rejecting the resolutions of the Congress. The Parliament of England had now nearly run its septennial course, and was accordingly dissolved on the 30th of September. Such was the feeling of resentment in Great Britain against the proceedings of the Americans, that the Parliament that was now elected gave the ministers an increased majority. It met on the 29th of November. The king, in his speech, alluded to the determined resistance to the imperial authority of the American colonists, and preeminently of those of Massachusetts Bay. He called upon Parliament to support him in his endeavors to restore order. There was strong opposition to the addresses in both houses, demands being made for a full production of all papers and correspondence on this great subject. But the battle did not begin until January 1775, when Chatham moved the repeal of the legislation of the previous year and the withdrawal of the troops from Boston. Chatham, on rising, severely blamed ministers for the course which they had pursued, and which had driven the colonies to the verge of rebellion. "Resistance to your acts," he said, "was necessary as it was just, and your vain declarations of the omnipotence of Parliament and your imperious doctrines of the necessity of submission will be found equally incompetent to convince or to enslave your fellow subjects in America, who feel that tyranny, whether attempted by an individual part of the legislature or the bodies who compose it, is equally intolerable to British subjects." He eulogized the conduct of the Congress, and remarked that it was obvious that all attempts to impose servitude on such men, to establish despotism over such a mighty continental nation, must be vain, must be fatal. "We shall be forced," he said, "ultimately to retract. Let us retract while we can, not when we must. I say we must necessarily undo these violently oppressive acts. They must be repealed. You will repeal them. I pledge myself for it that you will, in the end, repeal them. I stake my reputation on it. I will consent to be taken for an idiot if they are not finally repealed. Avoid, then, this humiliating, this disgraceful necessity." He declared that the cause of America and England was one, that it was the glorious spirit of Whiggism which animated the colonists. "It is liberty to liberty engaged. In this great cause they are immovably allied. It is the alliance of God and nature, immutable, eternal, fixed as the firmament of heaven. You cannot force them, united as they are, to your unworthy terms of submission. It is impossible." Lords Shelburne, Camden, and Rockingham, and the Duke of Richmond zealously supported the views of Chatham, but the ministerial party opposed the motion as obstinately as ever, and it was rejected by 68 votes against 18. Chatham, undeterred by the fate of his motion, determined to make one more effort and bring in a bill for the pacification of the colonies, and he called upon Franklin to assist in framing it. On the following Tuesday, Franklin hurried down to Hayes with the draft of the bill left with him, and with his full approbation of it, having, he says, only added one word, that of constitutions, after charters. The next day, Wednesday, the 1st of February, Chatham appeared in the House of Lords with his bill. He declared that it was a 215 bill not merely of concession, but of assertion, and he called on the Lords to entertain it cordially, to correct its crudenesses, and pass it for the peace of the whole empire. The bill first explicitly asserted our supreme power over the colonies. It declared that all that related to the disposing of the army belonged to the prerogative of the Crown, but that no armed force could be lawfully employed against the rights and liberties of the inhabitants, that no tax or tollage or other charge for the revenue should be levied without the consent of the provincial assemblies. The acts of Parliament relating to America passed since 1764 were wholly repealed. The judges were made permanent during their good behavior, and the charters and constitutions of the several provinces were not to be infringed or set aside, unless upon some valid ground of forfeiture. All these concessions were, of course, made conditional on the recognition by the colonies of the supreme authority of Parliament. Had this bill been frankly accepted by ministers, it would have gone far to heal the rupture between the mother country and her colonies. The Earl of Dartmouth, the Secretary of State for the colonies, proposed that the bill should lie on the table for deliberation. The Duke of Grafton complained of the manner in which the bill had been hurried into the House, and, as Chatham in his reply observed, showed every disposition to hurry it as quickly out again. The friends of the Duke of Bedford, who had joined the administration, exhibited the most rancorous disposition towards America. The chief of these, Lord Sandwich, declared that he never could believe this bill was the work of any British peer, but rather of an American, and he looked full at Dr. Franklin, who was leaning on the bar. He declared the Americans to be in actual rebellion, that they were not troubling themselves about mere words and nice distinctions, that they were aiming at independence and nothing else. The Bedford party carried the day, and the bill was rejected by 61 votes against 32. Lord North, however, was still sufficiently impressed by the solemn warnings of Chatham and others to attempt a conciliatory measure of his own. Accordingly, on the 20th of February, only 10 days after his bill restrictive of the American trade, and whilst it was progressing, he moved in a committee of the whole House that if the legislature of any of the American provinces should propose to make some provision for the common defense and also for the civil government of that province, and if such proposal shall be approved of by the King and Parliament, it would be proper to forbear, whilst such provision lasted, from levying or proposing any tax, duty, or assessment within the said province. This proposal, which, at an earlier stage of the dispute, might have been listened to, was one at this stage which was sure to be rejected, and was only one of those miserable half-measures which commonplace minds so frequently put forth, only to demonstrate their inability to grasp the amplitude of the occasion. It was supposed that the measure had been intended to be larger, but that the Bedford party had fallen on it in council, and reduced it to these pitiable dimensions. Yet, when it was introduced into the Commons by Lord North, the Bedford party looked at each other in consternation, and soon the tempest broke loose on the Treasury benches. The storm was appeased only by Lord North's condescending to explain his measure in such a manner as deprived it of every particle of generous feeling, and reduced it to the lowest Machiavellian level. He said the real object of the resolution was to divide the Americans, to satisfy the moderate part of them, and oppose them to the immoderate, to separate the wheat from the chaff, that he never expected his proposal to be generally acceptable. On this, Colonel Barr and Burke assaulted him fiercely. Barr branded the whole scheme as founded on that low, shameful, abominable maxim, divide et impera. Burke declared that the proposition was at variance with every former principle of Parliament, directly so with the restrictive measures now in progress, that it was mean without being conciliatory. But the resolution passed by 274 votes against 18. Again, on the 22nd of March, Burke made another earnest effort to induce the infatuated ministers and their adherents in Parliament to listen to reason. In one of the finest speeches that he ever made, he introduced a series of 13 resolutions, which went to abolish the obnoxious acts of Parliament and admit the principle of the colonial assemblies exercising the power of taxation. In the course of his speech, he drew a striking picture of the rapid growth and the inevitable future importance of these colonies. He reminded the House that the people of New England and other colonies had quitted Great Britain because they would not submit to arbitrary measures, that in America they had cultivated this extreme independence of character, both in their religion and their daily life, that almost 216 every man there studied law, and that nearly as many copies of Blackstone's commentaries had been sold there as in England, that they were the Protestants of Protestants, the dissenters of dissenters, that the Church of England there was a mere sect, that the foreigners who had settled there, disgusted with tyranny at home, had adopted the extremist principles of liberty flourishing there, that all men there were accustomed to discuss the principles of law and government, and that almost every man sent to the Congress was a lawyer, that the very existence of slavery in the southern states made white inhabitants hate slavery the more in their own persons. You cannot, he said, content such men at such a distance. Nature fights against you. Who are you that you should fret, rage, and bite the chains of nature? Nothing worse happens to you than does to all nations who have extensive empires. In all such extended empires, authority grows feeble at the extremities. The Turk and the Spaniard find it so, and are compelled to comply with this condition of nature, and derive vigor in the center from the relaxation of authority on the borders. His resolutions were negatived by large majorities. In the meantime, petitions, memorials, and remonstrances were presented from New York and other places, and from the British inhabitants of Canada, but all were rejected. On the 26th of May, George III prorogued Parliament and expressed his perfect satisfaction in its proceedings. So utterly unconscious was this king that he was alienating a great empire, and which, indeed, was already virtually gone from him. For during the very time that Parliament had been protesting against even the contemptible crumbs of concession offered by ministers, war had broken out, blood had flowed, and the Americans had triumphed. American $20 bill, 1775. See larger version. Chapter 10, Reign of George III, continued. Gage attempts to seize American arms, skirmish at Lexington, blockade of Boston, the Second Congress at Philadelphia, Washington chosen commander-in-chief, fall of Ticonderoga and Crown Point, Washington at Boston, Battle of Bunker's Hill, the Olive Branch Petition, condition of the American Army expedition against Canada, capture of Montreal Arnold's expedition, his junction with Montgomery, failure of the attack on Quebec, the employment of German mercenaries, Washington, seizes Dorchester Heights, evacuation of Boston, Howe retires to Halifax, the war in Canada, Thomas's retreat, Sullivan evacuates Canada, the war in the South, attack on Charleston, Payne's pamphlet, Common Sense, New York and Virginia decide for independence, debate in Congress, report of the committee, arbitrary proceedings, the Declaration, overtures to France, arrival of Lord Howe, position of Washington, Howe's overtures, Battle of Brooklyn, Washington's retreat, his desperate position, Howe receives a deputation from Congress. Washington retires step by step, Cornwallis's pursuit close of the campaign, the Articles of Confederation published by Congress, fresh overtures to France, Parliament votes large sums of money, John the Painter, Chatham demands a cessation of hostilities, Washington's change of tactics, surprise of Trenton, Washington outmaneuvers Cornwallis, he recovers New Jersey, difficulties of Congress, Howe advances against Washington, alteration of Howe's plans, Battle of the Brandywine, Howe crosses the Schuylkill, Cornwallis enters Philadelphia, Battle of Germantown, Washington at Valley Forge, Bergen's plan of campaign, his advance, St. Clair's defeat, Bergen on the Hudson, the beginning of his misfortunes, Battle of Bemuse's Heights, Bergen's message to Clinton, he is surrounded, he attempts to cut his way through, the surrender of Saratoga, Clinton's failure to relieve Bergen, close of the campaign. During the winter, the Americans had been preparing for war, fabricating and repairing arms, drilling militia, and calling on one another, by proclamations, to be ready. On the 26th of February, 1775, Gage sent a detachment to take possession of some brass cannon and field pieces collected at Salem. 150 regulars landed at Salem for this purpose, but, finding no cannon there, they proceeded to the adjoining town of Danvers. They were stopped at a bridge by a party of militia, under Colonel Pickering, who claimed the bridge as private property and refused a passage. There was likely to be bloodshed on the bridge, but it was Sunday, and some ministers of Salem pleaded the sacredness of the day and prevailed on Colonel Pickering to let the soldiers pass. They found nothing and soon returned. Again, on the night between the 18th and 19th of April, General Gage sent a detachment of about 800 grenadiers and light infantry to destroy a depot of stores and arms at Concord. They were commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Smith and Major Pitcairn of the Marines. The alarm was given, fires were kindled, bells rung, guns discharged, and the country was up. The British troops reached Lexington at 5 o'clock in the morning and pushed on their light infantry to secure the bridges. They encountered a body of militia under cover of a gun near the road, whom they ordered to retire, and they withdrew in haste. Here the Americans assert that, when the Minutemen did not retire on the first order, the English fired on them and killed 8 of them. The English, on the other hand, declare that the Americans, in retiring, no sooner reached the shelter of a wall than they fired on the British, that the firing came also from some adjoining houses, and shot 1 man, and wounded Major Pitcairn's horse in 2 places, that then the English were ordered to fire, that they killed several, wounded others, and put the body, about 100 in number, to flight. By this time the alarm had spread, the Minutemen came running from all places, and as the English, having executed their commission, began to retire, the Americans shouted, "The lobsters run." The Minutemen now rushed over the bridge after them, and firing from behind trees and walls, killed a considerable number of them. The Americans, excellent shots with their rifles, could only be seen by the smoke of these rifles, and the English, tired with their long night march, instead of halting to hunt them out, kept on their way towards Lexington. The whole march was of this description. The English, unable to get a good shot at their enemies, the Minutemen pressing on their rear, still sheltered by trees and walls. The result would have been more disastrous had not General Gage sent on to Lexington another detachment of foot and marines, consisting of about 16 companies, under command of Lord Percy. In this first bloodshed between the colonists and the mother country, the British found they had lost 60 killed, 49 missing, and 136 wounded. 218. The Americans admitted that they had a loss of 60, of whom 2/3 were killed. The news spread on every side. The retreat of the English from Concord, which always was intended, as soon as the object was accomplished, was represented as an ignominious flight before the conquering Americans, and the effect was marvelous. Men flocked from all quarters. There were some 20,000 men assembled round Boston, forming a line nearly 20 miles in extent, with their left leaning on the river Mystic, and their right on the town of Boston. Putnam and Ward became the souls of the American army. Gage, who was awaiting fresh reinforcements, lay quiet, contented to hold his post, when he might, according to military authorities, have attacked the American lines at first loose, and without any proper order and consistency, with great advantage. The inhabitants of Boston, not relishing the idea of a blockade, applied to Gage for permission to retire. He replied that they were at liberty to do so with their families and effects, on surrendering their arms. The Bostonians at once interpreted this to mean the whole of their merchandise, and Gage, in consequence, countermanded his permission. On the 10th of May, the Second Congress met at Philadelphia. The delegates had everywhere been easily elected, and Franklin, having arrived on the 5th of May in Philadelphia, was in time to be added to the number already chosen there. The Battle of Lexington had heated the blood of the delegates, and they assembled in no very pacific mood. They assumed the name of the Congress of the United Colonies and rejected with contempt the poor conciliatory bill of Lord North, as it had already been deservedly treated by the provincial assemblies. They immediately issued a proclamation prohibiting the export of provisions to any British colony or fishery still continuing in obedience to Great Britain, or any supply to the British Army in Massachusetts Bay, or the negotiation of any bill drawn by a British officer. Congress ordered the military force of the colonies to be placed on an efficient footing. They called into existence a body of men, besides the provincial militia, to be maintained by the United Colonies, and to be called Continental troops, which distinction must be kept in mind during the whole war. They then made a most admirable choice of a commander-in-chief in the person of Colonel George Washington. The spirits of the Americans had been raised by the successive attempts against the forts of Ticonderoga and Crown Point, on Lake Champlain. Early in the spring, some of the leading men of Connecticut, and chief amongst them Worcester and Silas Deane, projected this expedition, as securing the passes into Canada. The volunteers who offered for this enterprise were to march across the frontiers of New York and come suddenly on these forts. The wretched condition of carelessness existing in these important outposts, notwithstanding the alarming state of the colonies, may be known by the result. Phelps, disguised as a countryman, entered the fort on pretense of seeking a barber, and, whilst roaming about in feigned search of him, noted well the ruinous condition of the fort and the utter negligence of the guard. The next day, Ethan Allen went alone to the fortress, ostensibly on a visit to his friend the commander, leaving his troops concealed in the wood. He represented that he wanted to conduct some goods across the lake, and borrowed 20 of his soldiers to help him. These men he made dead drunk, and then, rushing suddenly to the fort, where there were only 22 soldiers more, he compelled them in their surprise to lay down their arms, set a guard over them, and entered his friend's bedroom and pronounced him a prisoner. He then advanced against the fort of Crown Point, where he found only a garrison of 12 men, and immediately afterwards secured Skenesborough, the fortified house of Major Skene, and took his son and his Negroes. When Washington arrived at Boston, on the 15th of June, he found the English army augmented to 10,000 by fresh forces, under Generals Bergen, William Howe, the brother of Lord Howe, and Henry Clinton. The American troops consisted of 20,000 militia and volunteers, still in a most confused condition, extended over a line of 20 miles in length, that only required an attack of 5,000 men, led by a general of courage and ability, to be thoroughly beaten. They were, moreover, greatly deficient in powder and other necessaries, but the English generals lay as if there were no urgent need of action. Had a sudden movement on the neck been made from Boston, 500 men could have broken and dispersed the Americans nearest to that position before the other ill-trained troops, some of them at great distances, could have come up, and they might have been easily defeated in detail by the simultaneous efforts of 4 spirited generals and 10,000 efficient soldiers. But lethargy seemed to have seized on Gage, and to have also infected his coadjutors. To the north of Boston Peninsula, separated from it only by an arm of the sea, called the Charles River, about as broad as the Thames at London Bridge, stands Charlestown, built also on a peninsula, surrounded everywhere by navigable water, except a neck somewhat wider than Boston Neck. On the peninsula of Charlestown were 2 eminences, the lower one, nearest to Boston, being called Breed's Hill, the higher and more remote Bunker's Hill. These hills, which commanded Boston, would have immediately attracted the eye of any general of the least talent. But Gage had utterly neglected this most vital point, and, on awaking on the morning of the 17th of June, he suddenly saw the height of Breed's Hill covered with soldiers and military works, as by magic, and the Americans shouting and beginning to fire upon the town and shipping in the harbor. The Americans had marched on the evening of the 16th with orders to make themselves masters of Bunker's Hill. By some mistake, they had planted themselves on Breed's Hill, and instantly began to throw up a formidable redoubt and entrenchments, and to place their guns in battery. Gage then ordered a detachment of troops, under the command of General Howe and Brigadier Piggott, to drive the Americans, at all costs, from that position. It was noon before Howe crossed the river and landed on the Charlestown Peninsula. But then Howe perceived the strength of the Americans to be greater than had been supposed, and halting, he sent for reinforcements. They advanced up the hill, formed in two lines, the right headed by General Howe, the left by Brigadier Piggott. The left was immediately severely galled by the riflemen posted in the houses and on the roofs of Charlestown, and Howe instantly halted and ordered the left wing to advance and set fire to the town. This was soon executed, and the wooden buildings of Charlestown were speedily in a blaze, and the whole place burnt to the ground. The Americans reserved their fire till the English were nearly at the entrenchments, when they opened with such a deadly discharge of cannon and musketry as astonished and perplexed the British. Most of the men and the staff standing around General Howe were killed, and he stood for a moment almost alone. Some of the newer troops never stopped till they reached the bottom of the hill. The officers, however, speedily rallied the broken lines and led them a second time against the murderous batteries. A second time they gave way, but General Clinton, seeing the unequal strife, without waiting for orders, and attended by a number of resolute officers, hastened across the water in boats, and, rallying the fugitives, led them a third time up the hill. By this time the fire of the Americans began to slacken, for their powder was failing, and the English, wearied as they were, rushed up the hill and carried the entrenchments at the point of the bayonet. Had Gage had a proper reserve ready to rush upon the flying rout on the neck, few of them would have remained to join their fellows. The battle was called the Battle of Bunker's Hill, though really fought on the Lower or Breed's Hill. Notwithstanding the real outbreak of the war, Congress yet professed to entertain hopes of ultimate reconciliation. When the reinforcements had arrived from England, and it was supposed that part of them were destined for New York, it issued orders that, so long as the forces remained quiet in their barracks, they should not be molested. But if they attempted to raise fortifications, or to cut off the town from the country, they should be stoutly opposed. When the news of the surprise of the forts on the Lake Champlain arrived, Congress endeavored to excuse so direct a breach of the peace by feigning a belief in a design of an invasion of the colonies from Canada, of which there was notoriously no intention, and they gave orders that an exact inventory of the cannon and military stores there captured should be made, in order to their restoration, when the former harmony between Great Britain and her colonies, so ardently wished for by the latter, should render it consistent with the overruling law of self-preservation. After the Battle of Bunker's Hill, Congress still maintained this tone. On the 8th of July they signed a petition to the king, drawn up by John Dickinson, in the mildest terms, who, when to his own surprise the petition was adopted by the Congress, rose, and said that there was not a word in the whole petition that he did not approve of, except the word Congress. This, however, was far from the feeling of many members, and Benjamin Harrison immediately rose and declared that there was but one word in the whole petition that he did approve of, and that was the word Congress. The petition to the king expressed an earnest desire for a speedy and permanent reconciliation, declaring that, notwithstanding their sufferings, they retained in their hearts too tender a regard for the kingdom, from which they derived their origin, to request such a reconciliation as might be inconsistent with her dignity or welfare. At the 2:20 same time, they resolved that this appeal, which they called the Olive Branch, should, if unsuccessful, be their last. They could hardly have expected it to be successful. When Washington arrived at the camp at Cambridge, instead of 20,000 men, which he expected on his side, he found only 16,000, and of these only 14,000 fit for duty. He describes them as a mixed multitude of people under very little order or government. They had no uniforms, and Washington recommended Congress to send them out 10,000 hunting shirts, as giving them something of a uniform appearance. There was not a single dollar in the military chest. The supply of provisions was extremely deficient and uncertain. There was a great want of engineering tools, and he soon discovered that the Battle of Bunker's Hill, which, at a distance, was boasted of as a victory, had been a decided defeat. He immediately set about to reduce this discouraging chaos into new order. Assisted by General Ley, he commenced by having prayers read at the head of the respective regiments every morning. He broke up the freedom which confounded officers and men. He compelled subordination by the free use of the lash, where commands would not serve. He kept them daily at active drill. He labored incessantly to complete the lines, so that very soon it would be impossible for the enemy to get between the ranks. But the great, and if the English generals had been only properly awake, the fatal want was that of powder. Washington found that they had but 9 rounds of powder to a musket, and next to none for the artillery. The world, said Franklin, wondered that we so seldom fired a cannon, why we could not afford it. And all this was disclosed to General Gage by a deserter, and he still lay in a profound slumber. The ministry at home, scarcely more awake to the real danger, were yet astonished at his lethargy, and they recalled him under the plea of consulting him on the affairs of the colony. He sailed from Boston in October, leaving the chief command to General Howe. Meanwhile, an expedition against Canada had been projected by Colonel Arnold and Ethan Allen at the taking of the forts of Ticonderoga and Crown Point. The recommendations of Allen were taken up, and on the 27th of June, although they had on the 1st of that month declared their determination not to invade or molest Canada, the Congress passed other resolutions, instructing Philip Schuyler, one of their newly made generals, to proceed to Ticonderoga, and thence, if he saw it practicable, to go on and secure St. John's and Montreal, and adopt any other measures against Canada, which might have a tendency to promote the security of the colonies. It was autumn, however, before the American force destined for this expedition, amounting to 2,000 men, assembled on Lake Champlain, and Schuyler being taken ill, the command then devolved on General Montgomery. General Carleton, the governor of Canada, to whom the Americans, when it suited their purpose, were always attributing designs of invasion of the colonies, had not, in fact, forces sufficient to defend himself properly. General Montgomery reached the St. Lawrence and detached 600 men to invest Fort Chamley, situated on the River Sorrel about 5 miles above Fort St. John. The menaced condition of Quebec compelled General Carleton to abandon Montreal to its fate and to hasten to the capital, and Montgomery immediately took possession of it. So far all succeeded with the American expedition. Carleton, to reach Quebec, had to pass through the American forces on the St. Lawrence. He went in disguise and dropped down the river by night, with muffled oars, threading the American craft on the river, and so reached Quebec alone, but in safety. Montgomery was determined to fall down the St. Lawrence too, to support Arnold, but his position was anything but enviable. He had been obliged to garrison Forts Chamley and St. John's, and he was now compelled to leave another garrison at Montreal. This done, he had only 450 men left, and they were in the most discontented and insubordinate condition. As he proceeded, therefore, he found them fast melting away by desertion, and, had he not soon fallen in with Arnold and his band at Point aux Trembles, he would have found himself alone. Arnold had meanwhile arranged everything with Washington, at Cambridge, for his expedition. He marched away from Cambridge with 1,200 men, and on reaching the Kennebec River, 130 miles north of Boston, embarked upon it, carrying with him 1,000 pounds in money and a whole cargo of manifestos for distribution among the Canadians. Thence he had to traverse a terrible wilderness of woods, swamps, streams, and rugged heights, where the men had to carry their boats and provisions on their shoulders, and where, for 32 days, they saw no house, wigwam, or sign 21 of human life. So extreme were their distresses, that for the last several days they had to live on their own dogs. It was the 3rd of November before they reached the first Canadian settlement on the river Chaudière, which flows into the St. Lawrence opposite to Quebec. They emerged on the river St. Lawrence, at Point Levi, immediately over against Quebec. Could Arnold have crossed immediately, such was the suddenness of the surprise, he probably would have taken the city. But a rough gale was blowing at the time, and for 5 days he was detained on the right bank of the river by that circumstance and the want of boats. Arnold, nevertheless, managed to cross the river in the night, about 1.5 miles above the place where Wolfe had crossed. Finding the cliffs there too high to scale, he followed the shore down to Wolfe's Cove, and ascended the heights just where Wolfe had done so. Like Wolfe, Arnold formed his band on the Heights of Abraham, and, trusting to the belief that the Canadians were in favor of the Americans, proposed to make a dash up to the gates of the city before day broke. But his followers protested against this design. When day dawned, Arnold saw so many men on the walls and batteries that he knew the assault was hopeless, and retired to Point aux Trembles, where he was joined by Montgomery, who took the chief command. Montgomery's assault on the lower town, Quebec, CP 222. See larger version. Arnold had not been able to bring any artillery with him. Montgomery had a little. They had about 1,200 men altogether, and with this force they now marched upon Quebec. On the 20th of December they commenced firing on the town from a 6-gun battery, but their cannon were too light to make much impression. They had no guns heavier than 12-pounders, and these were soon dismounted by Colonel Maclean and his sailors. The Americans withdrew their guns to a safer distance, and their troops were desirous to abandon the enterprise as impracticable, but the commanders engaged them to continue by holding out a prospect of their plundering the lower town, where all the wealth lay. On the last day of the year, soon after 4 in the morning, the attack was commenced. Two divisions under Majors Livingstone and Brown were left to make feign 222 attacks on the upper town, whilst the rest, in two lines under Montgomery and Arnold, set out amid a blinding snowstorm to make two real attacks on the lower town. Montgomery, descending to the bed of the St. Lawrence, wound along the beach to Cape Diamond, where he was stopped by a blockhouse and picket. Haying past these, he again, at a place called Pot Ash, encountered a battery, which was soon abandoned. Montgomery then led his troops across huge piles of ice driven on shore, and no sooner had they surmounted these than they were received by a severe fire from a battery manned by sailors and Highlanders. Montgomery fell dead along with several other officers and many men, and the rest, seeing the fate of their commander, turned and fled back up the cliffs. Arnold, at the same time, was pushing his way through the suburbs of the lower town, followed by Captain Lamb with his artillerymen and one field piece mounted on a sledge. After these went Morgan with his riflemen, and as they advanced in the dark and muffled in the falling snow, they came upon a two-gun battery. As Arnold was cheering on his men to attack this outpost, the bone of his leg was shattered by a musket ball. He was carried from the field, but Morgan rushed on and made himself master of the battery and the guard. Just as day dawned, he found himself in front of a second battery, and whilst attacking that, was assailed in the rear and compelled to surrender, with a loss of 400 men, 300 of whom were taken prisoners. Arnold retreated to a distance of 3 or 4 miles from Quebec, and covered his camp behind the Heights of Abraham with ramparts of frozen snow, and remained there for the winter, cutting off the supplies of the garrison, and doing his best to alienate the Canadians from the English. The English opposition now began to comment with great vigor on the conduct of affairs. The spirit of that body rose higher as the imminence of war became greater. Charles James Fox made a motion for a committee to inquire into the causes of the inefficiency of His Majesty's arms in North America and of the defection of the people in the province of Quebec. He took a searching review of the whole proceedings since 1774 and contended that there was a great lack of ability and management somewhere, either in the government which planned or the generals who had to execute the ministerial orders. His motion, however, was useless, for it was rejected by 240 to 104 votes. But on the 29th of February, 1776, the treaties lately entered into by the British government with a number of German princes to furnish troops to fight in America were laid on the table of the Commons, and intense indignation was raised against this most odious and impolitic measure. There had been negotiations with Russia for the purpose of procuring her savages to put down our kinsmen in America, but this barbarous attempt had failed. It was more successful with the petty princes of Germany. The Duke of Brunswick, the Landgrave of Hesse-Cassel, and other little despots, now greedily seized on the necessity of England to drive the most extravagant terms with her. Under the name of levy money, they were to receive £7 10 for every man, and besides maintaining them, we were to pay to the Duke of Brunswick, who supplied 4,084 men, a subsidy of £15,519. The Landgrave of Hesse-Cassel, who furnished 12,000 men, did not get such good terms as Brunswick. He had £10,000. The hereditary Prince of Hesse received £6,000 a year, for only 688 men. Besides this, the men were to begin to receive pay before they began to march. Brunswick was also to get double his sum, or £31,038 a year, for 2 years after they had ceased to serve, and the Landgrave of Hesse was to receive 12 months' notice of the discontinuance of the payment after his troops had returned to his dominions. The payment for 1776 was to be 450,000 crowns, or nearly £100,000. The Prince of Waldeck soon after engaged to furnish 670 men on equally good terms. Beyond all these conditions, England was bound to defend the dominions of those princes in the absence of their troops. The independent members of both houses nobly discharged their duty in condemnation of this engagement of German mercenaries, but without effect, and the king prorogued Parliament, under the pleasing delusion that his foreign troops would soon bring his rebellious subjects to reason, and the ministers apparently as firmly shared in this fallacious idea. In America, during this time, various encounters had taken place between the English and American forces. Washington, in spite of the severity of the winter weather, was pressing the blockade of Boston, but the difficulties with 223 which he had to contend were so enormous that, had General Howe had any real notion of them, as he ought to have had, he might have beaten off the American troops over and over again. His troops, it is true, only amounted to about 7,000 and Washington's to about 15,000, but besides the deficiency of powder in Washington's camp, The terms on which his troops served were such as kept him in constant uncertainty. This was the condition of things when, early in March, Washington commenced acting on the offensive. He threw up entrenchments on Dorchester Heights, overlooking and commanding both Boston town and harbor. Taking advantage of a dark night, on the 4th of March he sent a strong detachment to the Heights, who, before mining, threw up a redoubt, which made it necessary for General Howe to dislodge them or evacuate the place. It seems amazing, after the affair of Bunker's Hill, that Howe had not seen the necessity of occupying the post himself. He now, however, prepared to attack the redoubt, and the soldiers were eager for the enterprise. The vanguard fell down to Castle William, at which place the ascent was to be made, and on the morrow, the 5th of March, the anniversary of what was termed the Massacre of Boston, the fight was to take place. A violent storm, however, arose, rendering the crossing of the water impracticable. By the time that it ceased, the Americans had so strengthened their works that it was deemed a useless waste of life to attempt to carry them. The only alternative was the evacuation of Boston. Howe had long been persuaded that it would be much better to make the British headquarters at New York, where there were few American troops, and where the king's friends were numerous. And this certainly was true, unless he had mustered resolution and sought to disperse his enemies when they were in a state of disorder and deficiency of ammunition that ensured his certain success. As it was, he was now most ignominiously cooped up, and in hourly jeopardy of being shelled out of the place. He had obtained the permission of his government for this movement, and he now set about it in earnest. When, however, he came to embark, another example was given of that shameful neglect which pervaded the whole of the British civil department of the military service. When the transports were examined, they were found totally destitute of provisions and forage. No direct compact was made between Howe and Washington regarding the evacuation, but an indirect communication and understanding on the subject was entered into through the select men of Boston that no injury should be done to the town during it, provided the troops were unmolested in embarking. Before departing, however, the English totally dismantled and partly demolished Castle William. On the 17th, the last of the British troops were on board, and that afternoon Boston was entered in triumph by General Putnam at the head of the vanguard. Howe, who, with 7,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 sailors, did not feel himself safe at New York till the new reinforcements should arrive, sailed away to Halifax, a circumstance which gave the appearance of a retreat to his change of locality, and had thus a bad effect in more ways than one. Washington, who was informed of his final destination, immediately marched with the greater part of his army to New York, and thence went himself to Philadelphia to concert future measures with the Congress. This body, in commemoration of the surrender of Boston, ordered a medal to be struck in honor of it, and that it should bear the effigy of Washington, with the title of the assertor of the liberties of his country. The medal was cast in France. In Canada, the management of the war was more successful. To maintain the war in that quarter, Congress had ordered 9 regiments to be raised. One of these was to be raised in Canada itself, and for this purpose, a commission was given to Moses Hazen, who had formerly been a captain of Rangers under Wolfe. He was not, however, very successful. The Canadians were not to any extent disaffected to the British government, and by no means well affected to the New Englanders, who were bitterly bigoted against Catholics, which the Canadians chiefly were. When Hazen and Arnold saw that the Canadians would neither enlist nor bring provisions to their camps without cash payment, they commenced plundering for all that they wanted, and thus confirmed that people in their hatred of the Americans. They, moreover, insulted the Canadians by ridiculing their rites of worship. Miserably as Arnold had passed the winter in his camp, as spring approached he again planted his batteries above Quebec, but produced so little effect that Carleton lay still in expectation of his reinforcements on the breaking up of the river. On the 1st of April, General Worcester arrived and took the command, much to the disgust of Arnold, who was sent to command a detachment at 224 Montreal. On the 1st of May, General Thomas, who was to be supreme in command, arrived and found the forces amounting to about 2,000 men. The river was now opening, and on the 6th of May 3 English ships had made their way up to Quebec, full of troops. 2 companies of the 29th Regiment and 100 Marines were immediately landed amid the rejoicings of the inhabitants, and General Carleton gave instant orders to issue forth and attack the American lines. But General Thomas, conscious that, so far from being able to take Quebec, he should be himself taken, unless he decamped with all haste, was already on the move. General Carleton pursued him vigorously, and the retreat of the Americans became a regular rout. They threw themselves into boats at the Three Rivers, leaving behind them all their artillery and stores, as well as the sick, who were numerous, the smallpox having broken out amongst them. Thomas managed to reach Fort Chamley and St. John's on the Sorrel, but there he died, having taken the smallpox. Carleton being, by the beginning of June, reinforced by still more troops from England, determined to follow the Americans. They had reached the Three Rivers about midway between Quebec and Montreal, and about 30 miles from the American headquarters on the Sorrel, when General Sullivan, who had succeeded Thomas, sent 2,000 men under General Thompson. They got across the river and hoped to surprise the English, but it was daylight before they drew near the Three Rivers. Landing with confusion, they sought a place where they could form and defend themselves, but they found themselves entangled in a labyrinth of streams and morasses. Then they were attacked, front and rear, by Generals Fraser and Nesbitt. In the suddenness of the surprise, no precaution had been taken to secure or destroy their boats. The remainder of the Americans, therefore, getting into them, pulled away and crossed. Sullivan, who had hastened to support them, now, accompanied by St. Clair, made the best of his way back to Fort Chamley. Carleton pursued, but coming to the Sorrel instead of sailing up it, by which he might have reached Chamley nearly a day earlier than Sullivan. With a strange neglect, he continued lying at the mouth of the river for a couple of days. Had he not done this, Arnold would have been intercepted at Montreal, and Ticonderoga, now defenseless, would have fallen into his hands. By this false step much damage to the king's cause ensued. Carleton, however, determined to seek out Arnold himself, and sent on General Bergen in pursuit of Sullivan. Bergen made quick pursuit, but the Americans were too nimble for both himself and Carleton. Arnold hastily evacuated Montreal, and, crossing the river, joined Sullivan at St. John's on the Sorrel. There Sullivan proposed to make a stand, but his troops would not support him, for the whole army was in a state of insubordination. Bergen marched rapidly after them, but on reaching the head of the Sorrel, he found they had escaped him by embarking on the lake. Sullivan and Arnold had encamped on the Isle aux Noix, a swampy place, where their men perished, many of them of fever, and Bergen was obliged to satisfy himself with the thought that they were driven out of Canada. In the south, affairs had been as ill conducted by the English commanders, as in the north they had been carried on well. Governor Martin had made an effort to recover North Carolina. He had collected a number of Highlanders, recently emigrated to America, and a number of backwoodsmen, called regulators, and sent them, under the command of Colonels MacDonald and MacLeod, to compel the inhabitants to submission. They were to be supported by regular troops to be landed at Wilmington, and General Clinton was daily expected with the reinforcements from England. But Clinton did not appear, and the impatient Highlanders and regulators, in marching from Cross Creek to Wilmington, were decoyed into a swamp, and there attacked and beaten. MacLeod and most of the Highlanders were taken prisoners, and the regulators, such as escaped, made again for the woods. On the 3rd of May, Lord Cornwallis arrived on the coast with a squadron of transports, convoyed by Sir Peter Parker, with several ships of war. General Clinton arrived soon after, and took the command of the troops, and, in concert with Parker, he determined to attack Charleston, the capital of South Carolina. On the 4th of June, they appeared off Charleston, and landed on Long Island. They found the mouth of the harbor strongly defended by fortifications on Sullivan's Island, and by others on Hadrill's Point on its north. On the point lay, encamped the American General Lee. Clinton threw up 2 batteries on Long Island to command those on Sullivan Island, whilst Parker, from the ships, was to assist in covering the landing of the troops on that island. Clinton was informed that he could easily cross from one island to the other by a ford, and consequently, on the morning of the 28th of June 225, Sir Peter Parker drew up his men of war, 3 vessels of 50 guns each, and 6 frigates of 28 guns each, besides another of 24 guns and the thunder bomb. But he had been deceived. What was called a ford he found impassable. He was compelled to re-embark his troops, and meanwhile Parker's vessels, also unacquainted with their ground, ran upon a shoal where one of them struck. In these unfortunate circumstances, the Americans, from the island and from Hadrill's Point, poured a tremendous fire into the ships, doing dreadful execution. Clinton sailed away after this ignominious attempt to join General Howe, but some of the vessels were compelled to remain some time at Long Island to refit. Signatures to the Declaration of Independence. See larger version. But whilst these conflicts were taking place, the revolution was marching on at full speed and had reached its height, the Declaration of Independence. The Continental Congress, on the 15th of May, passed a resolution that it was necessary for such of the states as had not framed for themselves such constitutions as were required by the altered circumstances of the country, to forthwith frame such as should be conducive to their safety and welfare. This was published in all the newspapers, accompanied by a statement that, as the King of England, in concurrence with his Parliament, had excluded the people of those colonies from his protection, it became indispensable to abolish the constitution established by that power and frame one for themselves. Here was a plain declaration. There was no longer any mistake. There was no man in the colonies, nevertheless, who contributed so much to bring the open Declaration of Independence to a crisis as Thomas Paine, the celebrated author of The Rights of Man and of The Age of Reason. Paine was originally a Quaker and staymaker at Thetford, in Norfolk. He renounced his Quakerism and his staymaking, became an exciseman, and then an usher in a school, reverting again to the gauging of ale firkins. In 1772, he wrote a pamphlet on the mischiefs arising from the inadequate payment of the excise officers, laying them open to bribes, etc. This pamphlet, having been sent to Franklin, induced him to recommend the poor author to emigrate to America. Paine adopted the advice and settled at Philadelphia in 1774. He there devoted himself to political literature, wrote for the papers and journals, finally edited the Philadelphia Magazine, and, imbibing all the ardor of revolution, wrote, in January of the year 1776, a pamphlet called Common Sense. This pamphlet was the spark that was needed to fire the train of independence. It at once seized on the imagination of the public, cast other writers into the shade, and flew, in thousands and tens of thousands of copies throughout the colonies. It ridiculed the idea of a small island, 3,000 miles off, ruling that immense continent and threatening, by its insolent assumption, the expanding energies of 3 millions of men, more vigorous, virtuous, and free than those who sought to enslave them. Amongst the provinces employing themselves to carry out the recommendation of the Congress, by framing new constitutions, that of New York was emboldened by the presence of Washington and his army to disregard the Royalists, and to frame a perfectly independent system. Gouverneur Morris took the lead in the Ultra Party, and declared that the time was now come for asserting entire independence. On the 27th of May, a resolution to that effect was passed. The delegates of the Assembly were instructed to support these principles in Congress. The Assembly of Virginia, meeting in convention at Williamsburg on the 6th of May, drew up a Declaration of Rights, a document which afterwards became the model for the celebrated Rights of Man with the French revolutionists. In this declaration, it was asserted that the rights of the people cannot exist with hereditary monarchy, and in the fourth article it was affirmed that the idea of a man being born a magistrate, a legislator, or a judge is unnatural and absurd. Accordingly, Richard Henry Leigh, as one of their delegates on the 7th of June, moved in General Congress that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved. That measures should immediately be taken for procuring the assistance of foreign powers, and a confederation be formed to bind the colonies more closely together. This all-important question was adjourned to the next day, the 8th of June, when it was debated in a committee of the whole House. As the discussion, however, took place with closed doors, as all great debates of Congress did, to hide the real state of opinion, and to give to the ultimate decision an air of unanimity, the reports of it are meager and unsatisfactory. We know, however, that Lee, the original mover, was supported by his colleague Wythe, and most energetically by John Adams, that it was as vigorously opposed by John Dickinson and his colleagues, Wilson of Pennsylvania, Robert Livingstone of New York, and John Rutledge of South Carolina. Moreover, a considerable number of members from different states opposed the motion, on the ground, not of its being improper in itself, but as yet premature. 6 colonies declared for it, including Virginia. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland were at present against it. New York, Delaware, and South Carolina were not decided to move yet, and it was proposed to give them time to make up their minds. Dr. Zubley of Georgia protested against it and quitted the Congress. To give time for greater unanimity, the subject was postponed till the 1st of July, but meanwhile a committee was appointed to draw up a Declaration of Independence. The members of this committee were only 5, namely, Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, John Adams of Massachusetts, Roger Sherman of Connecticut, Richard R. Livingstone of New York, and Benjamin Franklin of Pennsylvania. The Declaration of Independence of the United States of America, July 4, 1776. From the painting by J. Trumbull. See larger version. On the 1st of July, the report of the committee was read, together with the form of declaration as drawn up by Jefferson, but afterwards remodeled by Franklin and the committee. 9 states now voted for independence. Pennsylvania and South Carolina voted against it. Delaware and South Carolina requested an adjournment to the next day in order to make up their minds when they voted for it. A new delegate having arrived from Delaware with firmer instructions. New York held out against independence, General Howe having now arrived at Sandy Hook, and the Provincial Congress having retired from New York to White Plains. Jay and Gouverneur Morris from that state were, however, vehement for independence, asserting that the Congress of New York ought to be dissolved, and delegates sent up to a new and more popular Congress. The Revolutionary Party in New York determined to carry them, and the Revolutionary Party in Pennsylvania the same, right or wrong. In Pennsylvania, delegates insisted that those of their colleagues who were averse from the declaration should absent themselves, and those favorable to it should attend and vote. From Delaware, one single delegate, Cesar Rodney, voted and decided the question in that province. The New York Assembly only nominally reconstructed its provincial Congress. Instead of calling the electors together, as recommended by the report of the 28th of May, some of the freeholders and voters declared such of the old members as were willing to vote for the declaration re-elected, and this irregular and clearly unconstitutional body attended and voted for the declaration. Finally, the moderate party, headed by John Dickinson, withdrew, and the declaration was carried by one vote. By these violent and arbitrary means was passed on the 4th July, 1776, the famous Declaration of Independence. The original motion for such a declaration, on the 8th of June, had been supported by a bare majority of 7 states to 6, and now the whole 13 states were said to have assented, though it is perfectly well known that several signatures were not supplied till months afterwards by newly chosen delegates. The declaration contained the following assertions of freedom. 1. That all men are born equally free, possessing certain natural rights, of which they cannot, by any compact, deprive their posterity. 2. That all power is vested in the people, from whom it is derived, but it was voted in Congress that the blacks made no part of the people. 3. That they have an inalienable, indefeasible right to reform, alter, or abolish their form of government at pleasure. 4. That the idea of an hereditary first magistrate is unnatural and absurd. The Americans did not make their Declaration of Independence till they had communicated with France. The British government, as Lord North publicly declared in Parliament, had long heard of American emissaries at Paris seeking aid there. A secret committee, which had Thomas Paine for its secretary, was appointed to correspond with the Friends of America in Great Britain, Ireland, and other parts of the world. Encouraged by the assurances of France, the secret committee was soon converted into a public one, and agents were sent off to almost every court of Europe to invite aid of one kind or another against the mother country, not omitting even Spain, Naples, Holland, and Russia. Silas Deane was dispatched to Paris in March of this year to announce the growing certainty of a total separation of the colonies from Great Britain and to solicit the promised cooperation. Lord Howe arrived from England and cast anchor off Sandy Hook, a few hours after the Declaration of Independence had been read to the army by Washington. He had been expected by his brother, General Howe, who had arrived at the same point on the 29th of June, supposing he should find the admiral there. General Howe found Washington already in New York and actively engaged in throwing up entrenchments, both there and on Long Island, to close the Hudson against the British fleet. Washington's headquarters were at New York, those of General Sullivan at the western extremity of Long Island, opposite to New York, and Governor's Island, Paulus Hook, New Rochelle, and other points were strongly defended to protect the rear of the city. At the time of Admiral Howe's arrival, the army of Washington did not amount to more than 17,000 men, of whom 28,000 were sick, and but about 10,000 men fit for duty. From his letters to Congress, it is clear that he entertained very little hope of maintaining his ground in case of attack, for the fresh forces brought by Howe from England, being joined by the shattered remains of Sir Peter Parker's squadron, amounted to 20,000 men. A few days afterwards, however, he was joined by 2 regiments from Philadelphia and by large bodies of New York and New England militia, raising his army to 27,000 men, but of these a large number were sick. He now posted strong reinforcements in Brooklyn. On this, General Howe quitted Sandy Hook and advanced to Staten Island, where he could watch the operations of the enemy. The Americans abandoned Staten Island on his approach without firing a gun. Things being in this position on the arrival of Admiral Lord Howe, he determined still, notwithstanding the proclamation of independence, to make every effort to procure a last chance of peace. He deeply regretted the delays which had attended his fleet, and lost no time in sending on shore an intimation that he brought conciliatory overtures. His first act was to dispatch a letter to Franklin, who, in England, had expressed so earnest a desire for accommodation of all differences, informing him of his commission to seek reconciliation and of his powers for the purpose. But the declaration being now made, Franklin had no longer a motive to conceal his real sentiments, and he replied in terms which greatly astonished Howe, filling his letters only with complaints of atrocious injuries, and of what America had endured from your proud and uninformed nation. Howe next turned to Washington, to whom he dispatched a flag of truce, bearing a letter to the commander-in-chief. But as Washington could only be regarded as an insurgent leader, Lord Howe thought he could not officially recognize a title conferred only by the American Congress, and therefore did not address him as General, but simply as George Washington, Esquire. Washington refused to treat in any other character than that of Commander-in-Chief of the American forces. He instantly returned Howe's letter and forwarded the other papers to Congress. One of these was a circular declaration to the late royal governors, enclosing a copy of Lord Howe's commission, and stating that all who should submit would be pardoned, that any town or province which declared its adhesion to the crown should at once be exempt from the provisions of all the late acts of Parliament, especially as regarded their trade, and that, moreover, all such persons as were active in promoting the settlement of their districts should be duly rewarded. The moment Congress received this document, they ordered it to be published in the newspapers, that the people might see how the insidious court of Great Britain had endeavored to disarm and amuse them, and that the few whom hopes of moderation and justice on the part of the British government had still kept in suspense, might now at length be convinced that the valor alone of their country is to save its liberties. Lord Howe, undeterred by this spirited proceeding of Congress, on the 20th of July, sent the Adjutant General once more to Washington, with another letter, still addressed to George Washington, Esquire, but adding a number of et ceteras. Washington was not to be caught by so shallow an artifice. The proposed interview, like the last, therefore, came to nothing, except that Congress took advantage of these repeated efforts to insinuate that the British were afraid of fighting. Lord Howe now prepared to attack New York, where Washington had about 30,000 men. But the latter's troops were ill-equipped and deficient in discipline. Washington expected that Howe would attack New York by the way of Long Island, and so he had posted 9,000 men at Brooklyn, nearly opposite to it, behind entrenchments thrown up by General Greene. Greene had been attacked by fever, and General Putnam, who had taken his post, was but indifferently acquainted with the position of the forces and the nature of the ground they would have to defend with a rabble of most insubordinate troops. In these circumstances, General Howe, on the morning of the 22nd of August, threw over from Staten Island into Long Island 4,000 men, under the command of General Clinton. They landed in Gravesend Bay, under cover of the artillery of 3 frigates and 2 bombs. The rest of the army followed with the artillery. Washington hastened over from New York to strengthen General Sullivan, who was in command on the island. He posted no less than 15,000 men along a peninsula at that end of the island facing New York. Washington crossing the Delaware, CP 235. See larger version. 2 British columns advancing by night, one by the shore road and the other over the hills, managed to capture the patrols and approach the outposts of the Americans. Washington, having been all day engaged in strengthening his lines, had returned to New York. Putnam was posted on the left, and General Sterling was posted on the right on the seashore, near the part called the Narrows. On the hills, Sullivan occupied one of the passes towards the left. The column on the British right, consisting of Hessians under General von Heister, seized on the village of Flat Bush, nearly opposite to Sullivan. At the same time, Sir Henry Clinton and Sir William Erskine reconnoitered Sullivan's position and the rest of the line of hills, and sent word to General Howe that it would not be difficult to turn Sullivan's position where the hills were low, near the village of Bedford. Howe immediately ordered Lord Percy to support Clinton with his brigades in the direction of Bedford, and General Grant to endeavor to turn the position of General Sterling, whilst the Hessians were ready to attack Sullivan in front. At a signal, Howe himself marched along with one of the divisions. In order to draw the enemy's attention from the movements of General Clinton, Grant made a direct attack upon Sterling's position, which brought to his aid a great part of Sullivan's forces, thus deserting their own ground. Grant maintained his attack till daylight, by which time Clinton had, by a slight skirmish, crossed the line on his side. The attention from his march was diverted by von Heister attacking Putnam's position on the direct way to Brooklyn, and Lord Howe, from his ships, opening a cannonade on Governor's Island and Red Hook, in the rear of that town. About 8 o'clock came a fire from Clinton's column, which had now forced its way into the rear of Putnam and between the Americans and Brooklyn. On this discovery, they endeavored to make a way to their lines before that town, but were driven back by Clinton only to find themselves assailed in the rear by von Heister. Thus hemmed in, they fled in confusion. This action in their rear alarmed both Sullivan and Sterling, yet they maintained their ground against Grant till they learned the total rout of their comrades opposed to Clinton and Heister, when they laid down their arms and ran for it. Knowing the ground better than the British, many of them managed to escape to Brooklyn, but 1,097 prisoners were taken, and from 1,200 to 1,500 Americans were killed or wounded. The English lost only about 400 killed and wounded. Washington, who had witnessed the battle, saw, to his infinite mortification, the British pursuing his flying troops almost up to their entrenchments. The ardor of the English soldiers was such that they would speedily have stormed and carried the lines, and not a man of the American army on Long Island would have escaped being taken or killed. But General Howe, with that marvelous stupidity which marked all our generals in this war, ordered them back, saying that the lines could be taken with less loss of life by regular approach. The next morning they began throwing up trenches near one of the American redoubts, from which to cannonade it. But Washington was much more aware of the untenable nature of his position than Howe, and under favor of darkness, and of a thick fog in the morning, he had been for hours busily transporting his forces over the East River to New York. All that day and in the night of the 29th, he continued, with all possible silence, conveying over his troops, artillery, and stores, expecting every moment that General Howe would burst through his lines at Brooklyn and attack him in the rear, whilst Lord Howe, with his ships, would advance and blow all his fragile transports into the water. Soon, however, Washington saw there was no maintaining his position there. He found the British fast enclosing him on all sides, too, and on the 12th of September he began to evacuate the place in such haste as to leave behind him a great quantity of his artillery and stores. The English landed on York Island without the loss of a man. 3,000 men had placed themselves ready to attack the British as they landed, and before they could form. But the sight of 2 companies of grenadiers, already in position, had such an effect on them that they fled, leaving their blankets and jackets, which they had thrown off in certainty of beating the English. Washington saw almost with despair the condition of the American army. Any other man would have despaired of it altogether. He wrote to Congress that nothing could make soldiers trustworthy but longer terms of service. That, in fact, they ought to be engaged for the whole war and subjected to a rigid and constant discipline. He complained that the soldiers were much bolder in plundering than fighting, and one of his officers observed that the Pennsylvanian and New England troops would as soon fight each other as the enemy. His adjutant general, Reed, declared that discipline was almost impossible amid such a leveling spirit as prevailed. These startling facts made Congress begin in earnest to look out for foreign aid. In the meantime, it voted that the army should be reorganized with 88 231 battalions, to be enlisted as soon as possible, and to serve during the war. Each state to furnish its respective quota, and to name the officers as high as colonels. But Washington had soon to complain that they only voted, and did not carry the plan strenuously into action, that there was a mighty difference between voting battalions and raising men. The condition of Washington was inconceivably depressing. The time for the serving of the greater part of the troops was fast expiring, and numbers of them, despite the circumstances of the country, went off. Whilst Washington was, therefore, exerting himself to prevail on them to continue, he was compelled to weaken his persuasions by enforcing the strictest restraint on both soldiers and officers, who would plunder the inhabitants around them on the plea that they were Tories. Sickness was in his camp, and his suffering men, for want of hospitals, were obliged to lie about in barns, stables, sheds, and even under the fences and bushes. He wrote again to Congress in a condition of despair. He called on them to place their army on a permanent footing, to give the officers such pay as should enable them to live as gentlemen, and not as mean plunderers. He recommended that not only a good bounty should be given to every non-commissioned officer and soldier, but also the reward of 100 or 150 acres of land, a suit of clothes, and a blanket. Though Congress was loath to comply with these terms, it soon found that it must do so, or soldiers would go over to the Royal Army. Before Lord Howe advanced farther, he received a deputation from Congress. He had sent the captured American general, Sullivan, on his parole to Philadelphia to endeavor to induce Congress to come to terms and save the further effusion of blood. He assured them that he was not at liberty to treat with them as a Congress, but he would willingly meet some of them as private gentlemen, having full powers, with his brother, General Howe, to settle the dispute between them and Great Britain on advantageous terms. That, on finding them disposed to agree to honorable conditions, he would seek for the acknowledgement of their authority to treat with him, so as to make the compact valid. The delegates appointed were sufficiently indicative of the little good that was to be hoped from the interview. They were Dr. Franklin, John Adams, and Edward Rutledge. Franklin had returned a most insulting answer to a private letter sent to him by Lord Howe. It was in vain that Lord Howe assured the deputies that England was disposed to forget all, to pardon all, and to repeal all the obnoxious taxes, and that inexpressible calamities would be avoided by the colonies, simply returning to their allegiance. The deputies replied that the only terms on which America could make peace was as independent states. This put the matter beyond accommodation. On the 12th of October, General Howe, who would have been better employed in driving the enemy before him than in waiting for his brother's useless negotiations, sent a considerable part of his forces, with flat-bottomed boats, through Hell Gate into the Sound, and landed them at Frog's Neck, about 9 miles, in the rear of Washington's position, thus cutting off all his supplies from the country. The ships ascended higher up the North River, cutting off the retreat into the Jerseys. Had Howe, instead of landing at Frog's Neck, done so at Pell's Point, he would have rendered Washington's retreat nearly impossible. But this was neglected till the 18th of October, by which time Washington, finding that he was getting gradually hemmed in, and Lee, who had now joined him from Sullivan's Island and the Carolinas, insisting that nothing but instant retreat could save them, they therefore made a rapid retreat into the open country called the White Plains. They had much difficulty in carrying away their artillery, and the whole of it must have been taken, had Howe shown any ordinary activity. Between this date and the 21st there was considerable skirmishing, which compelled Washington to retire farther into the White Plains, and from thence towards the Delaware. On the 18th of November, Lord Cornwallis crossed the North River with 6,000 men, and, landing on the Jersey side, began to attack Fort Lee, standing nearly opposite Fort Washington. The garrison fled, leaving behind all its tents standing, all its provisions and artillery. Washington was compelled by this to fall back from his position on the Croton, thence to Brunswick, Princeton, Trenton, and finally to the Pennsylvanian side of the Delaware. Lord Cornwallis followed at his heels. Cornwallis penetrated to the remotest parts of East and West Jersey, and everywhere the inhabitants received him as a friend and deliverer. On the 24th of November, Lord Cornwallis was approaching Brunswick, when he received orders to halt. By this means, Washington was allowed to escape across the Delaware. It was not till the evening of the 16th of December that Cornwallis received 232 orders to proceed, and though he made all haste, he was too late. The rear of the American army quitted Princeton as the van of the English army entered it. Washington, in headlong haste, fled to Trenton and began ferrying his troops over the Delaware. When Cornwallis reached Trenton, at 9 o'clock the next morning, he beheld the last boats of Washington crossing the river. Once over the water, the remains of the American troops lost all appearance of an army. They were a mere dirty, worn-out, ragged, and dispirited mob. Washington had taken the advantage of the halt of Cornwallis to collect all the boats from Delaware for the distance of 70 miles, so that the English could not cross after them. Cornwallis, being thus brought to a stand, put his army into winter quarters between the Delaware and the Hackensack. Whilst Cornwallis was pursuing Washington through the Jerseys, Clinton swept Rhode Island of the American troops and drove Commodore Hopkins with some ships up Providence River, where he remained. Rhode Island, however, required a strong body of English soldiers constantly to defend it. Meanwhile, Sir Guy Carleton, having destroyed the American flotilla on Lake Champlain, was daily expected to march from Crown Point and invest Ticonderoga, which was only 15 miles distant, and where Schuyler lay prepared to abandon it on the approach of the English. But Carleton, who had displayed so much activity and energy, now, like the rest of our generals, seemed at once to abandon them at the decisive point. He descended the Champlain to Isle aux Noix, put his forces into winter quarters there, and proceeded himself to Quebec to prepare for the next campaign. Thus ended the campaign of 1776. At the very time that Washington was flying before the British Army, Congress, putting a firm face on the matter, went on legislating as boldly as ever. It established articles of confederation and perpetual union between the several states. These articles were a supplement to and extension of the Declaration of Independence and were 16 in number. First, that the 13 states thus confederating should take the title of the United States. Second, that each and all were engaged in a reciprocal treaty of alliance and friendship for their common defense, and for their general advantage, obliging themselves to assist each other against all violence that might threaten all or any of them on account of religion, sovereignty, commerce, or under any other pretext whatever. Third, that each state reserved to itself alone the exclusive right of regulating its internal government. Fourth, that no state in particular should either send or receive embassies, begin any negotiations, contract any engagements, form any alliances, or conclude any treaties with any king, prince, or power whatsoever, without the consent of the United States assembled in Congress. That no person invested with any post in the United States should be allowed to accept any presents, emoluments, office, or title from any king, prince, or foreign power, and that neither the General Congress nor any state in particular should ever confer any title of nobility. Fifth, that none of the said states should have power to form alliances or confederations, even amongst themselves, without the consent of the General Congress. Sixth, that no state should lay on any imposts or establish any duties which might affect treaties to be hereafter concluded by Congress with foreign powers. Seventh, that no state in particular should keep up ships of war or land troops beyond the amount regulated by Congress. Eighth, that when any of the states raised troops for the common defense, the officers of the rank of colonel and under should be appointed by the legislature of the state, and the superior officers by Congress. Ninth, that all the expenses of the war, etc., should be paid out of a common treasury. Other clauses define the functions and powers of Congress, and the 14th offered to Canada admission to all the privileges of the other states, should she desire it, but no other colony was to be admitted without the formal consent of 9 of the states composing the Union. After thus settling the form and powers of the Constitution, Congress voted $8 million to be raised as a loan and ordered a fresh issue of paper money. But above all, it labored to acquire aid from abroad, without which it was clear they must yield to the superior military force of the mother country and return to their obedience on humiliating terms. For this purpose, in addition to Silas Deane, who was already in Paris, Franklin and Arthur Lee were dispatched to that capital to obtain aid with all possible speed. These gentlemen set sail in the beginning of November, though in much apprehension of being intercepted by the British cruisers, but managed to reach Quiberon Bay in safety and Paris before the end of the year. So successful was Franklin in Paris that he obtained a gift of 2 millions of livres from the French king in aid of America, and the assurance that 233 this should be annually augmented, as her finances allowed. The only stipulation for the present was profound secrecy. Franklin had also found the cause of America so popular that many officers were anxious to engage in her service, and the enthusiastic young Marquis Lafayette, notwithstanding the ill news from the United States, engaged to embark his life and fortune with Washington and his compatriots. American Bill of Credit, 1775. See larger version. In England, Parliament met on the 31st of October, and Lord North now moved, in a committee of supply, for 45,000 seamen for the service of the following year. And in a warm debate, in which Mr. Luttrell made a severe charge of maladministration at the Admiralty, and of the most shameful corruptions and peculations in that department, and in the commissariat, he called for the production of the necessary papers to enable him to substantiate these charges. Yet the whole demand for sailors was carried, and the demand of inquiry as absolutely rejected. Parliament went on and voted 3,205,505 pounds for the expenses of the Navy, 4,000 pounds for Greenwich Hospital, 500,000 pounds for the discharge of the debts of the Navy. For the Army, including some new contracts with the German princes for men to serve in America, 3 million pounds. What was still more disgraceful was that, amid all these charges on the public purse, the king came again with a fresh demand for 600,000 pounds for debts on the civil list. It was pretended that extraordinary calls had been made on the royal purse by the suffering royalists in America. But it was notorious that the royal household continued in the same condition of reckless waste and extravagance as it was when the former 500,000 was voted for the same purpose. Yet the Commons granted this sum, and, by way of preventing the king from falling into fresh difficulties, added 100,000 pounds a year to the civil list. The matter, however, did not pass without a plain reminder to His Majesty. The rough-spoken Sir Fletcher Norton, the Speaker of the Commons, when presenting this bill for the increase of the civil list to the king, said, "Sir, in a time of public distress, full of difficulty and danger, under burdens almost too heavy to be borne, your faithful commons postponed all other business and granted your majesty not only a large present supply, but a very great additional revenue, great beyond example, great beyond your majesty's highest wants. Having passed these votes, Parliament was prorogued on the 13th of December till the 21st of the following January. But whilst England had been thus preparing for the augmentation of the navy, America had been aiming a blow at the efficiency of that navy, which must for years, if successful, have prostrated our whole maritime forces and exposed our shores to the easiest invasion. This intended blow was nothing less than the destruction of our great naval dockyards and arsenals and military storehouses at Portsmouth and Plymouth. The chief agent in this infamous design, if the evidence of a miscreant can be believed, was Silas Deane. On the 7th of December, the rope house of the Royal Dockyard at Portsmouth was found to be on fire. By active exertions it was got under, after it had destroyed that building, and was imagined to be an accident. But on the 15th of January, 1777, one of the officers of the dockyard found a machine and combustibles concealed in the hemp house of the same dockyard. Suspicion now fell on a moody, silent artisan, who, on the day of the fire, had been looking about the dockyard, and who, by some chance, had got locked up in the rope house the night before. His name was not known, but the 234 fact only that he was a painter, and had been called John the Painter. Government immediately offered a reward of £50 for his apprehension, the same sum, with a strange simplicity, being offered to him if he would surrender himself for examination. Nothing, however, could be learned of him in Portsmouth or the country round, but fresh fires were now breaking out at Plymouth Dockyard and on the quays of Bristol. At Plymouth the fire was instantly checked, and the perpetrator was nearly seized. At Bristol the fire was laid near a narrow, deep creek, crowded with shipping, which was nearly dry at low water, so that it was impossible to get the shipping out. 6 or 7 warehouses were destroyed, but the shipping escaped. In another house at Bristol combustibles were discovered, and the alarm became general that the American incendiaries, having failed to burn New York, were come to England to burn our dockyards and maritime houses. Fortunately, in the beginning of February, a man was apprehended for the perpetration of a burglary at Odiham, in Hampshire, and by the activity of Sir John Fielding, the London magistrate, he was identified as John the Painter. When brought before Sir John and other magistrates in town, the man conducted himself with tact and address. Though closely examined and cross-questioned by some of the members of the Privy Council, by lords of the Admiralty, and other officers of the board, he maintained the scrutiny without betraying any embarrassment or letting anything escape him that could in any degree incriminate him. A confession was, however, wormed out of him by another painter, named Baldwin. Silas Deane, John the Painter declared, according to Baldwin's evidence, had encouraged him to set fire to the dockyards of Plymouth and Portsmouth, Woolwich and Chatham, as the most effectual means of disabling Great Britain, that he gave him bills to the amount of £300 on a merchant in London, and promised to reward him according to the amount of service he should do to the American cause. Before his execution, he freely admitted the truth of the charges against him. He confessed to having twice attempted to fire the dockyard at Plymouth and to burning the warehouses at Bristol, having in vain endeavored to deposit his combustibles on board the ships. He, moreover, stated that he had a recommendation from Silas Deane to Dr. Bancroft, in London, to whom he had declared that he would do all the harm he could to England, that the doctor did not approve of his conduct, but had, at his request, promised not to betray him. On the 8th of May, 1777, ministers moved for more money for the insatiable Landgrave of Hesse, whose troops were at this very time exhibiting the most scandalous state of defiance of discipline, of consequent inefficiency, and of plunder of the inhabitants of America. This grant, though violently opposed, was carried, but only by a majority of 8. All parties now began to denounce the shameless rapacity of these German princes. Nor did Chatham, ill as he was, allow the session to pass without making one more energetic protest against the continuance of the war with America. On the 30th of May, he moved an address to His Majesty for the immediate cessation of hostilities. Notwithstanding all that had been said on our successes over the Americans, Chatham contended as positively as ever that we could never conquer them. "You have," he said, "ransacked every corner of Lower Saxony, but 40,000 German boors never can conquer 10 times the number of British freemen. You may ravage, you cannot conquer. It is impossible. You cannot conquer America. You talk of your numerous funds to annihilate the Congress, and your powerful forces to disperse their army. I might as well talk of driving them before me with my crutch. But what would you conquer? The map of America? I am ready to meet any general officer on the subject. looking at Lord Amherst. What will you do out of the protection of your fleet? In the winter, if together they are starved, and if dispersed, they are taken off in detail. I am experienced in spring hopes and vernal promises. I know what ministers throw out, but at last will come your equinoctial disappointment. You have got nothing in America but stations. You have been 3 years teaching them the art of war. They are apt scholars, and I will venture to tell your lordships that the American gentry will make officers enough fit to command the troops of all the European powers. Chatham's motion was rejected by 99 votes against 28. Parliament was prorogued by the king on the 6th of June, in a speech in which he indulged the fallacious hope that the American insurrection would be terminated in the present campaign. But Chatham's prophecies were at the very time realizing themselves. Had the House had the necessary qualities of commanders in such an important cause, had they pursued and dispersed 235 the American army, as they ought to have done on defeating it, and as they might readily have done, and had the British government instantly, whilst in this favorable position, repealed all the obnoxious statutes, they would have thrown Congress and Washington so completely into the wrong that it would have been impossible for them to have made head again. But neither the generals nor the government of that day had the capacity for such strategic and statesmanlike policy. The generals went comfortably into winter quarters, leaving the embers of war to rekindle and spread, and government, deaf to the warnings of Chatham, still stolidly refused justice whilst rigorously enforcing their injustice. And indeed, when Chatham gave his last Cassandra-like remonstrance, it was already too late. We had indeed taught the Americans the art of war. Washington was no longer contented to stand on the defensive, happy if he could preserve his soldiers from running off without fighting at all. His circumstances were desperate, and the energy which springs from despair now urged him to measures of daring and wakefulness, just as the English generals, like northern bears, were entering on their winter's sleep. Benedict Arnold had paid him a visit in his wretched camp beyond the Delaware, and probably from their united counsels sprang a new style of movement, which confounded his unsuspecting enemies. The army of Lord Cornwallis, which had so triumphantly pursued Washington through the Jerseys, supposing the Americans now put beyond all possibility of action, if not wholly dispersed, lay carelessly in their cantonments on the left bank of the Delaware. The two main outposts, Trenton and Bordentown, were entrusted to bodies of Hessians. At Trenton lay Colonel Rall, and at Bordentown Count Donop. As the Christmas of 1776 was approaching, they had abandoned all discipline. The British officers, too, had mostly quitted their regiments, and had gone to enjoy the Christmas at New York, where General Howe was keeping up great hospitality, imagining the war to be fast drawing to a close. But if the English paid no attention to Washington, he was paying every attention to them. His plans arranged, he set out on the evening of Christmas Day, 1776, and crossed the river at Maconkey's Ferry, 9 miles above Trenton, to attack that fort. The river was so encumbered with ice that he found it a most arduous undertaking, but he accomplished it with the division immediately under his command, 2,400 in number. He continued his march through the night on Trenton, and reached it at about 8 o'clock in the morning. A trusted spy had informed him overnight that he had seen the soldiers, both British and Hessians, asleep, steeped in drink. When he arrived, the soldiers still lay sunk in their Christmas debauch, and it was only by the first crash of the cannon that they were roused. When they ran to arms, Washington had already invested the town. The brave Colonel Rall, in his endeavor to form his drunken troops and lead them on, was mortally wounded by an American rifle, almost at the first discharge. The light horse and a portion of the infantry, who fled on the first alarm, escaped to Bordentown. The main body attempted to retreat by the Princeton road, but found it already occupied by Colonel Hand and his regiment of Pennsylvanian riflemen. Thus cut off, ignorant of the force opposed to them, and without enthusiasm for the cause, they threw down their arms and surrendered. About 1,000 prisoners and 6 cannon were taken. The Americans had 2 killed, 2 frozen to death, and a few wounded. As soon as Washington had refreshed his men, he recrossed the Delaware, carrying with him his prisoners, the stores he had taken, and the 6 field pieces that he brought with him. This spirited and brilliant action had a wonderful effect on the American mind. It revived the courage of the troops, which had sunk very low after so many defeats. It inspired them, and the public at large, with confidence in the talents and daring of their commander-in-chief, who was now eulogized as another Fabius. Such was the confidence inspired, even in himself, by this success, that, being immediately joined by 3,600 Pennsylvanian militia, he determined to cross the Delaware, as it was now strongly frozen over. But General Grant had already joined General Leslie at Princeton, with a strong body of British and Hessian troops, and General Howe, on hearing of the fresh spirit of the American army, had detained Lord Cornwallis, who was about to leave for England. He hastened to Princeton and took the command of the whole force, concentrating all the troops on the Delaware shore. On the 2nd of January, 1777, he marched from Princeton for Trenton, drove in the enemy's outposts, and reached Trenton by 5 o'clock the same afternoon. Washington retired as he approached. The British, on arriving at the fort and bridge of the Assunpink, found both guarded by artillery, and Washington posted on 236 some high ground beyond. Cornwallis cannonaded the bridge and forts, and his fire was briskly returned. He then encamped for the night there, intending to force the creek the next morning, but Washington did not wait for him. With his raw militia only a few days in camp, he had no chance of resisting Cornwallis's army, and yet, a thaw having taken place, it was impossible to cross the Delaware. He called a council of war, and it was concluded that, from the great force of Cornwallis in front, the rear could not be very strong. It was therefore determined to make an attempt to gain the rear, beat up the enemy's quarters at Princeton, now, as they supposed, nearly deserted, and if they could succeed, fall on the British stores and baggage at New Brunswick. Their own baggage was, accordingly, sent quickly down the river to Burlington. The campfires were replenished, and small parties being left to deceive the enemy by throwing up entrenchments, Washington, about midnight, silently decamped by a circuitous route towards Princeton. At dawn, they encountered 2 out of 3 English regiments, which had been at Princeton on the march. These were the 17th and 55th, hastening to join Cornwallis at Trenton. They imagined the Americans, owing to a thick fog, to be a body of Hessians, but on discovering the mistake, a sharp fight took place, and for some time the 2 British regiments withstood Washington's whole force. Colonel Mawhood, the English commander, posted his force advantageously on a rising ground between the Americans and Princeton, sent back his baggage wagons, and dispatched messengers to bring up the 40th Regiment, still in Princeton, with all speed. The 40th not arriving, Washington managed to force his way between the 2 British regiments. The 17th continued its march for Trenton. The 55th fell back upon Princeton, where the 40th, which had defended itself in the college, after losing a considerable number of prisoners, joined the 55th and retreated upon New Brunswick. Washington found no rest at Princeton. Cornwallis no sooner heard the cannonading near Princeton than he immediately comprehended Washington's ruse, and, alarmed for his magazines at New Brunswick, he hastened in that direction. Washington, aware of his approach, found it necessary to give up the attempt on New Brunswick. He therefore hastened across Millstone River, broke down the bridge behind him to stop pursuit, and posted himself on the high ground at Morristown, where there were very strong positions. Here he received additional troops and entrenched himself. Cornwallis, not aware of the real weakness of Washington's army despite all its additions, again sat down quietly for the winter at New Brunswick. For 6 months the British army now lay still. Washington, however, lost no time in scouring all quarters of the Jerseys. He made himself master of the coast opposite Staten Island and seized on Newark, Elizabethtown, and Woodbridge. The inhabitants had been plundered by the Hessians and English, and now they were plundered again by their own countrymen for having received the English well. Washington exerted himself to suppress this rancorous conduct of the New England and Virginian troops, and issued a proclamation absolving the people of their oaths to the English, and promising them protection on their taking a new oath to Congress. The people of the Jerseys gladly accepted this offer. Meanwhile, the American emissaries were both busy and successful at the court of France. Though the government still professed most amicable relations towards Great Britain, it winked at the constant sale of the prizes taken by American privateers, or those who passed for such, in their ports. The government had, as we have seen, supplied the insurgents with money and arms. It was now arranged between Silas Deane and the French minister, Vergennes, that the supplies of arms and ammunition should be sent by way of the West Indies, and that Congress should remit payment in tobacco and other produce. The French government supplied the American agents with money for their purchases of arms and necessary articles for the troops, also to be repaid in tobacco. 2 of the ships sent off with such supplies were captured by the British men of war, but a third, loaded with arms, arrived safely. To procure the money which they could not draw from Europe, Congress made fresh issues of paper money, though what was already out was fearfully depreciated. They voted a loan also of $5 millions at 4% interest. They authorized a lottery to raise a like sum, the prizes to be payable in loan office certificates. These measures only precipitated the depreciation of the government paper. People refused to take it. And Washington, to prevent the absolute starvation of the army, was endowed with the extraordinary power of compelling the acceptance of it, and of arresting and imprisoning all maligners of the credit of Congress. Congress went further and passed a resolution that their bills ought to pass 237 current in all payments, trade, and dealings, and be deemed equal in value to the same sum in Spanish dollars, and that all persons refusing to take them should be considered enemies to the United States. And the local authorities were called upon to inflict forfeitures and other penalties on all such persons. Still further, the New York Convention having laid before Congress their scheme for regulating the price of labor, produce, manufactured articles, and imported goods, it was adopted. But these arbitrary and unscientific measures the traders set at defiance, and the attempts to enforce them only aggravated the public distress. Loans came in slowly, the treasury ran low, the loan offices were overdrawn, and the issue of bills of credit was reluctantly recommenced. 10 additional millions were speedily authorized, and as the issue increased, the depreciation naturally kept pace with it. The commissioners in France were instructed to borrow money there, but the instructions were more easily given than executed. Washington and his men at Valley Forge, CP 239. See larger version. Such were the difficulties under which Congress and Washington had been struggling through this winter to raise and keep together any considerable force, whilst General, now Sir William Howe, had been completely dozing at New York. The first movements of Howe were to execute several detached evolutions, and a vast quantity of stores were destroyed. As a retaliation, the Americans sent Colonel Meigs over to Long Island, to a place called Sag Harbor, where the English had a great quantity of provision stores, which they learned were very remissly guarded. Meigs, who had been trained under Arnold, conducted the enterprise very adroitly. He passed the Sound in whaleboats in the night, landed without much difficulty before the break of day, and began to fire the magazines. He met with a brave resistance from the crews of the merchants' vessels, but having 200 men, and there being no soldiers to oppose him, he destroyed 12 of the trading vessels, took 90 prisoners, and returned triumphantly without the loss of a single man. In the meantime, Washington had quitted his encampment at Morristown and taken up a strong position at Middlebrook, about 12 miles from Princeton. On the 13th of June 238, Howe at last marched out of New Brunswick to attack him. On this, Washington called to his assistance a great part of the troops in the Highlands, the whole force of the Jersey militia, whilst Arnold, who had the command at Philadelphia, was actively engaged with Mifflin in preparing defenses for the Delaware. The object of Howe was to draw Washington from his entrenchments, certain that, on fair ground, it would require little exertion to totally dissipate his army. Therefore, after marching up almost to the American lines, he commenced a retreat, evacuated even New Brunswick, and fell back to Amba. Washington fell into the snare. He sent a strong force in pursuit of Howe, who, keeping up the ruse, threw a bridge over the narrow strait which divides Staten Island from the mainland, and sent over part of his baggage and a number of troops. Satisfied then that Howe was bent on resuming his old quarters at New York, Washington quitted his camp, which had cost him so much labor to create, and descended with his main body to Quibbletown. On seeing this, Howe advanced again, and dispatched several bodies of soldiers by different routes, to get, if possible, between Washington and his old post on the hills, so as to bring him to an engagement on the plain. Washington instantly became aware of his design, and retreated with all speed. Lord Cornwallis, who led the British van, notwithstanding, managed to come up with him, and fell upon a division of 3,000 strong, advantageously posted, and defended with cannon. Cornwallis's charge, however, threw him into confusion, the rout became general, and the British pursued them as far as Westfield, when, coming to a woody country, and the heat of the day being intense, they halted for the night. This halt was the salvation of Washington. It enabled him to regain his old fortified post in the hills, leaving behind him part of his cannon and about 200 men killed. Instead of waiting to watch Washington, or leaving any force for that purpose, Howe now suddenly altered his plans, marched back in reality to Staten Island, and left the enemy in full command of the Jerseys. Embarking his army on the 5th of July, he left General Clinton at New York with 17 battalions, a body of loyal American militia, and a regiment of light horse. He set sail on the 23rd of July and stood out to sea. Washington, now supposing that he meant to make an attempt on Boston, moved slowly towards the Hudson. But he had soon information that caused him to retreat again towards the Delaware. And, news coming that Howe had been seen off Cape May, he advanced to Germantown. Instead of entering the Delaware, however, the British fleet was presently seen steering eastward, and all calculations were baffled. Washington, now believing that he was intending to return to New York, proceeded to Philadelphia and had an interview with Congress. Howe's real intention had been to enter the Delaware and proceed up it direct to Philadelphia. But understanding that the Americans had placed enormous impediments in the river, he stood away for the mouth of the Elk in Chesapeake Bay. He was tediously detained by the contrary winds that always prevail on that course in that season, and it was the 28th of August before he entered the Elk and reached the Elk Head, where he landed his troops. On the 2nd of September, 1777, he began his march for Philadelphia. He soon came upon a body of Washington's army at Iron Hill, which he charged and drove from the hill. On the 11th, he came in sight of Washington's main army, strongly posted and fortified on the forks of the Brandywine River. Here Howe's dispositions were excellent. He sent forward under General Niphason the 2nd Division, which advanced to a ford called Chad's Ford, and drove a detachment of Americans across it. Howe then advanced, and planting his cannon along the bank of the river, he engaged the Americans in a brisk cannonade across the stream. Meanwhile, Lord Cornwallis was silently marching in the rear of Howe's troops, round to another ford at the forks of the Brandywine, which he crossed, and took Washington's army in the rear. On firing his signal gun, the Americans were thrown into consternation, and at the same moment, Niphason dashed across Chad's Ford and drove the surprised Americans from their batteries and entrenchments at the point of the bayonet. The batteries were instantly turned against them, and Cornwallis, who had been checked by a division under Sullivan, coming up, there was a general rout. The Americans fled in utter confusion, having lost 300 killed, 600 wounded, and 400 taken prisoners. The English had 100 killed and 400 wounded. But scarcely had Howe posted himself at Wilmington, when Washington recrossed the Schuylkill and marched on the British left, hoping to imitate the movement of Cornwallis at the Brandywine, which had been so effectual. Howe, aware of the strategy, however, reversed 239 his front, and the Americans were taken by surprise. In this case, Howe himself ought to have fallen on the Americans, but a storm is said to have prevented it, and Washington immediately fell back to Warwick Furnace, on the south bank of French Creek. From that point, he dispatched General Wayne to cross a rough country and occupy a wood on the British left. Here, having 1,500 men himself, he was to form a junction with 2,000 Maryland militia, and with this force harass the British rear. But information of this movement was given to Howe, who, on the 20th of September, sent Major General Gregg to expel Wayne from his concealment. Gregg gave orders that not a gun should be fired, but that the bayonet alone should be used, and then, stealing unperceived on Wayne, his men made a terrible rush with fixed bayonets, threw the whole body into consternation, and made a dreadful slaughter. 300 Americans were killed and wounded, about 100 were taken prisoners, and the rest fled, leaving their baggage behind them. The British only lost 7 men. Whilst Washington maneuvered to prevent Howe from crossing the Schuylkill above him, the English general crossed below on the 22nd of September, and thus placed himself between Philadelphia and the American army. It was now necessary for Washington to fight or give up that city. But the condition of his troops, deficient in clothes and shoes, owing to the poverty of the commissariat department, with wretched arms, and fatigued by their recent exertions, forbade all hope of maintaining even the defensive. He therefore fell back, and Cornwallis, on the 27th, advancing from Germantown, entered Philadelphia amid the welcome of the loyal inhabitants. Cornwallis occupied the city with 4 regiments, but the body of the British army encamped at Germantown, 10 miles distant. But though the Americans had evacuated the city, they still held the command of the Delaware below it, and thus cut off the supplies of the British army by sea, and all communication between the army and the fleet, except by the circuitous course of Chester, liable to capture by the enemy. Within a few days of taking Philadelphia, Lord Howe raised 3 batteries on the side of the river. On the 3rd of October, Washington issued from his camp on the Schuylkill, about 14 miles from Germantown, having heard that 2 British detachments had been withdrawn thence to attack the forts on the Delaware. He had been reinforced by militia from Maryland and New Jersey, and determined to surprise the British camp at Germantown. 2 columns of Continental troops, led by Greene and Sullivan, were to gain the front of the British and attack it, whilst 2 other columns of militia were to attack the rear. This force marched all night and entered Germantown about sunrise, and all seemed likely to favor their enterprise. A fog prevented the discovery of their approach, but at the first surprise, Colonel Musgrove threw himself into a storehouse and kept up such a fire from the windows as checked the assault of the Americans and gave time for the rest of the British force to get under arms. The village of Germantown consisted of one long street. Across this street, the British army had encamped and stoutly resisted the advance of the Americans. Musgrove was summoned to surrender, but he continued his fire from the house without taking any notice. And, before artillery could be brought up to batter the house, General Gregg and Brigadier Agnew came up to his assistance. The Continental troops in front, led on by Washington himself, made a brisk attack, but were repulsed at all points, and were badly cooperated with by the militia in the rear. Washington was compelled to fall back to his camp at Skippack Creek, leaving behind him about 800 killed and wounded, and 400 prisoners. So far, however, was Sir William Howe from availing himself of this opportunity to follow up the attack on Washington and disperse his army, that he, as usual, thought only of getting into snug winter quarters. Thus was another glorious chance for the utter dispersion of the American army thrown away by this most incompetent commander. And, as Washington saw that he had nothing to fear during the winter, except from the elements, he determined to encamp himself, so as to keep the British in constant anxiety about him. He selected a strong piece of ground at a place called Valley Forge, covered with wood. He set his soldiers to fell trees and make log huts, the interstices of which they stopped with moss and daubed up with clay. As they had plenty of fuel, they could thus pass the winter in some degree of comfort. A great number of his men were on the verge of the expiration of their term, and were impatient to return home. But he persuaded many to remain, and he employed them in throwing up entrenchments on the right of his camp, which was open towards the plain. His left was defended by the Schuylkill, and his rear by a steep precipice 240 descending to the Valley Creek. He began 2 redoubts, but he soon saw that there was no fear of Howe moving so long as the winter lasted, and he left them unfinished. And thus the winter went over, Howe lying snugly at Philadelphia, enjoying his wine and his cards, and apparently forgetful that there was any such place as Valley Forge within 25 miles of him. Whilst these movements had been progressing, very different ones had been in development in the north. The British government, with the fatality which distinguished nearly all its councils in this war, had thought proper to take the command of the army destined to operate by way of Canada on the northern colonies, from Sir Guy Carleton, and to confer it on General Bergen. The campaign had been planned, not by experienced military men on the spot, capable of estimating the difficulties of the enterprise, but in the cabinet at home, directed by defective maps and still more defective information. This scheme was to take Ticonderoga and then to advance upon Albany. Whilst the army was marching to this point, the fleet, carrying another strong force, was to ascend the Hudson, and there meet Bergen, by which means the British could then command the Hudson through its whole extent, and New England, the head of the rebellion, would be entirely cut off from the middle and southern countries. The plan was excellent in itself, but demanded for its successful accomplishment not only commanders familiar with the country, but the most ardent spirit in them and the most careful cooperation. Being conveyed to St. John's, Bergen there disembarked, and on the 16th of June he commenced his march for Crown Point, the shipping following him by the lake. On the 1st of July he appeared before Ticonderoga. The place required 10,000 troops effectually to defend it, but St. Clair, who commanded them, had only 3,000, very indifferently armed and equipped. St. Clair saw at once that he must retire, as the Americans had already done, at Crown Point, but he sought to do it unobserved. Accordingly, in the night of the 5th of July, the flight took place. But St. Clair's orders were immediately disobeyed. The soldiers fired the house which had been occupied by General de Fermont, and the British were at once apprised of the retreat. The sailors soon broke up the obstructions at the mouth of the river, and a fleet of gunboats was in instant pursuit. They overtook the Americans near the falls of Skenesborough, and quickly mastered the protecting galleys and destroyed the vessels. General Bergen followed with other gunboats containing troops, and at the same time dispatched Generals Fraser and Risettle by land after St. Clair. St. Clair had marched with such celerity that he reached, before the next night, Castleton, 30 miles from Ticonderoga. But the rear division under Colonel Warner halted at Hubbardton, 6 miles short of Castleton. Early next morning, General Fraser found them on a hill. No sooner did they descry him than one of the regiments turned and fled, leaving most of their officers to be taken prisoners. But the other 2 regiments, commanded by Warner and Francis, stood their ground stoutly. Fraser had with him only about 800 men, and the Americans were from 1,200 to 1,500 strong. But Fraser advanced up the hill and attacked them briskly. The Americans were protected by a sort of breastwork formed of logs and trees, and they gave Fraser a smart reception. But, calculating on the approach of Risettle and the Germans, he fought on. And Risettle soon after marching up with a full band of music, the Americans imagined that the whole body of the Germans was there, and fled on to Castleton as fast as they could. General Schuyler was hastening to support Ticonderoga, when on reaching Saratoga, he was met by the news of this succession of defeats. He had, when joined by St. Clair and Long, who had been left to defend St. John's in vain, about 5,000 men, the whole now of the Northern Army, but many of these were militia hastily called together, many of them without arms, more destitute of ammunition, and still more of discipline. But Schuyler depended much more on the nature of the country, which the British would have to traverse from this point, than on his men. The whole region between Skenesborough and the Hudson was an almost unbroken wilderness. Wood Creek was navigable as far as Fort Anne. From Fort Anne to the Hudson, over an exceedingly rough country, covered with thick woods and intersected by numerous streams and morasses, extended a single military road. Whilst Bergen halted a few days at Skenesborough to bring up the necessary supplies, Schuyler seized the opportunity to destroy the navigation of Wood Creek by sinking impediments in its channel and breaking up the bridges and causeways, of which there were 50 or more on the road from Fort Anne to Fort Edward. Had 241 Bergen been well informed, he would have fallen back on Ticonderoga, have embarked on Lake George, and proceeded to Fort George, whence there was a wagon road to Fort Edward, the place he was aiming at. Instead of this, he determined on separating himself from his baggage and artillery, sending these, under General Phillips, to Fort George, and proceeding with the main portion of the army across the rugged country that lay between himself and Fort Edward. On this route they had not only to contend with swamps swarming with mosquitoes, deep gullies, ravines, and rivulets, but to make temporary bridges to supply the place of those destroyed by Schuyler, and remove the trees felled by him. The weather, to add to their stupendous labor, was intensely hot. Yet, surmounting everything, on the 30th of July Bergen and his army hailed with enthusiasm the sight of the Hudson, which they had thus reached through a series of brilliant successes. George Washington, after the portrait by Smart. See larger version. There only needed now one thing to render the expedition triumphant, and place the Hudson from Albany to New York in the absolute power of the British Army. That General Howe should have been prepared to keep the appointment 242 there, with a proper fleet and armed force. But Howe was engaged in the campaign of Philadelphia, and seems to have been utterly incapable of conducting two such operations as watching Washington and supporting Bergen. As soon as Bergen discovered this fatal want of cooperation on the part of Howe, he ought to have retreated to the lakes, but he still determined to advance. And before doing so, he only awaited the coming up of the artillery and baggage under General Phillips and of Colonel St. Leger, who had been dispatched by the course of the Oswego, the Oneida Lake, and Wood Creek, and thence by the Mohawk River, which falls into the Hudson between Saratoga and Albany. St. Leger had 200 regulars, Sir John Johnson's Royal Queens and Canadian Rangers, with him, and a body of Indians under Brant. St. Leger on his way had laid siege to Fort Schuyler, late Fort Stanwix, near the head of the Mohawk. General Herkimer raised the militia of Tryon County and advanced to the relief of the place. On hearing this, Bergen dispatched Colonel Baum with 2 pieces of artillery and 800 men, dismounted German dragoons and British marksmen. They were to surprise Bennington, a place about 20 miles to the east of the Hudson, where the Americans had collected their stores from New England, and, having secured these, to return and carry them to St. Leger. Baum, however, found himself surrounded by Generals Stark and Warner at St. Corrick's Mill, on Walloon Creek, 6 miles from Bennington, before help came up. For 2 hours, a fierce attack was kept up on Baum's entrenchments on all sides by the Americans with muskets and rifles. Baum made a most gallant defense, and 3 times drove them from some high ground which they occupied above his camp. At last, he was picked off by a rifleman and fell mortally wounded. His German troops retreated into the woods, in the direction of Fort Edward, and were there met by Breyman, who was slowly advancing with reinforcements. He reorganized the fugitives, and commenced his retreat, hotly pursued by Stark and Warner. He made his way back to Bergen, but not until he had fired nearly his last cartridge. During this time, St. Leger had been investing Fort Schuyler. The whole of his miscellaneous force did not exceed 600, exclusive of Indians, and on the 5th of August he learned that General Herkimer was advancing to the relief. He instantly dispatched Sir John Johnson with a party of regulars and a number of Indians to waylay him. Herkimer fell into the ambush and was himself mortally wounded. St. Leger, finding that his light artillery made no impression on the walls of Fort Schuyler, and hearing a false rumor that Bergen was defeated, raised the siege, leaving behind him his artillery, tents, and stores. His precipitation was occasioned by the more certain news of the approach of Arnold with 10 pieces of artillery and 2,000 men, who indeed reached Fort Schuyler 2 days after his retreat. Bergen was now in a condition which demanded all the talents of a great general. His forces were heavily reduced, those of the enemy much increased, and he was amongst bogs and wildernesses, which Barrington and Barre had from the first declared would be fatal to any army. He had sent express after express to Howe to urge a movement in cooperation, but no news of it arrived, and every day he was becoming more and more cut off from advance or retreat. Whilst these circumstances were operating against him, Bergen collected his artillery and provisions for about a month, and, forming a bridge of boats, passed his army, on the 13th and 14th of September, over the Hudson, and encamped on the heights and plains of Saratoga. Just at this juncture, Schuyler had been superseded by his successor Gates, yet he himself remained to give his assistance in the campaign. The day after Gates assumed the command, Morgan had marched in with his rifle corps, 500 strong, and Major Dearborn with 250 other picked men. Arnold, too, had returned from pursuit of St. Leger with 2,000 men. The Americans numbered, with militia continually flocking in, nearly 8,000, whilst Bergen's force did not exceed half that number. To approach the Americans, it was necessary to cross the low ground, seamed with watercourses and rugged with scrub and stones, and to lay down bridges and causeways. This being completed, on the 19th the British army took position at Bemuse's Heights in front of the American left. Gates, stimulated by the presence of Arnold, began the attack by sending out a detachment to turn Bergen's right flank, but they soon perceived the covering division of Fraser and retreated. Gates then put Arnold at the head of a still stronger detachment to fall directly on Bergen's position, and a severe fight commenced about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which lasted until sunset. Arnold made the most impetuous 243 assaults on the British line to break it, but everywhere in vain, although the whole weight of the attack fell on 3 or 4 of our regiments, the rest being posted on some hills, and the Germans on the left at a greater distance. Whenever they advanced into the open field, the fire of the American marksmen from their concealment drove them back in disorder. But whenever the Americans ventured out, the British rushed forward and committed havoc amongst them, so the contest continued till night. The British remained in the field and claimed the victory, but it was a victory severely won and far from decisive. The losses on both sides had been from 500 to 600 killed and wounded. The English lay all night on their arms, and, as day dawned, began to entrench their position. If ever a general needed to push on his advantage, it was now. Every day was consuming Bergen's stores, every day was augmenting the forces of the enemy. The country was closed to Bergen, it was open with all its resources to the Americans. Yet he lay there, as if paralyzed, from the 20th of September to the 7th of October. The reason of this fatal delay is said to have been that Bergen had received a letter from General Sir Henry Clinton at New York, informing him that he must expect no cooperation from General Howe, but that he himself would take the responsibility of making a diversion in his favor by attacking the forts Montgomery and Clinton, on the lower part of the Hudson. Bergen, on receiving this intelligence, sent Clinton word that he would remain where he was till the 12th of October, a fatal resolve, as a calculation of his stores should have shown him, which the acts of the Americans were certain to render calamitous. Elated at being able to stand their ground in some degree, this novel and almost sole success in the war had raised the spirits of the colonials as by a miracle. They poured in on all sides, and Arnold, ever ready in resource, suggested to Gates an enterprise to be effected, while Bergen was lying still and consuming his own victuals. This was to send a part of Lincoln's militia, under Colonel Brown, to endeavor to surprise Fort Ticonderoga, Mount Independence, and Fort George, to capture or destroy all the stores there, to hold them in strong force, and thus completely to cut off Bergen's retreat by the lakes to Canada. Brown, being joined by another body of militia under Colonel Johnson, invested Ticonderoga. Being repulsed there, he sailed through Lake George in the vessels he had taken, made a fresh attempt upon Diamond Island, and, being also repulsed there, he set fire to the captured vessels, and returned to the American camp in the rear of Bergen. Partial as his success had been, he had, however, opened the route, and whilst he and the rest of the militia were watching Bergen, other bodies of Americans were mustering in his track, and the retreat of Bergen became an impossibility. He could stay where he was no longer. His provisions were exhausted, his horses were dying for lack of forage, and his situation was most deplorable. In this situation, the English general determined to attempt what he should have attempted at first, to force the American lines. Accordingly, on the 7th of October, he drew out 1,500 picked men and formed them less than a mile from the American camp. No sooner were they disgrayed than they were attacked furiously by Poor's New Hampshire brigade. The attack extended rapidly to the right, where Morgan and his rifle corps stole round through some woods and opened fire on the flank of the column. Other troops rushed out of the American entrenchments and endeavored to force their way between the British and their camp, but Major Ackland and his riflemen withstood them bravely. Yet Bergen and his 1,500 men were forced to fall back, leaving their cannon behind them. Morgan and his riflemen were now arriving, under cover of the woods, near the flank of the right wing, and Fraser, perceiving them, advanced to dislodge them. In this he succeeded, but was picked off by the American marksmen, as usual safe behind their trees, and fell mortally wounded. Meanwhile, Colonel Brooks, at the head of Jackson's regiment of Massachusetts, was more successful. He turned the entrenchments of the German brigade, maintained his ground within the lines, and, to the wonderful relief of the Americans, seized the baggage of the Germans and an ample supply of ammunition. Retreat was now inevitable, and Bergen determined to attempt to reach Fort George, at the southern end of Lake George. He had but 3 days' provisions left, and his force was now reduced to 3,500 men, and these had to make their way through a wilderness swarming with active and elate enemies. Gates, aware of the movement which Bergen was intending to make, sent troops up the river to occupy the banks of the Hudson and to guard all 244 passages of escape. The distance to Saratoga was only 6 miles, but the rain fell in torrents, the roads were almost impassable. The bridges over the Fishkill were all broken down by the Americans. Bergen sent forward detachments of soldiers to repair the bridges and reopen the roads, but they found the woods swarming with riflemen, and that it was impossible to execute the task assigned them. On the 10th, when he arrived at the fords of the Fishkill, he found them obstructed by strong forces of Americans. He soon dispersed them with cannon, but they only retired to the Hudson, where still stronger bodies of troops were posted to oppose his crossing. He might perhaps have dispersed these too, but other bodies were seen already in line on the left bank, and to cross there appeared hopeless. Driven to desperation, Bergen now contemplated crossing the river in the very face of the enemy and fighting his way through, and for this purpose he sent a party up the river to reconnoiter a suitable spot. Once over, he had little doubt of making his way to Fort Edward, and thence to the Canadian lakes. At this moment Gates was informed that Bergen had effected his passage, and that he had left only the rear guard in the camp. He was in full march upon the camp, in the belief that he could seize it with ease, and part of his forces had actually crossed the fords of Fishkill, near which Bergen was strongly posted, when a spy or a deserter informed him of his mistake. Had it not been for this circumstance, he must have suffered a surprise and a certain defeat, and the fortunes of Bergen would probably have been different. He was now on the alert to receive the Americans, and when, to his mortification, he saw them at a signal again retreating, he poured a murderous fire into them and pursued them in confusion across the creek. This was his last chance. No news reached him from Clinton, but he ascertained that the Americans had already, in strong force, blocked up his way to Fort Edward. This was decisive. On the 13th, he called together a council of war, at which every captain was invited to attend, and the unanimous result of the deliberations was that they must capitulate. Accordingly, an officer was sent with a note to the American headquarters that evening to propose an interview between General Bergen and General Gates. The American general agreed to the meeting at 10 o'clock the next morning. There Bergen stated that he was aware of the superiority of Gates's numbers, and, to spare the useless effusion of blood, he proposed a cessation of arms, to give time for a treaty to that effect. Gates replied that he was well aware that General Bergen's army was reduced to the last extremity, that it had lost the greater part of its men by repeated defeats, sickness, etc., together with their artillery, horses, and ammunition, that their retreat was cut off, and therefore, he could listen to nothing but an absolute surrender. Bergen said he would never admit that his retreat was cut off whilst he had arms in his hands, and Gates, who knew that Clinton was on his march and might soon alter the whole face of things, was only too anxious to have Bergen's army out of the way. After some preliminaries, therefore, to save appearances, on the 16th it was agreed that the British should march out of their camp with all the honors of war, should deposit their cannon on the banks of the Hudson, and there pile their arms at the command of their own officers, that the troops of whatever nation they might be composed should retire in all security and honor to Boston, where they should be provided with all necessary comforts until they embarked for England, under condition of not serving against the United States again during that war, that the Canadians should be allowed to return in all honor to their own country, and that in no case should officers be separated from their own men. These were not such terms as are usually granted to conquered armies, and the reason was that Clinton was every day drawing nearer. Scarcely were these terms agreed on when this fact became known to Bergen. For a moment he hesitated whether he should sign the contract, but on consultation with his officers, he felt himself bound in honor to ratify it, and accordingly, the next morning, the 17th of October, the deed was signed, and the troops, marching out, grounded their arms. Whilst Bergen had been looking in vain for aid from New York, Sir Henry Clinton, at length daring the responsibility of a necessary deed, had set out with 3,000 men, in vessels of different kinds, up the Hudson. On the 6th of October, 11 days before Bergen signed the capitulation, Clinton set out. Leaving 1,000 men at Verplank's Point, he crossed to the other bank with his remaining 2,000 and landed them at Stony Point, only 12 miles from Fort Montgomery. He advanced with one half of his force to storm Fort Clinton and dispatched Lieutenant Colonel Campbell to attack Fort Montgomery. Both forts were to be 2:45 attacked, if possible, at the same instant, to prevent the one from aiding the other. The simultaneous assaults took place about sunset. Lieutenant Colonel Campbell was killed leading his column against Fort Montgomery, but his brave troops entered and drove the garrison of 800 men from the place. Clinton found the approach to the fort of his own name much more arduous. But on went our brave fellows till they reached the foot of the works, where, having no ladders, they hoisted one another on their shoulders to the embrasures, through which they pushed past the cannon, and drove the Americans from their guns and across the rampart at the points of their bayonets. It was dark by the time the forts were taken, but the Americans soon threw light enough on the scene by setting fire to several vessels which were moored close under the guns of the forts. Had the English been disposed to risk the attempt to save them, they were prevented by several strong booms and chains thrown across the river. These they afterwards broke through, and on the 13th of October, at the very moment that Bergen was making his first overtures for surrender, the English troops under General Vaughan ascended, in small frigates as far as Esopus Creek, only 30 miles overland to Saratoga. But Bergen having now surrendered, and Gates being at liberty to send down strong reinforcements to cooperate with Putnam, the English vessels and troops were recalled and returned to New York. Such was the campaign of 1777, equally remarkable for the valor of the British troops and for their misfortunes, for the imbecility of their government and the incapacity or rashness of their commanders. Surrender of Bergen at Saratoga, CP 244. See larger version. Chapter 11, Reign of George III, continued. Meeting of Parliament, Lord Chatham's amendment to the address, the news of Saratoga, treaty between France and America, Washington in Valley Forge, intrigues against him, violation of Bergen's convention, debates in Parliament, attempt to bring Chatham into the ministry, Lord North's conciliation bills, the French note, patriotism of the nation, the king refuses to send for Chatham, his last speech and death honors to his memory, Burke's measure of Irish relief, repeal of laws against Roman Catholics, explosion of Scottish bigotry, Turgot's warnings, naval engagement off Ushant, failure of Lafayette's Canadian expedition, Clinton compelled to evacuate Philadelphia, failure of Lord North's commissioners, D'Estaing and Sullivan attempt to take Rhode Island, subsequent proceedings of D'Estaing courts-martial of Capel and Palliser, the Irish volunteers, Spain declares war, military preparations, junction of the French and Spanish fleets, they retire from the Channel, D'Estaing in the West Indies, his attempt on Savannah, weakness of Lord North's ministry, meeting of Parliament, Lord North's Irish Bill, Richmond, Shelburne and Burke attempt economic reforms, the meeting at York petitions for reform of Parliament, Burke's economic scheme, North's maneuver, further attempts at reform, the Westminster meeting, Dunning's motion, defeat of his later resolutions, no popery in Scotland, Lord George Gordon's agitation, the riots and their progress, their suppression, trial of the prisoners, Rodney relieves Gibraltar, destruction of English merchantmen, disputes with Holland, the armed neutrality of the North, capture of Charleston, declaration of South Carolina, Battle of Camden, expedition into North Carolina, arrival of the French squadron, Rodney in the West Indies, Arnold's treachery, trial and death of André, breach with Holland, attacks on Jersey and Gibraltar, mutiny. In the Army of Washington, Arnold's raids in Virginia, Cornwallis in North Carolina, his engagements with Greene, his march into Virginia, Rawdon and Greene, Battle of Eutaw Springs, siege of Yorktown, the American armies close round him, Cornwallis compelled to surrender. The American disasters had now to be criticized in Parliament. On the 20th of November, the two houses met, and Lord Chatham rose instantly to reply and to move an amendment on the address. He attacked the ministry with a still more personal and sweeping censure than he had done once before. Can ministers, he asked, presume to expect a continuance of support in their career of ruinous infatuation? Can Parliament be so dead to its dignity and its duty as to be deluded into the loss of the one and the violation of the other? Will they continue to give an unlimited credit and support to government in measures which are reducing this flourishing empire to ruin and contempt? But yesterday, an England might have stood against the world. Now, none so poor to do her reverence. I use the words of a poet, but though it be poetry, it is no fiction. It is a shameful truth that not only the power and strength of this country are wasting away and expiring, but her well-earned glories, her true honor and substantial dignity are sacrificed. France, my lords, has insulted you. She has encouraged and sustained America. And whether America be wrong or right, the dignity of this country ought to spurn at the officious insult of French interference. It is certain that Chatham would not have tolerated the presence of Franklin and Dean in Paris for a single day. They must have quitted France, or France would have been instantly compelled to throw off the mask. At this time, when the news neither of Howe's success in the south nor of Bergen's fall in the north had arrived, Chatham seemed to see in prophetic vision the disasters of the latter general. The desperate state of our army, he said, is, in part, known. No man thinks more highly of our troops than I do. I love and honor the English troops. I know that they can achieve anything but impossibilities, and I know that the conquest of English America is an impossibility. You cannot, I venture to say it, you cannot conquer America. You may swell every expense and every effort still more extravagantly. Pile and accumulate every assistance that you can buy or borrow. Traffic and barter with every little, pitiful German prince that sells and sends his subjects to the shambles of a foreign prince. Your efforts are forever vain and impotent, doubly so from this mercenary aid on which you rely, for it irritates to an incurable resentment the minds of your enemies, to overrun them with the mercenary sons of rapine and plunder, devoting them and their possessions to the rapacity of hireling cruelty. If I were an American, as I am an Englishman, while a foreign troop was landed in my country, I would never lay down my arms. Never, never, never. On the subject of employing Indians in the war against the Americans, willing to forget that he had done the same thing in Canada, he burst forth most indignantly. But, my lords, who is the man that, in addition to these disgraces 247 and mischiefs of our army, has dared to authorize and associate to our arms the scalping knife and tomahawk of the savage, to call into civilized alliance the wild and inhuman savage of the woods, to delegate to the merciless Indian the defense of disputed rights, and to wage the horrors of this barbarous war against our brethren? My lord, these enormities cry aloud for redress and punishment. Unless done away, it will be a stain on the national character. It is a violation of the Constitution. I believe it is against the law. It is not the least of our national misfortunes that the strength and character of our army are thus impaired, infected with the mercenary spirit of robbery and rapine, familiarized to the horrid scenes of savage cruelty. It can no longer boast of the noble and generous principles which dignify a soldier. He then proceeded to give the Americans credit still for a natural leaning towards England, believed that they might be drawn from their alliance with France, and recommended, by his amendment, an immediate cessation of arms and a treaty between the countries, by which he hoped that America would yet be retained in affectionate dependence. Affairs had now assumed such an aspect that the different sections of the opposition saw the necessity of coalescing more and attending zealously, but still they were divided as to the means to be pursued. A great meeting was held on the 27th of November at the Marquis of Rockingham's to decide on a plan of action. It was concluded to move for a committee on the state of the nation, and Chatham being applied to, advised that the very next day notice should be given that such a motion should be made on Tuesday next, the 2nd of December. The motion was made, the committee granted, and in it the Duke of Richmond moved for the production of the returns of the Army and Navy in America and Ireland, whilst Lord North, who, if he had been his own master, would have resigned, was refusing to produce the necessary papers. The Lords consented to this measure, and at this very moment came news of the surrender at Saratoga, which was speedily confirmed. The news had the most instant effect across the Channel. All hesitation on the part of the French court to enter into the treaty with the United States disappeared. The American commissioners, Franklin, Dean, and Lai, were informed that the King of France was ready to make a treaty, claiming no advantage whatever except that of trade with the States. It was intimated that this proceeding would, in all probability, involve France in a war with Great Britain, but that she would claim no indemnity on that score. The only condition for which she positively stipulated was that America should, under no temptations, give up its independence or return under the dominion of England. The two kingdoms were to make common cause and assist each other against the common enemy. The Americans were to endeavor to make themselves masters of all the British territories that they could and retain them as their rightful acquisition. The French to obtain whatever islands they could in the West Indies and retain them. France did not venture to seek back the Canadas or Nova Scotia, well knowing that the Americans would not consent to have them there as neighbors. Neither country was to make peace with England without the other. Lee was to continue at Paris as the first American ambassador there, and the treaty was to continue some weeks a secret, in order to obtain, if possible, the accession of Spain to it, which, however, they could not do then. In America, such was the state of things that a British commander there, of the slightest pretense to activity and observation, would have concluded the war by suddenly issuing from his winter quarters, and dispersing the shoeless, shirtless, blanketless, and often almost foodless army of Washington. His soldiers, amounting to about 11,000, were living in huts at Valley Forge, arranged in streets like a town, each hut containing 14 men. Such was the destitution of shoes that all the late marches had been tracked in blood, an evil which Washington had endeavored to mitigate by offering a premium for the best pattern of shoes made of untanned hides. For want of blankets, many of the men were obliged to sit up all night before the camp fires. More than a quarter of the troops were reported unfit for duty, because they were barefoot and otherwise naked. Provisions failed, and on more than one occasion there was an absolute famine in the camp. It was in vain that Washington sent repeated and earnest remonstrances to Congress. Its credit was at the lowest ebb. The system of establishing fixed prices for everything had totally failed, as it was certain to do. And Washington, to prevent the total dispersion of his army, was obliged to send out foraging parties and seize provisions wherever they could be found. He gave certificates for these seizures, but their payment was long delayed, and, when it came 248, it was only in the continental bills, which were fearfully depreciated, and contrasted most disadvantageously with the gold in which the British paid for their supplies. Nor was this the whole extent of that wretched condition of the United States which would have attracted the vigilant attention of an able English commander, and have roused him into successful action. The greatest discontent prevailed in Congress against Washington. Gates and the Northern Army had triumphed over the entire British army there, but what had been the fate of Washington hitherto? Want of success had evoked a party in Congress against Schuyler, Sullivan, and himself. In this party Henry Lee and Samuel Adams were violent against him. They accused him of want of vigor and promptitude, and of a system of favoritism. Congress was wearied of his constant importunities and remonstrances. Gates, since the capture of Bergen, had assumed a particular hauteur and distance, and, there could be little doubt, was aspiring to the office of commander-in-chief. A new board of war was formed, in which the opponents of Washington became the leading members. Gates and Mifflin were at its head, and Conway was made Major General over the heads of all the brigadiers and Inspector General of the Army. A system of anonymous letters was in action depreciating the character and services of Washington. But whilst these elements of disunion and weakness were in full play, Howe slumbered on in Philadelphia, unobservant and, probably, ignorant of it all. The opportunity passed away. The intrigues against Washington were defeated as soon as they became known to his own army and the people at large, through the influence of the real esteem that he enjoyed in the public heart, especially as news had just arrived that friends and forces were on the way from France. At this juncture, when the eyes of all Europe were turned on the new Republic of America, Congress gave a proof of its utter contempt of those principles of honor which are regarded as the distinguishing characteristics of civilized nations. The convention on which General Bergen's army had surrendered was deliberately violated. It had been stipulated that his troops should be conveyed to Boston, and there suffered to embark for England in British transports to be admitted to the port for that purpose. But no sooner did Congress learn this stipulation than it showed the utmost reluctance to comply with it. It was contended that these 5,000 men would liberate other 5,000 in England to proceed to America. It was therefore determined to find some plea for evading the convention. An article of the convention provided that the English officers should be quartered according to their rank, but they complained that 6 or 7 of them were crowded into one small room, without regard either to rank or comfort. But Bergen, finding remonstrance useless at Boston, wrote to Gates reminding him of his engagements in the convention, and declaring such treatment a breach of public faith. This was just one of those expressions that Congress was watching for. and they seized upon it with avidity. Here, they said, is a deep and crafty scheme, a previous notice put in by the British general to justify his future conduct. For, beyond all doubt, he will think himself absolved from his obligation whenever released from his captivity, and go with all his troops to reinforce the army. Of how? Bergen offered at once to give Congress any security against such imagined perfidy. But this did not suit Congress. Its only object was to fasten some imputation on the English as an excuse for detaining them contrary to the convention, and they went on to raise fresh obstacles. The shameful length to which Congress carried this dishonorable shuffling astonished Europe. They insisted that Great Britain should give a formal ratification of the convention before they gave up the troops, though they allowed Bergen and a few of his officers to go home. The British commissioners, who had arrived with full powers to settle any affair, offered immediately such ratification, but this did not arrest the slippery chicane of Congress. It declared that it would not be satisfied without ratification directly from the highest authority at home. In short, Congress, in open violation of the convention, detained the British troops for several years prisoners of war. When Parliament opened on the 20th of January, 1778, the opposition fell, as it were, in a mass upon the ministry on this question. There was much dissatisfaction expressed at the government allowing Liverpool, Manchester, and other places to raise troops without consulting Parliament. It was declared to be a practice contrary to the Constitution and to the coronation oath. Sir Philip Jennings Clerk, on the 22nd of January, moved for an account of the numbers of troops so raised, with the names of the commanding officers. Lord North, whilst observing that this mode of raising troops showed the 249 popularity of the war, and that the country was by no means in that helpless condition, which a jealous and impatient faction represented it to be, readily granted the return. In the House of Lords, the Earl of Abingdon moved to consult the judges on the legality of raising troops without authority of Parliament. But this motion was not pressed to a division. But on the 4th of February, Sir Philip Jennings Clerk returned to his charge in the Commons. Lord North replied that this now hotly decried practice was one which had been not only adopted, but highly approved of in 1745, and again in 1759, when Lord Chatham was minister, and that he had then thanked publicly those who had raised the troops for the honor and glory of their country. A motion was negatived by the Lords on the same day, to declare this practice unconstitutional, and a similar one later in the session, introduced by Wilkes and supported by Burke. Washington at Valley Forge by the Camp Fire, CP 247. See larger version. The spirit of the country appeared to be running in a strong current for the return of Lord Chatham to the helm, as the only man who could save the sinking state and bring the American difficulty to a happy issue. But the great obstacle to this was the still continued assertion of Lord Chatham, that the full independence of America could not be for a moment listened to, whilst to almost every other man of the opposition that independence was already an accomplished fact. Lord Rockingham, who was looked up to as a necessary part of any cabinet at the head of which Chatham should be placed, had, in the previous session, asserted his opinion that the time had now passed for hoping to preserve the dependence of these colonies. And now he saw France coming into the field against us, he was the more confirmed in this view. This was a fatal circumstance in the way of the establishment of a strong cooperative cabinet, formed out of the present opposition. But a still greater obstacle was the iron determination of the king. In vain did Lord North express his desire to resign and declare the necessity of conciliatory measures. George reproached him with intending to desert him. On further pressure, he gave him leave to apply to Chatham and the Whigs, but only on the absurd condition that 250 they should join the present ministry, serve under Lord North, and carry on the policy of the existing government. As usual, Lord North gave way and consented to stay in office, and to bring in a plan of conciliation opposed to his former declarations. On the 17th of February, he introduced this plan in 2 bills. He declared that his policy had always been pacific, that he had never proposed any tax on the Americans. When he came into office, he had found them taxed already, that he had tried conciliatory means before the sword was drawn, and would still gladly try them. He had thought the former propositions to the Americans very reasonable, and he thought so still. Forgetful of the hopes that he had held out of assisting the revenues of Great Britain by the taxation of Americans, he now surprised his auditors by asserting that he had never expected to derive much revenue from America, and that, in reality, the taxes imposed had not paid the expenses of the attempt to collect them. The first of his bills, therefore, he entitled 1. for removing all doubts and apprehensions concerning taxation by the Parliament of Great Britain in any of the colonies. It repealed entirely the tea duty in America, and declared that from and after the passing of this act, the King and Parliament of Great Britain will not impose any duty, tax, or assessment whatever in any of His Majesty's colonies, except only such duties as it may be expedient to impose for the regulation of commerce, the net produce of such duty to be always paid and applied to, and for the use of the colony in which the same shall be levied. The second bill removed some otherwise insuperable obstacles to a treaty. The commissioners, 5 in number, were to raise no difficulties as to the legal ranks or titles of those with whom they would have to negotiate. They were empowered to proclaim a cessation of hostilities on the part of the king's forces by sea or land for any necessary term and on any necessary conditions. They might suspend all the acts of Parliament respecting America passed since 1763, yet the bill accepted the repeal of the Massachusetts Charter and introduced that into a separate act, another weak measure. For on such an occasion the only wisdom was to wipe away all acts, or repeal of acts, which had arisen out of these unhappy differences. The effect of this statement has been well described in the Annual Register of that year, in an article supposed to be from the hand of Burke. A dull, melancholy silence for some time succeeded this speech. It had been heard with profound attention, but without a single mark of approbation of any part, from any description of men, or any particular man in the House. Astonishment, dejection, and fear overclouded the whole assembly. Although the minister had declared that the sentiments he had expressed that day had been those which he always entertained, it is certain that few or none had understood him in that manner, and he had been represented to the nation at large as the person in it, the most tenacious of those parliamentary rights which he now proposed to resign, and the most adverse to the submissions which he now proposed to make. These unfortunate affairs precipitated the resignation of Lord George Germain. His proud and impetuous temper had occasioned the resignation already of Sir Guy Carleton and of the two Howes. All complained that they could not obtain the necessary reinforcements and supplies from him as the colonial minister, and his tart and insolent replies to their complaints produced the retirement of these 3 commanders. He was already charged with having been the luckless projector of Bergen's disastrous expedition. Sir Henry Clinton was named the successor to the command of the forces in America, in the place of Sir William Howe. The punishment of North for the policy which had thus virtually lost America was every day falling more crushingly upon him. On the 13th of March, the Marquis de Noailles, the French ambassador in London, and the uncle of Lafayette's wife, handed to Lord Weymouth a note formally announcing the Treaty of Friendship and Commerce between France and America. On the 17th, it was the bitter duty of Lord North to read this remarkable document to the House of Commons. The affected right to make such a treaty with the colonies of another nation, and the professions of goodwill, notwithstanding such an interference, amounted to the keenest irony, if not downright insult. The reading of this French note aroused at once the old feeling of enmity between France and England. If there was a strong resentment against the Americans before, it now grew tenfold. The war became popular with all, except the extreme opposition. Lord North moved an appropriate address to the king. The opposition moved as an amendment to it that His Majesty should dismiss the ministers. Loyal addresses from both houses were, however, carried by large majorities. In consequence of the French Note 251, the king ordered Lord Stormont to quit Paris, and the Marquis de Noailles took his departure from London, where, in spite of his official character, he was no longer safe from popular insult. Orders were also sent to the Lord Lieutenants of the several counties to call out the militia. Through all these arrangements, Lord North continued to persist in his resignation. If the king had had any glimmering of what was necessary to save the colonies, he would himself have removed North long ago. But the only man who could take the place with any probability of success, or with any of the confidence of the public, was Lord Chatham, whom the king regarded with increasing aversion. Chatham's pride, which would not stoop an inch to mere outside royalty, feeling the higher royalty of his own mind, so far from seeking office, must himself be sought, and this deeply offended the monarch. Lord North could point to no other efficient successor, and George angrily replied that, as regarded Lord Chatham and his crew, he would not condescend to send for that perfidious man as prime minister. He would only do it to offer him and his friends places in the ministry of Lord North. The days of Chatham were far nearer their close than was suspected. One more sudden blaze of his high intellect, and he was gone. Whilst the subject of America continued to be discussed in both houses with much acrimony and little result, the Duke of Richmond, seeing that Chatham did not come forward, took a decided step. He gave notice on the 7th of April of an address to the king, entreating him to withdraw both his fleets and armies from the United States and make peace with them on such terms as should secure their goodwill. Chatham was roused effectually by this notice. Wrapped in flannel, pale and emaciated, he was supported into the house by his son William and his son-in-law, Lord Man. His large wig seemed to bury his worn, shrunken face, except the still piercing eye and the aquiline nose. When the Duke of Richmond had made his motion, and Lord Weymouth, one of the Secretaries of State, had replied to it, Chatham arose. Lord Camden says that in speaking, he was not like himself. His speech faltered, his sentences were broken, and his mind not master of itself. His words were shreds of unconnected eloquence, and flashes of the same fire, which he, Prometheus-like, had stolen from heaven, were then returning to the place whence they were taken. All was deep attention, and even in bosoms antagonistic in principle, were profound interest and respect. His words, weak and halting at first, grew, as he warmed with his subject, into much of the power and harmony of former days, and battling with his feebleness of frame, he put forth, in one last great effort, the power of his spirit. My lords, he said, I rejoice that the grave has not closed upon me, that I am still alive to lift up my voice against the dismemberment of this ancient and most noble monarchy. Pressed down as I am by the hand of infirmity, I am little able to assist my country in this most perilous conjuncture. But my lords, whilst I have sense and memory, I will never consent to deprive the royal offspring of the House of Brunswick, the heirs of, here he faltered for some moments, whilst striving to recall the name, of the Princess Sophia, of their fairest inheritance. My lords, his majesty succeeded to an empire as great in extent as its reputation was unsullied. Shall we tarnish the luster of that empire by an ignominious surrender of its rights and fairest possessions? Shall this great kingdom, which has survived whole and entire the Danish depredations, the Scotch inroads, and the Norman conquest, that has stood the threatened invasion of the Spanish Armada, now fall prostrate before the House of Bourbon? Surely, my lords, this nation is no longer what it was. Shall a people that 15 years ago were the terror of the world now stoop so low as to tell this ancient, inveterate enemy, take all we have, only give us peace? It is impossible. I wage war with no man or set of men. I wish for none of their employments, nor would I cooperate with men who persist in unretracted error, who, instead of acting on a firm, decisive line of conduct, halt between two opinions where there is no middle path. In God's name, if it is absolutely necessary to declare either for peace or war, and the former cannot be preserved with honor, why is not the latter commenced without hesitation? I am not, I confess, well informed of the resources of this kingdom, but I trust it is still sufficient to maintain its just rights, though I know them not. But, my lords, any state is better than despair. Let us at least make one effort, and if we must fall, let us fall like men. The Duke of Richmond made a feeble reply, and then Chatham rose in the deepest indignation to answer the Duke, but the violence of his feelings overcame him. He staggered and fell in a swoon, and would have been prostrated on the 252 floor, but for the assistance of some friendly hands. He lay apparently in the agonies of death. The whole house was agitated. The peers crowded round him in the greatest commotion, all except the Earl of Mansfield, who beheld the fall of his ancient rival almost as unmoved, says Lord Camden, as the senseless body itself. His youngest son, John Charles Pitt, was there, and exerted himself to render all possible assistance. The insensible orator was carried in the arms of his friends to the house of Mr. Sargent, in Downing Street. By the prompt aid of a physician, he was in some degree recalled to consciousness, and within a few days was conveyed to his own dwelling at Hayes. There he lingered till the morning of May 11th, when he died in the 70th year of his age. On the day of Chatham's death, his friend and disciple, Colonel Barr, announced the melancholy event in the House of Commons, and moved that his funeral should be conducted at the public charge, and his remains be deposited in Westminster Abbey. This was seconded by Thomas Townshend, afterwards Secretary of State, and Lord Sidney. All parties consented, with many praises, to this suggestion, and 2 days afterwards, Lord John Cavendish introduced the subject of a further testimony of public regard for the departed. It was well known that Chatham, notwithstanding the £10,000 left him by the Duchess of Marlborough, notwithstanding the emoluments of his places and pensions, and the noble estate bequeathed to him by Sir William Pynsent, was still in debt. Lord John Cavendish put to the score of disinterestedness what ought probably to have been placed to the account of free living and little care of money, and called on Parliament to reward the descendants of the Earl for the great addition which he had made to the empire as well as to its glory. Lord North cordially assented. An address, founded on this resolution, was carried to the king, who faithfully kept the word he had given nearly 3 years before. Chatham had then, through Lord North, sought to get his own pension continued to his second son, William Pitt, afterwards the celebrated minister. On that occasion, George III had declared that the conduct of Chatham of late had totally obliterated any sense of gratitude for his former merits. But that, when decrepitude or death should put an end to him as a trumpet of sedition, he would not punish the children for the father's sins, but would place the second son's name where Chatham's had been. He now consented to that. An annuity bill settled £4,000 a year on the heirs of Chatham, to whom the title should descend, which received the sanction of Parliament. And the Commons, moreover, voted £20,000 to pay the deceased Earl's debts. Both these motions passed the House of Commons unanimously. But in the upper house, the Duke of Chandos attacked the grants, and condemned severely the custom of loading the country with annuities in perpetuity. The bill was, however, carried by 42 votes to 11, though 4 noble lords entered a protest against it, namely, Lord Chancellor Bathurst, the Duke of Chandos, Lord Paget, and Markham, Archbishop of York. The funeral was but poorly attended. Few members of either house were there, except those of the opposition. Gibbon says that the government ingeniously contrived to secure the double odium of suffering the thing to be done, and of doing it with an ill grace. Burke and Savile, Thomas Townshend, and Dunning were pallbearers. Colonel Barr carried the banner of the barony of Chatham, supported by the Marquis of Rockingham and the Dukes of Richmond, Northumberland, and Manchester. William Pitt, in the place of his elder brother, who was gone to Gibraltar, was the chief mourner, followed by 8 peers, as assistant mourners, amongst whom were Lord Shelburne and Lord Camden. The tomb of Chatham is in the north transept of the abbey, distinguished by the monument soon afterwards erected to his honor. Death of the Earl of Chatham. From the painting by J. S. Copley, R.A., in the National Gallery, London. See larger version. On the 6th of May, Burke had brought forward a measure for the benefit of his long-oppressed country, to the effect that Ireland should enjoy the privilege of exporting its manufactures, woolen cloths and woolens excepted, and of importing from the coast of Africa and other foreign settlements all goods that it required, except indigo and tobacco. The Irish were to have the additional privilege of sending to England duty-free, cotton yarns, sailcloth, and cordage. Parliament, for once, looked on these demands with favor. They recollected that the Americans had endeavored to excite disaffection amongst the Irish by reference to the unjust restrictions on their commerce by the selfishness of England, and they felt the loss of the American trade and were willing to encourage commerce in some other direction. Lord Nugent co-operated with Burke in this endeavor, but the lynx-eyed avarice of the English merchants was instantly up in arms. During the Easter recess, a host of petitions was 254 got up against this just concession. The city of Bristol, which was represented by Burke, threatened to dismiss him at the next election if he persisted in this attempt to extend commercial justice to Ireland. But Burke told them that he must leave that to them. For himself, he must advocate free trade, which, if they once tried it, they would find far more advantageous than monopoly. They kept their word and threw him out for his independence. At the same time, the English merchants, as they had always done before by Ireland, triumphed to a great extent. They demanded to be heard in committee by council, and the bills were shorn down to the least possible degree of benefit. During the discussion of this question, Sir George Savile brought forward another. This was a bill for relieving Catholics, by repealing the penalties and disabilities imposed by the 10th and 11th of King William III. The hardships sought to be removed were these: the prohibition of Catholic priests or Jesuits teaching their own doctrines in their own churches, such an act being high treason in natives and felony in foreigners; the forfeitures by popish heirs of their property who received their education abroad, in such cases the estates going to the nearest Protestant heir; the power given to a Protestant to take the estate of his father or next kinsman, who was a Catholic during his lifetime, and the debarring all Catholics from acquiring legal property by any other means than descent. Dunning declared the restrictions a disgrace to humanity and perfectly useless, as they were never enforced. But Sir George Savile said that was not really the fact, for that he himself knew Catholics who lived in daily terror of informers and of the infliction of the law. Thurlow, still Attorney General but about to ascend the woolsack, promptly supported the bill, and Henry Dundas, the Lord Advocate of Scotland, lamented that it would afford no relief to his own country. These acts did not affect Scotland, as they had been passed before the Union, but Scotland had a similar act passed by its own parliament, and he promised to move for the repeal of this Scottish act in the next session. In the Commons, there was an almost total unanimity on the subject, and in the Lords, the Bishop of Peterborough was nearly the only person who strongly opposed it. He asked that if, as it was argued, these acts were a dead letter, why disturb the dead? But smoothly as this transaction had passed, there was a hurricane behind. The threatened extension of the measure to Scotland roused all the Presbyterian bigotry of the North. The Synod of Glasgow and other synods passed resolutions vowing to oppose any interference with the Scottish Act for the suppression of popery. Press and pulpit were speedily inflamed. Associations were formed in Edinburgh, Glasgow, and most of the towns for the defense of the Protestant interest. All the old persecutions and insults of Catholics were renewed. They could not safely appear in the streets or remain safely in their houses. Not even those liberal enough to advocate the just rights of Catholics were secure, at least from rude treatment. Dr. Robertson, the historian, was hooted when he went abroad as a favorer of the papists. There was as yet no more toleration in Scotland than if a William III had never appeared in England. From Scotland, the intolerant leaven spread southwards. It grew fiercer and fiercer, and in a while found a proper champion in the hot-headed Lord George Gordon, whose exploits as the ringleader of riot and fire and confusion culminated 2 years later in the scenes of destruction and terror forever memorable as the Gordon riots. In Europe, war was about to break forth, in consequence of war in America. Yet the court of France did not lack solemn warnings of the fatal path on which they were entering. The honest and far-sighted financier, Turgot, who had been employed by Louis XVI as Controller General to endeavor to bring the terribly disordered revenue of France into order, said, "I must remind you, sire, of these 3 words. No bankruptcy, no augmentation of imposts, no loans. To fulfill these 3 conditions there is but one means, to reduce the expenditure below the receipt, and sufficiently below it to be able to economize, every year, 20 millions, in order to clear off the old debts. Without that, the first cannon fired will force the state to bankruptcy." He assured the king that all colonies, on arriving at a condition of maturity, would as naturally abandon the control of the mother country as children, arriving at majority, do the control of their parents. That the independence of America would, therefore, come of itself without France ruining herself to accelerate the event. That, as to France wishing Spain to join in this attempt, Spain must remember her own colonies, for, by assisting to free the British colonies, she would assuredly assist to liberate her own. Before there was any declaration of war, the King of France, on the 18th of March, issued in 255 order to seize all British ships in the ports of that kingdom, and 9 days afterwards, a similar order was issued by the British government as to all French ships in their harbors. The first act of hostility was perpetrated by Admiral Cassell. He had been appointed First Admiral on the earliest news of the Treaty of France with America, and being now in the Channel with 20 ships of the line, he discovered 2 French frigates, La Licorne and La Belle Poule, reconnoitering his fleet. Not troubling himself that there had been no declaration of war, Cassell ordered some of his vessels to give chase. And, on coming up with the Licorne, a gun was fired over her, to call her to surrender. And the Frenchman struck his colors, but not before he had poured a broadside into the America, commanded by Lord Longford, and wounded 4 of his men. The saucy Arethusa, famed in song and story in the meantime, had come up with the Belle Poule, and after a desperate action, drove her in amongst the rocks, whilst the Arethusa herself was so disabled as to require towing back to the fleet. A schooner and a French frigate were soon afterwards taken, and finding on board these vessels papers stating that the fleet in Brest Harbor consisted of 32 sail of the line and 10 or 12 frigates, Cassell returned to Portsmouth for reinforcements. For this Cassell was much blamed, as it was considered that the papers might have been made out in order to deceive him. The number of the French fleet, however, soon proved to be correct, for, during Cassell's absence, it sailed out of Brest, under the command of Admiral d'Orvilliers. Cassell, returning with his squadron augmented to 30 vessels of the line, found d'Orvilliers out at sea, and the lively, 20-gun brig, which he had left to watch the motions of the French, surprised by them in a fog and captured. On the 27th of July, Cassell came up with d'Orvilliers off Ushant, and instantly gave battle. The 2 fleets passed each other on different tacks, keeping up a furious cannonade for 2 hours. Cassell then signaled his second in command, Sir Hugh Palliser, to wear round and renew the attack, but Palliser had received so much injury that he could not or did not obey the signal. Cassell therefore bore down to join Palliser's division and formed afresh for the fight. But by this time d'Orvilliers was making for Brest as fast as he could, claiming a victory. Night came down, and the next morning the French fleet was nearly out of sight. On this, Cassell returned to England to refit, much out of humor with Palliser. Meanwhile, in America, military intrigues were on foot against Washington. Amongst these endeavors was one for alienating from him Lafayette. For this purpose, an expedition was planned against Canada, and Lafayette, as a Frenchman, was appointed to the command, hoping thus to draw to him the Frenchmen of Canada. Not a word was to be breathed of it to Washington, and Conway and Stark, two of the most malicious members of the cabal, were to take command under Lafayette. On the 24th of January, 1778, Washington received a letter from Gates, the president of the Board of War, commanding him to send one of his best regiments to Albany, on the Hudson, for a particular service, and enclosing another to Lafayette, requiring his immediate attendance on Gates. Gates found, however, that Lafayette was not to be seduced from his attachment to Washington. He would not accept the command, otherwise than as acting in subordination to his commander-in-chief, and he should send all his dispatches and bulletins to him at the same time that he furnished copies to Congress. The vain Frenchman verily believed that he was going to restore Canada, not to America, but to the French crown, a fear which began to haunt Congress after he had set out, but the fear was needless. When Lafayette reached his invading army, instead of 2,500 men, it amounted to about 1,200, and the militia were nowhere to be heard of. Clothes, provisions, sledges were all wanting, and instead of leading his troops as he was directed to Lake Champlain, whence he was to proceed to Île-aux-Noix to blow up the English flotilla, and thence, crossing the Sorrel to descend the St. Lawrence to Montreal, he gave up the expedition with a sigh and returned to the camp of Washington. In the month of April arrived the permission for Sir William Howe to retire, and, although he was one of the 5 commissioners named for carrying into effect the proposals in Lord North's bill, he determined to leave at the earliest day for England. Lord Howe, the admiral, was equally impatient to return, but Lord Sandwich had informed him that it would be considered a great misfortune for him to quit his command in the present circumstances. This was, in fact, an order for his remaining, which the breaking out of the war with France and the expected arrival of a French fleet rendered doubly imperative. 256. Sir Henry Clinton was appointed to succeed Sir William Howe, and the former having arrived in Philadelphia, Howe departed. Scarcely had Clinton assumed the command, when an order arrived from the government at home to abandon Philadelphia and concentrate his forces at New York. The French fleet under D'Estaing was on its way, and it was considered that we had not a fleet of sufficient strength to beat them back from the mouth of the Delaware. On the 6th of June, only a fortnight after Howe's departure, the 3 commissioners, Lord Carlisle, Mr. Eden, and Governor Johnstone, arrived. They learned with consternation and unspeakable chagrin this order for the evacuation of Philadelphia, and still more, that so important a dispatch had been kept concealed from them. There was not a single circumstance in favor of the commissioners. At the same moment that we were making this disastrous retreat from the hardly won Philadelphia, publishing our weakness to the world, Congress had just received the mighty news of French alliance, French aid, and French ships and troops steering towards their coasts. The commissioners came furnished with propositions the most honorable and favors the most absolute. They were authorized to offer to the Americans that no military forces should be maintained in the colonies without the consent of the General Congress or of the Assembly of a particular state, that England would take measures to discharge the debts of America and to give full value to its paper money, would admit an agent or agents from the states into the British Parliament and send, if they wished it, agents to sit with them in their assemblies, that each state should have the sole power of settling its revenue and perfect freedom of internal legislation and government, in fact, everything except total severance from the parent country. Such terms, conceded at the proper time, would have made war impossible, but the proper time was long past and they were now useless. The commissioners applied to Washington for a passport to Congress, in order to lay the proposals brought by the commissioners before them. But Washington bluntly refused the passport, and only consented to forward the letter through the common post. Congress took time to deliberate on the contents of the letter, and then returned an answer through their president, that the Act of Parliament and the forms of the Commission all supposed the American states to be still subject to Great Britain, which had long ceased to be fact, and that Congress could listen to no overtures from the King of England until he had withdrawn his fleet and armies and was prepared to treat with them as independent states. The commissioners could only retire, leaving behind them a manifesto threatening the utmost severities of war. Clinton, having now united his forces at New York, directed his attention to the approach of the fleet of D'Estaing. This had sailed for the Delaware, expecting to find Lord Howe there, but, finding that he had sailed for New York, it followed him, and arrived there 6 days after him. The fleet of D'Estaing consisted of 12 sail of the line and 6 frigates. Howe had only 10 sail of the line, and some of them of only 40 or 50 guns and a few frigates. Besides, D'Estaing had heavier metal and ships in much better condition, for those of Howe were old and out of repair, and their crews were considerably deficient. Altogether, D'Estaing had 854 guns, Howe only 614. From D'Estaing's superiority of force, it was quite expected that he would attack Howe, but he was dissuaded by the pilots from entering the harbor and lay outside 11 days, during which time he landed the ambassador. Lord Howe showed much spirit in preparing for an encounter, though he was daily in expectation of Admiral Byron with some additional ships, the admiral coming to supersede him. He put his ships in the best order he could, and the English seamen hurried in from all quarters to man his vessels. 1,000 volunteers came from the transports, and masters and mates of merchantmen offered their services. Just, however, when it was expected that D'Estaing would avail himself of the tide, on the 22nd of July, to enter the harbor, he sailed away for Rhode Island and up the Newport River. In a few days, Howe sailed in quest of D'Estaing. They found D'Estaing joined by Lafayette with 2,000 American troops, and by General Sullivan with 10,000 more, and D'Estaing proposed to land 4,000 from his fleet. The English garrison in Newport amounted to only 5,000 men, but here a contest arose between D'Estaing and Sullivan for the supreme command, and this was not abated till Howe with his fleet hove in sight. Then D'Estaing stood out to sea, in spite of the remonstrances of Sullivan, Greene, and the other American officers. Lord Howe endeavored to bring him to action, at the same time maneuvering to obtain the weather gauge of him. In these mutual endeavors to obtain the advantage of the wind, the two fleets stood away quite out of sight of Rhode Island, and Sullivan commenced in their absence the siege of Newport. Howe, at length, seeing that he could not obtain the weather gauge, determined to attack the French to leeward, but at this moment a terrible storm arose and completely parted the hostile fleets, doing both of them great damage. D'Estaing returned into the harbor of Newport, but only to inform the Americans that he was too much damaged to remain, but must make for Boston to refit. Sullivan and the other officers remonstrated vehemently against his departure, but in vain. Scarcely had D'Estaing disappeared when Sir Henry Clinton himself, leading 4,000 men, arrived in Rhode Island, and Sullivan crossed to the mainland in haste. He blamed the French for the failure of the enterprise. Gibraltar. From a drawing by Burkitt Foster, RWS. See larger version. The Saucy Arethusa and the Belle Poule, CP 255. See larger version. Lord Howe, when he had collected his ships after the storm which separated him from D'Estaing, again made for Boston, in the hope of being able to attack the French admiral in the harbor, but he found him too well protected by the batteries to be able to reach him. He therefore returned to New York, and, as his leave of absence had arrived, he surrendered the command to Admiral Byron, and took his leave of America on the 26th of September, and reached Portsmouth on the 25th of October. Byron now had a very good fleet, consisting of ships of one size or other to the number of 91 sail. Such a fleet assembled on the American coast at a proper time would have intercepted and destroyed the fleet of D'Estaing, and have cleared all those waters of French and American privateers. Byron no sooner came into command than he also made a voyage to Boston, to see whether he could not come at D'Estaing's fleet. But his usual weather attended him, his ships were scattered by a tempest, and D'Estaing took the opportunity of sailing to the West Indies, according to his orders. Notwithstanding the agreement of the French to assist America, they were thinking much more of recovering Canada or seizing on the British West India Islands for themselves. The British, apprised of the views of France, determined to send a fleet and troops to protect 258 the West Indies, but instead of sending the requisite force from home, the ministers ordered Clinton to send 5,000 men from New York. This was another example of the feeble and penurious manner in which they carried on this war. Clinton had recently sent 3,500 men to Georgia, and now this detachment of 5,000 diminished his already insufficient army by 8,500 men. It was, therefore, utterly impossible that he could take another decisive step in America during this year, and thus Congress was left to strengthen its army and to await fresh reinforcements from France. Commodore Hotham, with only 5 ships of the line, a bomb vessel, and some frigates, conveyed Major General Grant and this force to the West Indies, being nearly the whole way within a short sail of D'Estaing and his much superior fleet without knowing it. Grant's destination was to protect Dominica, but before his arrival, Marshal de Bouille, Governor-General of Martinique, had landed with 2,000 men and had compelled Lieutenant Governor Stuart who had only about 100 regular troops and some indifferent militia for its defense, to surrender. Grant, being too late to save Dominica, turned his attention to St. Lucia, being conveyed thither by the joint fleet of Hotham and Barrington. They had scarcely made a good footing on the island when D'Estaing's fleet hove in sight. He had 12 sail of the line, numerous frigates and transports, and 10,000 men on board, and the English would have had little chance could he have landed. But the British fleet resolutely attacked him, and after several days' struggle, prevented his landing more than half his troops. These were so gallantly repulsed by Brigadier Meadows, who was at the head of only 1,500 men, that on the 28th December, D'Estaing again embarked his troops and quitted the island. The original French force under Chevalier de Michaud then surrendered, and St. Lucia was won, though Dominica was lost. The first thing which occupied the government on the opening of the year 1779 were the trials of Cassell and Palliser. That of Cassell commenced on the 7th of January and lasted till the 11th of February. The court consisted of 5 admirals and 8 captains, Sir Thomas Pye, Admiral of the White, being president. Cassell was acquitted, and pronounced to have behaved like a brave and experienced officer, and to have rendered essential service to the state. This sentence occasioned a wonderful rejoicing in the city, where Cassell's political principles prevailed. The portico of the mansion house was illuminated 2 successive nights, and there were general illuminations throughout London and Westminster. It had been well had the demonstration ended there, but the mob took the opportunity of the guard which had been stationed before the house of Palliser in Pall Mall being withdrawn at midnight to smash in his windows, burst in the doors, and destroy his furniture. The work of destruction once begun was soon extended. The mob demolished the windows of Lord North and Lord George Germain, as well as of the Admiralty, government being looked upon as the real enemies of Cassell and accessories of Palliser. The next day, the 12th of February, Parliament and the City Corporation gave the most unmistakable sanction to these proceedings. Both Houses of Parliament voted thanks to Cassell, the Lords unanimously, the Commons with only one dissenting voice. The Court of Common Council not only voted thanks to Cassell, but presented him with the freedom of the city in a box of heart of oak, richly ornamented, and the city was more brilliantly illuminated than before, the monument being decked out with colored lamps. Palliser, incensed at these marked censures on himself, vacated his seat in Parliament and resigned his governorship of Scarborough Castle, his seat at the Board of Admiralty, his colonelcy of Marines, retaining only his post of vice-admiral and demanding a court-martial. This was held on board the Sandwich in Portsmouth Harbor and lasted 21 days, resulting finally in a verdict of acquittal, though with some censure for his not having acquainted his commander-in-chief instantly that the disabled state of his ship had prevented him from obeying the signal to join for the renewal of the fight. This sentence pleased neither party. Cassell thought Palliser too easily let off, Palliser that he was sacrificed to party feeling against government. In Ireland, the effervescence assumed the shape of resistance to commercial injustice. It was, indeed, impossible to condemn too strongly the injustice which that country had endured for ages, and in nothing more than in the flagrant restrictions heaped upon its commerce and manufactures in favor of English interests. The Irish now seized on the opportunity, while America was waging war against the very same treatment to imitate the American policy. They formed associations in Dublin, Cork, Kilkenny, and other 259 places, for the non-importation of British goods which could be manufactured in Ireland, till England and Ireland were placed on an equal footing in all that related to manufactures and commerce. Ministers, who had turned a deaf ear for years, and almost for ages, to such complaints, were now alarmed, especially as there was a rumor of French invasion, which might be so materially aided by disaffection in Ireland. They therefore made a pecuniary grant to relieve the commercial distress in Ireland, and passed 2 acts for the encouragement of the growth of tobacco and hemp, and the manufacture of linen in that island. These concessions, however, were not deemed sufficient, and the people formed themselves into volunteer associations, appointing their own officers, and defraying the cost of their own equipments. This was done under the plea of the danger of invasion. But government knew very well that American agents had been very busy sowing discontent in Ireland, and they saw too much resemblance in these things to the proceedings on the other side of the Atlantic not to view them with alarm. The Marquis of Rockingham, who had been well instructed in the real grievances of Ireland by Burke, moved in the House of Lords, on the 11th of May, for the production of all papers necessary to enable the House to come to a full understanding of the trade of Ireland and of mercantile restrictions on it, with a view to doing impartial justice to that kingdom. Lord Gower promised that these should be ready for production next session. On the 16th of June, Just as the House was growing impatient for prorogation, Lord North, who earlier in the session had made some unsuccessful negotiations with the Whigs, announced intelligence which put such prorogation out of the question. He informed the House that the Spanish ambassador had delivered a hostile manifesto and had thereupon quitted London. On the 17th, a royal message was delivered, asserting His Majesty's surprise at this act of Spain and declaring that nothing on his part had provoked it, but it by no means took anybody else by surprise, and the opposition strongly reproached government for not giving credit to their warnings on this head. In the Commons, Lord John Cavendish, and in the Lords, the Earl of Abingdon and the Duke of Richmond, moved that the fleet and army should be immediately withdrawn from America, that peace be made with those states, and all our forces be concentrated in chastising France and Spain, as they deserved, for their treachery and unprovoked interference. They called for a total change of ministers and measures. These motions were defeated, and Lord North, on the 21st of June, moved for the introduction of a bill to double the militia and raise volunteer corps. The proposal to double the militia was rejected, that to raise volunteer corps accepted. To man the Navy, a bill was brought in to suspend for 6 months all exemptions from impressment into the Royal Navy. The measure was passed through 2 stages before rising, and carried the next morning, and sent up to the Lords. There it met with strong opposition, and did not receive the royal assent till the last day of the session. This was the 3rd of July, and was followed on the 9th by a royal proclamation ordering all horses and provisions, in case of invasion, to be driven into the interior. The batteries of Plymouth were manned, and a boom was drawn across the harbor at Portsmouth. A large camp of militia was established at Cox Heath, in front of Maidstone, and in truth, this demonstration of a patriotic spirit was very popular. Spain, having now, most fatally for herself, been persuaded to join France in the war with England, turned her first attention to Gibraltar, which she hoped France would enable her to conquer. But France showed no disposition to assist her to regain Gibraltar. At the same time, the great object was to accomplish the union of the French and Spanish fleets, which they deemed must then be invincible, and not only drive the English from the seas, but enable them to land in England itself. The French managed to muster 50,000 men, whom they marched to the different ports on the Channel, from Havre to St. Malo. By this means, keeping England in fear of an invasion, their fleet slipped out of Brest on the 3rd of June, under the command of d'Orvilliers, and effected the desired junction with the Spaniards at Cadiz. The French fleet consisted of 30 sail of the line, the Spanish of 38, making the united fleet 68 sail, besides numerous frigates and smaller vessels. Never, since the days of the Armada, had such a mighty squadron threatened the shores of Great Britain. To oppose this tremendous force, our admiral, Sir Charles Hardy, had only 38 sail. In the confidence of their overwhelming strength, the Franco-Spanish fleet sailed directly for the English coast. Hardy, who was a brave seaman, but somewhat past his prime, endeavored to 260 prevent their insulting our shores, and pursued them first near the Scilly Isles, and then towards the Straits of the Channel. On shore the panic was intense, the French and Spaniards being expected every hour to land. But on the 31st of August, the wind veering enabled Hardy to get the weather gauge of them, and being now in the Channel, he was prepared to engage their fleet, though so much superior in numbers, and on shore great quantities of military and volunteers had collected. Hardy anchored off Spithead. At the sight of this combination of circumstances, the courage of the Spaniards and French evaporated. They began to quarrel amongst themselves. The Spaniards were for landing on some part of the British coast. The French admiral contended that they would have the equinoctial gales immediately upon them, and that many of their vessels were in bad condition. The Spanish commander declared that, this being the case, he would relinquish the enterprise and return to his own seaports. D'Orvilliers was necessarily compelled to return too, and retired to Brest, where a pestilential disease attacked the French, from having been so long cooped up in foul ships. Well might Lord North, on the meeting of Parliament, say, "Our enemies fitted out a formidable fleet, they appeared upon our coasts, they talked big, threatened a great deal, did nothing, and retired." In America, the belligerents were early afoot this year, but the attention and the forces of the English were drawn from the States to the West Indies by the determined attempts of the French to make themselves masters of our islands there. D'Estaing, who was joined by another French squadron under the Marquis de Vaudreuil, was early opposed by Admiral Byron, who arrived at St. Lucia from the American coast on the 6th of January. This Admiral Vaudreuil, on his way, had visited our settlements on the coast of Africa and taken from us Senegal. But Sir Edward Hughes soon arrived there and took their settlement of Goree, so that it was a mere exchange of territory. In June, Admiral Byron was obliged to escort our merchant fleet to a certain distance, and D'Estaing seized that opportunity to make himself master of St. Vincent and Grenada, where the garrisons were weak. On the return of Byron on the 5th of July, he came to an engagement with D'Estaing off Grenada, but the French admiral, after an indecisive action, took advantage of the night to sail away, boasting of a great victory. He now made for Georgia and Carolina to assist the Americans in endeavoring to wrest from us our recent conquest of Savannah in Georgia. In fact, the chief scene of the war during this year continued to be south. In September, D'Estaing arrived off Savannah to cooperate with the American forces in recovering that important place. He brought with him 24 ships of the line and 14 frigates, and was moreover attended by a numerous squadron of French and American privateers, besides carrying a considerable body of troops. On learning D'Estaing's approach, General Lincoln and Governor Rutledge began to march their troops towards Savannah and sent a number of small vessels to enable the French to carry their troops up the river and land them near the town. General Prevost, commander of the English garrison, made the most active preparations to receive them. D'Estaing had agreed to wait for the arrival of General Lincoln with the South Carolina force, but, with the want of faith characteristic of the man, on the 12th of September he landed 3,000 men and summoned General Prevost to surrender in the name of the French king. Prevost claimed 24 hours to decide, and this time he employed in strengthening his defenses. Before the expiration of this time, Colonel Maitland, who was on the march for Beaufort with 800 veterans, came in, and Prevost returned for answer that he would defend the place to the utmost. On the 16th, General Lincoln arrived, and was greatly incensed to find that D'Estaing had broken the agreement to wait for him, and still worse, had summoned the place in the name of France instead of the Congress. D'Estaing, who expected to have taken the place with little trouble, greatly alarmed lest the English should seize most of the French West Indian islands in his absence, urged an assault contrary to the wishes of Lincoln, and this was made on the 9th of October. The forces, 5,800 in number, were led on in 2 columns, but they were received by such a raking fire from walls and redoubts, and from the brig flanking the right of the British lines, that they were thrown back in confusion. And before D'Estaing and Lincoln could restore order, Colonel Maitland made a general sortie with fixed bayonets, and the whole attacking force fled in utter rout. D'Estaing would now remain no longer, but re-embarked his forces and sailed away, to the unspeakable chagrin of the Americans, who retreated in all haste, the greater part of the militia breaking up and returning home. Lord North. See larger version. The effect of the American War, so extremely unsatisfactory to the nation, had now perceptibly reduced the influence of Lord North and his ministry. Their majorities, which had formerly been 4-1, had now fallen to less than 2-1, and this process was going rapidly on. The changes in the cabinet had been considerable, but they had not contributed to reinvigorate it. The removal of Thurlow to the House of Lords had left nobody equal to him in the Commons to contend with such men as Fox, Burke, Barr, and the several others. Wedderburn had taken Thurlow's place as Attorney General, and Wallace had stepped into Wedderburn's as Solicitor General. Lord Weymouth, who had held the posts of Secretary of State for the North and South Departments since the death of the Earl of Suffolk, now resigned, and Lord Hillsborough was appointed to the Southern Department, and Lord Stormont to the Northern Department. Neither of these changes was popular. The Duke of Bedford's party had become more and more cool towards Lord North, and in every respect there was a declining power in the cabinet. It was at variance with itself, and was fast losing the confidence of the public. Lord George Germain was still retained by the King as Secretary of the Colonies, notwithstanding the disgust he had excited by the unfortunate planning of the expedition of Bergen. On the 25th of November Parliament was opened, and the King, in his speech, made a strong appeal to the country for support against the unprovoked war on the part of France and Spain. The Marquis of Rockingham, in proposing an amendment on the address in the Lords, was extremely severe. He concluded by moving that every part of the address, except the title, should be expunged, and that, instead of what then stood, a prayer should be inserted that His Majesty would reflect on the extent of territory which marked the opening of his reign, the opulence and power, the reputation abroad, the conquered at home, to which he had succeeded, and now on the endangered, impoverished, enfeebled, distracted, and even dismembered state of the whole, after the enormous grants of his successive parliaments, and calling on him as the only 262 remedy of impending ruin, to dismiss his present evil counselors and summon new and more auspicious ones. The language was crushing, but it derived its force from its undeniable truth. Lord John Cavendish moved a similar amendment in the Commons, and the opposition declared that it was well that His Majesty's speech expressed trust in divine providence, for providence was the only friend that his government had now left, and that our arms, both on sea and land, were paralyzed by the scandalous practice of putting at the head of the army and navy mere court favorites, and by the want of all vigor and sagacity of planning and following up our campaigns. Fox went further and asserted that weakness and stupidity could not affect the wholesale shame and ruin that surrounded us, that there must be treachery somewhere, and that, if this were driven a little further, the people would seize on arms and chase the miserable cabinet from its abused seat. Lord North made the best reply that the circumstances admitted, but there were no symptoms of the ministers resigning or being removed by the infatuated monarch, and the amendments were rejected in both houses as a matter of course. During this debate, the state of Ireland had been repeatedly alluded to, and on the 13th of December, Lord North brought forward his promised scheme of Irish relief, which consisted in extending the exportation of woolen cloths to wool and wool flocks to all kinds of glass manufactures, and, in free trade to the British colonies, privileges that it seems wonderfully strange to us, at the present day, could ever have been withheld from any portion of the same empire. The critical state of America, no doubt, had much to do with the grant of these privileges, for all of them were conceded. The ruinous expenditure of the war, and the continual difficulties into which the civil list had fallen, now roused throughout the country a strong demand for economical reform. The Duke of Richmond introduced the subject into the upper house by moving, on the 7th of December, that an address be conveyed to His Majesty representing the distress of the country, the heavy demands upon it for the complicated war, and recommending a reduction of all useless expenses. It also set out that profusion, so far from being strength, was weakness, that it behoved all classes of officials to consent to a curtailment of the lavish salaries, and that it would be noble example in the crown to take the lead, which could not fail of enhancing the love of the people and diffusing an excellent influence throughout every department of the state. His Grace represented that the vast military establishment by sea and land could not include less than 300,000 men. That, since the beginning of the American War, the expenditure had added 63 millions of pounds to the debt, and its interest, 8 millions, to our annual payments. The interest of the debt had now become of itself equal to the whole of our expenditure in years of peace before. He laid much stress on the belief that the example of the king would induce all orders of men to make equal sacrifices to the needs of their country. Richmond declared that he had no wish to curtail the pensions of those who had wasted their fortunes in the service of their country. As the Pelhams, for the Duke of Newcastle was said to have sunk £500,000 during the years that he so fondly adhered to office. He gave the ministers and the aristocracy credit for a disinterestedness which they did not possess. They admitted the vastness of the expenditure, and that there was wastefulness, and that they were desirous of economy. But they could not believe that any reduction of the civil list would be sensibly felt, whilst it would reflect dishonor on the country, as if it were incapable of maintaining the crown in due credit. Lord Chancellor Thurlow affected not to believe in the distress, or that any case of public extravagance had been made out. The Duke of Richmond's motion was negatived by 77 votes against 36. But on the 15th of December, only 8 days later, Lord Shelburne followed up the question by moving that the alarming additions annually made to the debt, under the name of extraordinaries incurred in different services, demanded an immediate check, that the distresses of landed and mercantile interests made the strictest economy requisite, and that the expenditure of such large sums without grants from Parliament was an alarming violation of the Constitution. He showed that these expenses bore no proportion to those of any former wars as to the services performed for them, and stated plainly that the cause was notorious, that the greater part of the money went into the pockets of the minister's contracting friends. Lord Shelburne's motion was also rejected. He then gave notice for a further motion of a like nature on the 8th of February. The matter was not to be lightly or easily dismissed. On the very same day that Lord Shelburne made his motion in the Lords, Edmund 263 Burke gave notice of a series of resolutions which he should introduce after the Christmas recess. He stated the outline of his intended measures for economical reform. Whilst he was delivering a very fine speech on this occasion, Fox came in from the House of Lords, where he had been listening to the debate on Lord Shelburne's motion, and warmly supported him, lamenting that there was not virtue enough in the House to carry through so necessary, so patriotic a measure. "I am just come," he said, "from another place where the first men in this kingdom, the the first in abilities, the first in estimation, are now libeling this house. The announcement excited, as Fox intended, much surprise, and he continued, "Yes, I repeat it, every instance they give, and they give many and strong instances, of uncorrected abuses with regard to the public money, is a libel on this house. Everything they state on the growth of corrupt influence, and it never was half so flourishing, is a libel on this house." The corruptionists in Parliament were deaf to eloquence or remonstrance. The base contractors sitting there, and the other vile absorbers of the money voted by the country for the most sacred purposes, for the preservation of the integrity and existence of the empire, sat still in impudent hardihood. But the sound of these stirring words was already out of doors. The City of London voted thanks to the Duke of Richmond and the Earl of Shelburne for their motions, and for their promised resumption of the subject on the 8th of February. A great meeting was called at York to induce that county to prepare a petition for reform in Parliament. Many efforts were made by persuasion and by menace to prevent these freeholders from meeting. But the Marquis of Rockingham and Sir George Savile stood forward, attended the meeting, and encouraged the freeholders. The meeting was held on the 30th of December, and, besides these distinguished men, was attended by peers, gentlemen, clergymen, the richest and noblest in the county. A petition was adopted to the House of Commons in the strongest terms. Before separating, this most important meeting appointed a committee of correspondence, consisting of 61 gentlemen, to carry out the objects of the petition, and still further to prepare the plan of a national association for the promotion of the great business of reform. The contagion spread rapidly. In numbers of other counties, and in many of the leading cities, similar petitions were got up, and committees of correspondence formed. The result was that very soon, in the counties of Middlesex, Chester, Hants, Hertford, Sussex, Huntingdon, Surrey, Cumberland, Bedford, Essex, Gloucester, Somerset, Wilts, Dorset, Devon, Norfolk, Berks, Bucks, Nottingham, Kent, Northumberland, Suffolk, Hereford, Cambridge, Derby, Northampton, and the towns of York and Bristol, Cambridge, Nottingham, Newcastle, Reading, and Bridgewater, petitions were prepared, and in most of them corresponding committees organized. When Parliament reassembled, after the Christmas recess, the great question of economical reform took the first place in its deliberations. The Great Yorkshire Petition was introduced on the 8th of February by Sir George Savile, who, as the forms of the House then allowed, made a speech on its presentation. He was a small, weakly man, but of the most upright character, and was listened to with the highest respect. On the 11th, Burke rose to bring forward his extensive scheme of retrenchment and reform. It was a scheme of reforms so vast and multiform as to require 5 bills to include them. It dealt with the sale of the Crown lands, the abolition of the separate jurisdictions of the Principality of Wales, the duchies of Cornwall, Chester, and Lancaster, of the court offices of Treasurer, Controller, Cofferer, Keeper of the Stag, Buck, and Fox Hounds, of the wardrobe, robes, jewels, etc., of the recently instituted office of Third Secretary of State, the reduction and simplification of offices in the Ordnance and Mint departments, the Patent Office of the Exchequer, the regulation of the pay offices of the Army, Navy, and of pensioners, and finally, the civil list. Such a host of corrupt interests was assailed by this wholesale scheme that it was certain to receive a very determined opposition, and it might have been supposed that it would be encountered by the most rabid rage. But not so. The great tribe whose interests were affected were too adroit strategists for that. They were too well assured that, being legion, and all knit up together from the crown downwards, embracing every branch of the aristocracy, they were safe, and might, therefore, listen to the fervid eloquence of the poetic Irishman, as they would to a tragedy that did not affect them further than their amusement was concerned. Lord North very soon managed to put the principality and the duchies out of the range of his inquiries. He declared that nobody was more zealous for a permanent system of economy than he was. But then, unfortunately, the king's 264 patrimonial revenue was concerned in these duchies, and therefore he must be first consulted. And what was still more embarrassing was that these proposals affected the rights of the Prince of Wales, and therefore could not be mooted till he was of age. So that branch of the inquiry was lopped off, under the gentle phrase of postponement. When the discussion reached the reform of the king's household, Burke was compelled to admit that a former attempt to reform this lavish yet penurious household by Lord Talbot had been suddenly stopped, because, forsooth, it would endanger the situation of an honorable member who was turnspit in the kitchen. The end of it was that though all expressed themselves as delighted and as acquiescent, almost every detail was thrown out in committee. The only point carried was that which abolished the Board of Trade, by a majority, however, of only 8. The Board of Trade was ere long restored again. The other portions of Burke's great scheme occupied the House through March, April, and May, and then was got rid of by a maneuver in the committee, Burke declaring that he would bring the measure forward again next session. But the subject was not so easily disposed of. Colonel Barr, in the House of Commons, only 3 days after Burke introduced his great motion, declared that Burke's measure did not go far enough, that Burke did not mean to interfere with the enormous pensions and overpaid places already in possession, and that he would himself introduce a motion for a committee of accounts to probe all these depths of corruption and to examine into the army extravagances, which were excessive and to him unaccountable. Lord North, so far from opposing this motion, declared his surprise that no one had thought of introducing it before, and that he was extremely anxious himself for the reduction of all needless expenditure. The opposition expressed their particular satisfaction, but they were rather too precipitate, for North made haste to get the business into his own hands, and, on the 2nd of March, was ready with a bill of his own framing. The opposition were lost in astonishment, and Barr denounced this perfidious conduct in the minister in terms of just indignation. The whole opposition, who found themselves outwitted, declared that the scheme, so far from being intended to relieve the country, was meant to shield existing abuses, and they accordingly resisted it to the utmost. North, however, by his standing majority of myrmidons, carried the bill through the House, and Sir Guy Carleton, late Governor of Canada, and 5 others were appointed commissioners. Thus the whole motion was in reality shelved. 2 more attempts were made. Mr. Crewe reproduced the bill to disable revenue officers from voting at elections, which was at once rejected. Sir Philip Jennings Clerk then reintroduced his bill to exclude contractors from the House of Commons unless their contracts were obtained at a public bidding. This was suffered, for appearance sake, to pass the House with little opposition, but it was arrested in the Peers by the law lords, at the head of whom were Mansfield and Thurlow, and thrown out. On April 6th, a great meeting was held in Westminster, avowedly to add weight to the county petitions for economical reform, which were now pouring into the House of Commons. Fox presided, and was supported by the Dukes of Devonshire and Portland. Government, to throw discredit on the meeting, affected alarm, and, at the request of the Middlesex magistrates, who were believed to have been moved by ministers to make it, a body of troops was drawn up in the neighborhood of Westminster Hall. The indignation of the opposition was so much excited that Burke, in the House of Commons, commenting on this attempt to insinuate evil designs against the Friends of Reform, denounced the Middlesex magistrates as creeping vermin, the very scum of the earth. And Fox declared that if soldiers were to be let loose on the constitutional meetings of the people, then all who went to such meetings must go armed. Whilst these indignant sentiments were uttering, the petitions for economical reform were pouring in from all parts of the country, in such numbers that the table of the House appeared buried under them. The House went into committee upon the subject, and then Dunning rose and introduced his famous motion for a resolution in these words: that it is the opinion of this committee that the influence of the Crown has increased, is increasing, and ought to be diminished. Dunning declaimed in language bold and unsparing, and expatiated at great length on the alarming influence of the Crown, purchased by the lavish expenditure of the people's money, the people thus being made the instruments of their own slavery. He censured in stinging terms the treatment of the economical plans of Burke, the treacherous terms of approbation with which ministers had received them, and then had trodden on them piecemeal, till they 265 had left of them the merest shred. He trusted the nation would still resent this audacious mockery of reform, this insult to the most distinguished patriots. This was the way, he contended, that this administration had again and again acted, adding ridicule to oppression. Dunning's motion was carried, at a late hour of the night, by 233 votes against 215. No popery, rioters assaulting Lord Mansfield, CP 266. See larger version. Encouraged by this unwanted success, for the words of the speaker, reminding them of the coming elections, had sunk deep into many hearts. Dunning immediately moved a second proposition, namely, that it was competent to that House to examine into and correct any abuses of the civil list, as well as of any other branch of the public revenue. The resolution was carried without a division. Immediately on the heels of this, Thomas Pitt moved that it was the duty of the House to redress without delay the grievances enumerated in the petitions of the people. Lord North implored that they would not proceed any further that night, but this resolution was also put and carried, likewise without division. Immediately, though it was past 1 o'clock in the morning, Fox moved that all these motions should be reported. Lord North, in the utmost consternation, declared this procedure was violent, arbitrary, and unusual. But Fox pressed his motion, and it was carried like the rest without a division, and the report was brought up. When the Committee on the Petitions next met, on the 10th of April, Dunning, elated with his success, was ready with fresh resolutions. His first was that it was necessary for the purity and independence of Parliament that the proper officer should, within 10 days of the meeting of Parliament in each session, lay before the House an account of moneys paid out of the civil list, or out of any part of the public revenue, to any member of Parliament. This, too, was triumphantly carried, only to be followed by another from Dunning, that the persons holding the offices of Treasurer of the Chamber, Treasurer of the Household, or clerkships of the Green Cloth, with all their deputies, should be incapable of sitting in the House of Commons. Here the 266 confounded ministerial members began to recover their spirit under the sweeping sentences passed against them. And Dunning only carried this resolution by a majority of 2. Either they thought they had done enough by their late votes to satisfy their constituents, or ministers had found means to render them obedient by menacing losses from their side. For when Dunning proposed a resolution that His Majesty should be requested not to dissolve or prorogue Parliament until proper measures had been taken to secure to the people the benefits prayed for in their petitions, the motion was rejected by a majority of 51 in a very full House. Fox and Dunning vented their indignation at this result on the ministerial phalanx, whom they declared to be the worst of slaves sold by themselves into the most contemptible thraldom. But their castigation was in vain. The troop was brought back to its primitive compliance and defeated every future motion from the opposition. Whilst the opposition was in the dejection of disappointed hopes, suddenly there arose an explosion of popular opinion against the Catholics, stimulated and led on by an insane fanatic, which threatened the most direful consequences and produced sufficiently frightful ones, the so-called Gordon riots. We have already noted the excitement in Scotland at the Act which was passed in 1778 for the repeal of some of the severest disabilities of the Catholics, and this had been greatly increased by the proposal to extend its operation by a second act to Scotland. The fanatics of Scotland were promptly on the alert, and there were dangerous riots in Edinburgh and Glasgow. But the same unchristian spirit had now spread to England, and Protestant associations, as they were called, linked together by corresponding committees, were established in various towns, and had elected as their president and parliamentary head Lord George Gordon, a brother of the Duke of Gordon. During the spring of 1780, he presented several petitions from the people of Kent, and he then conceived his grand idea of a petition long enough to reach from the Speaker's chair to the centre window at Whitehall, out of which Charles walked to the scaffold. At a meeting of the Protestant Association, held towards the end of May in Coachmakers' Hall, in London, he announced that he would present this petition on the 2nd of June. Resolutions were passed that the association and all their friends must go in procession on that day to present the petition. They were to assemble in St. George's Fields. Everyone must have a blue cockade in his hat to distinguish him from the enemies of the cause, and Lord George, to stimulate them, told them that unless the gathering amounted to 20,000 he would not present the petition. On the 26th of May, he stated in the House of Commons that he should appear there with the petition at the head of all those who had signed it. Accordingly, on 2nd of June, vast crowds assembled on the appointed spot, amounting to 60,000, or, as many asserted, 100,000 men. This formidable throng was arranged in 4 battalions, one consisting entirely of Scotsmen, who received Lord George with enthusiastic acclamations, and after a vaporing speech from him, marched by different ways to Westminster. The Lords had been summoned to discuss a motion by the Duke of Richmond on universal suffrage and annual parliaments, and Lord Mansfield was to preside in the absence of Lord Chancellor Thurlow. Mansfield had excited the particular resentment of these zealots by having acquitted a Catholic priest charged with the crime of celebrating Mass, and no sooner did he make his appearance than he was assailed with the fiercest yells and execrations. His carriage windows were dashed in, his robe was torn, and he escaped finally into the house with his wig in great disorder, and himself pale and trembling. The Archbishop of York was an object of the particular fury of these Protestants. They tore off his lawn sleeves and flung them in his face. The Bishop of Lincoln, a brother of Lord Thurlow, had his carriage demolished, and was compelled to seek refuge in a neighboring house, where he is said to have made his way in women's clothes over the roof into another dwelling. The Secretaries of State, Lords Stormont, Townshend, and Hillsborough, were rudely handled. It was found impossible to proceed with the orders of the day. The peers retired as best they might, one by one, making their way home on foot or in hackney coaches in the dark, and no one was left in the house except Lord Mansfield and a few servants. The Gordon Riots. From the painting by Seymour Lucas, R.A. See larger version. The members of the House of Commons had to run the gauntlet of these furies much like the Lords. They pulled many of them out of their carriages, tore their clothes from their backs, and maltreated them, crying continually, "Repeal the bill, no popery, Lord George Gordon." The frantic multitude forced their way into the lobby of the House and attempted to break into the House itself. They thundered at the doors, and there was imminent danger of their forcing their way in. Meanwhile, Lord George Gordon and Alderman Ball were presenting the petition, and moved that the House should consider it at once in committee. An amendment was moved that it should be considered on Tuesday, the 6th, but there were not means of putting either motion or amendment, for the mob had possession of the lobby, and the surging tat-arms declared it was impossible to clear it. Whilst this confusion lasted, Lord George Gordon exerted himself to excite the mob to the highest possible pitch. So long as members were speaking, he continued to go to the top of the gallery stairs, ever and anon, to drop a word to the crowd below likely to exasperate them against the particular member speaking. "Burke, the member for Bristol, is up now," he cried, and then coming again, "Do you know that Lord North calls you a mob?" This he repeated till the crowd was worked up to a maddening frenzy, and made so desperate a battering at the door that it was momentarily expected they would burst it open. Several of the members vowed to Lord George that, if his rabid friends did violate the sanctity of the House, they would run him through as the first man stepped over the lintel. These determined proceedings daunted Lord George. He retired to the eating-room and sank quietly into a chair. Meanwhile, Lord North had privately dispatched a messenger for a party of the guards. Till these could arrive, some of the more popular members went out and used their endeavors to appease the rage of the multitude. Lord Man harangued them from the balcony of a coffee-house and produced considerable effect. About 9 o'clock, Mr. Addington, a Middlesex magistrate, came up with a party of horse guards. He spoke kindly to the people and advised them to disperse quietly, which, the exasperator being absent, many of them 999. Soon after came a party of foot soldiers who were drawn up in the Court of Requests, and they soon cleared the lobby. The members then boldly proceeded with the debate, and, undeterred by the cries still heard from without, carried the amendment for deferring the consideration of the petition by 194 votes, including the tellers, against only 8. The House then adjourned until the 6th of June. Imagining that the crowd would now disperse, the soldiers were dismissed and the magistrates returned home. But this was premature. There were shoals of hot-headed fanatics who were not willing to depart without some damage inflicted on the Catholics. One division of these attacked the Bavarian chapel in Warwick Lane, Golden Square, and another attacked the Sardinian chapel in Duke Street. Lincoln's Inn Fields destroyed their interiors and set them on fire. The engines arrived only in time to see a huge bonfire before the Sardinian chapel made of its seats, and both chapels too far in flames to be stopped. Indeed, the mob would not allow the engines to play. The soldiers, too, arrived when it was too late to do anything, but seized 13 of the rioters. The next day all seemed quiet, but at evening, the men having got their Saturday's wages and their usual beer, there were some disturbances in Moorfields, and the mob abused some of the Catholics there. The next day, Sunday, the 4th, fresh crowds assembled in the same quarter and attacked the houses and chapels of the Catholics, and this continued for the next 3 days. Troops were sent to quell them, but having orders not to fire, the mob cared nothing for them. Some of the rioters took their way to Wapping and East Smithfield to destroy the Catholic chapels in that neighborhood, and others burst into and plundered the shops and houses of Messrs. Rainsforth and Maberly, tradesmen, who had been bold enough to give evidence against the rioters taken on Friday. Another detachment took their way to Leicester Fields to ransack the house of Sir George Savile, the author of the bill for the relaxation of the penal code against the Catholics. This they stripped and set fire to, and some of the pictures and furniture, as well as some of the effects taken from the Catholic chapels and houses in Moorfields, were paraded before the house of Lord George Gordon, in Welbeck Street, in triumph. The mob had now acquired a more desperate character. The fanatic members of the Protestant Association had retired in consternation from the work of destruction, seeing fresh elements introduced into it, elements not of simple religious frenzy, but of plunder and revolutionary fury. They had begun the disturbance, and the thieves, pickpockets, burglars, and all the vilest and most demoniacal tribes of the metropolis had most heartily taken it up. The government was paralyzed by the greatness of the evil. While the House of Commons had 268 been sitting, the mob had attacked Lord North's house, in Downing Street, close by, but a party of soldiers had succeeded in interposing themselves between the mansion and its assailants. The house of the minister was saved, but the gigantic mass of rioters then rolled towards the city, vowing that they would sack Newgate and release their comrades, who had been sent there on Friday. On the 6th, they appeared in vast numbers before that prison and demanded of Mr. Ackerman, the keeper, the delivery of their associates. Their cry was still, "No popery," though their object was havoc. They were armed with heavy sledgehammers, crowbars, and pickaxes, and on the keeper refusing to liberate the prisoners, they commenced a desperate attack on his doors and windows, and collecting combustibles, flung them into the dwelling. It was speedily in flames, and whilst it burned, the mob thundered on the iron-studded doors of the prison with their tools. But as they made no impression, they formed heaps of the keeper's furniture and made a fire against the doors. The fire spread from the keeper's house to the prison chapel, and thence to some of the doors and passages leading into the wards. The mob raised terrible yells of rage and triumph, which were as wildly echoed by the prisoners within, some of whom were exulting in the expectation of rescue, and others shrieking, afraid of perishing in the conflagration. The crowd, now more furious than ever from greedily drinking the wine and spirits in the keeper's cellar, rushed through the gaps made by the flames, and were masters of the prison. They were led on by ferocious fellows, who were but too familiar with the interior of the place. The different cells were forced open, and the now half-maddened prisoners were either rudely dragged out, or they rushed forth in maniacal delight. 300 of these criminals, some of them stained with the foulest offenses, and 4 of them under sentence of execution on the following Thursday, were let out to add to the horrors of the lawless tumult. They came out into the surging, roaring multitude to raise their shouts at the sight of the great prison, which had lately been rebuilt at a cost of £140,000 in one vast conflagration. Nothing was left of it the next morning but a huge skeleton of blackened and frowning walls. The same evening the new prison of Clerkenwell was broken open, and all the prisoners were let loose. These joined the drinking, rabid mass, and, in their turn, attacked and gutted the houses of 2 of the most active magistrates, Sir John Fielding and Mr. Cox. As they went along, they compelled the inhabitants to illuminate their houses, under menace of burning them down. Everywhere they seized on gin, brandy, and beer. And thus, in the highest paroxysm of drunken fury, at midnight they appeared before Lord Mansfield's house in Bloomsbury Square. He was quickly obliged to escape with Lady Mansfield by the back door, and to take refuge in the house of a friend in Lincoln's Inn Fields. The mob broke in, and, having demolished the doors and windows, proceeded to destroy and fling out into the square the furniture, pictures, and books, of which their fellows outside made several bonfires. Then perished one of the finest libraries in England, not only of works of law but of literature, which his lordship, through a long course of years, had been collecting. The next morning, Wednesday, the 7th of June, the consternation was universal. The shops continued closed, and people barricaded their houses as well as they could, many of them chalking "No Popery" on their doors or hanging blue silk, the Protestant Association color, from their windows. Dr. Johnson, in a walk from Fleet Street to see the ruins of the Old Bailey, describes the coolness and composure with which the Protestants, men and boys, were employed in plundering and stripping houses, unmolested by soldiers, constables, or anyone. Great numbers of the mob were going about, armed with iron bars torn from the railings in front of Lord Mansfield's, to levy contributions on the householders. Some went singly. 3 mere boys were observed thus engaged in company, and one man, mounted on horseback, refused to receive anything less than gold. A strong party, not satisfied with having destroyed Lord Mansfield's town house, set off to burn that at Conwood, near Highgate. They were met and turned back by a detachment of cavalry. They were equally disappointed in their intended sack of the Bank of England. They found this mine of wealth guarded by infantry, who had here orders to fire, and did it without scruple, killing and wounding a great many. They were more successful against the prisons. They broke open the King's Bench, the Fleet, the Marshalsea, and all the other prisons except the Poultry Compter, and set at liberty all the prisoners. Before the day had dawned, the whole sky was glaring with the light of conflagrations. The number of separate fires burning at the same time was counted up to 36. Had the weather been stormy, the whole of London must have been laid in ashes, but providentially, the weather was perfectly calm. The scene of the greatest catastrophe was at the distillery of a Mr. Langdale, on Holborn Bridge. This gentleman was a Catholic, and his stores of spirits were a violent temptation. They broke open his premises in the evening and destroyed everything. They staved in his hogsheads of spirits, and others collected them in pails and in their hats and drank voraciously. The kennel ran a mingled river of gin, brandy, and pure alcohol. and men, women, and children were seen on their knees, sucking up the stream as it flowed. Fire was set to the premises, and catching the spirits which flooded the floors, the flames shot up to the sky like a volcano. The unhappy wretches, who had stupefied themselves with the fiery fluid, perished like flies in the raging element. No such scene of horror had been seen in all these spectacles of violence and crime. The loss of Mr. Langdale alone was estimated at £100,000. Dr. Johnson, viewing the scene of some of the No Popery riots, CP 268. See larger version. Up to this point, the whole government and magistracy seemed as much stupefied as the poor wretches who had perished in the flames of the distillery. The king was the first to awake from this fatal lethargy. He summoned a council on the morning of the 7th of June, at which he presided, and demanded what they had to propose for the suppression of these disorders. At the king's question, the cabinet appeared dumbfounded. It was the general opinion that no officer could proceed to extremities against a mob, however it might be breaking the law, until an hour after the Riot Act had been read by a magistrate. This was a monstrous perversion of the meaning of that act, but had even this been zealously followed out, the riots must have been promptly suppressed. Luckily, at this moment Wedderburn, the Attorney General, answered the king's interrogation boldly, that the Riot Act bore no such construction as was put upon it. In his opinion, no single hour was required for the dispersion of a mob after the reading of the Riot Act, and not even the reading of the act at all was necessary for the authorization of military force, where a mob was found actually committing a felony by firing a dwelling house, and could not be restrained by other means. Encouraged by Wedderburn's contention, the king declared that that had always been his own opinion, and that now he would act upon it. There should be, at least, one magistrate in the kingdom who would do his duty. The council, gathering courage, then concurred, and a proclamation was issued, warning all householders to keep within doors with their families, the king's officers being now ordered to put down the riots by military execution, without waiting for any further reading of the Riot Act. This proclamation was speedily followed by the steady march of soldiers to various quarters. At one moment was heard the loud roar of innumerable voices in the full commission of outrage, and at the next the rattle of musketry and the shrieks of the wounded and dying, followed by a strange silence. The first troops who commenced the bloody duty of repression were the Northumberland militia, who had come that day by a forced march of 25 miles, and who were led by Colonel Halrade against the rioters at Langdale's distillery in Holborn. A detachment of the guards at the same time drove the mob from the possession of Blackfriars Bridge. Numbers were there killed, or were forced by the soldiers, or their own fears over the parapet of the bridge, and perished in the Thames. Where the mob would not disperse, the officers now firmly gave the word of command, and the soldiers fired in platoons. Little resistance was offered. In many quarters the inhabitants, recovering their presence of mind, armed themselves, and came forth in bodies to assist the soldiers. The number of troops now assembled in and around London amounted to 25,000, and before night the whole city was as quiet, far quieter, indeed, than on ordinary occasions, for a sorrowful silence seemed to pervade it. And besides 200 men shot in the streets, 250 were carried to the hospitals wounded, of whom nearly 100 soon expired. But these bore no proportion to the numbers who had fallen victims to their own excesses, or who had been buried under the ruins of falling buildings, or consumed in the flames in the stupor of intoxication. The king's decision had saved London. On Tuesday, the 20th of June, the Commons entered on the consideration of the great Protestant petition, praying for the repeal of Sir George Saville's Act for the relief of Catholics. On this occasion, Burke and Lord North went hand in hand. Burke drew up 5 resolutions, which North corrected. These resolutions declared that all attempts to seduce the youth of this kingdom from the established church to 271 popery were criminal in the highest degree, but that all attempts to wrest the Act of 1778 beyond its due meaning, and to the unnecessary injury of Catholics, were equally reprehensible. In the course of July, the rioters were brought to trial. Those prisoners confined in the city were tried at the regular Old Bailey sessions, those on the Surrey side of the river by a special commission. The Lord Chief Justice de Grey, being in failing health, resigned, and Wedderburn took his place as Lord Chief Justice, under the title of Lord Loughborough. His appointment gave great satisfaction, but this was considerably abated by his speech at the opening of the commission, in which he indulged in very severe strictures on the rioters, who had to appear before him as judge. Of the 135 tried, about one half were convicted, of whom 21 were executed, and the rest transported for life. Amongst the convicted was Edward Dennis, the common hangman, but he received a reprieve. The trial of Lord George Gordon, who was foolishly accused of high treason, was postponed through a technical cause till the following January, when he was ably defended by Mr. Kenyon and Mr. Erskine, and the public mind having cooled, he was acquitted. Probably the conviction of his insanity tended largely to this result, which became more and more apparent, his last strange freak being that of turning Jew. From this episode of fire and fanaticism, we recur to the general theme of the war with Spain, France, and America, in which England was every day becoming more deeply engaged. From the moment that Spain had joined France in the war against us, other powers, trusting to our embarrassments with our colonies and those great European powers, had founded a lucrative trade to supply, under neutral flags, warlike materials and other articles to the hostile nations. Thus, whilst under a nominal alliance, they actually furnished the sinews of war against us. In this particular, Holland, the next great commercial country to Britain, took the lead. She furnished ammunition and stores to the Spaniards, who all this while were engaged in besieging Gibraltar. Spain had also made a treaty with the Barbary States, by which she cut off our supplies from those countries. To relieve Gibraltar, Admiral Sir George Rodney, who was now appointed to the command of our navy in the West Indies, was ordered to touch there on his way out. On the 8th of January 1780, when he had been a few days out at sea, he came in sight of a Spanish fleet consisting of 5 armed vessels, convoying 15 merchantmen, all of which he captured. These vessels were chiefly laden with wheat, flour, and other provisions, badly needed at Gibraltar, and which he carried in with him, sending the men of war to England. On the 16th he fell in with another fleet off Cape St. Vincent of 11 ships of the line, under Don Juan de Langara, who had come out to intercept the provisions which England sent to Gibraltar. Rodney had a much superior fleet, and the Spanish admiral immediately attempted to regain his port. The weather was very tempestuous, and the coast near the shoal of St. Lucar very dangerous. He therefore stood in as close as possible to the shore, but Rodney boldly thrust his vessels between him and the perilous strand, and commenced a running fight. The engagement began about 4 o'clock in the evening, and it was therefore soon dark. But Rodney, despite the imminent danger of darkness, tempest, and a treacherous shore, continued the fight, and the Spaniards for a time defended themselves bravely. The battle continued till 2 o'clock in the morning. One ship, the San Domingo of 70 guns, blew up with 600 men early in the action. 4 ships of the line, including the admirals of 80 guns, struck and were carried by Rodney safe into port. 2 70-gun ships ran on the shoal and were lost, and of all the Spanish fleet, only 4 ships escaped to Cadiz. Bearing his prizes with him, Rodney proceeded to Gibraltar, carrying great exultation to the besieged rock by the news of such victory and the timely supplies. He sent on some ships to carry similar relief to our garrison at Port Mahon, and after lying some weeks at Gibraltar, he dispatched Admiral Digby home with a portion of the fleet, and then with the rest made sail for the West Indies. Digby, on his homeward route, also captured a French ship of the line and 2 merchant vessels laden with military stores. This blow to the Spanish maritime power was never altogether recovered during the war. Rodney, on reaching the West Indies, found, as we shall see, a combined fleet of French under the Count de Gitchen and of Spanish under Admiral Solano. But he could not bring them to an engagement, and after a brief brush they eventually eluded him, Solano taking refuge in Havana and de Gitchen convoying the homebound merchant ships of France. Disappointed in his hopes 272 of a conflict with these foes, Rodney sailed for the North American coasts. Scarcely had he quitted the European waters, however, when the Spaniards took a severe revenge for his victory over them at St. Vincent. Florida Blanca, the minister of Spain, learnt, through his spies in England, that the English East and West Indian traders were going out under a very foolishly feeble escort, in fact, of only 2 ships of the line. Elated at the news, Florida Blanca collected every vessel that he could and dispatched them, under Admirals Cordova and Gaston, to intercept this precious prize. The enterprise was most successful. The Spanish fleet lay in wait at the point where the East and West India vessels separate, off the Azores, captured 60 sail of merchantmen, and carried them safe into Cadiz. The 2 vessels of war escaped, but in the East Indiaman were 1,800 soldiers going out to reinforce the troops in the East. This, though it was a severe blow to our trade, was but a small part of the damage which the active spirit of Florida Blanca did us. He promoted with all his energies the system of armed neutrality, which had long been projected on the continent to cripple our power. England knew that if she permitted this process, there was little chance of her bringing any of her antagonists to terms. She therefore insisted rigidly on the right of search, and on the seizure of all such contraband articles under whatever flag they were conveyed. Not only did Holland supply France and Spain in Europe, but she allowed the American privateers to carry their English prizes into their West Indian ports for sale. All this time, Holland was not only bound by the most immense obligations to Great Britain for the millions of money and the tens of thousands of men whom we had sacrificed for the security of her independence against France, but she was also bound by treaty to furnish us certain aids when we were attacked by France. From the year 1778, Sir Joseph Yorke, our ambassador at The Hague, had made continual remonstrances against this clandestine trade with our enemies, and France, on the other hand, had, by alternate menaces and persuasions, exerted herself to induce the Dutch to set England at defiance. In this she succeeded to a great extent. Much correspondence ensued, the Dutch maintaining a specious neutrality, but still continuing to carry timber and naval stores to France. Sir Joseph Yorke was therefore instructed to demand from the states the succors stipulated by treaties, and which might have been demanded the moment that France declared war against England. On the 26th of November, 1779, he received not only a positive refusal, but a fresh complaint of the interruption of their trade by English men of war. Whilst affairs with Holland were in this position, Count Florida Blanca, the Spanish minister, had adopted the system of seizing all neutral vessels, of whatever nation that were found carrying British goods, and conveying them into Spanish ports as lawful prizes. This, as he calculated, raised the resentment of all the neutral powers, Russia, Sweden, Denmark, Prussia, Holland, and the trading states of Italy, who denounced these outrages on their flag. But Florida Blanca replied that so long as England was suffered to pursue this system, Spain must continue to make reprisals. That it was, however, in the power of the neutral nations to combine and defend their flags by compelling England to desist. The result was as he had hoped. Catherine of Russia, who had hitherto considered herself an ally of England, who had, at one time, contemplated furnishing soldiers to assist in reducing the American rebels, and who protested against the monstrosity of France encouraging the colonies of England to throw off their allegiance, was suddenly induced to change her tone. On the 26th of February, she issued her famous proclamation that free ships should make free goods. This meant that all neutral nations should continue to carry all kinds of articles to powers at war with one another, without search or question, except such goods as were expressly specified in treaties. Sweden, Denmark, Prussia, France, and Spain all readily entered into this league, which assumed the name of the Armed Neutrality, the object of which, though ostensibly to control all belligerent powers, was really to suppress the naval power of England. Holland eulogized this league, but did not yet venture to join it, but prohibited the exportation of stores to our garrison in Gibraltar, whilst her ships were busy carrying supplies to the Spanish besiegers. Sir Joseph Yorke, therefore, on the 21st of March, 1780, informed the states that, unless the stipulated help was furnished within 3 weeks, England would suspend, pro tempore, the regulations in favor of the Dutch commerce. The states still refused to furnish the succors, and at the specified time the privileges in question were suspended, though Count Welderin still continued in London, and Sir Joseph Yorke at The Hague. It was evident that Holland could not 273 long continue in this position, and Frederick of Prussia was soliciting Catherine of Russia to enter into an engagement to protect the Dutch commerce in every quarter of the globe. If Frederick could have prevailed, he would have stirred up a universal crusade against England, but Catherine was not rash enough for this quixotism. Old Newgate. See larger version. We return now to the American campaign. Sir Henry Clinton, at the close of the year 1779, proceeded to carry into effect his plan of removing the war to the southern states. The climate there favored the project of a winter campaign, and on the day after Christmas Day, Sir Henry embarked 5,000 men on board the fleet of Admiral Arbuthnot. But the weather at sea at this season proved very tempestuous, and his ships were driven about for 7 weeks. Many of his transports were lost, some of them were taken by the enemy. He lost nearly all the horses of the cavalry and artillery, and one vessel carrying the heavy ordnance foundered at sea. It was the 11th of February, 1780, when he landed on St. John's Island, about 30 miles from Charleston. He then planned the investment of Charleston with Admiral Arbuthnot, but he was not on good terms with that officer, and this threw great impediments in the way of prompt action. It was the 1st of April before they could break ground before the city. Once begun, however, the siege was prosecuted with vigor. Lord Cornwallis was sent to scour the country, and so completely did he effect this, that Lincoln was compelled to offer terms of surrender. These were considered too favorable to the Americans, and the siege continued till the 11th of May, when the English were doing such damage to the town, and the inhabitants suffering so much that they threatened to throw open the gates if Lincoln did not surrender. In this dilemma, Lincoln offered to accept the terms proposed by Clinton before, and the British general assented to his proposal. On the 12th of May, the Americans grounded their arms. The news of this blow, which laid the whole South open to the English, carried consternation throughout the states, and, arriving in England at the close of the Gordon riots, seemed to restore the spirits of the British. The town of Charleston being now in his 274 possession, Sir Henry Clinton proceeded to reduce the whole province to obedience. He issued proclamations, calling on the well-affected young men to form themselves into military bodies, and to act in support of the king's troops, pledging himself that they should never be called upon to march beyond the frontiers of North Carolina on the one side, or those of Georgia on the other. And he assured the inhabitants at large of the utmost protection of person and property, so long as they continued peaceable and loyal subjects of the crown. In the meantime, Lord Cornwallis continued to enforce these proposals by the movements of his troops. Could Sir Henry Clinton have remained in this quarter, he would without doubt have steadily carried his victorious arms northward till he had everywhere restored the rule of England. But he was completely crippled by the wretched management of the miserable government at home, who seemed to expect to reconquer America without an army. At this crisis, he received news that the Americans were mustering in strong force on the Hudson, and that a French fleet was daily expected on the coast of New England to cooperate with them. He was now compelled to embark for New York, leaving Lord Cornwallis to maintain the ground obtained in South Carolina, as well as he could with a body of 4,000 men. His second in command was Lord Rawdon, a young officer who had distinguished himself greatly at the Battle of Bunker's Hill, and who, like Cornwallis, his chief, was destined, in after years, to occupy the distinguished post of Governor-General of India, with the successive titles of Earl Moira and Marquis of Hastings. The chief business of Cornwallis was to maintain the status gained in South Carolina, but he was at liberty to make a move into North Carolina if he thought it promising. Congress, alarmed at the progress of the English in South Carolina, had made extraordinary efforts to reinforce the Republican Party in North Carolina. On the fall of Charleston, General Gates, who had acquired a high but spurious reputation upon the surrender of Bergen, was sent to take the chief command. In marching towards South Carolina, the American army suffered severely from the tropical heat of the climate and the scarcity of food. Gates led them through a country of alternating swamps and sandy deserts, called by the Americans Pine Barrens. The troops lived chiefly on the lean cattle which they found scattered through the woods, on green Indian corn, and peaches which were plentiful, being indigenous to the state of Louisiana. Lord Rawdon, who was lying at Camden, where he had halted his men to protect them from the heat, was joined there by Lord Cornwallis early in August. The entire force when united did not, however, exceed 2,000 men, whilst the troops of Gates amounted to 6,000. The British general, notwithstanding, advanced briskly to meet the Americans, and on the evening of the 16th of August the two armies met rather unexpectedly, and some skirmishing took place, after which they halted in position till near daybreak. When day dawned, Cornwallis saw that the ground he occupied was so favorable that it rendered his inferiority of numbers of little consequence. He therefore drew out his forces for immediate action. Swamps to the right and left narrowed the ground by which the Americans could approach him, and forming his troops into two lines, commanded by Lord Rawdon and General Webster, he attacked the Americans under Gates and quickly put them to the rout. The Virginian militia ran most nimbly and sought refuge in the woods. Gates himself galloped away believing all was lost, and never halted till he reached Charlotte, about 80 miles off. The only men who fought well were two brigades of regulars under the command of the German, von Kalb, who kept his ground against the troops of Lord Rawdon for 3/4 of an hour, sustaining repeated charges of the bayonet unmoved. But von Kalb fell mortally wounded, and the last of the Americans then gave way and fled for their lives in all directions. The American Congress, which had imagined Gates a greater officer even than Washington, because he had captured Bergen through the ability of Arnold, though Washington, from envy, as they supposed, had always held a more correct opinion, now saw their error. No sooner was this victory at Camden achieved than Cornwallis dispatched Tarleton after General Sumter, who was marching on the other side of the Wateree on his way into South Carolina. Tarleton started after him with a couple of hundred of cavalry, and rode so sharply that he had left half his little force behind him, when he came up with him near Catawba Ford, and fell upon his far superior force without a moment's hesitation, killing and wounding 100, and taking captive upwards of 200, with all Sumter's baggage, artillery, and 1,000 stand of arms. Cornwallis now announced to the Royalists of 275 North Carolina that he would soon send a force for their defense, and advanced to Charlotte. He next took measures for punishing those who had pretended to reaccept the allegiance of England, only to relapse into a double treachery. He declared that all such being captured should be treated as traitors and hanged. These severe measures were carried into execution on some of the prisoners taken at Camden and Augusta, and others were shipped off to St. Augustine. This system was as impolitic as it was cruel, for the Americans were certain to adopt it in retaliation, as they did, with a frightful ferocity, when the Royalists were overthrown in South Carolina, and avowedly on this ground. Lord Rawdon, adopting the example, wrote to his officers that he would give 10 guineas for the head of any deserter from the volunteers of Ireland, and 5 only if brought in alive. Scarcely had Lord Cornwallis commenced his march into the interior of North Carolina, and scarcely had he dispatched Major Ferguson with a corps of American Royalists to advance through the country towards the frontiers of Virginia, when this corps received another proof of the wisdom of keeping out of the woods and hills. Major Ferguson was attacked near the pass of Kings Mountain by swarms of riflemen, many of them mounted, from Virginia, Kentucky, and the Alleghenies, who shot down and exterminated his followers almost to a man, the major falling amongst the rest. The victors gave a prompt proof of their apt adoption of Lord Cornwallis's teaching by hanging 10 of the prisoners. Lord Cornwallis was harassed by similar hordes of flying and creeping skirmishers. Hearing the news of the slaughter of Ferguson's force, he returned to Charlotte, retracing his march through most rainy weather, terrible roads, and almost totally destitute of provisions. Cornwallis fell ill on the road, and Lord Rawdon had to assume the command. It was not till the 29th of October that the army resumed its original position near Camden, and General Leslie, who had been also dispatched to cooperate with Cornwallis in Virginia, was recalled but was obliged to return by sea. The news of the approach of the French succors was brought by Lafayette, who, much to the joy of Washington and of America generally, again reached the States, landing at Boston in April. He announced that the fleet, commanded by the Chevalier de Ternay, consisted of 7 sail of the line with numerous smaller vessels, and brought over 6,000 troops, under the Comte de Rochambeau. The French squadron reached Rhode Island on the 13th of July. Washington thereupon declared himself ready for an attack on New York, but Rochambeau replied that it would be better to wait for the expected and much larger fleet of de Gitchen. Before de Gitchen appeared, the English admiral, Graves, arrived with 6 ships of war, thus increasing the English superiority at sea, and de Ternay found himself blockaded in the harbor of Newport, and Rochambeau was glad to entrench himself on Rhode Island and abandon all idea of attacking New York. Sir Henry Clinton, on his part, planned an attack on Rochambeau with the army, while the French fleet blockaded in Newport harbor should be attacked by Admiral Arbuthnot. But Clinton and Arbuthnot were at variance, and the admiral did not promptly and cordially second the views of Clinton. He went slowly round Long Island to place himself in conjunction with the general, whilst Clinton embarked 8,000 troops and approached the position of Rochambeau. But Arbuthnot strongly contended against the attempt, declaring Rochambeau too formidably fortified, and Washington, at the same time, advancing from his position with a large force, suddenly passed the North River and approached King's Bridge, as if meditating an attack on New York. These circumstances induced Clinton reluctantly to return to New York. Washington retreated to his old ground at Morristown, and Arbuthnot remained blockading de Ternay before Newport. Neither party, therefore, could do more than be still for the remainder of the season. Clinton was completely crippled for any decisive action by the miserable modicum of troops which the English government had furnished him, and the enemy now knew that the fleet of de Gitchen was not likely to arrive this season. This fleet had enough to do to cope with Rodney in the West Indian waters. Rodney, as we have hinted, with 20 sail of the line, came up with de Gitchen's fleet of 23 sail of the line, besides smaller vessels, on the evening of the 16th of April, off St. Lucia. He came into action with it on the 17th, and succeeded in breaking its line, and might have obtained a most complete victory, but that several of his captains behaved very badly, paying no attention to his signals. The Sandwich, the admiral's ship, was much damaged in the action, and the French sailed away. Rodney wrote most indignantly home 276 concerning the conduct of the captains, and one of them was tried and broken, and some of the others were censured, but they were protected by the spirit of faction, and escaped their due punishment. Rodney, finding he could not bring the French again to engage, put into St. Lucia to refit and land his wounded men, of whom he had 350, besides 120 killed. De Guichen had suffered far more severely. Rodney again got sight of the French fleet on the 10th of May, between St. Lucia and Martinique, but they avoided him and made their escape into the harbor of Fort Royal. Hearing of the approach of a Spanish fleet of 12 sail of the line, and a great number of lesser vessels and transports, bringing from 10,000 to 12,000 men, Rodney went in quest of it to prevent its junction with the French. But Solano, the Spanish admiral, took care not to go near Rodney, but, reaching Guadeloupe, sent word of his arrival there to De Guichen, who managed to sail thither and join him. This now most overwhelming united fleet of France and Spain left Rodney no alternative but to avoid an engagement on his part. He felt that not only our West India Islands, but the coasts of North America were at its mercy, but it turned out otherwise. The Spaniards had so crowded their ships with soldiers, and made such wretched provision for their accommodation, that the most destructive and contagious fever was raging amongst them. This was quickly communicated to the French vessels. The mortality was more than that of a great battle, and the combined fleet hastened to Martinique, where they landed their soldiers and part of their seamen to recruit. They remained at Fort Royal till the 5th of July, only to disagree and quarrel more and more. Proceeding thence to St. Domingo, they parted, De Guichen returning to Europe as convoy of the French homebound merchantmen, and Solano sailing to Havana to cooperate with his countrymen in their designs on Florida. Thus this mighty armada, of which such high things were expected, was dispersed. Rodney, sending part of his fleet to Jamaica, proceeded to join Arbuthnot at New York, with 11 ships of the line and 4 frigates. The news of his approach reached the French and Americans there, at the same time as that of the return of De Guichen to Europe, and spread the greatest consternation. To consider what was best to do in the circumstances, a meeting was proposed at Hartford, in Connecticut, between Washington and Rochambeau, which took place on the 21st of September. At this moment, a discovery took place which had a startling effect on the Americans, and was calculated to inspire the most gloomy views of their condition. General Arnold, who had fought his way up from the humble station of a horse dealer to that which he now held, had on all occasions shown himself an officer of the most daring and enterprising character. Having been appointed military governor of Philadelphia, after its evacuation by General Clinton in 1778, as a post where he might recover from the severe wounds which he had received in the recent campaign, he began a style of living much too magnificent for his finances. For, with all his abilities, Arnold was a vain and extravagant man. He married a beautiful young lady of that city of royalist origin. Rumors to his disadvantage were soon afloat, originating in this cause, for whatever he did was regarded by the staunch Whigs with an unfavorable eye. Congress was the more ready to listen to charges against him, because, involved himself in debts incurred by his extravagance, he pressed them for large claims upon them, which they had no means to satisfy. Commissioners were selected by them to examine his claims, and these men, appointed for their hard, mean natures, reduced his demands extremely. Arnold uttered his indignation at such treatment in no measured terms, and the consequence was that he was arrested, tried by a court-martial, on various charges of peculation in his different commands, and for extortion on the citizens of Philadelphia. Some of these were declared groundless, but others were pronounced to be proved, and Arnold was condemned to be reprimanded by the commander-in-chief. This put the climax to his wrath. Washington, who had, in Arnold's opinion, been as unjustly exalted and favored for his defeats and delays, as he himself had been envied and repressed for his brilliant exploits, was of all men the one from whom he could not receive with patience a formal condemnation. This sentence was carried into effect in January 1779, and Arnold, stung to the quick, was prepared to perpetrate some desperate design. The opportunity came when he was placed in command of West Point, on the Hudson, which was the key to all intercourse between the northern and southern states. Arrest of Major Andre, CP 278. See larger version. At the very time he received this appointment, he was actually in correspondence with Colonel Robinson, an officer of General Clinton's staff, declaring that he was become convinced of the more righteous cause of the mother country, and that he was prepared to testify this by some signal service to his king. It was at the beginning of August of the present year when Arnold assumed his command at West Point, and Clinton lost no time in opening a direct correspondence with him, through which such singular advantages were offered. Sir Henry Clinton employed as his agent in this correspondence a young officer of high promise in his profession and of considerable literary talents, Major John Andre, adjutant general and aide-de-camp to Sir Henry. As Clinton was naturally anxious to bring this hazardous correspondence to a close, he pressed Arnold to come to a speedy decision, offering him rank in the army and a high reward in return for the promised services. Namely, the surrender of West Point with all its dependent forts and stores, including, as a matter of course, the command of the Hudson, and the terror and distrust which this act would spread through the American army. The absence of Washington at the meeting with Rochambeau at Hartford was seized on as a proper opportunity for a personal and final conference on the subject. Major Andre was selected by General Clinton to meet Arnold on neutral ground. The place selected was on the western bank of the Hudson, and Clinton strongly enjoined him to enter on no account within the American lines, to assume no disguise, nor to be the bearer of any written documents. Day dawned before the whole preliminaries were settled, though the chief point was determined, namely, that West Point should be surrendered to the English on the following Monday. Andre was prevailed on to remain with Arnold the greater part of the day, and then, on going down to the shore, he found that the boatman who had brought him out refused to carry him back. When Andre returned to Arnold at Smith's house, he gave him a pass and advised him to travel by land to King's Ferry and there to cross. He insisted that for this purpose, he must assume a disguise and travel under his assumed name of John Anderson. So little was Andre apprehensive of danger that he not only disobeyed the injunction of his 278 commander-in-chief in this particular, but in the far more important one of carrying written papers, which he concealed in his boot. He was proceeding in all apparent safety when, approaching the village of Tarrytown, 3 militiamen suddenly sprang forward, and, seizing his bridle, demanded who he was. Andre, being on neutral ground, exceeded his former in caution, and instead of ascertaining whether the men were Americans, in which case Arnold's pass was his security, he asked the men who they were, and being answered from below, which was the pass for New York, replied, "And so am one." By this, discovering that he was a British officer, the men began to search him, and soon made prize of his fatal papers. Warned in time, Arnold escaped on board a British man-o'-war, but very different was the fate of Major Andre. General Clinton, the moment he was aware of his arrest, sent a letter to Washington, stating that Andre had gone on shore under a flag of truce, and at the time of his arrest was traveling under a pass from Arnold, the commander of the district. Clinton therefore requested Washington to liberate Andre immediately. To this letter, Washington did not reply till after a lapse of 4 days, and after the board of officers appointed for the purpose had declared Andre a spy. He even rejected the last prayer of the gallant soldier that he might be spared the gibbet, and had him hanged. During this year, the Americans continued to hope for relief to themselves from the progress of the armed neutrality, but derived little good from it, though, through their exertions, they beheld Holland added to the open enemies of England. The Dutch government, flattering themselves that, with nearly all the world against her, England must succumb, had long been secretly in negotiation with the insurgent subjects of England, and their treachery was now suddenly, by a singular circumstance, brought to light. Captain Cassell, cruising in the Vestal frigate off the banks of Newfoundland, in the month of September, captured one of the American packets. On the approach of the British boats to the packet, it was observed that something was hastily flung overboard. A sailor leaped from one of the boats into the sea, and succeeded in securing this something before it had sunk beyond reach. It turned out to be a box, which had been weighted with lead, but not sufficiently to render it so rapid in its descent as to prevent its seizure by the British tar. On being opened, it revealed a mass of papers belonging to an American emissary to the court of Holland, and opened up a long course of negotiations, and an eventual treaty of peace and commerce between Holland and our American colonies. The bearer of these papers was discovered on board the packet, in the person of Henry Laurens, late President of the American Congress. These most important papers, together with their bearer, were sent with all speed to England. Copies were forwarded to Sir Joseph Yorke, our ambassador at The Hague, who was instructed to demand from the States General the disavowal of the negotiations. The States General, confounded by the discovery of their clandestine negotiations, remained silent for a week, and then only replied by advancing complaints of violence committed by the British Navy on their traders, and of its having insulted the Dutch flag by seizing some American privateers in the port of the island of St. Martin, under the very guns of the fort. Sir Joseph did not allow himself to be diverted from his demand, but again, on the 12th of December, a month after the presentation of his memorial, demanded an answer. No answer was returned. England was thus compelled to declare war against Holland on the 20th of December, Sir Joseph Yorke being recalled by the King, and Count Welderin receiving his passports in London. The enemy, meanwhile, were on the alert, trying, by their fleets and armies, to assail us in almost every quarter. In the very opening days of the year, at the very commencement of January 1781, the French made an attack on the island of Jersey. They had sent across the channel a fleet carrying nearly 2,000 men, but their ships met the common fortune that has ever attended invaders of Britain. They were scattered by tempests, many of them dashed on the rocks of those iron-bound shores, and some driven back to port. They managed, however, to land 800 men by night and surprised the town of St. Heliers, taking prisoner its lieutenant governor, Major Corbett, who thereupon, thinking all lost, agreed to capitulate. But the next officer in command, Major Pearson, a young man of only 25, refused to comply with so pusillanimous an order. He rallied the troops and encouraged the inhabitants, who fired on the French from their windows. The invaders, surrounded in the marketplace, were compelled to surrender, after their commander, the Baron de Rullecourt, and many of his soldiers, were killed. 279. The gallant young Pearson was himself killed by nearly the last shot. The garrison of Gibraltar was all this time hard pressed by the Spaniards. Florida Blanca had made a convention with the Emperor of Morocco to refuse the English any supplies. Those thrown in by Rodney the year before were nearly exhausted, and they were reduced to grave straits. Admiral Darby was commissioned to convoy 100 vessels laden with provisions, and to force a way for them into the garrison. Darby not only readily executed his commission, to the great joy of the poor soldiers, but he blockaded the huge Spanish fleet under Admiral Cordova in the harbor of Cadiz whilst the stores were landing. In America, all at the opening of the campaign seemed to favor the English cause. The army of Washington, still suffering the utmost extremities of cold and starvation, began in earnest to mutiny. A Pennsylvanian division of 1,300 men marched out of their camp at Morristown and proceeded to Princeton, carrying with them 6 field pieces and their stores, and their demands were granted by Congress. The success of this revolt encouraged others to repeat the maneuver. On the night of the 20th of January, a part of the Jersey Brigade, stationed at Pompton, marched to Chatham and made precisely the same demands. But now, seeing that, if this were suffered, the whole army would quickly go to pieces, Washington sent General Howe after them, with orders to surround them and shoot them down if they did not surrender, and if they did surrender, immediately to seize the most active ringleaders and execute them. Howe readily accomplished his mission. He reduced the mutinous and shot their leaders. In such very discouraging circumstances, the American campaign began. Whilst insurrection was in their camp, Sir Henry Clinton dispatched General Arnold to make a descent upon the coast of Virginia. That general had been dispatched into that quarter, at the close of the year, with 1,600 men, in ships so bad that they were obliged to fling overboard some of their horses. Arnold, however, first sailed up the River James and landed at Westover, only 25 miles from Richmond, the capital of Virginia. Jefferson, who was governor of Virginia, was seized with great alarm, for, though the militia of the state were nominally 50,000, he could muster only a few hundreds. He therefore hastily collected what property he could, and fled up the country, dreading to fall into the hands of a man so embittered against the Americans as Arnold was, who was himself well aware that they had determined to hang him without mercy if they caught him. Arnold did not allow much time to elapse without action. The next day he was in Richmond, and sent word to Jefferson that, provided British vessels might come up the river to take away the tobacco, he would spare the town. Jefferson rejected the proposal, and Arnold burnt all the tobacco stores and the public buildings, both there and at Westham. After committing other ravages, he returned to Portsmouth on Elizabeth River, where he entrenched himself. On the 26th of March, General Phillips, having assumed the command, in company with Arnold ascended James River with 2,500 men, took and destroyed much property in Williamsburg and Yorktown, ravaged the country around, and then sailed to the mouth of the Appomattox, and burnt all the shipping and tobacco in Petersburg. After other depredations, and forcing the Americans to destroy their own flotilla between Warwick and Richmond, Phillips and Arnold descended the James River to Manchester, and proposed to cross over to Richmond. But Lafayette having just reached that place before them with upwards of 2,000 men, they re-embarked, and after destroying much other property, especially shipping and stores, at Warwick and other places, they fell down to Hog Island, where they awaited further orders. An active warfare had been going on at the same time in North Carolina. Lord Cornwallis had, however, no longer to compete with the inefficient Gates, but with General Greene, a much more vigorous man. On the 17th of January, Colonel Tarleton, who had been dispatched with 1,000 men, horse and foot, to attack a body of Americans under General Morgan, came up with them at a place called Cowpens. Tarleton's troops were worn out by their long march, but that impetuous officer gave them no time to rest themselves, but fell on the enemy with loud shouts. The militia fled at once, and the advance of the English endangered the flanks of the Continentals, and it became necessary to make a retrograde movement. This Tarleton mistook for a retreat, so accustomed was he to carry all before him, and his men were rushing on without regard to order, when the Americans suddenly faced about, poured a deadly fire into the British at 30 yards distance, and then 280 briskly charging, broke their already disorderly line. Being closely pursued, they lost, in killed and wounded, upwards of 500 men. On hearing of the defeat of Tarleton, Cornwallis advanced rapidly, in order, if possible, to intercept Morgan and his English prisoners at the fords of Catawba. A rise of the water from the rains prevented his crossing that river so soon as he expected, and Morgan joined Greene, both generals, however, retreating behind the Yadkin. The swollen state of the river and the want of boats also detained Lord Cornwallis at the Yadkin, but he finally succeeded in crossing and throwing himself between Greene and the frontiers of Virginia, from which Greene looked for his supplies and reinforcements. Greene continued to retreat till he had also placed the Dan between himself and Cornwallis, but his militia had deserted so rapidly on his flight that, on reaching the Dan, he had not more than 80 of that body with him. Greene now had the way open to him for retreat into Virginia, and, Cornwallis giving up the chase, marched leisurely to Hillsborough, in North Carolina, where he invited the Royalists to join his standard. Such was his success, numbers of Royalists flocking in to serve with Tarleton's legion, that Greene, alarmed at the consequences of this movement, turned back for the purpose of cutting off all possible reinforcements of this kind, yet avoiding a general engagement. Once more Cornwallis advanced to chastise Greene, and once more Greene beat a retreat. This maneuvering continued till the 15th of March, when Greene, having been joined by fresh troops, thought himself strong enough to encounter the English general. He drew up his army on very strong ground near Guildford Courthouse, where Cornwallis boldly attacked him, and after a stout battle, completely routed him. But the British were in no condition to take advantage of American exhaustion, at a time when the ministry at home had obtained the most magnificent grants from Parliament. Grants for 90,000 seamen, 30,000 soldiers, and 25 millions of pounds to pay for them. There was scarcely a fleet on the American coasts, and nothing which could be called an army. Had Cornwallis been in possession of an adequate force, he would speedily have cleared all the southern states. Wherever he came, even with his handful of men, he drove the Americans before him. He now took up his headquarters at Cross Creek, where he sought to rest his troops and recover his sick and wounded. He hoped there to establish a communication with Major Craig, who had been successfully dispatched to take possession of Wilmington at the mouth of Cape Fear River, but this was not very practicable, and as the country about Cross Creek was destitute of the necessary supplies, Cornwallis himself descended to Wilmington, which he reached on the 7th of April. Colonel Webster and others of his wounded officers died on the march. Greene, with his fragment of an army, as badly provisioned as that of Cornwallis, followed them at a safe distance. At Wilmington, Lord Cornwallis remained about 3 weeks, uncertain as to his plan of operations. His forces amounted to only about 1,500 men. He therefore determined, at length, to march into Virginia and join the expedition there. He made his march without encountering any opposition, reaching Presburg on the 20th of May. Thereupon Lord Cornwallis found himself at the head of a united force of 7,000 men. Sir Henry Clinton's effective troops at New York amounted only to 10,931 men, and the little detachment under Lord Rawdon only to 900. The very day that Lord Cornwallis had marched from Wilmington, Lord Rawdon was bravely fighting with Greene at Hobkirk's Hill, in South Carolina. Greene had not ventured to attack Lord Cornwallis, but he thought he might, by diverting his course into South Carolina, induce him to follow, and thus leave exposed all North Carolina to Wayne and Lafayette, as well as all his important posts in the upper part of North Carolina. Greene failed to draw after him Cornwallis, but he sat down at Hobkirk's Hill, about 2 miles from the outposts of Lord Rawdon's camp at Camden. Lord Rawdon, hearing that Greene was waiting to be reinforced by troops under Lieutenant Colonel Lee, did not give him time for that. He marched out of Camden at 9 o'clock in the morning on the 25th of April, and quietly making a circuit through some woods, he came upon Greene's flank and drove in his pickets before he was perceived. Startled from his repose, Greene sought to return the surprise by sending Colonel Washington, a nephew of the American commander-in-chief, with a body of cavalry, to fall on Rawdon's rear as he was passing up the hill. But Rawdon was aware of this maneuver and prevented it, still pressing up Hobkirk's Hill in the face of the artillery charged with grape shot. Greene's militia fled 281 with all speed, and Rawdon stood triumphant on the summit of the hill, in the center of Greene's camp. But the success was not followed up, owing to the insufficiency of the English troops, and Greene was able, without risking another engagement, to compel Rawdon to retire to Charleston. The American general encamped on the Santee Hills until September, when he descended on Colonel Stewart, who had succeeded Rawdon. After a severe struggle at Udo Springs on the 8th of September, Stewart retired to Charleston Neck, and all Georgia and South Carolina were lost to the English, with the exception of Charleston and Savannah. Meanwhile, Lord Cornwallis only allowed himself 3 days' rest at Presburg. He marched thence, on the 24th of May, in quest of Lafayette, who was encamped on the James River. Cornwallis crossed that river at Westover, about 30 miles below Lafayette's camp, and that nimble officer retreated in all haste to join General Wayne, who was marching through Maryland with a small force of 800 Pennsylvanians. Lafayette and Wayne retreated up the James River, and Cornwallis pursued his march to Portsmouth. There he received an order from Sir Henry Clinton, desiring him to look out for a position where he could fortify himself, and at the same time protect such shipping as might be sent to the Chesapeake to prevent the entrance of the French. Cornwallis fixed on Yorktown, on York River, and there, and at Gloucester in its vicinity, he was settled with his troops by the 22nd of August. Sir Henry Clinton wrote, intimating that he should probably send more troops to the Chesapeake, as there was a probability that Washington and Rochambeau, giving up the attack of New York, would make a united descent on Yorktown. Wayne and Lafayette were already continually increasing their forces above Yorktown, but any such reinforcements by Sir Henry were prevented by the entrance of the Comte de Grasse, with 28 sail of the line and several frigates, into the Chesapeake, having on board 3,200 troops which he had brought from the West Indies. These troops he landed and sent, under the Marquis de Saint-Simon, to join Lafayette, much to his delight. Surrender of Lord Cornwallis, Yorktown, CP 283. See larger version. Rodney, who was still commanding in the West Indies, had been on the lookout for de Grasse, but, missing him, he had dispatched Sir Samuel Hood after him, supposing that he had made for New York. Hood had with him 14 ships of the line, and, arriving at Sandy Hook on the 28th of August, he found that de Grasse had then sailed for the Chesapeake. Admiral Arbuthnot had been replaced by Admiral Graves, but Graves had only 7 ships of the line, and of these only 5 fit for action. Taking the chief command, with these 21 ships Graves set sail for the Chesapeake, with Hood as second in command. There, on the 5th of September, he discerned the fleet of de Grasse at anchor, just within the Capes of Virginia, and blocking up York River with his frigates. Graves had his 19 ships, de Grasse 28, and Nelson could have desired nothing better than such a sight in the narrow waters of the Chesapeake. Not a ship would have escaped him, but Graves was no Nelson, and allowed de Grasse to cut his cables and run out to sea. There, indeed, Graves attacked him, but under infinitely greater disadvantages, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The night parted them, and de Grasse returned to his old anchorage in the Chesapeake, and Graves sailed away again for New York. Meanwhile, Washington and Rochambeau were mustering for the march to the Chesapeake. On the 14th of September, Washington reached the headquarters of Lafayette and took the supreme command, Rochambeau being second, and the especial head of the French. The next day, Washington and Rochambeau held a conference with the Comte de Grasse. De Grasse told them that what they did they must do quickly, for that he could not remain on that station longer than the 1st of November, and it was resolved to act accordingly. Sir Henry Clinton had for some time been aware of the real destination of the united forces of Washington and Rochambeau. He must have seen that there was a determined resolve to crush, by the most powerful combination of American and French forces, the army in the South, and every exertion should have been made by him, with fleet and army, to release Cornwallis from his peril. But instead of sending direct reinforcements to Cornwallis and ordering the fleet to engage the enemy's attention, and, if possible, defeat de Grasse in the Chesapeake, he concocted a diversion in Connecticut with Arnold, which he fondly hoped would recall Washington. Sir Henry Clinton contemplated further expeditions, first against the Rhode Island fleet and next against Philadelphia. But these never came off, and matters were now every day assuming such an aspect as should have stimulated him to some direct assistance to Cornwallis. On the 28th of September, the combined army of French and Americans came in sight of Yorktown and encamped about 2 miles from the outworks. The next morning they extended themselves towards the left of Cornwallis, but cautiously, and the English pickets slowly retired within the outer lines at their approach. That evening, Cornwallis received a dispatch from Sir Henry Clinton, dated September 24th, which gave the cheering expectation that he was duly sensible of the imminence of the danger and of his responsibility. He said, at a meeting of the general and flag officers held this day, "It is determined that above 5,000 men, rank and file, shall be embarked on board the king's ships, and the joint exertions of the navy and army made in a few days to relieve you, and afterwards to cooperate with you. The fleet consists of 23 sail of the line, 3 of which are three-deckers. There is every reason to hope that we start on the 5th of October." On this promising intimation of speedy aid, Cornwallis immediately drew in his small force from the extended outworks and concentrated them within the entrenchments round the town. Undoubtedly, it was a measure calculated to save much life, which must have been lost in defending outworks too widely extended for the enclosed force, but it encouraged the Americans, who did not expect to gain them thus easily. 2,000 men took up their ground before Gloucester. Round Yorktown itself, Washington, Rochambeau, Lafayette, and St. Simon concentrated their forces. On the night of the 1st of October, the French on the right and the Americans on the left drew nearer and commenced breaking ground. 6 days were then spent in bringing from the ships 50 pieces of cannon, some of them very heavy, ammunition, and other military stores. In fact, as much preparation was made for carrying this single post as if it had been a regular and first-rate fortress. On the night of the 6th of October, the French and Americans began casting up their first parallel within 600 yards of Cornwallis's lines. By the 9th of October, their trenches and batteries were completed, and that afternoon they opened a tremendous fire on the town. Cornwallis replied to them with vigor 283, but he found many of his guns on the left silenced, and his works greatly damaged. On the night of the 11th, the enemy began their second parallel within 300 yards of the lines. In its progress for 3 days, Cornwallis committed much havoc amongst them by opening fresh embrasures for guns and pouring an incessant shower upon them of balls and shells. 2 redoubts on the left flank of the British more particularly annoyed them, and Washington determined to carry these by storm. Of course they were carried, and their guns then turned on Yorktown. The situation of Lord Cornwallis was now growing desperate. An attempt to destroy the enemy's batteries failed on the 16th. "At this time," he says, "we knew that there was no part of the whole front attacked in which we could show a single gun, and our shells were nearly exhausted. I had therefore only to choose between preparing to surrender the next day or endeavoring to get off with the greater part of the troops, and I determined to attempt the latter." Having conceived this desperate scheme of endeavoring to escape, Cornwallis that night wrote to Sir Henry Clinton, in cipher, telling him not to risk fleet or army in the attempt to rescue them. He was sure that something had prevented the fleet from sailing at the time proposed, and he sought to steal away with the bulk of his army, leaving a small number to capitulate for the town. The idea, with such troops of well-mounted cavalry at his heels, was a wild one, and there were other obstacles in the way. He must first ferry his troops across the river to Gloucester, and as he had not vessels enough to carry all at once, he had sent over part of them, when a violent storm arose and prevented the return of the boats. This was decisive. With his forces thus divided, Cornwallis had scarcely soldiers enough left to man the guns in Yorktown, and there was nothing for it but to surrender. Accordingly, on the morning of the 17th, he sent a flag of truce to Washington, proposing a cessation of hostilities for 24 hours, in order that commissioners might meet and settle the terms of surrender. They were soon arranged, and articles of surrender were signed by the respective generals on the morning of the 19th of October. At 2 o'clock the Yorktown troops marched out with their drums beating, their muskets shouldered, and their colors cased, and piled their arms. The number of those who remained effective now amounted only to 4,000. The rest, making up the total number to about 6,000, were lying sick or wounded. General Lincoln, who had been so lately a prisoner of the English, was appointed to receive them, and the British prisoners had to march through 2 lines of the Allied army, upwards of a mile in length, the Americans on the right and the French on the left. The different feelings with which the English regarded the French and Americans was remarked. The English officers, as they passed along the enemy's lines, courteously saluted every French officer, a compliment which they withheld from every American one, even the highest. The surrender of Cornwallis's army was the determining point of the war. The news of this decisive event reached London on the 25th of November. Lord North walked about the room, exclaiming, "Oh, God, it is all over." The king received the communication with more firmness. In Paris great was the exultation. Franklin, who was there, and who, only 3 days before, had written to Governor Pownall that he never expected to see this accursed war finished in his time, now wrote to John Adams at The Hague, "I congratulate you on this glorious news. The infant Hercules in his cradle has now strangled his second serpent, and so delighted was he with his conceit of the serpent that he afterwards had a metal cast embodying it. Chapter 12, Reign of George III, continued. Rodney takes St. Eustatia, destruction of Dutch commerce, loss of Minorca, naval actions, meeting of Parliament, vehemence of the opposition, losses in the West Indies, breaking up of the ministry, their defeat on Conway's motion, Lord North's resignation, Shelburne refuses the premiership, new Whig government, agitation in Ireland, Grattan's motion for legislative independence, the Volent. Meeting at Dungannon, Grattan's motion carried, demands of the Irish Parliament conceded, Flood's agitation, economic reforms, Pitt's motion for parliamentary reform, unsuccessful negotiations for peace, Rodney's victory over de Grasse, Lord Howe's exploits, the siege and relief of Gibraltar, negotiations for peace, folly of Oswald and duplicity of Shelburne, the negotiations, continued Franklin throws over Vergennes, conclusion of a secret treaty between England and America, fate of the American royalists, announcement of the peace in Parliament, terms of peace with France, Spain, and Holland, opposition to the peace, coalition of Fox and North, fall of Shelburne, Pitt's attempt to form a ministry, the coalition in office, reform and the Prince of Wales, Fox's India Bill, its introduction, progress of the measure, the King's letter to Temple, reception of the news in the Commons, dismissal of the ministry, Pitt forms a cabinet, factious opposition of Fox, Pitt's India Bill, he refuses to divulge his intentions, the tide begins to turn, attempt at a coalition, increasing popularity of Pitt, Fox's resolution, the dissolution, Fox's martyrs. There were other transactions besides those of the American campaign, during the year, which demand notice. Rodney cooperated with a body of troops under General Vaughan in an attempt to recover the island of St. Vincent, which the French had taken in the previous year, but they were not successful. They then turned their attack on the island of St. Eustatia, belonging to the Dutch, and the governor not having heard the news of the war, they met with no resistance. The capture was a most valuable one. The whole island seemed one great store of Dutch and American products and goods. There were 150 merchant vessels in the harbor, all secured, besides 6 ships of war and a fleet of 30 Dutch West Indiamen, which had just left, but which were sent after and brought back. The value of the whole prize was estimated at £3,800,000. A large quantity of the merchandise belonged to Englishmen, who were engaged thus in supplying the Americans through this channel. Rodney confiscated the whole of it. In vain did the owners demand, through the Assembly of St. Kitts, the restoration of those goods. Rodney would not listen to them. Besides St. Eustatia, the small neighboring islands of St. Martin and Saba, and the Dutch settlements on the rivers of Demerara and Essequibo in Guiana, were taken with their ships and property. The Dutch trade in these parts received a mortal blow. On the other hand, the French, under the Marquis de Bouille, captured the island of Tobago. The English now began to contemplate taking the Cape of Good Hope from the Dutch. General Johnstone was dispatched in April with 5 ships of the line, some frigates and smaller vessels, having on board General Meadows and 3 regiments for this purpose. But encountering Admiral Suffren in the way, after an indecisive action, Johnstone fell in with and took a Dutch East Indiaman of great value, and learned through it that Suffren had managed to reach the Cape and give the alarm, and that the Cape was put into strong defense. Johnstone, therefore, made for Saldanha Bay, where he learned that a number of other Dutch East Indiamen were lying. 4 of these he secured, the rest were run ashore by their commanders and burnt. During the autumn, both Dutch and French suffered much from the British on the coasts of Coromandel and the island of Sumatra. They also took from the Dutch Negapatam, Penang, and other places. Meanwhile, Florida Blanca had planned the capture of Minorca. He prevailed on France, though with difficulty, to assist. The Duc de Crillon, a Frenchman, was made commander of the expedition, and on the 22nd of July the united fleets of France and Spain sailed out of Cadiz Bay and stretched out into the ocean, as if intending to make a descent on England. The main part of the fleet did, in fact, sail into the English Channel, but they did not venture to attack Admiral Darby, and contented themselves with picking up a number of merchant vessels. And again dissensions and disease breaking out, this great fleet separated, and each nation returned to its respective ports, without effecting anything worthy of such an armament. But a lesser portion of this fleet, on coming out of harbor, carrying 8,000 troops, stores, and ordnance, had passed through the Straits of Gibraltar, and 285 appeared suddenly before Port Mahon. On the 19th of August the troops were landed near Port Mahon, and, being favored by the inhabitants, once under the sway of Spain, and good Catholics, they soon invested the fort and compelled General Murray, who formerly so bravely defended Quebec, to retire to Fort St. Philip, leaving the town of Port Mahon in their possession. Despite the resolute defense of his men, Murray was forced to surrender the island. Edmund Burke, after the portrait by George Romney. See larger version. There were various actions at sea, in one quarter or other. Sir Hyde Parker, convoying a merchant fleet from the Baltic, on the 5th of August fell in with Admiral Zoutman near the Dogger Bank, also convoying a fleet of Dutch traders. An engagement took place, Zoutman having a few men of war more than Parker. The engagement was terrible. The ships on both sides were severely damaged, and the Hollandia, a 64-gun ship of Zoutman's, went down with all its crew. Many of the other ships were with difficulty kept afloat. On reaching the Nore, the King and the Prince of Wales went on board, where they highly complimented both Parker and the rest of the officers. On the 12th of December, Admiral Kempenfelt, with 13 ships of the line, discovered, off Ushant, the French fleet under de Guichen, convoying a fleet of transports and merchantmen, bound, some for the East and others for the West Indies, with troops and stores. The fleet of de Guichen was far superior to that of Kempenfelt, but the convoy being at a considerable distance from the transports and traders, Kempenfelt adroitly made himself master of 20 sail of these vessels and sailed off with them, and within a few days afterwards he 286 captured 5 more of these ships. There were also other fights of minor importance. On the 27th of November, only 2 days after the receipt of the news of the surrender of Lord Cornwallis, Parliament met. The king adverted to the unhappy event, but still declared that he should be betraying his trust, as sovereign of a free people, if he did not refuse to give up the contest, that he still trusted in divine providence, and he called for fresh, animated, and united exertions. He turned with more satisfaction to the successes in the East Indies and the safe arrival of our principal mercantile fleets. In the Lords, the Earl of Shelburne attacked the address, supported by the Duke of Richmond and the Lords Camden and Rockingham, but the most tempestuous burst of indignant eloquence from the opposition took place in the Commons. Fox asserted that he had listened to the address with horror and amazement. He declared himself confounded at the hardihood of ministers, after such a consummation of their imbecile management, who dared to look the House of Commons in the face. He would not say that they were paid by France, for it was not possible for him to prove the fact. But if they were not, he avowed that they deserved to be, for they had served the French monarch more faithfully and successfully than ever ministers served a master. He especially singled out Lord Sandwich for reprobation, as the author of the wretched condition of our fleets, which were inferior in number of ships and their appointments to those of the enemy all over the globe. He called on the House to insist on the total and immediate change of ministers, and urged the adoption of measures which should, if possible, repair the incalculable injuries they had inflicted on the nation. The ministers, however, had strength enough to carry the address by 218 votes against 129. But the debate was resumed on the address being reported, and then William Pitt delivered a most scathing speech, declaring that so far from our being warranted in pressing this ruinous war, he was satisfied that, if he went from one end of the Treasury bench to the other, such was the condition of the ministry, he should find that there was not one man who could trust his neighbor. And the truth of this was becoming strikingly evident. Dundas, the Lord Advocate, hitherto one of the staunchest supporters of Lord North, spoke now as in astonishment at the language of the ministers, declaring that some of them in council clearly did not give their honest opinions. There were other like symptoms of defection. The sensitive placemen saw that the end of the North administration was at hand. Lord North, perceiving the ground failing beneath him, lowered his tone, and on Sir James Lowther, seconded by Mr. Powys, proposing a resolution that the war against America had been an utter failure, he explained that he did not advocate, in future, a continental warfare there, a marching of troops through the provinces from north to south, but only the retention of ports on the coast, for the protection of our fleets in those seas, and the repulse of the French and Spaniards. Parliament was adjourned on the 20th of December till the 21st of January, and thus closed the year 1781. Ill news flowed in apace from all quarters during the recess. The Marquis de Bouille had surprised and retaken St. Eustatia. The new conquests in Demerara and Essequibo had also been retaken. Bouille, having secured St. Eustatia, next turned his arms against the old and valuable island of St. Kitts. He then landed 8,000 men at Basse-Terre, the capital, whose movements were protected by the fleet under de Grasse. General Fraser and Governor Shirley took post on the rugged heights of Brimstone Hill and made a stout defense, whilst Sir Samuel Hood, who had followed de Grasse from the Chesapeake, boldly interposed between the French admiral and the French troops on shore. Hood twice beat off de Grasse, but the British fleet and army were much too inconsiderable to maintain the conquest. The island was finally taken, and after it the smaller ones of Nevis and Montserrat, so that of all the Leeward Islands, we had only Barbados and Antigua left. These dispiriting losses, combined with the fall of Minorca, stimulated the public and the mercantile bodies to petition earnestly for the termination of the American War, and Parliament met at the appointed time amid numbers of such demands. Petitions came from the cities of London and Westminster, and many other towns and counties, bearing rather the features of remonstrances. No sooner did the House meet than Fox moved for an inquiry into the causes of the constant failure of our fleets in these enterprises, on which so much had depended. The object was to crush Lord Sandwich, the head of the Admiralty. Fox's motion was rejected, but only by a majority of 22. The strength of ministers was fast ebbing. The first symptom of the breaking up was the 287 necessity felt for the dismissal of Lord George Germain, who had contributed so essentially to the defeats in America. But even then, the king would not consent that he should resign without conferring a peerage on him, observing, "No one can then say he is disgraced." No quiet was now allowed to the declining ministers. Fox, on the 20th of February, strongly seconded by William Pitt, made another attack on Lord Sandwich, this time including the whole Board of Admiralty, and the motion was only lost by 19. Another, and perhaps more formidable, enemy now stood forward. This was General Conway, who enjoyed the highest esteem of the House, and had been the first to propose the abolition of the fatal Stamp Act. He moved, on the 22nd of February, that the House should address His Majesty, entreating that he would listen to the advice of his Commons, that the war on the continent of North America might no longer be pursued for the impracticable purpose of reducing the inhabitants of that country to obedience by force. After a great debate, the House divided 2 hours after midnight, and ministers were reduced to a majority of one, the votes being 194 against 193. 5 days after, General Conway again moved that any further attempts against America would weaken the efforts of England against her European enemies, and, by further irritating the colonies, render the desired peace more difficult. The resolution was carried against government by 234 against 215. Finally, on the 15th of March, Sir John Roos moved a vote of want of confidence, which was again lost by a minority of only 9. It was instantly determined to renew this motion through Lord Surrey, and Lord North saw so clearly that nothing could now avert his fall, that he implored the king most earnestly to accept his resignation. George sent for Lord North on the 20th and addressed him in these words: "Considering the temper of the House, I thought the administration at an end." Lord North instantly seized on the words, saying, "Then, sire, had I not better state the fact at once?" The king consented, and North hurried down to the House of Commons in his court dress, as he was. It was 5 o'clock, the House densely crowded, for Lord Surrey was going to make the great opposition motion of want of confidence, and only waited for the arrival of the minister. As North hurried up the House, there were loud cries of "Order! Order! Places! Places!" North no sooner reached the Treasury bench than he rose to make his important disclosure, but the opposition called vociferously for Lord Surrey, while the ministerial members called for Lord North. Fox then moved that Lord Surrey do speak first, but North instantly exclaimed, "I rise to speak to that motion." Being now obliged to hear him, for he was perfectly in order, he observed that, had they suffered him at once to proceed, he might have saved them much useless noise and confusion. For, without any disrespect to the noble lord, he was going to show that his motion was quite unnecessary, as the ministers had resigned, and that resignation was accepted by the king. He had only wanted to announce that fact, and to move an adjournment of a few days, in order to make the necessary arrangements for the new administration. Never was there a more profound surprise. The House was adjourned for 5 days, and the members prepared to depart and spread the news. But it proved a wild, snowy evening. The carriages had not been ordered till midnight, and whilst the members were standing about in crowds waiting for their equipages, rather than walk home through the snow, Lord North, who had kept his carriage, put 3 or 4 of his friends into it, and bowing to the other members, said laughingly, "You see, gentlemen, the advantage of being in the secret. Good night." The king, in the first instance, applied to Lord Shelburne to form a ministry, but he was bound by engagements to Wentworth House, and honorably refused to take the lead. George then tried Lord Gower as ineffectually, and so was compelled to send for Lord Rockingham, who accepted office, on the condition that peace should be made with America, including the acknowledgement of its independence, if unavoidable, administrative reform, on the basis of Mr. Burke's 3 bills, and the expulsion of contractors from Parliament, and revenue officers from the exercise of the elective franchise. The king stood strongly on the retention of Lord Chancellor Thurlow and Lord Stormont in their offices. Rockingham, with reluctance, conceded the retention of Thurlow, but refused that of Stormont. The choice of Lord Rockingham was such as could only have been made where family influence and party cliques had more weight than the proper object of a minister, the able management of national affairs. Rockingham, though a very honorable man, was never a man of any ability, and though now only 288-52, his health and faculties, such as they were fast failing. Besides this, there was a violent jealousy between him and Lord Shelburne, who became his colleague and brought in half of the cabinet. The shape which the ministry eventually assumed was this. Lord Rockingham became First Lord of the Treasury and Premier, the Earl of Shelburne and Charles Fox, Secretaries of State, Thurlow, Lord Chancellor, Camden, notwithstanding his age, President of the Council, Duke of Grafton, Privy Seal, Lord John Cavendish, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Cassell made a Viscount, First Lord of the Admiralty, General Conway, commander of the forces, the Duke of Richmond, Master General of Ordnance, Dunning as Lord Ashburton, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Burke was not admitted to the cabinet, for the Whigs were too great sticklers for birth and family, but his indispensable ability ensured him the paymastership of the forces, by far the most lucrative office in the hands of government, but the salary of which he was pledged to reduce by his bill. Pitt was offered a place as Lord of the Treasury, but he had already declared on the 8th of March, on the debate on Lord John Cavendish's motion, that he would never accept a subordinate situation. Dundas remained in office as Lord Advocate, and John Lee was made Solicitor General. Such was the new administration. It embraced, as leaders, 5 Rockinghamites and 5 Shelburnites. The 11th member of the cabinet, Thurlow, belonged to neither side but was the king's man. Fox saw himself in office with him with great repugnance, and Burke felt the slight put upon him in excluding him from the cabinet. On the 28th of March, the ministry, as completed, was announced in the House, and the writs for the re-elections having been issued, the House adjourned for the Easter holidays, and on the 8th of April met for business. The first affairs which engaged the attention of the new administration were those of Ireland. We have already seen that, in 1778, the Irish, encouraged by the events in North America and by Lord North's conciliatory proposals to Congress, appealed to the British government for the removal of unjust restrictions from themselves, and how free trade was granted them in 1780. These concessions were received in Ireland with testimonies of loud approbation and professions of loyalty, but they only encouraged the Patriot Party to fresh demands. These were for the repeal of the 2 obnoxious acts which conferred the legislative supremacy regarding Irish affairs on England. These acts were first, Poyning's Act, so called from Sir Edward Poynings, and passed in the reign of Henry VII, which gave to the English Privy Council the right to see, alter, or suppress any bill before the Irish Parliament, money bills excepted. The second was an Act of George I, which asserted in the strongest terms the right of the King, Lords, and Commons of England to legislate for Ireland. Grattan determined to call these acts in question in the Irish Parliament and at least abolish them there. This alarmed even Burke, who, writing to Ireland, said, "Will no one stop that madman Grattan?" But Grattan, on the 19th of April, 1780, submitted to the Irish House of Commons a resolution asserting the perfect legislative independence of Ireland. He did not carry his motion then, but his speech, in his own opinion, the finest he ever made, had a wonderful effect on the Irish public. Other matters connected with sugar duties, and an Irish mutiny bill, in which Grattan took the lead, fanned the popular flame, and the volunteer body at the same time continued to assume such rapidly growing activity that it was deemed necessary by government to send over the Earl of Carlisle to supersede the Earl of Buckinghamshire, and to give him an able secretary in Mr. Eden. But this did not prevent the Irish volunteers from meeting at Dungannon on the 15th of February, 1782. There were 242 delegates, with their general-in-chief, Lord Charlemont, at their head, and they unanimously passed a resolution prepared by Grattan, that a claim of any body of men other than the King, Lords, and Commons of Ireland to bind this kingdom is unconstitutional, illegal, and a grievance. On the 22nd, Grattan moved a similar resolution in the Irish House of Commons, which was only got rid of by the Attorney General asking for some time to consider it. 2 days only before Grattan had made his motion on Irish rights, that is, on the 20th of February, he seconded a bill for further relief of Roman Catholics in Ireland, introduced by Mr. Gardiner. The bill was passed and wonderfully increased the influence of Grattan by adding the grateful support of all the Catholics. Such was the tone of Ireland, and such the transcendent influence of Grattan there, when the new Whig ministry assumed office. Grattan had given notice that, on the 16th of April, he would move for the utter repeal of the acts destructive of the independent legislative 289 rights of Ireland. On the appointed day, the House of Commons having been expressly summoned by the Speaker, Grattan rose, and assuming the question already as carried, began, "I am now to address a free people. Ages have passed away, and this is the first moment in which you could be distinguished by that appellation. I have found Ireland on her knees. I have watched over her with an eternal solicitude. I have traced her progress from injury to arms, from arms to liberty. Spirit of Swift, spirit of Molyneux, your genius has prevailed. Ireland is now a nation. In that new character I hail her, and bowing to her august presence, I say, Esto perpetua." The speech was received with thunders of applause. It concluded with an address to the Crown, declaring in the plainest, boldest language that no body of men, except the Irish Parliament, had a right to make laws by which that nation could be bound. The address was carried by acclamation. It was carried with nearly equal enthusiasm by the Lords, and then both houses adjourned to await the decision of the Parliament and Ministry of Great Britain. Henry Grattan. See larger version. This was a serious position of affairs for the consideration of the new Whig ministry. They were called on to declare either that Ireland was part of the Empire and subject to the same laws as regarded the Empire as Great Britain, or that it was distinctly a separate empire under the same king, just as Hanover was. The Ministry of Rockingham have been severely blamed by one political party and highly lauded by another for conceding the claims of Ireland on that head so readily. For they came to the conclusion to yield them fully. They were by no means blind to the 290 difficulties of the case, and to the evils that might arise from a decision either way. But the case with the present ministry was one of simple necessity. England had committed the great error of refusing all concession to demanded rights in the case of America, and now lay apparently too exhausted by the fight to compel submission, with all Europe in arms against her. Ireland, aware of this, was in arms and determined to profit by the crisis. Fox, therefore, on the 17th of May, announced the intention of ministers at once to acknowledge the independence of Ireland by repealing the Act of the 6th of George I. Fox, in his speech, declared that it was far better to have the Irish willing subjects to the Crown than bitter enemies. The bill repealing the 6th of George I accordingly passed both houses as a matter of course, and the effect upon Ireland was such that in the first ebullition of the national joy, the Irish House of Commons voted £100,000 to raise 20,000 seamen. The Irish Commons, moreover, offered to grant Grattan, for his patriotic and successful exertions in this cause, a similar sum to purchase him an estate. Grattan, though a poor man, his income at that time scarcely exceeding £500 a year, disinterestedly refused such a sum, and was only with difficulty induced ultimately to accept half of it. There were not wanting, however, those who strove to disturb the joy of Ireland, and the peace of England thus acquired, by sowing suspicions of the sincerity of England, and representing that the independence granted was spurious rather than real. Amongst these, Flood, the rival of Grattan in political and parliamentary life, took the lead. He seized on every little circumstance to create doubts of the English carrying out the concession faithfully. He caught at an imprudent motion of the Earl of Abingdon, in the Peers, and still more vivaciously at the decision of an appeal from Ireland, in the Court of King's Bench, by Lord Mansfield. The case had remained over, and it was deemed impracticable to send it back to Ireland, though nearly finished before the Act of Repeal. Fox explained the case, and made the most explicit declaration of the full, complete, absolute, and perpetual surrender of the British legislative and judicial supremacy over Ireland. But the suspicions had been too adroitly infused to be removed without a fresh and still more positive act, which was passed in the next session. The claims of Ireland seeming, for the moment, to be happily satisfied, ministers now proceeded to carry out those reforms for which they had loudly called during the many years that they had been in opposition. They adopted and introduced the bills of Sir Philip Clerk and Mr. Carow for excluding contractors from the House of Commons and revenue officers from voting at elections. The bill against the contractors passed the Commons with little difficulty, but the ministers immediately felt the mischief of allowing Lord Thurlow to retain his place of Chancellor. He opposed the measure vehemently, and divided the House upon it. Lord Mansfield gave it his cordial resistance, and the new Lord Ashburton, though created by the present administration, tacked to it a clause exempting all gentlemen who merely contracted for the produce of their estates. The clause, however, was lopped away again on the return of the bill to the Commons, and the Act passed without it. The bill for disqualifying revenue officers was opposed with equal pertinacity, by Thurlow and Mansfield. Though Lord Rockingham stated that the elections in 70 boroughs depended chiefly on revenue officers, and that nearly 12,000 of such officers, created by the late ministry, had votes in other places. The bill passed, after exempting all officers who held their posts for life, and therefore were charitably supposed to be beyond the reach of undue influence, as if no such thing as promotion had its effect. On the 15th of April, a message was sent down to both houses from the king, in conformity with his pledge to the new ministry, with regard to Mr. Burke's plan of economical reform, which it proposed should be a measure of effectual retrenchment, and to include His Majesty's own civil list. Lord Shelburne, in communicating it to the Lords, assured the House that this was no mere ministerial message, but was the genuine language of the king himself, proceeding from the heart. Burke, in the Commons, used more exuberant terms of eulogy, declaring that it was the best of messages to the best of people from the best of kings. Early in May, he moved for leave to bring in his bill on the subject, and then most of the promised wonders of reform and retrenchment vanished. The duchies of Cornwall and Lancaster and the Principality of Wales were at once cut out of his scheme of reform. The plan of supplying the royal household by contract was abandoned. The Ordnance Office, in the hands of the Duke of Richmond, was not to be touched, nor the Treasurer of the Household's Office, and some 291 other of the royal establishments, which were mere sinecures, were left. But he succeeded in lopping off the third Secretaryship of State, which had been created for the American colonies and was useless now they were gone, the Lords of Trade and Plantations, the Lords of Police in Scotland, the principal officers of the Great Wardrobe, Jewel Office, Treasurer of the Chamber, Coffer of the Household, 6 clerks of the Board of Green Cloth. In all, about a dozen offices were swept away. The pension list was vigorously revised. No pension was to exceed £300 a year, and not more than £600 was to be granted in pensions in any one year. The names of the persons to whom they were granted were to be laid before Parliament within 20 days after the beginning of each session, until the amount in the pension list should reach £90,000. The Secret Service money was, at the same time, limited, and a solemn oath was to be administered to the Secretaries of State regarding its proper employment. It may be imagined what were the consternation and the disgust of the large class which had been reveling on these misappropriated funds of the nation. Burke, in a letter, describes feelingly the gauntlet he had to run in proceeding with his reform. "I was loaded," he says, "with hatred for everything withheld and with obloquy for everything given." What, however, brought unjust odium on him, but just reproach on the cabinet, was that Lord Rockingham made haste, before the bill was passed, to grant enormous pensions to his supporters and colleagues, Lord Ashburton and Colonel Barr. The latter ardent patriot, who, whilst Burke's bill was in consideration, said it did not go far enough in reform, now willingly pocketed £3,200 a year, as a pension, besides the salary of his office. In the House of Lords, Thurlow again attacked the bill, supported by Lords Mansfield and Loughborough. But it passed, and Burke immediately gave an illustrious proof of his disinterestedness, by bringing in a bill for regulating and reducing the enormous emoluments of his own office, the paymastership of the forces. From economical and colonial, ministers proceeded to parliamentary reform. Sir Harbord had introduced, before their accession to office, a bill to disfranchise the rotten borough of Cricklade, in Wiltshire, as Shoreham had already been disfranchised. The new ministry supported it, with the exception of their strange colleague, Thurlow, whom they ought to have insisted on being dismissed. Cricklade was a thoroughly venal borough, regularly sold to some East Indian nabob, and Mr. Frederick Montagu, in the debate, quoted Lord Chatham's remark on Shoreham, which had also been the purchased lair of Indian corruptionists, that he was glad to find the borough of Shoreham likely to be removed from Bengal to its ancient situation in the county of Sussex. The success with Cricklade encouraged William Pitt to bring forward a motion for a general reform of Parliament. This he did on the 7th of May, and was seconded by Wilkes's old ally, Alderman Sawbridge. Pitt did not venture to talk of a bill, but only to propose a committee to consider the subject. This was granted, but it was soon apparent that nothing would be done. The ministers were at variance on the subject. Some went one length and some another. Many of them were as determined against all parliamentary reform as any Tories. Rockingham, the Prime Minister especially, held much borough influence. He was utterly opposed, in secret, to all such reforms. Pitt himself would hear nothing of repealing the Septennial Act, but he was for sweeping away rotten boroughs and transferring their votes to the counties. He went for equalizing the whole representation, for destroying the influence of the Treasury and the hereditary right assumed by the aristocracy, end by disfranchising the rotten boroughs for sweeping the house of the creatures of the India House. He was zealously supported by Fox, Sheridan, Sir George Savile, and the Duke of Richmond in the Lords warmly commended the movement. But the motion had the fate that might have been expected. It was negatived, though only by 20 votes. But the matters most important, and in which the Rockingham ministry succeeded the best, were those of attempting to accomplish the peace with America and with the continental nations, on which they had so long and so loudly insisted. Fox first tried his diplomatic genius with the Dutch, whom he could, as he boasted, soon conciliate. But to his infinite chagrin, that calculating people were so elated by the recent ill success of the English, and relied so completely on the powerful fleets of France and Spain to protect their trade and islands, that they returned a contemptuous answer, declaring that they could not treat without their allies. Still more mortifying was his repulse by the Americans. His offers of negotiations for peace were received with a haughty indifference by Congress, and he was 292 again referred to France. Fox now had recourse to the mediations of Russia and Prussia, but Frederick the Great declined to intervene, and the Tsarina Catherine coupled her offers of alliance with conditions which the king and the majority of the cabinet refused to accept, though Fox thought they were reasonable. Scarcely was the Rockingham administration formed when they determined to recall England's ablest admiral, Sir George Rodney, and they carried this into execution in May of this year, and appointed Admiral Pigot in his stead. Lord Cassell, who had shown himself so sensitive in his own case, now he was at the head of the Admiralty, not only recalled Rodney because he was of another party, but he did it in the coldest and most direct manner, through his secretary, Mr. Stephen. However, before this order of recall was issued, the 1st of May, Rodney had fought one of the greatest and most decisive battles which adorn the history of our Navy. He had gone in all haste to the West Indies, with 14 ships of the line, to join Sir Samuel Hood, who was vainly contending against the fleet of de Grasse and a strong land force at St. Christopher's. But as de Grasse had landed 8,000 men, under de Buell and Hood had no land troops, he could not save the island. After its capture, Rodney fell in with him, and their united fleet amounted to 36 ships of the line. It was well, for Hood informed Rodney that de Grasse was intending to join the Spanish general, Galvez, at St. Domingo, where they were to sail for a grand attack on the chief of the British West India Islands, Jamaica, almost the only island, excepting Barbados and Antigua, which Britain now owned in that part of the globe. On the 8th of April he was signaled that the French fleet was unmoored and proceeding to sea. Rodney instantly put out, and the next morning discovered this fleet under Dominica. The wind being in favor of de Grasse, he stood away for Guadeloupe, but Rodney gave chase, and Hood's squadron getting far in advance, de Grasse veered round in the hope of beating him before the rest of Rodney's fleet could come up. Hood received the fire of 3 men of war in the Barfleur, his ship, for some time, but he stood bravely to the enemy, and the wind now favoring Rodney, he came up and joined in the engagement. Several ships on each side were so much damaged that they were almost useless, and Captain Bain, of the Alfred, was killed. The next morning the French were nearly out of sight, but Rodney pressed after them, for he knew that if they succeeded in joining the Spaniards, he should have 60 sail, instead of 36, to contend with. On the evening of the 11th, he had the satisfaction to find himself close to the enemy, and at daybreak of the 12th the battle began. At first there was so little wind that Rodney was unable to put into execution his long-cherished scheme of breaking right through the center of the enemy's line, and beating one half before the other could come to the rescue. About noon, a breeze sprang up and afforded the long-desired opportunity. Rodney was now in the van, and after Captain Gardiner in the Duke had made the first attempt and fallen back disabled, Rodney's own ship, the Formidable, broke through, followed by the Namur and the Canada. The great end of Rodney was gained. He had cut into the vast fleet, and his ships doubling on one half threw the whole into confusion. The half to the windward were terribly raked, whilst the half to the leeward were unable to come up to their aid. The battle, however, continued without respite from noon till evening, the leeward half endeavoring to join and return to the charge, but without being able. The most striking part of the action was the attack on the great ship of de Grasse, the Ville de Paris. That huge vessel, the pride of the French navy, towering over all far and near, attracted the ambition of Captain Cornwallis, of the Canada, the brother of Lord Cornwallis, to whose surrender de Grasse had so largely contributed. Captain Cornwallis, as if determined on a noble revenge, attacked the Ville de Paris with fury, hugely as it towered above him, and so well did he ply his guns that he soon reduced the monster almost to a wreck. De Grasse fought desperately, but Hood coming up in the Barfleur about sunset to the assistance of Cornwallis, de Grasse was compelled to strike his flag. On board the Ville de Paris were found 36 chests of money, intended to pay the conquerors of Jamaica, and on the other ships nearly all the battering trains for that purpose. The remainder of the fleet made all sail, and Rodney pursued, but was stopped by a calm of 3 days under Guadeloupe, and they escaped. Rodney sailed to Jamaica, which he had thus saved, and was received with acclamations of honor and gratitude. There, however, he received the order for his recall, and returned home. To the eternal dishonor of the Rockingham administration, on receiving the news of this superb and most important victory, a victory which at once restored the drooping glories of Great Britain, they had not the pluck to cancel his recall, though the feeling of the country compelled the Crown to grant him a pension, and to raise him to the peerage by the title of Baron Rodney. The attack on the Ville de Paris, CP 292. See larger version. The prizes of Rodney, including the great Ville de Paris, on their way home were assailed with a violent tempest, and went down, so that the English people had not the gratification of seeing the largest ship in the world, which had been captured by Rodney. The Dutch were encouraged to attempt coming out of the Texel, and whaling our Baltic merchant fleet, but Lord Howe, with 12 sail of the line, was sent after them, and they quickly ran. His lordship remained there blockading them till the 28th of June, when he was compelled to leave his post and sail westward, with 21 ships of the line and some frigates, to watch the great combined fleet of France and Spain, which had issued from Cadiz. The united fleet, 36 sail of the line, besides frigates, kept aloof, however, and allowed him safely to convoy home the Jamaica merchant fleet, guarded by Sir Peter Parker. No sooner did Howe return to port than he had orders to sail in aid of Gibraltar, which was not only greatly in need of stores and provisions, but was menaced by the combined armies and fleets of France and Spain with one great and overwhelming attack. The evil fortune of England did not yet, however, seem to have disappeared, for the Royal George, the finest vessel in the service, went down in a sudden squall. But this awful catastrophe did not hinder the sailing of Lord Howe. He had by great exertion mustered a fleet of 34 sail of the line, and on the 11th of September steered out for Gibraltar. For upwards of 3 years this famous rock had now been beleaguered. After the relief thrown in by Admiral Darby, the Spaniards, despairing of reducing the garrison by blockade, determined to destroy the town and works by a terrific bombardment. This bombardment was, accordingly, opened with unexampled fury, and continued incessantly for days and weeks. The town was set on fire, and numbers of houses consumed. The damage done to the ramparts and public buildings was appalling. General Elliot displayed the utmost temper and skill during this bombardment, as he did throughout the whole siege. He continued by night, and at other opportunities, to repair actively the damages done, and, reserving his fire for occasions when he saw a chance of doing particular damage, he caused the enemy to wonder at the little impression that they made. But, in the autumn of 1781, they resolved on a renewed attack of the most vigorous kind. Elliot received information of this and determined to anticipate the plan. At midnight of the 26th of November, he ordered out all his grenadiers and light infantry, including the 2 veteran regiments with which he had seen service in Germany so many years ago, the 12th, and the regiment of General Hardenberg. 300 sailors volunteered to accompany them, and the brave old general himself could not stay behind. The detachment marched silently through the soft sand, and entered the 4th line almost before the Spanish sentinel was aware of them. In a very few minutes the enemy was in full flight towards the village of Campo, and the English set to work, under direction of the engineer officers, to destroy the works which had cost the Spaniards such enormous labor to erect. The Spaniards for several days appeared so stupefied that they allowed their works to burn without any attempt to check the fire. In the following month of December, however, they slowly resumed their bombardment. Nevertheless, it was not till the spring of 1782 that the Spaniards were cheered by the news that the Duke of Crillon was on his way to join them with the army which had conquered Minorca. In April de Crillon arrived, and was followed by the Spanish and French troops from Minorca. From 18 to 20,000 men were added to the army already encamped before the place, and the most able engineers were engaged from almost all countries of Europe, at extravagant salaries, and great rewards were offered for inventions which might demolish the formidable works of the English on the rock. Nearly 40,000 troops were now congregated against the old fortress. 170 pieces of heavy artillery were directed against it, and immense stores of ammunition were accumulated for this final and triumphant achievement. On the other hand, General Elliot had now repaired and strengthened his defenses more than ever. His garrison was augmented to 7,000 men, including a marine brigade, 80 pieces of cannon frowned from the walls, and the bulk of his men were of the best and most seasoned kind. The Defense of Gibraltar by Lord Heathfield, 1782. From the painting by J. S. Copley, R.A., at the National Gallery. See larger version. De Crillon, seeing that his bombardment from shore produced little effect, determined to make the attack also from the sea. Amongst the multiplicity of inventions which the offered rewards had produced, the Chevalier Darkin, a French engineer, had produced a scheme which excited the most confident expectations. The plan was to construct 10 monster floating batteries of such capacity that they should carry the heaviest artillery, and so made and defended that they could be neither sunk nor burnt. Loud was the clangor of hammer and saw, and, as the secret could not be long preserved, equally busy was the garrison within, preparing furnaces and laying ready huge piles of balls, to be discharged red-hot at these machines as soon as they arrived. To constitute the intended batteries, 10 large ships of from 600 to 1,400 tons burden were cut down and made bomb-proof on the top. They were to be prevented from sinking by the enormous thickness of the timber in their bottoms, and their sides, which were to be 6 or 7 feet thick, bolted, and covered with raw hides. They were to be rendered more buoyant by thicknesses of cork, and the interstices were to be filled with wet sand to prevent combustion. There were to be plentiful supplies, by means of pumps, pipes, and cisterns, of water everywhere to put out fire, for they seemed to have been aware of the burning balls that were being prepared for them. As a rumor of the approaching visit of Lord Howe had reached the Spanish camp, all was in haste to anticipate his arrival and take the huge fortress before he could succor it. Accordingly, the great united fleet of Spain and France, which so lately had paraded in the English Channel, sailed into Algeciras Bay, and on the 13th of September the floating batteries were hauled out by a number of the ships, and anchored at regular distances, within 600 yards of the English works. Whilst this extraordinary armada was approaching and disposing itself, tremendous fire was kept up from the land, with 300 long guns and mortars, to divert the attention of the garrison. But old General Elliot was ready with his red-hot balls, and, the moment the floating batteries came within gunshot distance, he poured into them a most destructive fire hail. The Spaniards, notwithstanding, placed and secured their monster machines in a very short time, and then 400 cannon from land and sea played on the old rock simultaneously and incessantly. For some time the hot balls appeared to do no damage. The timbers, being of green wood, closed up after the balls, and so prevented their immediate ignition. In other cases, where smoke appeared, the water engines dashed in deluges and extinguished the nascent fire. But presently the fire from the batteries slackened. It was discovered that the balls, which had many of them pierced into the timbers 3 feet deep, were doing their work. The floating battery commanded by the Prince of Nassau, on board of which was also the engineer, Darkin himself, was found smoking on the side facing the rock, at 2 o'clock in the day. No water could reach the seat of mischief, and by 7 o'clock it had become so extensive as to cause the firing to cease, and to turn the thoughts of all to endeavors for escape. Rockets were thrown up as signals for the vessels to come up and take off the crews. But this was found impracticable. The garrison actually rained deluges of fire, and all approach to the monster machines was cut off. No vessel could draw near, except at the penalty of instant destruction. For 4 more hours the vaunted floating batteries remained exposed to the pitiless pelting of the garrison. Before midnight, the Talapedra, the greatest of the monster machines, and the flagship Pastora at her side were in full flame, and by their light the indefatigable Elliot could see, with the more precision, to point his guns. 7 of the 10 floating machines were now on fire. The guns aboard them had entirely ceased, and those on land, as if struck with wonder and despair, had become silent too. It might have been imagined that this magnificent and destructive repulse would have convinced the Allies that the siege was hopeless, but they were pretty well informed that General Elliot had well nigh exhausted his ammunition in this prodigal death shower, and they had still their great combined fleet, snug in the narrow bay, with scouts in the strait to prevent the carrying in of supplies. But on the 24th of September, news arrived at Madrid that the fleet of Lord Howe was under way for Gibraltar. Howe's fleet of 34 sail of the line, 6 frigates, and 3 fireships, though in the neighborhood of one of 50 sail of the line, besides a number of frigates and smaller vessels, managed to get into the Bay of Gibraltar all safe, amid the wildest acclamations of soldiers and inhabitants. By the 18th of October, all the storeships had discharged their cargoes and had passed through the strait, and on the 19th Lord Howe followed them with his fleet. The enemy's fleet then came out after him, and the next day they were in the open ocean, and Howe proceeded to their leeward to receive them. Some of their vessels had suffered 296 in the late gales, but they had still at least 44 sail to Howe's 34, and having the weather gauge had every advantage. But after a partial firing, in which they received great damage from Howe, they hauled off and got into Cadiz Bay. Howe, then dispatching part of his fleet to the West Indies and a second squadron to the Irish coast, returned home himself. The news of the grand defense of Gibraltar produced a wonderful rejoicing in England. Thanks were voted by Parliament to the officers and privates of the brave garrison. General Elliot was invested with the Order of the Bath on the King's Bastion, in sight of the works which he had preserved. And on his return, in 1787, at the age of 70, he was created a peer as Lord Heathfield of Gibraltar. With these superb demonstrations on the part of England, terminated the war. Her enemies discovered that her hoped-for fall was yet far off, and were much more inclined to listen to overtures of peace, of which they were now all in great need. These negotiations had been begun by Fox immediately on the accession of the Rockingham ministry to office. Unfortunately, the division of work between two secretaries of state entailed a double negotiation. To Fox as Secretary of Foreign Affairs fell the arrangements for peace with France and Spain and Holland. To Lord Shelburne as Colonial Secretary fell all arrangements connected with the colonies, that is, with the United States. It was most important that the two ministers should be in close accord. Unfortunately, their views differed widely. Fox was for the immediate recognition of the independence of America. Shelburne urged that to give independence at once was to throw away a trump card. Further, Mr. Oswald, Shelburne's agent, was duped by Franklin into accepting from him a paper in which the surrender of Canada was laid down as a basis of peace. This paper Shelburne probably showed to the king, but with great duplicity, refrained from mentioning its existence to his colleagues. On the 8th of May, Mr. Thomas Grenville, Fox's agent, arrived at Paris, and negotiations were begun in real earnest. But the naive confession of Oswald that peace was absolutely necessary to England greatly hampered his efforts, and in a conversation with Lord Shelburne's envoy the existence of the Canada paper leaked out. Fox was naturally furious, but the majority of the cabinet were opposed to him and voted against his demand for the immediate recognition of American independence. He only refrained from resigning because he would not embitter Lord Rockingham's last moments in the world. Lord Shelburne became Premier in July. Upon the formation of the Shelburne cabinet and the news of Rodney's victory over de Grasse, the negotiations were still continued, Mr. Grenville only being recalled, and Mr. Allen Fitzherbert, afterwards Lord St. Helens, being put in his place. France, Spain, Holland were all groaning under the cost and disasters of the war, yet keeping up an air of indifference in order to enhance their demands. The Americans were more decided, for they were stimulated by the accounts of the wretched condition of affairs at home. It was represented to Franklin by Congress that, however France or Spain might delay proposals for peace, it was necessary for the United States. The position of Franklin, nevertheless, was extremely difficult. There was the Treaty of Alliance between France and the States of 1778, strictly stipulating that neither party should conclude either peace or truce without the other. What added to the difficulty was that France had, within the last 2 years, shown an unusual interest and activity of assistance. Franklin, in order to strengthen his hands for the important crisis, requested that other commissioners might be sent to Paris, and John Jay quickly arrived from Spain, John Adams from Holland, and Henry Lawrence from London. The American commissioners soon became strongly impressed with the sentiment that France and Spain were keeping back a peace solely for their own objects, and this was confirmed by a letter of 1000. De Marbois, the secretary of the French legation at Philadelphia, which had been seized by an English cruiser, and had been laid by Mr. Fitzherbert before them. This letter appeared to be part of a diplomatic correspondence between the French minister, Vergennes, and the French minister in America, which threw contempt on the claim which America set up to a share of the Newfoundland fisheries. It created a strong belief that France was endeavoring to keep America, in some degree, dependent on her, and Jay and Adams were extremely incensed at Vergennes, and not only accused Franklin of being blindly subservient to the French court, but it made them resolve that no time should be lost in effecting a separate treaty. Vergennes contended for the rights of the Indian nations between the Alleghanies and the Mississippi, and of Spain on the lower Mississippi. And this, the American commissioners perceived to be an attempt to divide 297 and weaken their territory. A private and earnest negotiation for peace with England was therefore entered upon as soon as a severe illness of Franklin permitted. Map of the United States at the time when they gained their independence. See larger version. There was no difficulty in these negotiations as to the full and entire recognition of the independence of the states. The difficult points were but two, one regarding the fishery, and the other regarding the interests of the Royalists or Tories. The British commissioners stood out strongly for the free permission of all who had been engaged in the war on the English side to return to their homes, and for the restitution of all property confiscated in consequence of such partisanship. The American commissioners endeavored to meet this demand by saying the recommendations of Congress would have all the effect that the English proposed. This the commissioners regarded as so many words, and they insisted so determinedly on this head, that it appeared likely the negotiation would be broken off altogether. At last Franklin said they would consent to allow for all losses suffered by the Royalists, on condition that a debtor and a creditor account was opened, and recompense made for the damages done by the Royalists on the other side. Commissioners to be appointed for the purpose of settling all those claims. The English envoys saw at once that this was a deception, that there would be no meeting or no use in meeting, and they therefore abandoned the point. And the question of the fishing being in part conceded, the provisional articles were signed on the 30th of November by the four American commissioners on the one side and by Mr. Oswald on the other. In the preamble it was stated 298 that these articles were to be inserted in, and to constitute a treaty of peace, but that the treaty was not to be concluded until the terms of peace had also been settled with France and Spain. This proviso, however, by no means affected the treaty with America. This secret treaty was made binding and effectual so far as America and England were concerned. The first article acknowledged fully the independence of the United States. The second fixed their boundaries, much to the satisfaction of the Americans, and liberty was secured to them to fish on the banks of Newfoundland, in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and wherever they had been accustomed to fish, but not to dry the fish on any of the king's settled dominions in America. By the fourth, fifth, and sixth articles, it was engaged for Congress that it should earnestly recommend to the several legislatures to provide for the restitution of all estates belonging to real British subjects who had not borne arms against the Americans. All other persons were to be allowed to go to any of the states and remain there for the settlement of their affairs. Congress also engaged to recommend the restitution of confiscated estates on the repayment of the sums for which they had been sold, and no impediments were to be put in the way of recovering real debts. All further confiscations and prosecutions were to cease. By the 7th and 8th articles, the King of England engaged to withdraw his fleets and armies without causing any destruction of property or carrying away any Negro slaves. By these articles, the navigation of the Mississippi, from its source to the ocean, was to remain forever free and open to both parties. If West Florida happened to be in the possession of Britain at the termination of a general peace, a secret article determined its boundaries. Such were the conditions on which this great contest was finally terminated. The Americans clearly had matters almost entirely their own way, for the English were desirous that everything should now be done to conciliate their very positive and by no means modest kinsmen, the citizens of the United States. It was, in truth, desirable to remove as much as possible the rancor of the American mind, by concessions which England could well afford, so as not to throw them wholly into the arms of France. The conditions which the Americans, on their part, conceded to the unfortunate Royalists consisted entirely of recommendations from Congress to the individual states, and when it was recollected how little regard they had paid to any engagements into which they had entered during the war, with General Bergen, for example, the English negotiators felt, as they consented to these articles, that, so far, they would prove a mere dead letter. They could only console themselves with the thought that they would have protected the unhappy Royalists, whom Franklin and his colleagues bitterly and vindictively continued to designate as traitors. Franklin showed, on this occasion, that he had never forgotten the just chastisement which Wedderburn had inflicted on him before the Privy Council for his concern in the purloining of the private papers of Mr. Thomas Whately in 1774. On that occasion, he laid aside the velvet court suit, in which he appeared before the council, and never put it on till now, when he appeared in it at the signing of the Treaty of Independence. On the 5th of December, Parliament met, and the king, though not yet able to announce the signing of the provisional treaty with France and America, intimated pretty plainly the approach of that fact. Indeed, Lord Shelburne had addressed a letter to the Lord Mayor of London 8 days before the articles with America were actually signed, that this event was so near at hand that Parliament would be prorogued from the time fixed for its meeting, the 26th of November, to the 5th of December. It was, indeed, hoped that by that day the preliminaries with France and Spain would be signed too. This not being so, the king could only declare that conclusion as all but certain. This announcement drew from the opposition a torrent of abusive ministers, who, in reality, had only been carrying out the very measure which they had long recommended, and which Fox, in particular, had been seriously endeavoring to accomplish whilst in office. Their censures appeared to arise rather from the fact that the war was ended without their mediation than from anything else. Fox upbraided Lord Shelburne with having once said that, when the independence of America should be admitted, the sun of England would have set. Yet this had been the opinion not of Lord Shelburne merely, but of numbers who now saw reason to doubt that gloomy view of things, and there was the less reason for Fox to throw this in the face of the Prime Minister, as he had been himself, whilst his colleague, earnestly laboring with him for that end. Still, he was naturally sore 299 from Shelburne's successful intrigues against his diplomacy. On the 18th of December, he moved for copies of such parts of the provisional treaty as related to American independence, but in this, he was supported by only 46 members. On the 26th, the Houses adjourned for a month, for the Christmas recess, and during this time the treaties with France and Spain made rapid progress. The fact of America being now withdrawn from the quarrel, coupled with the signs of returning vigor in England, Rodney's great victory, and the astonishing defense of Gibraltar, acted as a wonderful stimulant to pacification. Spain still clung fondly to the hope of receiving back Gibraltar, and this hope was for some time encouraged by the apparent readiness of Lord Shelburne to comply with the desire, as Chatham and Lord Stanhope had done before. But no sooner was this question mooted in the House of Commons than the public voice denounced it so energetically that it was at once abandoned. On the 20th of January, 1783, Mr. Fitzherbert signed at Versailles the preliminaries of peace with the Comte de Vergennes on the part of France and with Duranda on the part of Spain. By the treaty with France, the right of fishing off the coast of Newfoundland and in the Gulf of St. Lawrence was restored as granted by the Treaty of Utrecht, but the limits were more accurately defined. The islands of St. Pierre and Miquelon on the coast of Newfoundland were ceded for drying of fish. In the West Indies, England ceded Tobago, which France had taken, and restored St. Lucia, but received back again Grenada, St. Vincent, Dominica, St. Kitts, Nevis, and Montserrat. In Africa, England gave up the river Senegal and the island of Goree, but retained Fort St. James and the river Gambia. In India, the French were allowed to recover Pondicherry and Chandernagore, with the right to fortify the latter and to carry on their usual commerce. They regained also Mah and the factory of Surat with their former privileges. The articles in the Treaty of Utrecht, regarding the demolition of the fortifications of Dunkirk, were abrogated. Spain was allowed to retain Minorca and both the Floridas, but she agreed to restore Providence and the Bahamas. The latter, however, had already been retaken by us. She granted to England the right of cutting logwood in Honduras, but without the privilege of erecting forts or stockhouses, which rendered the concession worthless, for it had always been found that without these it was impossible to carry on the trade. With the Dutch a truce was made on the basis of mutual restoration, except as concerned the town of Negapadam, which Holland ceded. The preliminaries, however, were not settled till nearly 8 months afterwards. It was not to be wondered at that when, on the 24th of January, the preliminaries of peace were laid on the tables of the two houses, there should be a violent denunciation of the large concessions made by ministers. Spain had been granted better terms than in any treaty since that of St. Quentin. She had obtained the most desirable island of Minorca, with the finest port on the Mediterranean. She had got the Floridas, and had given up scarcely anything, whilst, had the British, now freed from the dead weight of America, pursued the war against her, she must soon have lost most of her valuable insular colonies. France had given up more, but she recovered very important territories which she had lost, and especially her settlements of Pondicherry and Chandernagore in the East Indies. But America had conceded nothing, and yet had been allowed to determine her own frontier, and to share the benefits of the fishing all round our own transatlantic coasts. A new and surprising phenomenon was discovered in the attacks upon ministers for these concessions. Fox and North were in coalition. Fox, who so lately had declared North and his colleagues men, void of every principle of honor and honesty, and who would consent, should he ever make terms with them, to be called the most infamous of mankind, now as warmly declared that he had ever found Lord North, this man void of honor and honesty, a man always open and sincere as a friend, honorable and manly as an enemy, above practicing subterfuges, tricks, and stratagems. Lord North, on his side, repaid the compliments of Fox, growing enthusiastic on the genius, eloquence, and generous nature of that statesman, "While I admire the vast extent of his understanding," exclaimed North, "I can rely on the goodness of his heart." The coalition was looked upon with disfavor, but it was justified to a considerable extent during the debate on the peace. Lord John Cavendish truly represented that France and Spain were on the verge of ruin, that Holland was in an exhausted and helpless condition, and that as for America, it was in the very gulf of destitution, the people refusing to pay the taxes ordered by 300 Congress for the continuance of the war. And it was to such defeated and demolished enemies that ministers had conceded almost everything they had asked. Lord North turned more particularly to the concession made to the French in the East Indies. It was in that quarter, he said, that he looked for a consolidated and expanding empire, calculated to recompense us, and more than recompense us, for the loss of America. From that splendid continent we had completely driven the French, and the soundest policy dictated their continued firm exclusion from it. Yet here had ministers most fatally remitted them, to renew their old plots and alliances against us, by which they would to a certainty continue to harass, thwart, and weaken us, till we once more went through the ruinous and sanguinary process of expulsion. He was equally severe on the surrender of Minorca and the Floridas to Spain, and the admission of the unconciliating Americans to our own proper fishing grounds. Fox called on ministers to produce the treaty which he had sketched a few months before, and to see what very different terms he had demanded, and would have exacted. That the sense of the House went with these sentiments was shown by both the amendments of the coalition being carried by a majority of 16. Lord John Cavendish moved another resolution strongly condemning the terms of the treaty, but consented that the peace now made should remain inviolate. This was also carried by a majority of 17, being 207 votes against 190. This majority of the coalition compelled Lord Shelburne to resign, but the rest of the administration remained in their places, in the hope that Pitt would now take the premiership. In fact, the king, on the 24th of February, sent for Pitt and proposed this to him. But Pitt was too sensible of the impossibility of maintaining himself against the present combination of parties. The next day Dundas moved and carried an adjournment for 3 days, to give time for the arrangement of a new cabinet. Pitt continued to persist in declining to take the premiership, and on the 2nd or 3rd of March, the king sent for Lord North. His proposal was that North should resume the management of affairs, but North insisted on bringing in his new friends, and to that the king objected. Matters remained in this impracticable condition till the 12th, when the king sent for North, and proposed that the Duke of Portland should be asked to form an administration. But this did not at all advance matters, for Portland was equally determined with North to maintain the coalition, and the king was resolved to have nothing to do with Fox, whilst Fox was equally determined not to admit the king's friend, Lord Stormont, to any cabinet of which he was a member. On the 31st the announcement was made that Pitt had resigned, and that the king was prepared to submit to the terms of the coalition. George, with deep and inward groans, submitted himself once more to the slavery of the great Whig houses, and, as some small recompense, the coalition admitted Lord Stormont to a place in the cabinet. The new administration arranged itself as follows: the Duke of Portland, First Lord of the Treasury; Lord North, Home Secretary; Fox, Secretary for Foreign Affairs; the Earl of Carlisle, Privy Seal; Lord John Cavendish, again Chancellor of the Exchequer; Admiral Lord Cassell, the head of the Admiralty again; Lord Stormont, President of the Council; the great stumbling block, Thurlow, removed from the woolsack, and the Great Seal put into commission; Burke again paymaster of the forces, and his brother Richard as Secretary to the Treasury in conjunction with Sheridan. Such was this strange and medley association, well deserving Burke's own description of a former administration, as of a strange assemblage of creatures, all pigging together in one truckle bed. Those who formed exclusively the cabinet were Portland, North, Fox, Cavendish, Carlisle, Cassell, and Stormont, so that the great Whigs had taken care again to shut out Burke, who was only a man of genius. Such an incongruous company could not long hold together. The king did not conceal his indignation at seeing Fox in office. The whole court openly expressed its loathing of the anomalous union. The country had no confidence in it. Fox felt that he had wounded his popularity by his sudden and violent change. At first the course of affairs was not eventful. On the 7th of May Pitt moved a series of resolutions as the basis of a bill for reform of Parliament. The main features of this scheme were those of taking measures against bribery and corruption, the disfranchisement of boroughs when a majority of the electors was proved corrupt, and the addition of 100 new members to the House of Commons, nearly all of them from the counties, except an additional member or two from the metropolis. On the 23rd of June, the king sent down a message to the Commons, recommending them to 301 take into consideration a separate establishment for the Prince of Wales, who had arrived at the age of 21. This young man, whose whole career proved to be one of reckless extravagance and dissipation, was already notorious for his debauched habits and for his fast accumulating debts. He was a great companion of Fox, and the gambling rouse amongst whom that grand orator but spendthrift man was accustomed to spend his time and money. And therefore, as a pet of this coalition ministry, the Duke of Portland proposed to grant him £100,000 a year. The king, alarmed at the torrent of extravagance and vice which such an income was certain to produce in the prince's career, declared that he could not consent to burden his people and encourage the prince's habits of expense by such an allowance. He therefore requested that the grant should amount only to £50,000 a year, paid out of the civil list, and £50,000 as an outfit from parliamentary funds. The ministers were compelled to limit themselves to this, though the saving was merely nominal, for the debts on the civil list were again fast accumulating, and the prince was not at all likely to hesitate to apply to Parliament to wipe off his debts, as well as his father's when they became troublesome to him. Resenting, however, the restraint attempted to be put upon him by his father, the prince the more closely connected himself with Fox and his party, and the country was again scandalized by the repetition of the scenes enacted when Frederick, Prince of Wales, father of George III, was the opponent of his own father, George II, and the associate of his opponents. Such, indeed, had been the family divisions in every reign since the Hanoverian succession. On the 16th of July, Parliament was prorogued. The Mansion House, London, in 1760. See larger version. The regathering of Parliament, on the 11th of November, was distinguished by two circumstances of very unequal interest. The Prince of Wales, having arrived at his majority, took his seat as Duke of Cornwall, as it was well known, intending to vote for a great measure which Fox was introducing regarding India. We shall now almost immediately enter on the narration of the two important events which had been transpiring in India during the American War. It is sufficient here to observe that these were of a nature to give the most serious concern and alarm to all well-wishers of the country, and of the unfortunate natives of that magnificent peninsula. Fox's measure for the reform and restraint of the East India Company was comprehended in two bills, the first proposing to vest the affairs of the company in the hands of 16 directors, 7 of them to be appointed by Parliament, and afterwards sanctioned by the Crown, and 9 of them to be elected by the holders of stock. These were to remain in office 4 years. The 7 Parliament nominees to be invested with the management of the territorial possessions and revenues of the company, the 9 additional to conduct the commercial affairs of the company under the 7 chief directors, and both classes of directors to be subject to removal at the option of the king, on an address for the purpose from either House of Parliament. The second bill related principally to the powers to be vested in the Governor-General and Council and their treatment of the natives. The bills were highly necessary, and on the whole, well calculated to nip in the bud those ever-growing abuses of India and its 100 millions of people which, some 70 years later, compelled government to take the control out of the hands of a mere trading company, whose only object was to coin as much money as possible out of the country and the folk. But it needed no sagacity to see that the means of defeat lay on the very surface of these bills. Those whose sordid interests were attacked had only to point to the fact that Parliament, and not the Crown, was to be the governing party under these bills, in order to secure their rejection. This was quickly done through a most ready agent. Thurlow had been removed by the ministry from the Woolsack, where he had remained as a steady opponent of all the measures of his colleagues, and it required but a hint from the India House, and he was at the ear of the king. Nothing was easier than for Thurlow to inspire George III with a deep jealousy of the measure, as aiming at putting the whole government of India into the hands of Parliament and of ministers, and the effect was soon seen. Fox introduced his first bill on the 20th of November. All went smoothly, and the second reading was ordered for that day week. Then the storm burst. Mr. Grenville, afterwards Lord Grenville, described the bill as a scheme to put the company into the hands of ministers and to annihilate the prerogatives of the Crown at the same time. He denounced it as one of the most daring and dangerous attempts that had ever been brought into that House. He moved that it should lie over till after Christmas, and there was a strong phalanx ready to support him. Grenville did not press the motion to a division, and the bill was read a second time on the 27th, when a vehement and long debate took place. Pitt put forth his whole strength against it, Fox for it, and it was carried by 229 votes against 120. On the 1st of December, it was moved that the bill be committed when the opposition was equally determined. On this occasion, Burke, who had made himself profoundly acquainted with Indian affairs, took the lead and delivered one of his very finest speeches, full of information and eloquence. Pitt resisted the going into committee with all his power, and pledged himself, if the House would throw out the bill, to bring in another just as efficacious, and at the same time devoid of its danger. The debate, like the former one, did not close till 4:30 in the morning, and then it was with a triumphant majority of 217 against 103. The bill, thus carried by such majorities through the Commons, was carried up to the Lords, on the 9th of December, by Fox, accompanied by a numerous body of the commoners, and it was considered as certain of passing there. But the king and his party, exasperated at the resolute conduct of the Commons, had gone to such lengths to quash the bill in the Lords as are rarely resorted to by the Crown. As in the lower house, so here, it was allowed to be read the first time without dividing. But it was attacked with an ominous solemnity by Thurlow, the Duke of Richmond, and Lord Temple, who, since his recall from the Lord Lieutenancy of Ireland, had thrown himself into the opposition with peculiar vivacity. It was known that he had been frequently closeted with the king of late, and he bluntly declared the bill infamous. As a matter of fact, he had urged the king to use his personal influence with the House of Lords. Thurlow went further, and, fixing one of his most solemn glances on the Prince of Wales, who was sitting in the House to vote for the bill, declared that if this measure passed, the crown of England would not be worth wearing. 303, and that if the king allowed it to become law, he would, in fact, have taken it from his head and put it on that of Mr. Fox. On the 15th, when the bill was proposed for the second reading, the royal proceedings against it were brought at once to light. The Duke of Portland rose and said, before going into the question, he was bound to notice a report which was confidently in circulation, and which, if true, vitally affected the constitution of the country. This was no less than that the king had written a note to Lord Temple, stating that His Majesty would deem those who voted for the bill not only not his friends, but his enemies, and that if Lord Temple could put this into still stronger language, he had full authority to do so. The Duke of Richmond read a paragraph from a newspaper in which the report was stated, naming Lord Temple without any disguise. On this, Temple rose and admitted that he had given certain advice to the king, but would neither admit nor deny that it was of the kind intimated in the report. That the rumor was founded on truth, however, was immediately shown by the division. Numbers of lords who had promised ministers to vote for the bill withdrew their support. The Prince of Wales declined voting, and the opposition carried a resolution for adjournment till the next day, in order to hear evidence in defense of the East India Company. It was clear that the bill had received its death blow, and would never pass the Lords after this expression of the royal will, and on the 17th of December it was lost by 19 votes. Fox was very indignant and made no scruple of attributing the conduct of the king, not to mere report but to fact. There is, he said, a written record to be produced. This letter is not to be put in the balance with the lie of the day. Whereupon he pulled from his pocket a copy of the note said to have been written by the king to Lord Temple. When he sat down, Mr. Grenville rose and stated that he had taken down the words read as the king's note, and had shown them to his relative, Lord Temple, who had authorized him to say that such words had never been made use of by him. But Fox demanded whether Lord Temple had not used words to that effect, and Grenville was silent. Fox continued in a very fierce strain, denouncing backstairs lords and bedchamber politicians, and declared that the best meant and best concerted plans of ministers were subject to the blasting influence of a villainous whisper. He added that he could not continue in office any longer consistently, either with his own honor or the interests of the nation. He felt that he was goaded to it, and upbraided for not resigning instantly. But a very honorable majority of that House stood pledged to a great measure, and ministers were equally bound not to abandon the affairs of state in the midst of so much anarchy. These last words, and the division, which was nearly 2-1 in favor of ministers, left it doubtful, after all, whether Fox and his colleagues would resign. As such language, however, could not be used by ministers with impunity, and a dissolution of the cabinet was probable, Erskine moved a resolution, pledging the House to persevere in the endeavor to remedy the abuses in the government of India, and declaring that this House will consider as an enemy to this country any person who shall presume to advise His Majesty to prevent, or in any manner interrupt, the discharge of this important duty. All strangers were excluded, but it was ascertained that the motion was severely censured as an invasion of the king's prerogative, yet the resolution was carried by 147 votes against 73. Strong as was the majority of ministers, however, The king did not wait for their resigning. The day after this debate, Thursday, December 18th, the king sent, at 12 o'clock at night, to Fox and Lord North in order to surrender their seals of office to their undersecretaries, as a personal interview in the circumstances would be disagreeable. Fox instantly delivered up his, but Lord North was already in bed and had entrusted his seal to his son, Colonel North, who could not be found for some time. The seals were then delivered to Lord Temple, who, on the following day, sent letters of dismissal to all the other members of the coalition cabinet. Pitt, though in his 25th year only, was appointed First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, and on him devolved the duty of forming a new administration. Earl Gower was nominated President of the Council, and Lord Temple one of the Secretaries of State. When the House of Commons met in the afternoon, Fox imagined, from a motion of Dundas to proceed to business without the usual adjournment on Saturday, that it was the object of the new party to pass certain money bills, and then resort to a dissolution. Fox opposed the motion, declaring that a dissolution at this moment would produce infinite damage to 3 or 4 the service of the nation, and that, should it take place in order to suit the convenience of an ambitious young man, meaning Pitt, he would, immediately on the meeting of the new House, move for an inquiry into the authors and advisers of it, in order to bring them to punishment. This caused Lord Temple, who had occasioned the breaking up of the coalition, to resign again immediately, declaring that he preferred meeting any aspersions upon him in his private and individual capacity. This certainly removed a great danger from his colleagues, although it rendered the task of his friend and relative, Pitt, still more difficult, in having to form an administration alone. The ministry was then filled up thus: Lord Sidney, Secretary of State for the Home Department, the Marquis of Carmarthen for the Foreign, the Duke of Rutland, Lord Privy Seal, Lord Gower became President of the Council, the Duke of Richmond, Master General of the Ordnance, Lord Thurlow again Chancellor, Lord Howe, First Lord of the Admiralty. With the exception of Pitt, the whole of the cabinet was drawn from the House of Lords. When the Commons met, on the 22nd, Mr. Banks said he was authorized by Mr. Pitt, who was not in the House, a new writ for Appleby being moved for on his appointment to office, to say that he had no intention to advise a dissolution. His Majesty, on the 24th of December, having also assured the House that he would not interrupt their meeting after the recess by either prorogation or dissolution, the House adjourned till the 12th of January, 1784. When Parliament reassembled, Fox seized the very earliest moment to address the chair and occupy the attention of the House. He rose at the unusually early hour of 2:30 in the day, before the newly returned members had taken their oaths. Pitt himself was in this predicament, but as soon as he had taken his oath, he rose to speak. But Fox contended that he was already in possession of the House, and though Pitt announced that he had a message from the king, Fox persisted, and moved that the House should go into committee on the state of the nation. This allowed Pitt to speak, who declared that he had no objection to the committee, but he thought it more advisable to go into the question of India, on which subject he proposed to introduce a bill. He then made some sharp remarks on the conduct of Fox in thus seizing, by artifice, a precedence in speaking, and on the petulance and clamor which the opposition had displayed, and on the violent and unprecedented nature of their conduct, by which they hoped to inflame the spirit of the country and excite unnecessary jealousies. In truth, Fox and his party were now running a most unwise career. Possessed of a large majority, they were indignant that the king should have dismissed them, and thought that they could outvote the new ministry and drive them again from office. They had no doubt such a majority, but at the same time they had the king resolute against them. They had insulted him by their violent denunciations of his letter, and they had not, in their anger, the discernment to perceive that not only would this be made use of by their opponents to injure them, both in Parliament and out of it, but their proceeding with so much heat and violence was calculated to make them appear factious, more concerned for their places than for the interests of the country. All this took place. The king and ministry saw how all this would operate, and calmly awaited its effects. Fox and his party were, however, blind to the signs of the times, and carried no less than 5 resolutions against the government. When the House met again, Pitt moved for leave to bring in his bill for the better government and management of the affairs of the East India Company. He was aware, he said, how certain men would triumph when he informed them that he had based his intended measures on the resolutions of the proprietors of India stock. He was so miserably irresolute, he said, as not to venture on a bill founded on violence and disfranchisement. He was so weak as to pay respect to chartered rights, and he had not disdained, in proposing a new system of government, to consult those who had the greatest interest in the matter, as well as the most experience in it. These were all hard hits at Fox and his party. In his bill, he went on the principle of placing the commerce of India chiefly under the control of the company itself. But the civil and military government, he admitted, required some other control than that of the company, yet even this, in his opinion, ought to be established in accordance with the convictions of the company. In truth, it was a bill rather calculated to win the goodwill of the East India Company than to reform the abuses of that body, and to protect the interests of the natives. Fox, with as much truth as personal feeling, designated the bill as the wisdom of an individual opposed to the collective wisdom of the Commons of England. The bill was suffered to pass the second reading, but was thrown out, on the motion of its being committed, by 222 against 214. Fox then gave notice of his intention of bringing in a new bill of his own on India, and demanded to know from the ministers whether he might expect to proceed in security with it, or whether the House would be dissolved. Pitt did not answer. The question was repeated by other members, but Pitt continued silent, till General Conway said it was a new thing to see a minister sitting in sulky silence and refusing to satisfy the reasonable desires of the House. This brought out Pitt with an indignant denial, but he preserved silence as to the probability of a dissolution. Charles James Fox, after the portrait by Sir Joshua Reynolds. See larger version. These party tactics were continued with unwonted heat by the opposition on all occasions, till the House adjourned for 3 days, to meet again on the 29th, the opposition reveling in large majorities, though they were aware that both the King and the House of Lords were adverse to them. But the country was also growing weary of this unsatisfactory position of things, and began to sympathize with the great patience of Pitt, rather than the tumultuous conduct of Fox and his friends. Pitt, however, was strong in the assurance of the adhesion of the crown and the peerage, and saw unmistakable signs of revulsion in the feeling of the public. The majorities of the Commons were becoming every time less, and on the 16th of February, the Corporation of London had presented a strongly expressed address to the King, declaring its approval of the late dismissal of ministers, and its opinion that the India Bill of Fox was an encroachment on the 306 prerogative of the Crown. Dr. Johnson also regarded it as a contest whether the nation should be ruled by the scepter of George III or by the tongue of Mr. Fox. Fox saw the growing change with alarm. He saw that all their resolutions and addresses produced no effect on the ministerial party, and he did not dare to go further and pass a bill, either legislative or declaratory, for he felt that the Lords would throw it out, and to stop the supplies or delay the Mutiny Bill would probably disgust and annihilate the very majority on which he depended. In these circumstances, he probably saw with satisfaction an attempt at coalition. Mr. Grosvenor, the member for Chester, during the 3 days of the adjournment, called a meeting of members of both parties for the purpose of seeing whether a coalition could not be formed, and thus put an end to this violent contest. About 70 members met, and an address to the Duke of Portland and Mr. Pitt was signed by 54. Pitt expressed his readiness to cooperate in such a plan, but the Duke of Portland declared that the first indispensable step towards such a measure must be the resignation of ministers. This put an end to all hope of success. The feelings of the constituencies were undergoing a speedy change, and the fact was now being rapidly proved. For 3 months, whilst the opposition in the House of Commons were exulting on their majority, the majority amongst the people was sliding from them. And, whilst they were straining every nerve to prevent the dissolution of Parliament, they were only more securely preparing their own fall, for Pitt and the government had been zealously at work undermining them. The nation was pleased at his bravery, and at his disinterestedness in refusing the sinecure of the clerkship of the Pells, though his private means were scarcely £300 a year. From the 11th of February to the 1st of March, the struggle went on, many endeavors being made, but without effect, to come to an agreement between the parties. On the last day, Fox moved that an address be carried up to the King by the whole House, representing the violence done to the Constitution by a minister retaining his place after a vote of want of confidence by the Commons, and insisting strongly on the right and duty of that House to advise His Majesty on the exercise of his prerogative. Pitt replied that, by attempting to force the King to decide contrary to his judgment, they were placing the scepter under the mace. But the resolution was carried by a majority, though of 12 only, and on the 4th the address was carried up, when the King repeated that his sentiments remained the same. Fox, on the return of the House, moved that this answer should not be taken into consideration before the 8th. Until then the Mutiny Bill should remain in abeyance. His object was to stave off a dissolution until the 25th, when the Mutiny Bill expired, By refusing to renew it, he hoped to force his rival to resign. The House on the 8th was excessively crowded, for a very warm debate was anticipated. When it came to divide about midnight, Fox was found to have carried his resolution, but only by a majority of one. This was the climax of defeat. The once triumphant opposition saw that all was over with them, and they gave up the contest. The Supplies and the Mutiny Bill were now passed without much difficulty, but ministers did not venture to introduce an appropriation bill. On the 23rd, Lord North, stating that the dissolution of Parliament was confidently asserted out of doors, declared that such a dissolution, without passing an appropriation bill, would be an unparalleled insult to the House. He expressed his astonishment that the minister did not condescend to utter a syllable on the subject of the proposed change. Pitt, now confident of his position, replied that gentlemen might ask as many questions as they pleased, that he had adopted a course which was advantageous to the country, and did not feel bound to enter then into any explanations. All mystery, however, was cleared up the next day, for the king went down to the House of Lords and prorogued Parliament, announcing that he felt it his duty to the Constitution and the country to convoke a new Parliament. Accordingly, on the following day, the 25th of March, he dissolved Parliament by proclamation. When the new Parliament met, on the 18th of May, it was seen how completely Fox and North had destroyed their prestige by their late factious conduct, and how entirely Pitt had made himself master of the situation. His patience and cool policy under the tempestuous assaults of the opposition had given the country a wonderful confidence in him. One party extolled him as the staunch defender of the prerogative, another as the champion of reform and enemy of aristocratic influence. Not less than 160 of the supporters of the late coalition ministry had been rejected at the elections, and they were held up to ridicule as Fox's martyrs. Chapter 13, Reign of George III, continued. Victory of Pitt, the King's delight, Pitt's finance. The India Bill, Pitt's budget, the Westminster election. The scrutiny, Fox is returned, the volunteers in Ireland, Flood's Reform Bill, riots in Ireland, Pitt's commercial policy for Ireland, opposition of the English merchants, abandonment of the measure, Pitt's Reform Bill, his administrative reforms, bill for fortifying Portsmouth and Plymouth, Pitt's sinking fund, favorable reception of the bill, Pitt's excise bill, commercial treaty with France, impeachment of Warren Hastings, retrospect of Indian affairs, deposition of Mir Jaffier, resistance of Mir Qasim, massacre of Patna, battle of Buxar and capture of Allahabad, Clive's return to India, settlement of Bengal and Oudh, domestic reforms, rise of Hyder Ali, his treaty with the English. He is defeated by the Marathas, deposition of the Raja of Tanjore, failure of Lord Pigot to reinstate him, Lord North's regulating bill, death of Clive, Warren Hastings becomes Governor-General, his dealings with the famine, treatment of Raza Khan and the Nabob of Bengal, resumption of Allahabad and Kora, massacre of the Rohillas, arrival of the new members of Council, struggle for supremacy, robbery of Chait Singh, newcomers' charges, his trial and execution, Hastings' constitutional resignation, his final victory, wars against the Marathas, Hyder Ali's advance, defeat of Bailey, energy of Hastings, victories of Sir Eyre Coote, capture of Dutch settlements, naval engagements between the British and French, death of Hyder Ali, Tippu continues the war. He invokes peace, Hastings' extortions from Chait Singh, Hastings' visit to Benares, rising of the people, rescue of Hastings and deposition of Chait Singh, extortion from the Begums of Oudh, parliamentary inquiries, Hastings' reception in England, Burke's motion of impeachment, Pitt's change of front, the Prince of Wales and the Whigs, inquiry into his debts, Alderman Newnham's motion, denial of the marriage with Mrs. Fitzherbert, Sheridan's Begum speech, impeachment of Hastings, growth of the opposition to the slave trade, the question brought before Parliament, evidence produced, Sir W. Dalban's bill, trial of Warren Hastings, speeches of Burke, Fox, and Sheridan, illness of the King, debates on the Regency Bill, the King's recovery, address of the Irish Parliament to the Prince of Wales. The general election of 1784 secured for Pitt a prolonged tenure of power. The King, in opening the session, could not repress the air of triumph, and congratulated the Houses on the declared sense of his people, not forgetting to designate Fox's India Bill as a most unconstitutional measure. In fact, no one was so delighted as the King. He had contemplated the victory of Fox and his friends over Pitt with actual horror. He had never liked Fox, and the violent and overbearing manner in which he had endeavored to compel the King to dismiss his ministers had increased his aversion into dread and repugnance. In his letters to Pitt he had said, "If these desperate and factious men succeed, my line is a clear one, to which I have fortitude to submit. Again, should not the Lord stand boldly forth, this constitution must soon be changed. For if the two remaining privileges of the crown are infringed, that of negativing the bills which have passed both houses of parliament, and that of naming the ministers to be employed, I cannot but feel, as far as regards my person, that I can be no longer of utility to this country, nor can with honor remain in the island. In fact, George was menacing, a second time, a retreat to Hanover, a step, however, which he was not very likely to adopt. The sentiment which the words really express is his horror of the heavy yoke of the great Whig houses. The addresses from both houses of Parliament expressed equal satisfaction in the change, Pitt's triumphant majority having now rejected the amendments of the opposition. On the 21st of June, Pitt introduced and carried several resolutions, which formed the basis of his Commutation Act. These went to check smuggling by reducing the duty on tea from 50 to 12.5%, and to raise the house and window tax so as to supply the deficiency. A bill was then passed to make good another deficiency in the civil list, to the amount of £60,000. Early in August, Mr. Pitt brought in his India Bill, which differed chiefly from his former one in introducing a government board of commissioners, with power to examine and revise the proceedings of the Court of Directors. This, which afterwards acquired the name of the Board of Control, was opposed by Fox, but passed both houses with little trouble. Before this great measure had passed, Pitt had introduced his budget. On the 30th of June, he made his financial statement. He said that the resources of the country were in a very burthened and disordered state, but that was not his work, but the work of his predecessors. The outstanding arrears, owing to the late war, were already ascertained to amount at least to £14,000,000. These operated very injuriously on the public credit, being at a discount of from 15 to 20%, and that without greatly 308 affecting the public securities, he should not be able to find more than £6,600,600 of them at once. To meet the interest, he proposed to raise taxes to the amount of £900,000 a year. The imposts, some entirely new and some augmented, were on hats, ribbons, gauzes, coals, saddle and pleasure horses, printed linens and calicoes, candles, paper, and hackney coaches. Licenses to deal in excisable commodities, bricks, and tiles. Licenses for shooting game. General election of 1784. Master Billy's procession to Grocers' Hall. Pitt presented with the freedom of the City of London. Reduced facsimile of the caricature by T. Rowlandson. See larger version. The duties on bricks and tiles were opposed, as affecting brickmakers rather than the public, because stones and slates were not included. These duties were, however, carried, and the bill passed. But great discontent arising regarding the duties on coals and on licenses to deal in excisable commodities, the Chancellor of the Exchequer was obliged to produce a supplementary budget, and, after withdrawing these, to lay others on the sale of ale, gold and silver plate, the exportation of lide, and postage of letters, at the same time limiting the privilege of franking. It was high time that the latter practice were put under regulation, for the privilege was enormously abused. Till this time, a simple signature of a member of Parliament, without name of the post town whence it was sent, or date, freed a letter all over the kingdom. Many persons had whole quires of these signatures, and letters were also addressed to numbers of places where they did not reside, so that, by an arrangement easily understood, the persons they were really meant for received them post-free. The loss to government by this dishonest system was calculated at £170,000 a year. By the present plan, no member was to permit any letter to be addressed to him except at the place where he actually was, and he was required, in writing a frank, to give the name of the post-town where he wrote it, with the dates of day and year, and to himself write the whole address. On the 20th of August, the appropriation bill and other measures of routine having been carried through with great triumph by the ministry, the king prorogued the parliament, which did not meet again till the 25th of January following. Fox came into the new parliament in a very remarkable and anomalous position. In the election for Westminster, the candidates had been, besides himself, Admiral Lord Hood and Sir Cecil Ray. The election was of the most violent kind, distinguished by drunkenness, riot, and gross abuses. It continued from April the 1st to 309 the 16th of May, and the numbers on the poll books at its termination stood as follows. For Lord Hood, 6,694. For Fox, 6,233. For Sir Cecil Ray, 5,598. The Prince of Wales had shown himself one of the most ardent partisans of Fox, all the more, no doubt, because Fox was detested by the king. The prince had displayed from his carriage the Fox favor and laurel, and, at the conclusion of the poll, had given a grand fete at Carlton House to more than 600 Foxites, all wearing blue and buff. The Duchess of Devonshire and other lady politicians also gave Fox substantial help, but Fox was not allowed to triumph so easily. The Tory candidate, Sir Cecil Ray, as was well understood, instigated and supported by the government, demanded a scrutiny. And Corbett, the High Bailiff in the circumstances, could make no return of representatives for Westminster. As a scrutiny in so populous a district, and with the impediments which government and its secret service money could throw in the way, might drag on for a long period, and thus, as government intended, keep Fox out of Parliament, he got himself, for the time, returned for a small Scottish borough, to the no small amusement of his enemies. Sir Cecil Ray, Sam House, publican on the side of Fox, Charles James Fox. General election of 1784. The hustings, Covent Garden, the Westminster deserter drummed out of the regiment, defeat of Sir Cecil Ray. Reduced facsimile of the caricature by T. Rowlandson. See larger version. Almost immediately on the meeting of the House of Commons, Welbore Ellis demanded whether a return had been made for Westminster, and being answered in the negative, moved that Mr. Corbett, the High Bailiff with his assessor, should attend the House. And the next day, February 2nd, Colonel Fitzpatrick presented a petition from the electors of Westminster, complaining that they were not legally and duly represented. In fact, the scrutiny had now been going on for 8 months, and as not even 2 of the 7 parishes of Westminster were yet scrutinized, it was calculated that, at this rate, the whole process would require 3 years, and the city would, therefore, remain as long unrepresented. The High Bailiff stated that the examinations, cross-examinations, and arguments of counsel were so long that he saw no prospect of a speedy conclusion, and Mr. Murphy, his assessor, gave evidence that each vote was tried with as much 310 form and prolixity as any cause in Westminster Hall. That counsel, and this applied to both sides, claimed a right to make 5 speeches on 1 vote, and that propositions had been put in on the part of Sir Cecil Ray to shorten the proceedings, but objected to on the part of Mr. Fox. On the 18th of February, Colonel Fitzpatrick, Fox's most intimate friend, presented another petition from the electors of Westminster, praying to be heard by council, in consequence of new facts having come to light, but Lord Frederick Campbell, on the part of government, moved that such council should not argue against the legality of the scrutiny. The council, on being admitted, refused to plead under such restrictions. The House then called in the High Bailiff, and demanded what the new facts were on which the petition was based, and he admitted that they were, that the party of Mr. Fox had offered to take the scrutiny in the parishes of St. Margaret's and St. John's alone, where Mr. Fox's interest was the weakest, in order to bring the scrutiny to an end, and that Sir Cecil Ray had declined the offer. Colonel Fitzpatrick then moved that the High Bailiff should be directed to make a return, according to the lists on the close of the poll on the 17th of May last. This motion was lost, but only by a majority of 9, showing that the opinion of the House was fast running against the new minister. And on the 3rd of March, Alderman Sawbridge put the same question again, when it was carried by a majority of 38. It was clear that the government pressure could be carried no further. Sawbridge moved that the original motion should be put, and it was carried without a division. The next day the return was made, and Fox and Lord Hood were seated as the members for Westminster. Fox immediately moved that the proceedings on this case should be expunged from the journals, but without success. He also commenced an action against the High Bailiff for not returning him at the proper time, when duly elected by a majority of votes. He laid his damages at £200,000, and the trial came on before Lord Loughborough, formerly Mr. Wedderburn, in June of the following year, 1786, when the jury gave him immediately a verdict, but only for £2,000, which he said should be distributed amongst the charities of Westminster. The King's speech at the opening of the session recommended a consideration of the trade and general condition of Ireland. And indeed it was time, for the concessions which had been made by the Rockingham ministry had only created a momentary tranquility. The volunteers retaining their arms in their hands after the close of the American War were evidently bent on imitating the proceedings of the Americans, and the direction of the movement passed from Grattan to Flood. In September 1785, delegates from all the volunteer corps in Ireland met at Dungannon, representing 100,000 men, who passed resolutions declaring their independence of the legislature of Great Britain. The delegates at Dungannon claimed the right to reform the national parliament and appointed a convention to meet in Dublin in the month of November, consisting of delegates from the whole volunteer army in Ireland. Accordingly, on the 10th of November, the Great Convention met in Dublin and held their meetings in the Royal Exchange. They demanded a thorough remodeling of the Irish constitution. They declared that as matters stood, the Irish House of Commons was wholly independent of the people, that its term of duration was equally unconstitutional, and they passed zealous votes of thanks to their friends in England. These friends were the ultra-reformers of England, who had freely tendered the Irish reformers their advice and sympathy. The Irish people were ready to hail the delegates as their true parliament and the regular parliament as pretenders. Within Parliament House itself, the most violent contentions were exhibited between the partisans of the volunteer parliament and the more orthodox reformers. Henry Flood was the prominent advocate of the extreme movement, and Grattan, who regarded this agitation as certain to end only in fresh coercion, instead of augmented liberty for Ireland, vehemently opposed it. On the 29th of November, Flood moved for leave to bring in a bill for the more equal representation of the people. This was the scheme of the volunteer parliament, and all the delegates to the convention who were members of the House, or had procured admittance as spectators, appeared in uniform. The tempest that arose is described as something terrific. The orders of the House, the rules of debate, the very rules of ordinary conduct amongst gentlemen, were utterly disregarded. The fury on both sides was uncontrollable. The motion was indignantly rejected by 157 votes against 77, and the House immediately voted a cordial address to His Majesty, declaring their perfect satisfaction with the blessings enjoyed 311 under his auspicious reign, and the present happy constitution, and their determination to support him with their lives and fortunes. On the 13th of March, Mr. Flood introduced his bill once more for equalizing the representation of the people in Parliament. It proposed to abolish the right of boroughs altogether to send members and to place the franchise in the people at large. Sir John Fitzgibbon, the Attorney General, stoutly opposed it. Grattan dissented from it, and it was thrown out on the motion to commit it. Exasperated at the failure of this measure, a furious mob broke into the Irish House of Commons on the 15th of April, but they were soon quelled, and two of the ringleaders seized. The magistrates of Dublin were censured for observing the gathering of the mob and taking no measures to prevent its outbreak. The printer and supposed publisher of the Volunteers' Journal were called before the House and reprimanded, and a bill was brought in and passed to render publishers more amenable to the law. The spirit of violence still raged through the country. Tumultuous associations were formed under the name of aggregate bodies. Commercial and manufacturing distress was severe in the country, and the unemployed workmen flocked into Dublin and the other large towns, demanding relief and menacing the police, and directing their fury against all goods imported from England. On the 2nd of January, 1785, a Congress sat in Dublin, consisting of delegates from 27 counties and amounting to about 200 individuals. They held adjourned meetings and established corresponding committees in imitation of their great models, the Americans. In truth, many of the leaders of these present movements drew their inspiration now from American Republican correspondents, as they did afterwards from those of France, by whom they were eventually excited to rebellion. The government of England saw the necessity of coming to some conclusion on the subject of Irish commerce, which should remove the distress, and, as a consequence, the disorder. The Irish government, at the instigation of the English administration, sent over commissioners to consult with the Board of Trade in London, and certain terms being agreed upon, these were introduced by Mr. Ord, the Secretary to the Lord Lieutenant, to the Irish House of Commons, on the 7th of February. These were that all articles not of the growth of Great Britain or Ireland should be imported into each country from the other, under the same regulations and duties as were imposed on direct importation, and with the same drawbacks, that all prohibitions in either country against the importation of articles grown, produced, or manufactured in the other should be rescinded, and the duties equalized. There were some other resolutions relating to internal taxation, to facilitate the corn trade, and some details in foreign and international commerce. These, after some debate, were passed on the 11th, and, being agreed to by the Lords, were transmitted to England. On the 22nd of February, the English House of Commons resolved itself into a committee, on the motion of Pitt, to consider these resolutions. Pitt spoke with much freedom of the old restrictive jealousy towards Ireland. He declared that it was a system abominable and impolitic, that to study the benefit of one portion of the empire at the expense of another was not promoting the prosperity of the empire as a whole. He contended that there was nothing in the present proposals to alarm the British manufacturer or trader. Goods, the produce of Europe, might now be imported through Ireland into Britain by authority of the Navigation Act. The present proposition went to allow Ireland to import, and then to export the produce of our colonies in Africa and America into Great Britain. Beyond the Cape of Good Hope or the Straits of Magellan, they could not go, on account of the monopoly granted to the East India Company. Delay was demanded to hear what was the feeling of merchants and manufacturers in England, and these soon poured in petitions against these concessions, from Liverpool, Manchester, and other places. One of them, from the Lancashire manufacturers, being signed by 80,000 persons. After 2 months had been spent in receiving these petitions, hearing evidence and counsel, Mr. Pitt introduced his propositions on the 12th of May. It was then found that British interests, as usual, had triumphed over the ministerial intentions of benefiting Ireland. Not only was Ireland to be bound to furnish, in return for these concessions, a fixed contribution out of the surplus of the hereditary revenue towards defraying the expenses of protecting the general commerce, but to adopt whatever navigation laws the British Parliament might hereafter enact. Lord North and Fox opposed these propositions, on the ground that the cheapness of labor in Ireland would give that country an advantage over the manufacturers in this. The 312 resolutions were at length carried both in the committee and in the House at large on the 25th of July. But the alterations were fatal to the measure in Ireland. Instead now of being the resolutions passed in the Irish Parliament, they embraced restrictive ones originating in the British Parliament, a point on which the Irish were most jealous and determined not to give way. No sooner did Mr. Ord, the original introducer of the resolutions to the Irish Parliament, on the 2nd of August, announce his intention to introduce them as they now stood, than Flood, Grattan, and Dennis Brown declared the thing impossible, that Ireland never would surrender her birthright of legislating for herself. Mr. Ord, however, persisted in demanding leave to introduce a bill founded on these resolutions, and this he did on the 12th of August. Flood attacked the proposal with the utmost vehemence. Grattan, Curran, and others declared that the Irish Parliament could hear no resolutions but those which they themselves had sanctioned. Accordingly, though Mr. Ord carried his permission to introduce his bill, it was only by a majority of 19, and under such opposition that, on the 15th, he moved to have it printed for the information of the country, but announced that he should proceed no further in it at present. This was considered as a total abandonment of the measure, and there was a general rejoicing as for a national deliverance, and Dublin was illuminated. But in the country, the spirit of agitation on the subject remained. The non-importation associations were renewed, in imitation of the proceedings in Boston, and the most dreadful menaces were uttered against all who should dare to import manufactured goods from England. The consequences were the stoppage of trade, especially in the seaports, the increase of distress and of riots, and the soldiers were obliged to be kept under arms in Dublin and other towns to prevent outbreaks. Before the Irish affairs were done with, Pitt moved for leave to bring in his promised reform bill. If Pitt were still desirous of reforming Parliament, it was the last occasion on which he showed it, and it may reasonably be believed that he introduced this measure more for the sake of consistency than for any other purpose. He had taken no steps to prepare a majority for the occasion. Everyone was left to do as he thought best, and his opening observations proved that he was by no means sanguine as to the measure passing the House. The number of gentlemen, he said, who are hostile to reform are a phalanx which ought to give alarm to any individual upon rising to suggest such a motion. His plan was to transfer the franchise from 36 rotten boroughs to the counties, giving the copyholders the right to vote. This plan would confer 72 additional members on the counties, and thus, in fact, strengthen the representation of the landed interest at the expense of the towns, and he proposed to compensate the boroughs so disfranchised by money, amounting to £1,000,000. Wilberforce, Dundas, and Fox spoke in favor of the bill. Burke spoke against it. Many voted against it on account of the compensation offered, Mr. Banks remarking that Pitt was paying for what he declared was, in any circumstances, unsaleable. The motion was lost by 248 against 174. But though Pitt ceased to be a parliamentary reformer, and by degrees became the most determined opponent of all reform, he yet made an immediate movement for administrative reform. He took up the plans of Burke, praying for a commission to inquire into the fees, gratuities, perquisites, and emoluments received in the public offices, with reference to existing abuses. He stated that, already, acting on the information of reports of the Board of Commissioners appointed in Lord North's time, fixed salaries, instead of fees and poundages, had been introduced in the office of the land tax, and the post office was so improved as to return weekly into the treasury £3,000 sterling, instead of 700 sterling. Similar regulations he proposed to introduce into the Pay Office, the Navy and Ordnance Office. He stated also that he had, when out of office, asserted that no less than 44 million sterling was unaccounted for by men who had been in different offices. He was ridiculed for that statement, and it was treated as a chimera. But already 27 millions of such defalcations had been traced, and a balance of £257,000 sterling was on the point of being paid in. In fact, the state of the government offices was, at that time, as it had long been, such that it was next to impossible for anyone to get any business transacted there without bribing heavily. As a matter of course, this motion was strongly opposed, but it was carried, and Mr. Francis Baring and the two other controllers of army accounts were appointed the commissioners. View of London from the Tower to London Bridge in the latter part of the 18th century, after the picture by Mora. See larger version. The great financial questions of 1786 were the Duke of Richmond's plan of fortifying Portsmouth and Plymouth, and Pitt's proposal of a sinking fund to pay off the national debt, an excise duty on wines, and Pitt's commercial treaty with France. During the previous session, the Duke of Richmond, Master General of the Ordnance, had proposed a plan of fortifying these large arsenals, so that, in the supposed absence of our fleet on some great occasion, they would be left under the protection of regiments of militia, for whom enormous barracks were to be erected. A board of officers had been appointed to inquire into the advantages of the plan, and their report was now brought up on the 27th of February and introduced by Mr. Pitt, who moved that the plan be adopted. This scheme was strongly opposed by General Bergen, Colonel Barr, and others. Mr. Bastard moved an amendment declaring the proposed fortifications inexpedient. He said the militia had been called the school of the army, but to shut them up in these strongholds, separate from their fellow subjects, was the way to convert them into universities for Praetorian bands. He protested against taking the defense of the nation from our brave fleet and conferring it on military garrisons, tearing the ensign of British glory from the masthead, and fixing a standard on the ramparts of a fort. The bill was rejected, Fox, Sheridan, Windham, and all the leading oppositionists declaiming against it. On the 21st of March, a committee which had been appointed early in the session to inquire into the public income and expenditure, and to suggest what might in future be calculated on as the clear revenue, presented its report through Mr. Grenville, their chairman. On the 29th, Pitt, in a committee of the whole House, entered upon the subject, and detailed the particulars of a plan to diminish progressively and steadily the further debt. It appeared from the report of the Select Committee that there was, at present, a clear surplus revenue of £900,000 sterling, and that this surplus could, without any great additional burthen to the public, be made £1,000,000 per annum. This he declared to be an unexpected state of financial vigor after so long and unfortunate a war. The plan which he proposed was to pay £250,000 quarterly into the hands of commissioners appointed for the purpose to purchase stock to that amount, which was under par, or to pay stock above par, and thus cancel so much debt. In addition to this, the annuities for lives or for limited terms would gradually cancel another portion. All dividends arising from such purchases were to be similarly applied. Pitt calculated that by this process, and by the compound interest on the savings to the revenue by it, in 28 years, no less than 4 million sterling per annum of surplus revenue would be similarly applied or employed for the exigencies of the state. By this halcyon process, he contemplated the eventual extinction of that enormous debt, to pay the mere interest of which every nerve had been stretched, and every resource nearly exhausted. In a delightful state of self-gratulation, Pitt declared that he was happy to say that all this was readily accomplishable, that we had nothing to fear, except one thing, the possibility of any minister in need violating this fund. Had the original sinking fund, he said, been kept sacred, we should have had now very little debt. To prevent the recurrence of this fatal facility of ministers laying their hands on this fund, he proposed to place it in the hands of commissioners, and he declared that no minister could ever have the confidence to come down to that house and desire the repeal of so beneficial a law, which tended so directly to relieve the people from their burthens. He added that he felt that he had by this measure raised a firm column, upon which he was proud to flatter himself that his name might be inscribed. He said not a word about the name of Dr. Price being inscribed there, to whom the whole merit of the scheme belonged. He never once mentioned his name at all. On his own part, Dr. Price complained not of this, but that he had submitted 3 schemes to Pitt, and that he had chosen the worst. The greater part of the House, as well as the public out of doors, were captivated with the scheme, which promised thus easily to relieve them of the monster debt. But Sir Grey Cooper was the first to disturb these fairy fancies. He declared that the whole was based on a fallacious statement, that it was doubtful whether the actual surplus was as described. But even were it so, that it was but the surplus of a particular year, and that it was like the proprietor of a hop ground endeavoring to borrow money on the guarantee of its proceeds in a particularly favorable year. Fox, Burke, and Sheridan followed in the same strain. They argued that, supposing the assumed surplus actually to exist, which they doubted, it would immediately vanish in case of war, and a fresh mass of debt be laid on. 315 Sheridan said, the only mode of paying off $1 million a year would be to make a loan of $1 million a year. For the minister reminded him of the person in the comedy who said, "If you won't lend me the money, how can I pay you?" On the 14th of May, he moved a string of 14 resolutions, unfavorable to the report of the committee, which he said contained facts which could not be negatived. But the House did negative them all without a division, and on the 15th of May passed the bill. In the Lords it met with some proposals from Earl Stanhope, which were to render the violation of the Act equivalent to an act of bankruptcy. But these were negatived, and the bill was passed there on the 26th. It was not until 1828 that the fallacy on which the bill rested was finally exposed by Lord Grenville, who, curiously enough, had been chairman of the committee which recommended its adoption. In order to enable the revenue to furnish the required million surplus for the sinking fund, Pitt found it necessary to propose to extend the excise laws to foreign wine, which had hitherto been under the jurisdiction of the Custom House. He contended that, on a moderate calculation, the sum lost to the revenue by the frauds in the trade in wine amounted to upwards of £280,000 per annum. To remedy this, and to prevent at once smuggling and the adulteration of wine, the excise officers were to have free access to the cellars of all who sold wine, but not into private ones. To abate that repugnance to the law which excise laws awaken in the public mind, Pitt stated that the change would not amount to more than £13,000 a year, and that not more than 170 additional officers would be required, who could add little to the influence of the Crown, as they were by law incapable of voting at elections. He carried his bill with little difficulty through the Commons. But in the Lords, Lord Loughborough made a decided set against it, and pointed out one most shameful provision in it, namely, that in case of any suit against an exciseman for improper seizure, a jury was prohibited giving more damages than twopence, or any costs of suit, or inflicting a fine of more than 1 shilling if the exciseman could show a probable cause for such a seizure. Lord Loughborough declared justly that this was a total denial of justice to the complaint against illegal conduct on the part of excisemen, for nothing would be so easy as for the excise to plead false information as a probable cause. It was a disgraceful infringement of the powers of juries, and Lord Loughborough called on Lord Camden to defend the sacred right of juries as he had formerly done. Camden was compelled to confess that the clause was objectionable, but that to attempt an alteration would destroy the bill for the present session, and so it was suffered to pass with this monstrous provision. The commercial treaty with France, Pitt's greatest achievement as a financier, was not signed until the recess, namely, in September. It was conceived entirely in the spirit of free trade, and was an honest attempt to establish a perpetual alliance between the two nations. Its terms were that it was to continue in force for 12 years. With some few exceptions, prohibitory duties between the two countries were repealed. The wines of France were admitted at the same rate as those of Portugal. Privateers belonging to any nation at war with one of the contracting parties might no longer equip themselves in the ports of the other. And complete religious and civil liberty was granted to the inhabitants of each country while residing in the other. One result of the treaty was the revival of the taste for light French wines which had prevailed before the wars of the Revolution, and a decline in the sale of the fiery wines of the peninsula. But the treaty was bitterly attacked by the opposition. Flood reproduced the absurd argument that wealth consists of money, and that trade can only be beneficial to the country, which obtains the largest return in gold. Fox and Burke, with singular lack of foresight, declaimed against Pitt for making a treaty with France, the natural political enemy of Great Britain, and denounced the perfidy with which the French had fostered the American revolt. In spite of the illiberality of these arguments, Pitt, with the acquiescence of the commercial classes, carried the treaty through Parliament by majorities of more than 2-1. But, in spite of the importance of these measures, there was one question which engrossed the attention of both Parliament and the public far more than any other. This was the demand by Burke for the impeachment of Warren Hastings, late Governor-General of Bengal, for high crimes and misdemeanors they're alleged to have been by him committed. It therefore becomes necessary, at this point, to resume our narrative of Indian affairs from the year 1760, which our connected view of the events of the American War necessarily suspended. At the point at which our former detail of 316 Indian affairs ceased, Lord Clive had gone to England to recruit his health. He had found us possessing a footing in India, and had left us the masters of a great empire. He had conquered Arcot and other regions of the Carnatic, driven the French from Pondicherry, Chandernagore, and Chinchura, and though we had left titular princes in the Deccan and Bengal, we were in truth masters there. For Mir Jaffier, though seated on the throne of Bengal, was our mere instrument. The English having deposed Suraja Dowlah, the Nabob of Bengal, and set up their tool, the traitor Mir Jaffier, who had actually sold his master, the Nabob, to them, the unfortunate Nabob was soon assassinated by the son of Mir Jaffier. But Mir Jaffier, freed thus from the fear of the restoration of the Nabob, soon began to cabal against his patrons, the English. Clive was absent, and the government conducted by Mr. Henry Vansittart, a man of little ability in his course of policy. All discipline ceased to exist amongst the English. Their only thought was of enriching themselves by any possible means. Mir Jaffier was not blind to this. He saw how hateful the English were making themselves in the country, and was becoming as traitorous to them as he had been to his own master. Early, therefore, in the autumn of 1760, Vansittart and Colonel Cassell marched to Qasim Bazar, a suburb of Murshidabad, where Mir Jaffier lived, at the head of a few hundred troops, and offered certain terms to him. Mir Jaffier appeared to shuffle in his answer, and, without more ceremony, the English surrounded his palace at the dead of night, and compelled him to resign, but allowed him to retire to Fort William, under the protection of the British flag, and they then set up in his stead Mir Qasim, his son-in-law. Mir Qasim, for a time, served their purpose. They obtained, as the price of his elevation, a large sum of money and an accession of territory. But he was not a man of the obsequious temper of Mir Jaffier. He removed his court from Murshidabad to Monghur, 200 miles farther from Calcutta. He increased and disciplined his troops. He then made compulsory levies on the English traders, from which they had always claimed exemption. There was a loud outcry and a determined resistance on the part of the English. But Mir Qasim not only continued to compel them to pay the same revenue dues as others, but imprisoned or disgraced every man of note in his dominions who had ever shown regard to the English. It was clear that he chafed under the impositions of his elevators and meant to free himself from them and their obligations together. It was in vain that the English council in Calcutta uttered warning and remonstrance. There was the most violent controversy between the English factory at Patna and Mir Qasim. Vansittart hastened to Monghur to endeavor to arrange matters with Qasim. He consented to the payment, by the English, of the inland revenue to the amount of 9%. And on his part, he accepted a present for himself from Qasim of 7 lakhs of rupees, or upwards of £70,000. But on this occasion, though Vansittart had pocketed this large bribe from Mir Qasim, the council in Calcutta, who got nothing, voted the terms most dishonorable and sent a fresh deputation to Qasim at Monghur. This deputation was headed by Mr. Amiot, but as it went to undo what Vansittart had just done, Qasim, who saw no end of exactions and no security in treating with the English, caused his troops to fall on the unfortunate deputation as they passed through Murshidabad, and they were all cut to pieces. Here was an end to all agreement with this impracticable man, so the council immediately decreed the deposition of Mir Qasim and the restoration of the more pliant puppet, Mir Jaffier. The English took the field in the summer of 1763 against Mir Qasim with 600 Europeans and 1,200 sepoys. Major Adams, the commander of this force, was vigorously resisted by Mir Qasim, but drove him from Murshidabad, gained a decided victory over him on the plains of Jiria, and after a siege of 9 days reduced Monghur. Driven to his last place of strength in Patna, and feeling that he must yield that, Mir Qasim determined to give one parting example of his ferocity to his former patrons, as, under their protection, he had given many to his own subjects. He had taken prisoners the English belonging to the factory at Patna, amounting to 150 individuals. These he caused to be massacred by a renegade Frenchman in his service, named Sombre. On the 5th of October, his soldiers massacred all of them except William Fullerton, a surgeon known to the Nabob. The mangled bodies of the victims were thrown into 2 wells, which were then filled up with stones. This done, the monster Qasim fled into Oudh and took refuge with its Nabob, Suraja Dowlah. The English immediately entered Patna, which was still reeking with the blood of their countrymen, and proclaimed the deposition of 317 Mir Qasim and the restoration of Mir Jafir as Nabob of Bengal. Deposition of Mir Jafir, CP 316. See larger version. The Nabob of Oudh zealously embraced the cause of Mir Qasim. He possessed not only great resources in his own province, but he possessed additional authority with the natives from having received also at his court the titular emperor of Delhi, Shah Alam, who, though driven from his throne and territory by the Marathas, was still in the eyes of the people the Great Mogul. With the Great Mogul in his camp, and appointed vizier by him, Sujadawla advanced at the head of 50,000 men against Major Adams and his little army, now numbering about 1,200 Europeans and 8,000 sepoys. Before the two armies came in sight of each other, Adams died, and the command was assumed by Major, afterwards Sir Hector Munro. Munro led his army to Buxar, more than 100 miles higher up the Ganges. There, in the month of October 1764, he came into conflict with the army of Oudh and put it thoroughly to the rout, killing 4,000 men and taking 130 pieces of cannon and much spoil. The next day the Great Mogul went over to the stronger party. He had no further hope of assistance from Sujadawla, and so he rode, with a few followers, to the British camp. He was received most willingly, for, though the British had shown no disposition to recognize his authority, now he was in their hands they acknowledged him as the rightful sovereign of Hindustan, and lost no time in concluding a treaty with him. And, on condition of his yielding certain territories to them, they agreed to put him in possession of Allahabad and the other states of the Nabob of Oudh. After this, Munro, continuing the war against Sujadawla, endeavored to take the hill fort of Chunar, in which all the treasures of Qasim were said to be deposited, but failed. On his part, Sujadawla had obtained the assistance of Holkar, a powerful Maratha chief, and with this advantage, endeavored to make a better peace with Munro. But that officer declined treating, unless Qasim and the assassin, Sambar, were first given up to 318 him. Dowla proposed, instead of the surrender of those who had sought his protection, the usually triumphant argument with the English, a large sum of money. But Munro replied that all the lakhs of rupees in Dowla's treasury would not satisfy him without the surrender of the murderers of his countrymen at Patna. Dowla, though he would not surrender the fugitives, had no objection to give a secret order for the assassination of Sambar. But Munro equally spurned this base proposal, and the war went on. Munro was victorious, and early in 1765, having reduced the fort of Chunar and scattered Dowla's army, he entered Allahabad in triumph and put the Mughal in possession of it. In 1765, Clive embarked for India for the third and last time. He went out with the firm determination to curb and crush the monster abuses that everywhere prevailed in our Indian territories. He had made a fortune of £40,000 a year, and he was, therefore, prepared to quash the system by which thousands of others were endeavoring to do the same. No man was sharper than Clive in perceiving, where his own interest was not concerned, the evils which were consuming the very vitals of our power, and making our name odious in Hindustan. The first and most glaring abuse of power which arrested his attention was as regarded his old puppet, Mir Jafir. He had lately died, and his own court had proposed to set up his legitimate grandson. But the council preferred his natural son, Nujimul Dowla, a poor spiritless youth, who agreed that the English should take the military defense of the country and also appoint a prime minister to manage the revenue and other matters of government. The council agreed to this and received a present from the nabob of their creation of £140,000, which they divided amongst themselves. This was directly in opposition to the recent order of the Court of Directors, not to accept any presents from the native princes, but, as Clive states, he found them totally disregarding everything but their own avarice. Nujimul Dowla, their new puppet, proposed to have one newcomer as his prime minister, but newcomer was too great a rogue even for them. He had alternately served and betrayed the English, and his master, Mir Jafir, and the council set him aside, and appointed to that office Mohammed Reza Khan, a Mussulman of far better character. Clive confirmed the appointment of Mohammed, but compelled Nujimul Dowla to retire from the nominal office of nabob, on a pension of 32 lakhs of rupees. The very name of Clive brought the war with Oudh to a close. Sujadawla was encamped on the borders of Bahar, strongly reinforced by bands of Marathas and Afghans, and anxious for another battle. But no sooner did he learn that Clive was returned than he informed Qasim and Sambar that as he could no longer protect them, they had better shift for themselves. He then dismissed his followers, rode to the English camp, and announced that he was ready to accept such terms of peace as they thought reasonable. Clive proceeded to Benares to settle these terms. The Council of Calcutta had determined to strip Sujah Dowlah of all his possessions, but Clive knew that it was far more politic to make friends of powerful princes. He therefore allowed Sujah Dowlah to retain the rank and title of vizier, and gave him back all the rest of Oudh, except the districts of Allahabad and Kora, which had been promised to Shah Alam as an imperial domain. On Shah Alam, as Great Mogul, he also settled, on behalf of the company, an annual payment of 26 lakhs of rupees. Thus the heir of the great Aurangzeb became the tributary of the East India Company. In return for this favor, Clive obtained one of infinitely more importance. It was the transfer of the sole right of dominion throughout the provinces of Bengal, Orissa, and Bahar. All that vast territory was thus made the legal and valid property of the East India Company. The conveyance was ratified by public deed, which was delivered by the Great Mogul to Clive in presence of his court, the throne on which he was elevated during this most important ceremony being an English dining table, covered with a showy cloth. And of this prince, who was entirely their own puppet, the British still continued to style themselves the vassals, to strike his coins at their mint, and to bear his titles on their public seal. Clive saw the immense importance of maintaining the aspect of subjects to the highest native authority, and of avoiding alarming the minds of the native forces by an open assumption of proprietorship. By this single treaty, at the same time that he had freed the company from all dependence on the heirs of Mir Jaffier, he derived the company's title to those states from the supreme native power in India, and he could boast of having secured to his countrymen an annual revenue of 2 millions of money. Thus began a system which has played a leading part in our Indian history. Having thus arranged with the natives, Clive came to the far more arduous business of compelling the Europeans to conform to the orders of the company, that no more presents should be received. In his letters home, he recommended that to put an end to the examples of corruption in high places, it was necessary that the governor of Bengal should have a larger salary, that he and others of the higher officers should be prohibited from being concerned in trade, that the chief seat of government should be at Calcutta, and the governor-general should have the authority, in cases of emergency, to decide independently of the council. These were all sound views, but to carry them out required the highest exercise of his authority. He exacted a written pledge from the civil servants of the company that they would receive no more presents from the native princes. To this there was considerable objection, and some resigned, but he carried this through, nominally at least. To sweeten the prohibition of civil servants engaging in trade, he gave them a share in the enormous emoluments of the salt monopoly, 200%, being laid on the introduction of salt, one of the requisites of life to the natives, from the adjoining state of Madras into that of Bengal. With the military he had a far more violent contest. After the Battle of Plassey, Mir Jaffier had conferred on the officers of the army what was called double bata, meaning an additional allowance of pay. Clive had always told the officers that it was not likely that the company would continue this, and, now that the territories of Jaffier were become virtually their own, he announced that this must be discontinued. The governor and council issued the orders for this abolition of the double bata. He received in reply nothing but remonstrances. The officers, according to Burke's phrase in his speech of December 1st, 1783, could not behold, without a virtuous emulation, the moderate gains of the civil service. Clive was peremptory, and found his orders openly set at defiance by nearly 200 officers, headed by no less a person than his second in command, Sir Robert Fletcher. These gentlemen had privately entered into a bond of £500 to resign on the enforcement of the order, and not to resume their commissions unless the double bata was restored. To support such as might be cashiered, a subscription was entered into, to which the angry civilians of Calcutta are said to have added £16,000. The conspirators flattered themselves that, in a country like India, held wholly by the sword, Clive could not dispense with their services for a single day. They were mistaken. On receiving the news of this military strike, Clive immediately set off for the camp at Monghur. He was informed that 2 of the officers vowed that if he came to enforce the order, they would shoot or stab him. Undaunted by any such threats, although in failing health and amid drenching rains, he pursued his journey and, on arriving, summoned the officers of the army, and, treating the threats of assassination as those of murderers, and not of Englishmen, he reasoned with them on the unpatriotic nature of their conduct. His words produced the desired effect on many. The privates showed no disposition to support their officers in their demand, and the sepoys all shouted with enthusiasm for Sabat Jung, their ideal of a hero. The younger officers, who had been menaced with death if they did not support the conspiracy, now begged to recall their resignation, and Clive allowed it. He ordered Sir Robert Fletcher and all who stood out into arrest, and sent them down the Ganges to take their trial at Calcutta. Many are said to have departed with tears in their eyes. By this spirited conduct, Clive crushed this formidable resistance, and averted the shame which he avowed not all the waters of the Ganges could wash out, that of a successful mutiny. Whilst showing this firmness towards others, Clive found it necessary to maintain it in himself. In face of the orders of the company which he had been enforcing, that the British officials should receive no more presents, the Rajah of Benares offered him 2 diamonds of large size, and the Nabob Vizier Sujadowla, on the conclusion of his treaty, a rich casket of jewels and a large sum of money. Clive declared that he could thus have added 500,000 to his fortune, and our historians have been loud in his praises for his abstinence on this occasion. Lord Mann observes, all this time the conduct of Clive was giving a lofty example of disregard of lucre. He did not spare his personal resources, and was able, some years after, to boast in the House of Commons that this, his second Indian command, had left him poorer than it found him. Ill health compelled him to return to England in January 1767. The Great Mogul entering the English camp, CP 317. See larger version. Whilst Clive had been reducing our enemies in Bengal and Oudh, a more powerful antagonist than any whom we had yet encountered in India was every day growing more formidable in Mysore, and combining several of the petty chiefs of the different states of Madras as his allies against us. He was now far more considerable than when he had appeared against us as the ally of the French general, Lally, in the neighborhood of Pondicherry. Hyder Ali was a self-made man. He was originally the grandson of a wandering fakir, then the captain of banditti, then at the head of an army composed of freebooters, continually growing in the number of his followers, and in the wealth procured by plunder, he at length became commander-in-chief of the Rajah of Mysore. Soon rising in his ambition, he seized the Rajah, his master, pensionied him off with 3 lakhs of rupees, and declared himself the real Rajah. In 1761, he was become firmly established on the throne of Mysore, but this distinction did not satisfy him. He determined to be the founder of Mysore as a great kingdom, and extended his power to near the banks of the Kistna. There he was met and repulsed by the Peshwa of the Marathas, who crossed the Kistna, defeated him repeatedly, seized some of his newly acquired territory, and levied on him 32 lakhs of rupees. Hyder returned to Seringapatam, which he had made his capital, and had strongly fortified, and he thence conducted an expedition against Malabar, which he conquered, and put the chiefs to death to make his hold of it the more secure. It is unnecessary to go minutely into the history of the next few years. Hyder organized an army of 100,000 men, officered by Frenchmen, and sometimes in confederation with the Nizam of the Deccan, sometimes in conjunction with the Marathas of the Western Ghauts, waged perpetual war on the English. In 1769, Indian stock fell 60%. The resources of the company were fast becoming exhausted, when Hyder Ali, by an artful feint, drew the English army, in the spring of 1769, 140 miles to the south of Madras. Then, by a rapid march, he suddenly appeared with a body of 5,000 horse on the heights of St. Thomas overlooking Madras. The whole of the city and vicinity, except the port of St. George itself, lay at his mercy. The terrified council, in all haste, offered most advantageous terms of peace, which it was the very object of Hyder to accept, and that, too, before the English commander 321 Colonel Smith could arrive and intercept his retreat. Hyder gladly consented to the terms, which were those of mutual restitution and of alliance and mutual defense. The last, a condition which, with Hyder's disposition to aggrandizement, was sure to bring the English into fresh trouble. Warren Hastings. See larger version. This was immediately made evident. The treaty was concluded on the 4th of April, 1769, and the first news was that Hyder had quarreled with the Marathas and called on the presidency of Madras to furnish the stipulated aid. But the presidency replied that he had himself sought this war, and therefore it was not a defensive but an offensive war. The Peshwa of the Marathas invaded Mysore and drove Hyder to the very walls of Seringapatam, dreadfully laying waste his territory. Hyder then sent piteous appeals to his allies, the British, offering large sums of money, but they still remained deaf. At another time, they were solicited by the Maratha chief to make an alliance with him, but they determined to remain neutral and left Hyder and the Peshwa to fight out their quarrels. In 1771, the Marathas invaded the Carnatic, but were soon driven out. and in 1772, the Marathas and Hyder made peace through the mediation of the Nabob of the Carnatic, or of Arcot, as he was more frequently called. Hyder had lost a considerable portion of Mysore, and besides had to pay 15 lakhs of rupees, with the promise of 15 more. The refusal of the English to assist him did not fail to render him more deeply hostile than ever to them. During this period, from 1769 to 1772, Warren Hastings had been second in the council, 322 at Madras, but in the latter year he was promoted to the head of the council in Bengal. During this period, too, the British had been brought into hostilities with the Raja of Tanjore. The history of these proceedings is amongst the very blackest of the innumerable black proceedings of the East India Company. The Raja of Tanjore was in alliance with the company. In 1762, they had guaranteed to him the security of his throne, but now their great ally, Mohammed Ali, the Nabob of the Carnatic, called to the English for help against the Raja. The conduct of honorable men would have been to offer themselves as mediators, and so settle the business. But not by such means was the whole of India to be won from the native princes. The Raja of the Carnatic offered to purchase the territory of Tanjore from the British for a large sum. The latter, however, had guaranteed the defense of these territories to the Raja of Tanjore by express treaty. No matter, they closed the bargain with the Raja of the Carnatic. They agreed to seize Tanjore and make it over to Muhammad Ali. An army assembled at Trichinopoly on the 12th of September, 1771, invaded Tanjore, seized the Raja and his family, and invested the whole of Tanjore in the name of the Nabob of the Carnatic. When these infamous doings were known in England, a feeling of horror and indignation ran through the country. The East India Company was compelled to send out Lord Pigot to Madras to do what Clive had so vigorously done in Bengal, control and reverse the acts of the council. Pigot most honorably acquitted himself, liberated the outraged Nabob of Tanjore and his family, and restored them. But Pigot had not the same overawing name as Clive. The Council of Madras seized him and imprisoned him, expelling every member of the council that had supported him. This most daring proceeding once more astonished and aroused the public feeling of England. An order was sent out to reinstate Lord Pigot, but before it arrived, his grief and mortification had killed him. Sir Thomas Rumbold, a most avaricious man, was appointed to succeed him, and arrived in Madras in February 1778, Major General Hector Munro being commander-in-chief, and the army of Hyder, 100,000 in number, already again menacing the frontiers. But we have far overshot the contemporary history of Bengal. The presidency thought it had greatly benefited by the reforms of Clive, yet it had since been called upon to furnish large supplies of men and money to support the unprincipled transactions at Madras, which we have briefly detailed, and the India House, instead of paying the usual dividends, was compelled to reduce them. Further, a terrible famine devastated Bengal, and more than half the population are said to have been swept away. This state of things compelled Parliament to turn its attention to India. General Burgon, now active in the opposition, moved and carried, on the 13th of April, 1772, a resolution for the appointment of a select committee of 13 members to inquire into Indian affairs, and Burgon, who was extremely hostile to Clive, was appointed chairman. The committee went actively to work and presented 2 reports during the session. After Parliament met again in November, Lord North, who had conversed with Clive during the recess, called for and carried a resolution for another, and this time a secret committee. As the company was in still deeper difficulties, and came to Lord North to borrow £1.5 million, he lent them £1,400,000, on condition that they should keep their dividends at 6%, until this debt was repaid, and afterwards at 8%. He at the same time relieved them from the payment of the £400,000 per annum, imposed by Lord Chatham, for the same period. This was done in February 1773, and in April he brought in a bill at the suggestion of Clive, who represented the Court of Proprietors at the India House as a regular bear garden, on account of men of small capital and smaller intelligence being enabled to vote. By North's bill it was provided that the Court of Directors should, in future, instead of being annually elected, remain in office 4 years. Instead of £500 stock qualifying for a vote in the Court of Proprietors, £1,000 should alone give a vote. £3,000, 2 votes, and £6,000, 3 votes. The Mayor's Court in Calcutta was restricted to petty cases of trade, and a Supreme Court was established to consist of a Chief Justice and 3 puisne judges, appointed by the Crown. The Governor-General of Bengal was made Governor-General of India. These nominations were to continue for 5 years, and then to return to the directors, but subject to the approval of the Crown. Whilst the bill was in progress, the members of the new council were named. Warren Hastings was appointed the first governor-general, and in his council were Richard Barwell, who was already out there, General Clavering, the Honorable Colonel Monson, and Philip Francis. 323, another clause of Lord North's bill, remitted the drawback on the company's teas for export to America, an act little thought of at the time, but pregnant with the loss of the transatlantic colonies. By these regulating acts, too, as they were called, the governor-general, members of council, and judges were prohibited from trading, and no person in the service of the king or company was to be allowed to receive presents from native princes, nabobs, or their ministers or agents. Violent and rude, even, was the opposition raised by the India House and all its partisans to these two bills. The passing of these acts was marked by attacks on Lord Clive. Bergen brought up a strong report from his committee, and on the 17th of May moved a resolution charging Clive with having, when in command of the army in Bengal, received as presents £234,000. This was carried, but he then followed it by another, that Lord Clive did, in so doing, abuse the power with which he was entrusted, to the evil example of the servants of the public. As it was well understood that Bergen's resolutions altogether went to strip Clive of the whole of his property, a great stand was here made. Clive was not friendless. He had his vast wealth to win over to him some, as it inflamed the envy of others. He had taken care to spend a large sum in purchasing small boroughs, and had 6 or 7 of his friends and kinsmen sitting for these places in Parliament. He had need of all his friends. Throughout the whole of this inquiry, the most persistent and envenomed attacks were made upon him. He was repeatedly questioned and cross-questioned, till he exclaimed, "I, your humble servant, the Baron of Plassey, have been examined by the Select Committee more like a sheep-stealer than a member of Parliament." Then the House thought he had suffered enough, for nothing was clearer than that justice required the country which was in possession of the splendid empire he had won to acknowledge his services, whilst it noted the means of this acquisition. Bergen's second resolution was rejected, and another proposed by Wedderburn, the Solicitor General, adopted, that Robert Lord Clive did, at the same time, render great and meritorious services to this country. This terminated the attack on this gifted though faulty man. His enemies made him pay the full penalty of his wealth. They had struck him to the heart with their poisoned javelins. From a boy, he had been subject to fits of hypochondriacal depression. As a boy, he had attempted his own life in one of these paroxysms. They now came upon him with tenfold force, and in a few months he died by his own hand, November 22, 1774. From Clive, events cause us to pass at once to one accused of much greater misdemeanors, and one whose administration terminated in a more formal and extraordinary trial than that of Clive. A trial made ever famous by the shining abilities and eloquence of Burke and Sheridan, and the awful mysteries of iniquity, as practiced by our authorities in India, which were brought to the public knowledge by them on this grand occasion. Hastings commenced his rule in Bengal under circumstances which demanded rather a man of preeminent humanity than of the character yet lying undeveloped in him. In 1770, under the management of Mr. Cartier, a famine, as we have mentioned, broke out in Bengal, so terrible that it is said to have swept away 1/3 of the population of the state, and to have been attended by indescribable horrors. The most revolting circumstance was that the British were charged with being the authors of it, by buying up all the rice in the country and refusing to sell it except at the most exorbitant prices. But the charge is baseless. Macaulay says, "These charges we believe to have been utterly unfounded. That servants of the company had ventured, since Clive's departure, to deal in rice is probable. That, if they dealt in rice, they must have gained by the scarcity, is certain. But there is no reason for thinking that they either produced or aggravated the evil which physical causes sufficiently explain." Hastings promptly introduced a change in the land tax, by means of which more revenue was obtained with less oppression, and he also freed the country from marauders. Besides succeeding to the government of a country whose chief province was thus exhausted, the finances of the company were equally drained, both in Calcutta and at home, and the directors were continually crying to Hastings for money, money, money. As one means of raising this money, they sent him a secret order to break one of their most solemn engagements with the native princes. When they bribed Mir Jaffier to depose his master, by offering to set him in his seat, and received in return the enormous sums mentioned for this elevation, they settled on Mir Jaffier and his descendants an annual income of 32 lakhs of rupees, or £360,000. But Mir Jaffier was now dead, and his eldest son died during the 324 famine. The second son was made nabob, a weak youth in a weak government, and as the company saw that he could not help himself, they ordered Hastings to reduce the income to one half. This was easily done, but this was not enough, disgraceful as it was. Mohammed Reza Khan, who had been appointed by the company the Nabob's minister, on the ground that he was not only a very able but a very honest man, they ordered to be arrested on pretended pleas of maladministration. He and all his family and partisans must be secured, but not in an open and abrupt way, which might alarm the province. They were to be inveigled down from Murshidabad to Calcutta, on pretense of affairs of government, and there detained. Nuncomer, the Hindu who had been displaced, in order to set up Mohammed, who was a Mussulman, and who had been removed on the ground of being one of the most consummate rogues in India, was to be employed as evidence against Mohammed. Hastings fully carried out the orders of the secret committee of the India House. He had Mohammed seized in his bed, at midnight, by a battalion of sepoys. Shidab Roy, the minister of Bahar, who acted under Mohammed at Patna, was also secured, and these two great officers and their chief agents were sent down to Calcutta under guard, and they're put into what Hastings called an easy confinement. In this confinement they lay many months, all which time Nuncomer was in full activity preparing the charges against them. Shidab Roy, like Mohammed, stood high in the estimation of his countrymen of both faiths. He had fought on the British side with signal bravery, and appears to have been a man of high honor and feeling. But these things weighed for nothing with Hastings or his masters in Leadenhall Street. He hoped to draw large sums of money from these men, but he was disappointed. Though he himself arranged the court that tried them, and brought up upwards of 100 witnesses against them, no malpractice whatever could be proved against them, and they were acquitted. They were therefore honorably restored, the reader will think. By no means. Such were not the intentions of the company or of Hastings. Whilst Mohammed and Shidab Roy had been in prison, Hastings had been up at Murshidabad, had abolished the office of minister in both Patna and Murshidabad, removed all the government business to Calcutta, cut down the income of the young Nabob, Muhir Kal Dowla, to one half, according to his instructions, and reduced the Nabob himself to a mere puppet. He had transferred the whole government to Calcutta, with all the courts of justice, so that, writes Hastings, the authority of the company is fixed in this country without any possibility of competition, and beyond the power of any but themselves to shake it. The manner in which Hastings had executed the orders of the directors in this business showed that he was prepared to go all lengths in maintaining their interests in India. He immediately proceeded to give an equally striking proof of this. We have seen that when the Mughal Shah Alam applied to the British to assist him in recovering his territories, they promised to conduct him in triumph to Delhi and place him firmly on the grand throne of all India. But when, in consequence of this engagement, he had made over to them by a public grant Bengal, Bahar, and Orissa, they found it inconvenient to fulfill their contract and made over to him Allahabad and Kora instead, with an annual payment of 26 lakhs of rupees, £260,000. The payment of this large sum, too, was regarded by the company, now in the deepest debt, as unnecessary, and Hastings had orders to reduce it. It appears that the money was at no time duly paid, and had now been withheld altogether for more than 2 years. The Mogul, thus disappointed in the promises of restoration by the English, and now again in the payment of this stipulated tribute, turned to the Marathas and offered to make over the little provinces of Allahabad and Kora, on condition that they restored him to the sovereignty of Delhi. The Marathas gladly caught at this offer, and by the end of the year 1771, they had borne the Mogul in triumph into his ancient capital of Delhi. This was precisely such a case as the directors were on the watch for. In their letter to Bengal of the 11th of November, 1768, they had said, "If the emperor flings himself into the hands of the Marathas, or any other power, we are disengaged from him, and it may open a fair opportunity of withholding the 26 lakhs of rupees we now pay him." The opportunity had now come, and was immediately seized on by Hastings to rescind the payment of the money altogether, and he prepared to annex the 2 provinces of Allahabad and Kora. These were sold to the Nabob of Oudh for 50 lakhs of rupees. This bargain was settled between the vizier and Hastings at Benares in September 1773. Benares, from a photograph by Frith and Co. See larger version. But the Nabob of Oudh held out new temptations of gain to Hastings. The Rohillas, a tribe of Afghans, had, earlier in the century, descended from their mountains and conquered the territory lying between the Ganges and the mountains to the west of Oudh. They had given it the name of Rohilkhand. These brave warriors would gladly have been allies of the British and applied to Sujah Dowla to bring about such an alliance. Dowla made fair promises, but he had other views. He hoped, by the assistance of the British, to conquer Rohilkhand and add it to Oudh. He had no hope that his rabble of the plains could stand against this brave mountain race, and he now artfully stated to Hastings that the Marathas were at war with the Rohillas. If they conquered them, they would next attack Oudh, and, succeeding there, would descend the Ganges and spread over all Bahar and Bengal. He therefore proposed that the British should assist him to conquer Rohilkhand for himself and add it to Oudh. For this service he would pay all the expenses of the campaign, the British army would obtain a rich booty, and at the end he would pay the British government besides the sum of 40 lakhs of rupees. Hastings had no cause of quarrel with the Rohillas, but for the proffered reward he at once acceded to the proposal. In April 1774, an English brigade, under Colonel Champion, invaded Rohilkhand, and in a hard-fought field defeated the Rohillas. In the whole of this campaign, nothing could be more disgraceful in every way than the conduct of the troops of Oudh. They took care to keep behind during the fighting, but to rush forward to the plunder. The Nabob and his troops committed such horrors in plundering and massacring not only the Rohillas, but the native and peaceful Hindus, that the British officers and soldiers denounced the proceedings with horror. It was now, however, in vain that Hastings called on the Nabob to restrain his soldiers, for, if he did not plunder, how was he to pay the stipulated 40 lakhs of rupees? And if he ruined and burnt out the natives, how were they, Hastings asked, to pay any taxes to him as his new subjects? All this was disgraceful enough, but this was not all. Shah Alam now appeared upon the scene, and produced a contract between 326 himself and the Nabob, which had been made unknown to Hastings, by which the Nabob of Oudh stipulated that, on condition of the Mughal advancing against the Rohillas from the south of Delhi, he should receive a large share of the conquered territory and the plunder. The Nabob now refused to fulfill the agreement, on the plea that the Mughal ought to have come and fought, and Hastings sanctioned that view of the case, and returned to Calcutta with his ill-gotten booty. But Hastings had scarcely terminated these proceedings, when the new members of council, appointed under the Regulating Act, arrived. On the 19th of October, 1774, landed the three councillors, Clavering, Monson, and Francis. Barwell had been some time in India. The presence of the three just arrived was eminently unwelcome to Hastings. He knew that they came with no friendly disposition towards him, and that Philip Francis, in particular, was most hostile. The letter of the Court of Directors recommended unanimity of councils, but nothing was further from the views of the new members from Europe. As they were three, and Hastings and Barwell only two, they constituted a majority, and from the first moment commenced to undo almost everything that he had done, and carried their object. They denounced, and certainly with justice, the Rohilla War. They demanded that the whole correspondence of Middleton, the agent sent to the court of Oudh by Hastings, should be laid before them. Hastings refused to produce much of it, as entirely of a private and personal nature, and they asserted that this was because these letters would not bear the light, and that the whole of Hastings' connection with Sujah Dowlah was the result of mercenary motives. In this they did the Governor-General injustice, for, though he drew money sternly and by every means from the India chiefs and people, it was rather for the company than for himself. They ordered the recall of Middleton from Oudh, deaf to the protests of Hastings that this was stamping his conduct with public odium and weakening the hands of government in the eyes of the natives. Still, Middleton was recalled, and Mr. Bristow sent in his place. Hastings wrote home in the utmost alarm, both to the directors and to Lord North, prognosticating the greatest confusion and calamity from this state of anarchy. And Sujah Dowlah, regarding the proceedings of the new members of council as directed against himself, and seeing in astonishment the authority of Hastings apparently at an end, was so greatly terrified that he sickened and died. The council now recalled the English troops from Rohilkhand, and Bristow demanded, in the name of the council, from Asaful Dowlah, the young Nabob, a full payment of all arrears, and announced that, Sujah Dowlah being dead, the treaty with him was at an end. Under pressure of these demands, Bristow, by instructions from the new regnant members of the council, compelled the young Nabob to enter into a fresh treaty with them. And in this treaty, they introduced a clause to the full as infamous as anything which Hastings had done. In return for renewing the possession of the provinces of Kora and Allahabad, they compelled him to cede to them the territory of Chait Singh, the Raja of Benares, though this did not at all belong to the Nabob of Oudh, and was, moreover, guaranteed to Chait Singh by Hastings, in solemn treaty. The revenue of Chait Singh, thus lawlessly taken possession of, amounted to 22 millions of rupees, and the Nabob of Oudh was also, on his own account, bound to discharge all his father's debts and engagements to the company, and to raise greatly the pay to the company's brigade. Hastings utterly refused to sanction these proceedings, but the directors at home, who cared not how or whence money came, warmly approved of the transactions. At Calcutta, Francis, Clavering, and Monson were deeply engaged in what appeared to them a certain plan for the ruin of Hastings. The Maharaja Nunkamar, who styled himself the head of the Brahmins, came forward and laid before them papers containing the most awful charges against Hastings. These were that Hastings had encouraged him, at the command of the secret committee, to produce charges against Mohammed Reza Khan and Shidab Roy when they were in prison in order to extort money from them, and that Hastings had accepted a heavy bribe to allow Mohammed to escape without punishment. Hastings broke up the council, declaring that he would not sit to be judged by his own council. If they had charges to prefer against him, they might form themselves into a committee and transmit such evidence as they received to the Supreme Court of Justice at Calcutta or to the directors at home. But the three declared themselves a majority, voted their own competence to sit and try their own chief, and preferred another huge charge introduced by Nunkamar, namely, that Hastings had appropriated to 327 himself two-thirds of the salary of the governor of Hooghly, a post formerly held by Nunkamar himself. They determined to introduce Nunkamar to confront Hastings at his own council board. Hastings declared the council not sitting. The three declared it sitting and valid, and called in Nunkamar, who proceeded to detail his charges, and ended by producing a letter from the Money Begum, now governor of Oudh, expressing the gratitude which she felt to the Governor-General for her appointment as guardian of the Nabob, and that in token of this gratitude she had presented him with 2 lakhs of rupees. Immediately on hearing that, Hastings declared the letter a forgery, and that he would prove it so, and he was not long in procuring an absolute denial of the letter from the Begum. Things being driven to this pass, Hastings commenced an action against Nunkamar, Mr. Fouke, one of the most active agents of the trio, and others, as guilty of a conspiracy against him. This was supported by native witnesses, and the Supreme Court of Justice, after a long and careful examination of the case, held Nunkamar and Fouke to bail and bound the Governor-General to prosecute. But on the 6th of May, a blow fell on Nunkamar from an unexpected quarter. He was arrested and thrown into prison at the suit of a merchant named Mohan Persad. The charge was that he had forged a bond 5 years before. He had been brought to trial for this before the Mayor's Court at Calcutta, the Supreme Court not then being in existence. On this occasion, being in favor with Hastings, he had procured his release. But now, the merchant seeing that Hastings' favor was withdrawn, and that, therefore, he might have a better chance against him, the charge was renewed. Hastings, on the trial, declared before the Supreme Court that neither directly nor indirectly had he promoted the prosecution. The opposition members were highly incensed at this proceeding. 3 days after Nunkamar's committal, they realized their threat of dismissing the Money Begum and appointed Gordas, the son of Nunkamar, to her office. They sent encouraging messages to Nunkamar in his prison and made violent protests to the judges against the prosecution. Their efforts were useless. The trial came on in due course. One of the judges, Sir Robert Chambers, had endeavored to have Nunkamar tried on an earlier statute, which included no capital punishment, for forgery was no capital crime by the native laws. But Sir Elijah Impai and the other judges replied that the new act compelled them to try him on the capital plea, and he had been, on this ground, refused bail. Nunkamar knew nothing of our estimate of forgery, and he could not comprehend how a man of his rank, and a Brahmin of high dignity, should be tried for his life on such a charge. But he was found guilty and condemned to be hanged. Strong efforts were then made to have him respited, till the judgment of the Court of Directors could be taken on the question. But Impai and the other judges declared that it could not be done unless they could assign some sufficient reasons, and they contended that there were no such reasons. Yet the new acts expressly gave them this power, and, what made it more desirable, was that no native of any rank had been tried by the Supreme Court and the British law, and only one native had ever been capitally convicted for forgery in any of our Indian courts. Moreover, the indignity of hanging a high-caste Brahmin was so outraging to the native feeling that it was deemed most impolitic to perpetrate such an act. All was pleaded in vain. On the 5th of August, 1775, Nunkamar was brought out and publicly hanged, amid the terrified shrieks and yells of the native population, who fled at the sight, and many of them rushed into the sacred Ganges to purify them from the pollution of ever witnessing such a scene. The death of Nunkamar put an end to all hope of procuring any further native evidence against Hastings. The natives were so terrified at this new kind of execution that nothing could convince them but that, in spite of the opposition of his colleagues, Hastings was all-powerful. When the news of this distractedly hopeless condition of the council in Calcutta reached London, Lord North called upon the Court of Directors to send up to the Crown an address for the recall of Hastings, without which, according to the new Indian Act, he could not be removed till the end of his 5 years. The directors put the matter to the vote, and the address was negatived by a single vote. The minority then appealed to the Court of Proprietors at the general election in the spring of 1776, but there it was negatived by ballot by a majority of 100, notwithstanding that all the court party and parliamentary ministerialists who had votes attended to overthrow him. This defeat so enraged Lord North that he resolved to pass a special bill for the removal of the Governor-General. This alarmed Colonel Maclean, a friend of Hastings, to whom he had written, on the 27th of March 328, 1775, desiring him, in his disgust with the conduct of Francis, Clavering, and Monson, and the support of them by the directors, to tender his resignation. Thinking better of it, however, he had, on the 18th of the following May, written to him, recalling the proposal of resignation. But Maclean, to save his friend from a parliamentary dismissal, which he apprehended, now handed the letter containing the resignation to the directors. Delighted to be thus liberated from their embarrassment, the directors accepted the resignation at once, and elected Mr. Edward Weller to the vacant place in the council. But matters had greatly changed at Calcutta before this. Maclean did not present the letter of resignation till October 1776, but in September of that year, Colonel Monson had died, and, the members in the council being now equal, the Governor-General's casting vote restored to him his lost majority. Hastings was not the man to defer for a moment the exercise of his authority. He began instantly to overturn, in spite of their most violent efforts, the measures of Francis and friends. He dismissed Gordas from the chief authority in Oudh, and reinstated his dear friend, Nat Middleton, as he familiarly termed him. He revived his land revenue system, and was planning new and powerful alliances with native princes, especially with the Nabob of Oudh and the Nizam of the Deccan, not omitting to cast a glance at the power of the Sikhs, whose dangerous ascendancy he already foresaw. In the midst of these and other grand plans for the augmentation of British power in India, plans afterwards carried out by others, he was suddenly astounded by the arrival of a packet in June 1777, containing the news of his resignation and of its acceptance by the directors. He at once protested that it was invalid, as he had countermanded the resignation before its presentation. But General Clavering, as next in succession, at once claimed the office of Governor-General, and Francis, in council, administered the oath to him. Clavering immediately demanded the keys of the fort and the treasury from Hastings, but that gentleman refused to admit his own resignation, much less Clavering's election to his post. Here, then, were two would-be governor-generals, as Europe had formerly seen two conflicting popes. To end the difficulty, Hastings proposed that the decision of the question should be referred to the Supreme Court. It is wonderful that Clavering and Francis should have consented to this, seeing that Impey, Hastings' friend, and the judge of Nuncomer, was at the head of that court. But it was done, and the court decided in Hastings' favor. No sooner was Hastings thus secured than he charged Clavering with having forfeited both his place in the council and his post as commander-in-chief of the forces, by attempting to seize on the governor-generalship. Clavering and Francis were compelled to appeal once more to the Supreme Court, and this time, to his honor, Impey decided in favor of Clavering. Clavering, who had been deeply mortified by his defeat, died a few days after this occurred, in August 1777. By this event, the authority of Hastings in the government was sufficiently restored, notwithstanding that Weller generally sided with Francis, for him to carry his own aims. It was at this crisis, when Hastings was just recovering his authority in the council, that the news arrived in India and spread amongst the native chiefs, that in Yengai Dunia, or the New World, the Company Sahib, for the East Indians could never separate the ideas of the East India Company and England itself. There had been a great revolution, and the English driven out. This, as might be expected, wonderfully elated the native chiefs, and especially those in the south. There the French of Pondicherry and Chandernagore boasted of the destruction of the British power, and that it was by their own hands. Hastings, who was as able and farseeing as he was unprincipled in carrying out his plans for the maintenance of the British dominion in India, immediately set himself to counteract the mischievous effects of these diligently disseminated rumors, and of the cabals which the French excited. These were most to be feared amongst the vast and martial family of the Marathas. The Marathas had risen on the ruins of the great Mughal Empire. They now extended their tribes over a vast space of India from Mysore to the Ganges. The Peshwa, as head of these nations, held his residence at Pune. Besides his, there were the great houses of Holkar and Scindia, the Gikwar, who ruled in Gujarat, the Bonsla, or Raja of Berar, a descendant of Sivaji. The Marathas were, for the most part, a rude, warlike race, rapacious and ambitious, and living in the most primitive style. To destroy the confidence of these fierce warriors in the French, Hastings gave immediate orders, on receiving the news of the proclamation of war in Europe, for the seizure of the French settlements. This was on the 7th of July, 1778. On the 10th, he had taken Chandernagore and ordered Sir Hector 329 Munro to invest Pondicherry. That was soon accomplished, and the only remaining possession of France, the small one of Mah on the coast of Malabar, was seized the next spring. Surrender of Bailey to Hyder Ali, CP 330. See larger version. Hastings then mustered fresh regiments of sepoys, demanded and received 3 battalions from Chait Singh, the Raja of Benares, armed cruisers, laid up stores of ammunition and provisions for 3 months in Fort William, enrolled 1,000 European militia at Calcutta, and stood ready for any French invasion from sea. He then dispatched Colonel Leslie with a strong force into the very heart of the Maratha country. Leslie appeared to have lost his energy, made 4 months' delay in the plains of Bundelkund, and the next news was that he was dead. Colonel Goddard was sent to take his command, and advanced into Berar, but there hearing that successive revolutions were taking place at Pune, he waited the result of them. Meanwhile, the presidency of Bombay, desirous of anticipating the expeditions from Calcutta, now undertook to reinstate Raghunath Rao, a deposed Peshwa, whom they had lately left to his fate, and taking him along with him, the British commander, Colonel Egerton, marched into the Maratha country with 4,000 men. The army, when it had reached within 16 miles of Pune, was surrounded by hosts of Maratha cavalry, and was compelled to surrender. The Marathas, as conditions, which the British were in no position to decline, insisted on the restoration of all the territory won from them by the British since 1756, and the surrender to them of Raghunath Rao. But Hastings refused to recognize this treaty. He ordered Colonel Goddard to advance. The title of general was conferred on him, and he well justified the promotion. In that and the succeeding campaign he won victory on victory, stormed Ahmedabad, took the city of Bassein, gained a splendid victory over 40,000 of the combined forces of Holkar and Scindia, and, in a great measure, retrieved all the losses and restored the fame of the British arms. In another quarter, the success against the Marathas was equally decisive. Captain Popham with a small body of troops stormed and took the city of Lahore, and the huge fortress of 330 Gwalior, which the Marathas deemed impregnable. To assist the Governor-General, the British government had sent out Sir Eyre Coote in 1780 to the scene of his former fame, not only as commander of the forces in place of Clavering, but also as member of council. Coote usually supported Hastings in the council, but he greatly embarrassed him by the insatiable spirit of avarice which had grown upon him with years, and in making arrangements with the Nabob of Oude and others to supply the means of accommodation to the old commander, Hastings largely augmented the grounds of his future persecutions. The war with the Marathas and the announcement of the speedy arrival of a French armament on the coast of Coromandel induced the company's old enemy, Hyder Ali, to think it a good opportunity to recover some of his territory from the company. He saw that the present opportunity was most favorable for taking a signal revenge on the English. For years he had concerted with the French a grand plan for the destruction of the British power, and even whilst he remained quiet, he was preparing with all his energies for its accomplishment. He had squeezed his treasurers and collectors to the utmost for the accumulation of money, and mustered an army of nearly 90,000 men, including 28,000 cavalry and 2,000 artillery and rocketmen, besides 400 engineers, chiefly French. Hyder suddenly poured down from his hills with this host into the plains of Madras. To the last moment the authorities there appear to have been wholly unconscious of their danger. Besides this, the army in the presidency did not exceed 6,000 men, and these were principally sepoys. This force, too, was spread over a vast region, part at Pondicherry, part at Arcot, part in Madras, but everywhere scattered into cantonments widely distant from each other, and in forts capable of very little defense. As for the forces of their ally, the Nabob of Arcot, they ran at the first issue of Hyder's army through the Ghauts. On came the army of Hyder like a wild hurricane. Porto Novo on the coast and Conjeveram near Trichinopoli were taken, and Hyder advanced laying all waste with fire and sword till he could be seen, a dreadful apparition, with his host from Mount St. Thomas, his progress marked by the flames and smoke of burning villages. The inhabitants, men, women, and children, fled in terror from their splendid villas around the city into the fort of St. George. A fast-sailing vessel was dispatched to Calcutta to implore the Governor-General to send them speedy aid of men and money. The forces were called together from different quarters, and Sir Hector Munro at the head of one body and Colonel Bailey at the head of another were ordered to combine and intercept Hyder. First one place of rendezvous, and then another was named. But before the junction could take place, Bailey had managed to allow himself to be surrounded by the whole host of Hyder, and after a brave defense was compelled to surrender, one half of his troops being cut to pieces. The insults and cruelties of the troops of Hyder to their captives were something demoniac. Munro had sent to demand troops from the Nabob of Arcot, for whom the British were always fighting, and received a message of compliments, but no soldiers. On the defeat of Bailey, he made a hasty retreat to Mount St. Thomas meanwhile. The call for aid had reached Calcutta, and Hastings instantly responded to it with all his indomitable energy. He called together the council and demanded that peace should be made at once with the Marathas, that every soldier should be shipped off at once to Madras, that 15 lakhs of rupees should be sent without a moment's delay to the council there, that the incompetent governor, Whitehill, should be removed, and Sir Eyre Coote sent to perform this necessary office and take the command of the troops. Francis, who was just departing for England, raised as usual his voice in opposition, but Hastings' proposals were all carried. The troops under Sir Eyre Coote were hurried off, and messengers dispatched in flying haste to raise money at Murshidabad, Patna, Benares, Lucknow. In short, wherever the authority of Hastings could extort it. At the same time, other officers were sent to negotiate with the Marathas for peace. Coote landed at Madras at the beginning of November. A council was immediately called, Whitehill was removed from the government of the presidency, and the member of council next in seniority appointed. Coote had brought with him only 500 British troops and 600 Lascars. The whole force with which he could encounter Hyder amounted only to 1,700 Europeans and 5,000 native troops. Coote, whose name as the conqueror of the French at Wandiwash and Pondicherry struck terror into Hyder, soon resumed his triumphs on his old ground, driving the enemy from 331 Wandiwash. Hearing then of the arrival of the French armament off Pondicherry, he marched thither and posted himself on the Red Hills. The French fleet, consisting of 7 ships of the line and 4 frigates, was anchored off the place. But the French squadron having sailed away for the Isle of France from apprehension of the approach of a British fleet, Hyder retreated and, entering the territory of Tanjore, laid it waste, while his son Tipu laid siege again to Wandiwash. Hyder was again encouraged to advance, and on the 6th of July, 1781, Coote managed to bring him to action near Porto Novo and completely routed him and his huge host, though he had himself only about 8,000 men. Hyder retired quite crestfallen to Arcot and ordered Tipu to raise the siege of Wandiwash. Notwithstanding that Hyder had established his camp soon after in a strong position near the village of Palilore, he was attacked on the 27th of August by Eyre Coote. On this occasion, Sir Hector Munro warned Coote of the disadvantages of ground under which he was going to engage, and the inevitable sacrifice of life. Coote replied angrily, "You talk to me, sir, when you should be doing your duty?" His warning, however, was just. Coote did not succeed in driving Hyder from his post without severe loss. But again, on the 27th of September, another battle was fought between them in the pass of Shoalinger, near Bellore, in which Coote defeated Hyder with terrible loss. This battle relieved the English garrison in Bellore, and the rainy season put an end to operations, but the Carnatic was saved. On the 22nd of June, 1781, Lord Macartney arrived at Madras to take the place of Whitehill as governor. He brought the news of the war having broken out between the British and the Dutch, and he determined to take advantage of it to seize the Dutch settlements on the coast of Coromandel and in Ceylon. But Sir Eyre Coote had lately had a stroke of palsy, his faculties were failing, and his temper had grown morose. Finding he could obtain no assistance from the commander-in-chief, Macartney called out the militia of Madras, and at their head reduced the Dutch settlements of Sadras and Pulicat. Finding Sir Hector Munro waiting at Madras for a passage to England, in consequence of the insulting conduct of Sir Eyre Coote, he induced him to take the command of an expedition against Negapatam. Admiral Hughes landed the troops near Negapatam on the 21st of October. They then united with a force under Colonel Braithwaite, and on the 12th of November Negapatam was taken, with large quantities of arms and military stores, leaving Braithwaite to make an expedition in Tanjore, where, in February of the coming year, he was surrounded by Tipu and Lally, the French general, and taken prisoner, Admiral Hughes sailed across to Ceylon, a most desirable conquest because of its secure harbor of Trincomalee, as well as the richness and beauty of the island, and also on account of its position, for it lay only 2 days' sail from Madras. On the 11th of January, 1782, Trincomalee was won. But in February, the long-expected armament from France arrived on the Coromandel coast. Suffren, the admiral, was one of the ablest sea commanders of France. On his way, he had secured the Cape of Good Hope against the English, and he now landed at Porto Novo 2,000 French soldiers to join the army of Hyder Ali. Tipu, flushed with the recent capture of Colonel Braithwaite, invited the French to join him in an attack on Cuddalore, an important town between Porto Novo and Pondicherry. This was done, and Cuddalore was wrested from the English in April. Whilst these events were taking place on land, repeated engagements occurred with the British fleets on the coasts. That of Admiral Hughes was reinforced by fresh ships from England, and between February 1782 and June 1783, the British and French fleets fought 5 pitched battles with varied success. In none of these was any man-o'-war captured by either side, nor any great number of men lost. But eventually, Suffren succeeded in retaking Trincomalee in Ceylon from the British. From Cuddalore, Tipu and Bussy, the French general, turned their forces against Wanduash, but they were met by Coote, though he was now sinking and failing fast. They retreated, and he attempted to make himself master of the strong fort of Arni, where much of the booty of Hyder was deposited, but Hyder made show of fighting him whilst Tipu carried off all the property. Tipu was obliged to march thence towards Calicut, where the Hindu chiefs, his tributaries, were joining the British under Colonel Mackenzie. Hyder at this moment was confounded by the news of the peace made by Hastings with the Marathas, and expected that those marauders would speedily fall on Mysore. His health was fast declining, and yet he dared not introduce his allies, the French, into his own territory, lest he should not so readily get them out again. Besides 332 his suspicions of the French, he had constant fears of assassination. Hyder died in December 1782. At the time that Tipu heard of the death of his father, he was, assisted by the French, eagerly pressing on the most inferior force of Colonel Mackenzie, not very far from Seringapatam. Mackenzie, being obliged to retire, was suddenly set upon, before daylight near Paniony, about 35 miles from Calicut, by the whole force, but he repulsed them with great slaughter. Tipu then fell back and made the best of his way to his capital to secure his throne and the treasures of Hyder Ali. He found himself at the age of 30 master of the throne, of an army of nearly 100,000 men, and of immense wealth. With these advantages, and the alliance of the French, Tipu did not doubt of being able to drive the British out of all the south of India. Yet with his vast army, accompanied by 900 French, 2,000 sepoys, and nearly 300 Kafirs, Tipu retreated, or appeared to be retreating, before General Stuart with a force of only 14,000 men, of whom 3,000 alone were British. He was, in fact, however, hastening to defend the northwest districts of Mysore from another British force on the coast of Kanara. This force was that of Colonel Mackenzie, joined by another from Bombay, under General Matthews, who took the chief command in that quarter. News now arrived of peace concluded between Britain and France. The French, to whom their possessions were restored, at once ceased hostilities and went to occupy their reacquired settlements. But Tipu continued the war, bent on taking Mangalore. Nothing could now have prevented the English from completely conquering but the stupidity of the Council of Madras. They sent commissioners to treat with Tipu, who, once getting them into his camp, made them really prisoners, kept all information from them, and induced them to issue orders to the English officers to cease hostilities. By these orders, a junction between Stuart and Colonel Fullerton, and the immediate investment and seizure of Seringapatam, Tipu's capital, were prevented. Fullerton had overrun a great portion of the southern districts of Mysore, and had entered into close alliance with the Zamorin of Calicut, the Raja of Travancore, and other Rajas, tributary to Tipu, all the way from Cochin to Goa. With ample supplies of provisions and other aids from these chiefs, Fullerton was in full march to join Stuart, and laid siege to Seringapatam, when he received peremptory orders to give up the enterprise, as the British were about concluding terms with Tipu. Exceedingly disconcerted by these commands, which thus frustrated the results of this wonderful campaign, Fullerton, however, had no alternative but to obey, and Tipu thus held on till he had starved out Campbell and gained the fort of Mangalore. Then he concluded peace on condition of mutual restitution of all conquests since the war. This peace was signed on the 11th of March, 1784. Warren Hastings had saved Madras and the Carnatic, but only at the cost of extortion. To obtain the necessary money, he began a system of robbery and coercion on the different princes of Bengal and Oudh. The first experiment was made on Chait Singh, the Raja of Benares, who had been allowed to remain as a tributary prince when that province was made over to the British by the Nabob of Oudh. The tribute had been paid with a regularity unexampled in the history of India. But when the war broke out with France, Hastings suddenly demanded an extraordinary addition of £50,000 a year, and as it was not immediately paid, the Raja was heavily fined into the bargain. This was rendered still more stringent in 1780, when the difficulties in Madras began. Chait Singh sent a confidential agent to Calcutta to assure Hastings that it was not in his power to pay so heavy a sum, and he sent him 2 lakhs of rupees, £20,000, as a private present to conciliate him. Hastings accepted the money, but no doubt feeling the absolute need of large sums for the public purse, he, after a while, paid this into the treasury, and then said to Chait Singh that he must pay the contribution all the same. He compelled the Raja to pay the annual sum of £50,000 and £10,000 more as a fine, and then demanded 2,000 cavalry. After some bargaining and protesting, Chait Singh sent 500 horsemen and 500 foot. Hastings made no acknowledgement of these, but began to muster troops, threatening to take vengeance on the Raja. In terror, Chait Singh then sent, in one round sum, 20 lakhs of rupees, £200,000 for the service of the state, but the only answer he obtained for the munificent offering was that he must send 30 lakhs more, that is, altogether 500,000. Arrest of the Raja of Benares, CP 334. See larger version. Following his words by axe, he set off himself, attended only by a few score sepoys for Benares. Chait Singh came out as far as Buxar to meet the offended governor and paid him the utmost homage. He continued his journey with the Raja in his train and entered the Raja's capital, the great Mecca of India, the famed city of Benares, on the 14th of August, 1781. He then made more enormous demands than before, and the compliance of the Raja not being immediate, he ordered Mr. Markham, his own appointed resident at Benares, to arrest the Raja in his palace. Chait Singh was a timid man, yet the act of arresting him in the midst of his own subjects, and in a place so sacred and crowded with pilgrims from every part of the East, was a most daring deed. The effect was instantaneous. The people rose in fury, and pouring headlong to the palace with arms in their hands, they cut to pieces Markham and his sepoys. Had Chait Singh had the spirit of his people in him, Hastings and his little party would have been butchered in half an hour. But Chait Singh only thought of his own safety. He got across the Ganges, and whole troops of his subjects flocked after him. Thence he sent protestations of his innocence of the emeute, and of his readiness to make any conditions. Hastings, though surrounded and besieged in his quarters by a furious mob, deigned no answer to the suppliant Raja, but busied himself in collecting all the sepoys in the place. But the situation of Hastings was at every turn becoming more critical. The sepoys, sent to seize Chait Singh in the palace of Ramnagar, were repulsed, and many of them, with their commander, killed. The multitude were now more excited than ever, and that night would probably have seen the last of Warren Hastings, had he not contrived to escape from Benares, and to reach the strong fortress of Chunar, situated on a rock several hundred feet above the Ganges and about 17 miles below Benares. Chait Singh, for a moment, encouraged by the flight of Hastings, put himself at the head of the enraged people, and, appealing to the neighboring princes as to his treatment, declared he would drive the English out of the country. But troops and money were speedily sent to Hastings from Lucknow. Others marched to Chunar from their cantonments, and he found himself safe amid a sufficient force commanded by the brave Major Popham, the conqueror of Gwalior, to defy the 30,000 undisciplined followers of Chait Singh. From the 29th of August to the 20th of September, there were different engagements between the British and the forces of Chait Singh. But on every occasion, though the Indians fought bravely, they were worsted, and on the last named day, utterly routed at Patida. Chait Singh did not wait for the arrival of the British troops. He fled into Bundelkund and never returned again to Benares. Hastings restored order and set up another puppet Raja, a nephew of Chait Singh, but raised the annual tribute to 40 lakhs of rupees, or £400,000 a year, and placed the mint and the entire jurisdiction of the province in the hands of his own officers. Hastings next determined to experiment on the Nabob of Oudh. This Nabob, Asaful Dowlah, was an infamously dissipated prince, spending his own money in licentious pleasures and extorting what he could from the Begums, his mother and grandmother. The old ladies lived at the palace of Faizabad, or the beautiful residence, situated in a charming district, amid hills and streams, about 80 miles from Lucknow. The Nabob's father had left them large sums of money and extensive estates, so that they kept a handsome court, and yet had the reputation of having accumulated about £3 million sterling. The nabob had compelled them, by coercive means, to let him have, at different times, about £600,000, and he thirsted exceedingly for more. Hastings determined to anticipate him. He sent for the nabob of Oudh while he was still in the fortress of Chunar, and there reminding him of his debts to the British government, which were considerable, coolly proposed to him the robbery of his mother and grandmother. The proposal was so barefaced that, when Hastings came to make it to the nabob, he felt that he really required some pretended reason for thus arbitrarily laying hands on the property of these innocent women, and therefore unblushingly asserted that they had been concerned in stirring up the insurrection at Benares. A matter, besides that it was so notoriously the result of Hastings' own daring arrest of Chait Singh, the Begums had neither motive for meddling in nor time for doing it. Till now, they had regarded the British as their only protectors. They were living quietly at Faizabad, 115 miles from Benares, when the insurrection broke out from very obvious causes. This infamous bargain being concluded at Chunar, Hastings, relying on his agent at Lucknow, Mr. Middleton, compelling the nabob to carry it out, retreated to Benares, and thence to Calcutta. The nabob returned to Lucknow to enforce the diabolical scheme, but he found his mother and grandmother determined to resist the iniquitous order, and so shameful was it that even the needy and debauched nabob felt 335 compunctions in proceeding with it. He left it to Middleton to execute it, but Middleton, in his turn, recoiled from the odious business. Not so Hastings. Cold and resolute, he wrote to Middleton that if he could not rely upon his firmness he would free him from his charge, and himself proceed to Lucknow and enforce his own orders. To induce Middleton to abandon his scruples of conscience and honor, the ever-ready friend of Hastings, the Chief Justice of Bengal, Sir Elijah Mpai, it appears, wrote to Middleton and inculcated the necessity of obedience. Middleton and the nabob, therefore, seized on the estates of the Begums, and suddenly surrounded Faizabad and the palace with troops, and made themselves masters of both. But the old ladies had not been so inattentive to the approaches of the storm as to neglect the hiding of their treasures. They could not be found. Thus cruelly disappointed of the expected hoard, and the Begums remaining firm in their refusal to produce any part of it, Middleton seized on their two chief ministers, the eunuchs, Jur Ali Khan and Bihar Ali Khan. They were now thrown into prison, put in irons, and orders were given to starve and torture them till they revealed the secret of the concealment of the treasure of their mistresses. At the same time, the two ladies were placed in rigorous confinement themselves. This system was continued till they had extorted upwards of £1 million sterling from the Begums, and found that they might kill both them and their aged ministers, but could get no more. When the Begums and the two old men were liberated, they were told by the resident, not now Middleton but Bristow, that they owed this favor to the Governor-General, who had determined to have them restored to their dignity and honor. There was another name connected with these events, and with almost equal disadvantage, that of Sir Elijah Mpai, the Chief Justice. Mpai, who had no jurisdiction in Oudh, was found up there in the midst of these transactions, volunteering his assistance in getting up charges against the Begums. These charges were supported by a host of venal witnesses, and affidavits of their evidence were made out and sent down to Calcutta to justify the dark doings of Hastings. But the violent proceedings of Hastings and his council, partly against each other, and still more against the natives, did not escape the authorities at home. Two committees were appointed in the House of Commons in 1781 to inquire into these matters. One of them was headed by General Richard Smith, and the other by Dundas, the Lord Advocate of Scotland. In both of these the conduct of Hastings, especially in the war against the Rohillas, was severely condemned, and the appointment of Mpai to the new judicial office was greatly disapproved. In May 1782, General Smith moved an address praying His Majesty to recall Sir Elijah Mpai, which was carried unanimously, and he was recalled accordingly. Dundas also moved and carried a resolution declaring it to be the duty of the Court of Directors to recall Warren Hastings, on the charge of his having, in sundry instances, acted in a manner repugnant to the honor and policy of the nation. The Court of Directors complied with this suggestion, but Lord Rockingham dying, his ministry being dissolved, and Burke, the great opponent of Indian oppressions, being out of office, in October the Court of Directors, through the active exertions of the friends of Hastings, rescinded his recall. The succeeding changes of administration, and their weakness, first that of the Shelburne, and then that of the coalition ministry, enabled Hastings to keep his post in India and finish the war in Madras. It was the India Bill of Pitt in 1784, which, by creating the Board of Control, and enabling the government to take immediate cognizance of the proceedings of the governors general and other chief officers in India, broke the power of Hastings, and led him to resign without, however, enabling him to escape the just scrutiny which his administration needed. Hastings embarked on the 8th of February, 1785, and arrived in England in June, 1786. He had sent home before him his wife, whose health had begun to suffer from the climate of India, and she had been most graciously received by King George and Queen Charlotte. He had been accompanied to his ship, on leaving Calcutta, by all the authorities and by all people of distinction. He had received the most enthusiastic addresses of regret and of admiration as the savior of India. In London, not only at court, but in Leadenhall Street, he met with the same gratifying honor. He spent the autumn at Cheltenham with his wife, where he was courted and feted in a manner to warrant his writing to a friend. I find myself everywhere and universally treated with evidences, apparent even to my own observation, that I possess the good opinion of my country. He was busy trying to purchase Dalesford, the old family estate, and anticipating a peerage. But this was only the lull before the storm. Burke and Francis were living, and the thunderbolts were already forged which were to shatter his pleasing dream of approval. His agreeable delusion was, indeed, soon ended. On the 24th of January, 1787, Parliament met, and Major Scott, an officious friend of Hastings, unfortunately for the ex-governor-general, relying on the manifestation of approbation of Hastings by the court and fashionable circles, got up and asked where. Now was that menace of impeachment which Mr. Burke had so long and often held out. Burke, thus challenged, on the 17th of February rose and made a call for papers and correspondence deposited in the India House, relative to the proceedings of Hastings in India. He also reminded Pitt and Dundas of the motion of the latter on the 29th of May, 1782, in censure of the conduct of Hastings on the occasions in question. This was nailing the ministers to their opinions. But Dundas, now at the head of the Board of Control, repeated that he still condemned the conduct of Hastings, but taken with the services which he had rendered to the country in India, he did not conceive that this conduct demanded more than censure, certainly not impeachment. Fox supported Burke and Pitt defended Hastings and attacked Fox without mercy. There was a feeling abroad that the king was determined to support Hastings, and the proceedings of Pitt confirmed this. Burke's demand for papers was refused, but this did not deter Burke. On the 4th of April he rose again and presented 9 articles of impeachment against Hastings, and in the course of the week 12 more articles. To these a 22nd article was afterwards added. The affair was now becoming serious, and Hastings demanded to be heard at the bar, where he appeared on the 1st of May, and read a long and wearisome defense, which did not go to a denial of the charges, but a justification of them, from the need of money to save India, and from the approbation awarded to these actions both in India and at the India House. On the 1st of June, Burke brought forward his first charge, the Rohilla War. The debate was not finished till 7 o'clock on the morning of the 3rd. The motion was rejected by 119 against 67, and it was fondly hoped that the proceedings against Hastings were altogether crushed. Lord Thurlow advised the king to carry out his intention to make Hastings Baron Dalesford, and the talk in the clubs and West End assemblies was the triumph of Hastings. But the rejoicing was premature. On the 13th of June, Fox took up the second charge, the treatment of Chait Singh and Francis, with all the bitterness of his character and of his hatred of Hastings, supported it. So black were the facts now produced that Pitt was compelled to give way. He defended the Governor-General for calling on Chait Singh to contribute men and money for the war against Mysore. He lauded the firmness, decision, and ability of Hastings, but he was forced to admit that he had been excessive in his demands and must support the charge. This was a thunderstroke to Hastings and his friends. 50 of Pitt's followers immediately wheeled round with him. Dundas voted with Pitt, and the motion was carried by an exact inversion of the numbers which had negatived the former article on the Rohilla War, 119 against 67. The session closed on the 11th of July, with the rest of the charges hanging over the ex-governor's head in ominous gloom. In the interval, the character and conduct of the Prince of Wales came prominently before the public. The two great friends of the prince were Fox and Sheridan. If the intellectual qualities of these two remarkable men had been equaled by their moral ones, no fitter companions for a young prince could have been found. But unfortunately, they were as distinguished for their drinking and dissipation, and Fox for his reckless gambling, as for their talents. Pitt and they were in violent opposition, and as Pitt, with his cold, unimpulsive nature, stood firmly by the king, Fox and Sheridan were, as matters of party, warmly the advocates of the prince. Hence the king and his son, sufficiently at strife on the ground of the prince's extravagance and debauchery, were rendered doubly so by the faction fire of their respective adherents. Pitt, who might have softened greatly the hostile feeling between the royal father and son, by recommending less parsimony on the part of the king, and kindly endeavoring to induce the prince to exhibit more respect for his father, never displayed the slightest disposition to act so generous and truly politic a part. Sheridan and some others of the Whig party mentioned the prince's debts, and urged the propriety of something being done to save the honor of the heir apparent. But Pitt turned a deaf ear, and the king informed the prince that he could not sanction the payment of his debts by Parliament, nor was he disposed to 337 increase his allowance from the civil list. On this, the prince determined to break up his household, which had been appointed by the king, and cost the prince £20,000, to sell his horses and carriages, and to live in a few rooms like a private gentleman. This he did. His fine horses were paraded through the streets on their way to Tattersall's to be sold, and he stopped the building of Carlton House. All this would have been admirable had it proceeded from a real desire to economize on the part of the prince, in order to satisfy his clamorous creditors, and to commence a real reform of his habits. But the whole was only a mode of mortifying the king and court party, by thus exhibiting the heir apparent as compelled by the refusal of a proper allowance, to abandon the style befitting his rank, and sink himself into that of a mere lodger of scanty means. If this grand maneuver did not accomplish its object at court, it, however, told on his own party, who resolved in the next session to make a grand effort for the liquidation of his debts. Richard Brinsley Sheridan, after the portrait by Sir Joshua Reynolds. See larger version. The great question of the Prince of Wales's debts was brought on by Alderman Newnham, who had been selected by the prince's set for that purpose, to give it more an air of independence. Newnham, on the 20th of April, asked the Chancellor of the Exchequer whether His Majesty's ministers proposed to make any arrangement for this purpose. He praised the prince for his generous conduct in breaking up his establishment to facilitate the payment of his debts, but declared it disgraceful to the nation that he should remain in that condition. Not 338 receiving any satisfactory answer, the alderman gave notice of a motion on the subject for the 4th of May. Pitt then endeavored to deter the alderman from bringing in the motion, by saying that it was not his duty to do so except by command of the king. Newnham, however, persisted in his motion, and in the course of the debate Mr. Roll, the member for Devonshire, pointedly alluded to the rumors that were afloat as to the marriage of the prince with Mrs. Fitzherbert, a Roman Catholic lady. As a matter of fact, these rumors were true. The prince had been secretly united to her by a Protestant clergyman on December 21st, 1785, in the presence of several witnesses. The marriage placed the prince in this dilemma. By the act of settlement, marriage with a Roman Catholic invalidated all claims to the throne, but by the Royal Marriage Act, any marriage contracted without the royal consent was null. He could therefore annul the action of the first act by pleading the second, but by so doing he would obviously take away the character of his wife. The prince saw a better way out of the difficulty, namely, a denial that the marriage had taken place at all. Fox, completely duped by the mendacious assurances of his royal friend, was induced to get up and contradict the rumor, by direct authority. The revulsion of feeling in the House was immediate. On the 23rd of May, Pitt laid before the members a schedule of the prince's debts, amounting to £194,000. Of this sum, 161,000 were voted, together with 20,000 for the completion of Carlton House, and the king was induced to add 10,000 a year from the civil list to the prince's income. He was thus placed for the time being in affluence, and only had to reckon with Mrs. Fitzherbert. This he did by disavowing Fox, whom he declared to have spoken without authority, but the lady appears to have urged some public explanation. The prince naturally avoided Fox, but sent for Grey, who, however, declined to have anything to do with the dirty business. Then, said the prince, Sheridan must say something. Accordingly, a few days later, Sheridan got up and paid a few vapid compliments to Mrs. Fitzherbert, which assuaged her wrath without exposing the royal liar. On the 1st of February, the inquiry into the crimes of Warren Hastings was renewed. The third charge of the impeachment, the treatment of the Begums, was undertaken by Sheridan, as the first was by Burke and the second by Fox. We have stated the facts of that great oppression, and they were brought out in a most powerful and dramatic light by Sheridan in a speech of nearly 6 hours. Sheridan had little knowledge of India, but he was well supplied with the facts from the records of the India House and the promptings of Francis, who was familiar with the country and the events. The effect of Sheridan's charge far exceeded all that had gone before it. When he sat down, almost the whole house burst forth in a storm of clappings and hurrahs. Fox declared it the most astounding speech that he had ever heard, and Burke and Pitt gave similar evidence. The wit and pathos of it were equally amazing, but it was so badly reported as to be practically lost. The following remark, however, seems to be reported fairly accurately. He remembered to have heard an honorable and learned gentleman, Dundas, remark that there was something in the first frame and constitution of the company, which extended the sordid principles of their origin over all their successive operations, connecting with their civil policy, and even with their boldest achievements, the meanness of a peddler and the profligacy of pirates. Alike in the political and the military line could be observed auctioneering ambassadors and trading generals, and thus we saw a revolution brought about by affidavits, an army employed in executing an arrest, a town besieged on a note of hand, a prince dethroned for the balance of an account. Thus it was they exhibited a government which united the mock majesty of a bloody scepter and the little traffic of a merchant's counting house, wielding a truncheon with one hand and picking a pocket with the other. The debate was adjourned to the next day, for the House could not be brought to listen to any other person after this most intoxicating speech. The motion was carried by 175 votes against 68. The other charges having been voted, on the 25th of April Burke brought up the articles of impeachment. There was a long debate in which Wilkes, who had completely changed his politics and had cultivated a friendship with Warren Hastings and his wife, made a very effective speech in his defense. He tried to shift the blame from Hastings to the company. Pitt again pointed out the fact that honorable members had not been showing the innocence of Hastings, but raising all manner of set-offs for his crimes, a course which he had before said he had hoped would have been abandoned. That for his part 339, without going to the length of all the charges brought forward, he saw sufficient grounds for an impeachment. He could conceive a state compelled by sudden invasion and an unprovided army to lay violent hands on the property of its subjects, but then such a state must be infamous if it did not, on the first opportunity, make ample satisfaction. But was this the principle on which Mr. Hastings had acted? No, he neither avowed the necessity nor the exaction. He made criminal charges and, under color of them, levied immoderate penalties, which, if he had a right to take them at all, he would be highly criminal in taking in such a shape, but which, having no right to take, the mode of taking rendered much more heinous and culpable. The report was agreed to, the impeachment was voted, and Burke, attended by the majority of the House on the 10th of May, carried it up to the Lords. On the motion of Burke, Warren Hastings was then taken into custody and delivered over to the Lords, who bound him to appear to take his trial, when called upon, in a bond of £20,000 himself and Messrs. Sullivan and Sumner as his sureties in £10,000 each. In this session, the first step was taken in one of the greatest achievements of humanity, which adorned the name of Britain. It was the grand preliminary towards annihilating the slave trade. The spirit of revolt against this odious trade had been gaining rapidly in the British mind. One of the earliest stabs given to it was by the pathetic story of Incle and Jericho, in the History of Barbados, by Ligon, which was taken up and amplified in The Spectator, and afterwards elaborated into an effective drama by Colman, Defoe, Dr. Johnson, Warburton in his Divine Legation of Moses, and in his sermons so early as 1766, Voltaire and other writers had diffused a strong and sound feeling on the subject. It had been early attempted to establish the legal maxim that a slave becomes a freed man in England, but in 1729 this had been positively pronounced against by Talbot and York, then the highest legal authorities. But a more successful essay was made by Granville Sharp in 1772, in the case of James Somerset, and the principle was established that the moment a slave set his foot on English ground he became free. In 1782, the Friends presented a petition to Parliament for the abolition of the slave trade. In 1785, Thomas Clarkson, then a student at the University of Cambridge, competed for and won the first prize for an essay on the slavery and commerce in the human species. And this, which was undertaken as an academical exercise, led him to devote himself to the great work of the utter extinction of this evil. Mr. Ramsay, a clergyman of Kent who had lived in St. Kitts, published a pamphlet on the same subject. The friends of Ramsay, Lady Middleton and Mrs. Bouverie, became zealous advocates of the cause, and finally Wilberforce resolved to make it the great object of his life. A society was now established in London, consisting only originally of 12 individuals, including the benevolent Mr. Thornton, and having Granville Sharp for its chairman. The members, however, were opulent merchants and bankers, and they set agents to work to collect information on the subject. The feeling rapidly spread. Committees were formed in Manchester and other provincial towns for cooperation. It was resolved to make the first attack only on the trade in slaves, not on the whole gigantic subject, with all its widely ramified interests. Nay, it was deemed prudent by the committees, seeing well that the abolition of the monstrous practice of slaveholding must be a work of many years. In the first place, to limit their exertions to the ameliorating of the sufferings of the Negroes, in their passage from Africa to the scenes of their servitude. Numerous petitions had now reached the Houses of Parliament on the subject of the trade in and the sufferings of slaves, and a committee of the Privy Council was procured to hear evidence on the subject. This commenced its sittings on the 11th of February, 1788. Before this committee were first heard the statements of the slave merchants of Liverpool. According to these gentlemen, all the horrors attributed to the slave trade were so many fables. So far from instigating African sovereigns to make war upon their neighbors and sell them for slaves, the oppressions of these despots were so horrible that it was a real blessing to bring away their unfortunate victims. But very different facts were advanced on the other side. On the part of the Liverpool merchants was the most palpable self-interest to color their statements. On the other was disinterested humanity. Amongst the gentlemen brought forward to unfold the real nature of the African traffic was Dr. Andrew Spaman, professor of natural philosophy at Stockholm, who had, with Mr. Wadstrom, been engaged in botanical researches in Africa. This information put to flight the pleasant myths of the Liverpool traders and produced a profound impression. It was resolved to bring the matter before Parliament. Wilberforce gave notice of motion on the subject, but falling ill at Bath, Clarkson applied to Pitt and Mr. Grenville, and was strongly supported by Granville Sharp and the London Committee. Pitt had not considered the subject till it was forced on his attention by the evidence before the Privy Council. But he had come to the conclusion that the trade was not only inhuman, but really injurious to the interests of the nation. He consented to introduce the question, and, on the 9th of May, gave notice that early in the next session Parliament would take into consideration the allegations against the slave trade, made in upwards of 100 petitions presented to it. He recommended this short delay in order that the inquiries before the Privy Council might be fully matured. But both Fox and Burke, the latter of whom had been thinking for 8 years of taking up the question, declared that the delay would be as cruel as it was useless, that it did not become the House to wait to receive instructions from the Privy Council, as if it were dependent upon it, but that it ought to originate such inquiries itself. Sir William Dalban supported this view of immediate action, contending that at least a bill should be brought in to restrain the cruelties of the sea passage, which would otherwise sacrifice 10,000 lives, as hundreds of thousands had been sacrificed before. This was acceded to. Pitt's resolution was carried by a considerable majority, and Sir William Dalban, on the 21st of May, moved to bring in a bill to regulate the transport of slaves. Sir William stated that there was no law to restrain the avarice and cruelty of the dealers, and that the mortality from the crowding of the slaves on board was frightful. The slave merchants of Liverpool and London demanded to be heard against even this degree of interference. On the 2nd of June, counsel was heard on their behalf at the bar of the House of Commons. These gentlemen endeavored to prove that the interest of the merchants was the best guarantee of the good treatment of the slaves, and they called witnesses to prove that nothing could be more delightful and salubrious than the condition of slaves on the voyage, and that the Negroes passed their time most charmingly in dancing and singing on the deck. But on cross-examination, these very witnesses were compelled to disclose one of the most revolting pictures of inhuman atrocity ever brought to the light of day. It was found that no slave, whatever his size, had more room during the whole voyage than 5 feet 6 inches in length and 16 inches in breadth, that the floor of every deck was thus densely packed with human beings. Between the floor and the deck above were other platforms or broad shelves packed in the same manner. The height from the floor to the ceiling seldom exceeded 5 feet 8 inches, and in some cases not 4 feet. The men were chained together 2 and 2 by their hands and feet, and were fastened by ring bolts to the deck or floor. In this position they were kept all the time they remained on the coast, often from 6 weeks to 6 months. Their allowance was a pint of water daily and 2 meals of yams and horse beans. After eating they were ordered to jump in their irons to preserve their health, and were flogged if they refused. When the weather was wet they were often kept below for several days together. The horrors of what was called the Middle Passage were terrible and fatal beyond description. It was calculated that up to that time the the Europeans had consumed 10 millions of slaves, and that the British alone were then carrying over 42,000 Africans annually. Besides the truths drawn by cross-examination from the witnesses for the slave-dealing merchants, who contended that even Sir William Dalban's bill would nearly ruin Liverpool, Captain Perry, who had been sent by Pitt to Liverpool to examine some of the slave ships, brought the directest proofs that the representations of these witnesses were false, and the accommodation for the slaves was most inhuman. Sir William Dalban himself had examined a slave ship, then fitting out in the Thames, and gave details which horrified the House. This bill went to prohibit any ship carrying more than one slave to a ton of its register. The only matter in which the House gave way was that none should carry more than 5 slaves to every 3 tons, and a very few years proved that this restriction had been the greatest boon to the dealers, as well as the slaves in the preservation of the living cargoes. The bill met with some opposition in the Lords, and their Admiral Rodney and Lord Heathfield, both naturally humane men, were amongst its strongest opponents. The measure, however, passed and received the royal assent on the 11th of July. Some well-meaning people thought that by legalizing the freightage of slaves, England had acknowledged the lawfulness of the trade, but the advocates of the abolition made no secret of their determination to persevere, and this victory only quickened their exertions. The trial of Warren Hastings, CP 342. See larger version. On the day appointed for the trial of Warren Hastings, there was a wonderful crowding into the great hall at Westminster. The walls had been in preparation hung with scarlet, and galleries raised all round for the accommodation of spectators. The seats for the members of the House of Commons were covered with green cloth, those for the Lords and all the others with red. Galleries were set apart for distinguished persons and for the members of the foreign embassies. When the Lords, nearly 170 in number, entered in procession, the vast hall presented a striking scene, being crowded, with the exception of the space in the center for the peers, with all who were noted in the land, from the throne downwards. The lords were all in their robes of gold and ermine, marshalled by the king at arms and the heralds. First entered Lord Heathfield, the brave old Elliot of Gibraltar, as the junior baron, and the splendid procession was closed by the Earl Marshal of England, the Duke of Norfolk, and by the brothers and sons of the king, the Prince of Wales last of all. The 12 judges attended to give their advice on difficult points of law, and the managers were attended also by their counsel, doctors Scott and Lawrence and Mr. Mansfield, Mr. Piggott, Mr. Burke, and Mr. Douglas. The galleries blazed with the rich array of ladies in foreign costumes. There were seen the Queen with her daughters, and the Princesses Elizabeth, Augusta, and Mary, the Duchess of Gloucester, Mrs. Fitzherbert, the beautiful Duchess of Devonshire, Sheridan's handsome wife, and the great actress, Mrs. Siddons. Gibbon the historian, Dr. Parr, Mr. afterwards Sir James Mackintosh, and numbers of distinguished artists, amongst them Sir Joshua Reynolds and Gainsborough, were also present. Warren Hastings was summoned to the bar, and there kneeling, the Lord Chancellor, Thurlow, intimated the charge against him, and assured him that, as a British subject, he would receive full justice from the highest British court. Hastings replied, in a clear and firm voice, that he had the highest confidence in the justice and integrity of that august court. The clerks of the court then commenced reading the charges against him, and the answers to them, and this reading occupied the whole of that day and the following one. And on the third, Burke rose to deliver his opening speech. This occupied the whole of 4 days, beginning on the 15th and terminating on the 19th of February. The effect of that speech, notwithstanding its enormous length, was such as had scarcely ever been witnessed in a court of justice before. As he detailed the horrors practiced by Hastings on the princes and people of India, both the orator and his audience were convulsed with terror and agitation. Ladies fainted away in the galleries. Mrs. Sheridan, amongst others, had to be carried out insensible. The faces of the strongest men, as well as of the more sensitive women, were flushed with emotion or bathed in tears. In his peroration, Burke far exceeded even himself. He appeared raised, enlarged into something ethereal by his subject, and his voice seemed to shake the very walls and roof of that ancient court. Finally, he exclaimed, "I impeach Warren Hastings, Esquire, of high crimes and misdemeanors. I impeach him in the name of all the Commons of Great Britain in Parliament assembled, whose parliamentary trust he has betrayed. I impeach him in the name of the people of India, whose laws, rights, and liberties he has subverted, whose properties he has destroyed, whose country he has laid waste and desolate. I impeach him in the name, and by virtue of those eternal laws of justice which he has violated. I impeach him in the name of human nature itself, which he has cruelly outraged, injured, and oppressed in both sexes, in every age, rank, situation, and condition of life. And I conjure this high and sacred court to let not these proceedings be heard in vain. Such was the effect of this wonderful torrent of eloquence that Hastings himself said, "For half an hour I looked up at the orator in a reverie of wonder, and during that space, I actually felt myself the most culpable man on earth. But I recurred to my own bosom, and there found a consciousness that consoled me under all I heard and all I suffered." When the intense agitation had in some degree subsided, Fox rose and proposed the mode in which the trial should be conducted, which was that the evidence on both sides should be gone through on each separate charge, and that charge immediately decided, whilst all the facts were fresh in the minds of the lords, who were the judges. But this was opposed by the Council of Hastings, who knew well the advantage of leaving the decision till the vivid impression of the events was worn off. They succeeded in carrying their object, and when the trial terminated 8 years afterwards, the result was quite according to their hopes. The managers complained loudly, but there was no remedy. Fox, therefore, proceeded to open the Benares case, which occupied 3:45 hours. Gray took it up and completed it the next day. Several succeeding days were employed in reading papers and hearing witnesses, and then Anstruther summed up and commented on the charge. The court then adjourned to the 15th of April. The case of the Begums was opened by Mr. Adams and concluded the next day by Mr. Pelham. Then 16 days were occupied by the evidence, and at length, on the 3rd of June, Sheridan began to sum up the evidence, and, in a speech which lasted 3 days, he kept the court in the highest state of excitement. The place was crowded to suffocation during the whole time, and as much as 50 guineas is said to have been paid for a single seat. Greatly as this speech of Sheridan's was admired, it was felt to be too ornate and dramatic. There was not the deep and genuine feeling of Burke in it, and the effect was so evidently studied, that, on concluding, Sheridan fell back into the arms of Burke, as if overcome by his own sensations. The prorogation of Parliament was now at hand, and only 2 out of the 20 charges had been gone through. Neither of them had yet been replied to, and yet other causes of engrossing interest arising, the trial was entirely suspended till the 20th of April of the following year. Then it was taken up languidly and at uncertain intervals, and rapidly became a mere exhibition of rhetoric. Further, Burke's unlawyer-like style and intemperance of language drew upon him the censure of the Lord Chancellor, and even of the House of Commons. A revulsion of public feeling took place, and was seen in the acquittal of Stockdale, who was tried for libeling the promoters of the trial. 3 years afterwards, Burke himself renounced 16 of his charges, and all popular interest in the trial gradually disappeared. But the public attention was now freely withdrawn from Warren Hastings to much more exalted personages. On the 11th of July, the king in person prorogued Parliament. He then appeared in his usual health, but soon afterwards it was whispered about that he was far from well, and had gone to Cheltenham by the advice of his physicians. When he returned in the autumn, the opinion of his derangement had gained ground, and to remove this, a drawing-room was held at St. James's on the 24th of October. Every means had been taken to secure the impression of His Majesty's saneness, but they failed, and the contrary impression was confirmed. Still, the king returned to Windsor, and the endeavors were strenuously maintained by the Queen to conceal the melancholy fact from the public. But this was too positive to be long suppressed. On the 5th of November, he met his son, the Duke of York, after he had been riding about Windsor Forest for 5 hours in a state of frenzy, and, bursting into tears, wished that he was dead, for that he felt he should go mad. No doubt he remembered his old sensations when he had a short but sharp fit of lunacy in 1764. The time was hurrying on which must reveal the whole truth. The prorogation of Parliament terminated on the 20th of November. The House would meet, and the king would not be able to attend and open the session. Pitt was in a state of indescribable anxiety, having no precedents to guide him. The 20th of November arrived. The two houses met, and Lord Camden in the Peers and Pitt in the Commons were obliged to announce the incapacity of the king to open the session, and to move for an adjournment till the 4th of December, in order that the necessary measures for transferring the royal authority, temporarily, might be taken. Fox, at this important crisis, was abroad, and had to hurry home with headlong speed, in order to join his party in their anxious deliberations preparatory to the great question of the regency. In the meantime, the king's physicians had been examined before the Privy Council, and had given their opinion that the royal malady would prove only temporary. This in particular was the opinion of Dr. Willis, a specialist who had the chief management of the case, and whose mild treatment, in contrast to the violent means previously employed, had already produced a marked improvement. From this moment Pitt appears to have taken his decision, namely, to carry matters with a high hand, and to admit the Prince of Wales as regent only under such restrictions as should prevent him from either exercising much power himself or conferring much benefit on his adherents. When therefore Parliament met, after the adjournment, and that in great strength, for men of all parties had hurried up to town, Lord Camden moved in the Lords and Pitt in the Commons, that, in consequence of the king's malady, the minutes of the Privy Council containing the opinions of the royal physicians should be read, and that this being done, these opinions should be taken into consideration on the 8th of December. This being done, Mr. Viner suggested that the physicians should rather be examined by the House itself, a proposal supported by Fox. Pitt 344 replied that this was a matter requiring much delicacy, and that the opinions of the physicians before the council being on oath, he imagined that they had greater force than any given before Parliament, where they would not be on oath. But during the 4 days' adjournment, he had ascertained, to his satisfaction, that the majority of the physicians were of opinion that the king would pretty soon recover, and that especially Dr. Willis was of this opinion, under whose more immediate care he was. And no sooner did the Commons meet, than Pitt most judiciously acquiesced in the suggestions of Viner and Fox, and the physicians were examined by a committee of 21 members, of which he himself was chairman. On the 16th of December, Pitt brought up the report of the committee, in which a majority of the physicians had expressed the opinion that the malady of the king would not be of long duration, and he then moved for another committee to search for precedents as to the power to be exercised by a regent. Fox declared that Pitt knew very well that there were no precedents to be found, while there existed an heir apparent, at the time, of full age and capacity, that he was seeking only the means of delaying what ought to be done at once, that the failure of the mind of the sovereign was a case of natural demise, and that the heir apparent succeeded to the exercise of the royal authority from the period of that failure as a matter of course, that the Parliament had, indeed, the authority to decide that such failure had actually taken place, and to sanction the assumption of the powers of regency, as the other two estates of the realm, but nothing more. When Fox made this astounding assertion, Pitt slapped his thigh and exclaimed to a colleague sitting near him, "I'll unwig the gentleman for the rest of his life." He immediately made use of the opportunity with great skill. In his reply, he urged that Fox was announcing a doctrine destructive of the Constitution, that he was denying the right by which Parliament had placed the present family on the throne, and he asserted that the Prince of Wales had no more natural right to assume the regency than any other individual. This led to the severest censures of the Premier by Burke, who declared that Pitt was making himself a dictator, and changing the succession to the regal power in England from hereditary to elective. The same doctrine was announced and combated in the Lords. But there, though Thurlow was silent, waiting to see how matters would go before he hazarded an opinion, Loughborough boldly supported Fox's doctrine, and declared that had the derangement of the king taken place during the non-existence of Parliament, the prince undoubtedly would have been warranted in issuing writs and summoning one. On the 15th of December, the Duke of York and his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, both spoke on the question, expressing their sense of the inexpediency of pressing the delicate question of right, and stating that Parliament could proceed to invest the Prince of Wales with the powers of the regency without waiting, as they certainly could not appoint anyone else. Thurlow had by this time found that he had no chance with the Whigs, and he now, with unblushing assurance, took the part of Pitt, though everyone knew why he had been hanging back till this moment. He declared that he could not see how Parliament could avoid coming to some conclusion on the question of right, seeing that it had been raised. At the same time, he made a most pretendedly pious defense of the rights of the king against the prince and the Whigs, exclaiming, "When I forget my king, may God forget me." John Wilkes, who was standing in a knot of spectators near the throne, and within a few feet of Thurlow, expressed his disgust at this duplicity in his characteristically vigorous fashion. Pitt, in a series of motions and violent debates on them, which did not terminate till the 23rd of January, 1789, not only carried his point, that Parliament should assert the whole right of appointing a regent, but he contrived to tie down the prince completely. On the 16th of December, Pitt moved 3 resolutions, the third and most material of which was, that it was necessary that both houses should, for the maintenance of the constitutional authority of the king, determine the means by which the royal assent might be given to an act of Parliament for delegating the royal authority during the king's indisposition. After most determined opposition by the Whigs, he carried the whole of these resolutions, and it was then moved that the proper mode of doing this was to employ the Great Seal just as if the king were in the full exercise of his faculties. To prepare the way for this doctrine, the lawyers in Pitt's party had declared that there was a broad distinction between the political and the natural capacity of the king. That, as the king could do no wrong, so he could not go politically, though he might go naturally mad. That therefore the king, in his political capacity, was now as fully in 345 power and entity as ever, and therefore the Great Seal could be used for him as validly as at any other time. In vain did Burke exclaim that it was a phantom, a fiction of law, a mere mummery, a piece of masquerade buffoonery, formed to burlesque every species of government. In the midst of the debate, Mr. Rushworth, the young member for Newport, in Hampshire, standing on the floor of the House, exclaimed, in a loud and startling tone, "I desire that gentlemen of more age and experience than myself will refer to the glorious reign of George II. Let them recall to their memory the year 1745. Suppose that great and good king had lain under a similar affliction of madness at that period. Where are the men, much less a minister, that would have dared to come down to that house, and boldly, in the face of the world, say that the Prince of Wales had no more right to the regency than any other subject? The man or minister who could have dared to utter such language must henceforward shelter in some other place than in the House of Commons, and in some other country than England. The Prince of Wales, by letter, complained of the want of respect shown to him, but Pitt carried the resolution regarding the Great Seal, that it should be appended to a commission for opening Parliament, it now occupying the position of a convention, and that the commission should then affix the royal assent to the bill for the regency. This done, he consented to the demand for the appearance of the physicians again before proceeding with the bill, and the physicians having expressed hopes of the king's speedy recovery, on the 16th of January, Pitt moved the following resolutions: that the Prince of Wales should be invested with the royal authority, subject, however, to these restrictions, namely, that he should create no peers, that he should grant no place or pension for life, or in reversion, except such place as in its nature must be held for life, or during good behavior, that the prince should have no power over the personal property of the king, nor over the king's person or household, that these two latter powers should be entrusted to the queen, a council being appointed to assist her in these duties by their advice, but subject to her dismissal, and without any power of alienation of any part of the property. The bad character of the prince, combined with the rumors of his indecent jests at the expense of his unhappy parents, rendered the restrictions universally popular. Carlton House, London, 1780. See larger version. These resolutions being carried, it then became a question whether the prince would accept this restricted regency. Burke had warned the House that perhaps, after all, the prince would not accept such a shadow of his own natural powers, and he warned them likewise that the British Parliament might find itself electing the prince as regent, whilst the Irish Parliament was nominating him as by right. But it would appear that the Whigs were so anxious to seize on office, even under such cramping restrictions, and to see Pitt dethroned, that they advised the prince to accept. A joint committee of Lords and Commons waited on him on the 30th of January, the anniversary of the execution of Charles I, and another joint committee the same day waited on the Queen, and the next day their answers, accepting their respective offices, were communicated to Parliament. The prince, indeed, qualified his acceptance by declaring that he did it only as a temporary arrangement, and in the hope, notwithstanding the peculiar and unprecedented circumstances, of preserving the interests of the king, the crown, and the people. A commission was then moved for, under the Great Seal, by Lord Camden, and in this commission were included the names of the Prince of Wales, the Dukes of York, Gloucester, and Cumberland. These royal personages, however, declined to be named in it. With these remarkable omissions, Camden's motion was passed, and the result was communicated to the Commons, on which Pitt, on the 2nd of February, moved for the concurrence of that House. This again brought up the question of the prince's right. Lord North, who, though now blind, had mixed in these debates with his usual moderation, and with a great display of good sense, based on official experience, expressed his pleasure that the prince had condescended to accept the regency, notwithstanding its limitations. This prudence, he observed, had given the country an agreeable surprise, considering the temptations to stand upon his right, which must have produced inconceivable embarrassments. Pitt could not resist the impulse to arise and again deny the right, and observed that he believed those who had advocated that right were now really ashamed of it. This immediately called up Burke, for Fox was ill and away at Bath, and he exclaimed, "I assert that the Prince of Wales's right is clear as the sun, and that it is the duty of the House to appoint him regent, with the full powers of sovereignty." He asserted with equal warmth that ministers were about to purloin the Great Seal and commit an act of forgery. A stormy debate followed, in which Burke's violence was met with moderation and dignity. On the 3rd of February, the Commons attended to hear the commission read at the bar of the Lords, which was done by Earl Bathurst, in the absence of Thurlow. On returning to their House now as an authorized Parliament, the Commons read the bill for the first time without a division. But on the second reading, on the 6th of February, Burke attacked it with unabated ferocity. He wanted to know how they were to determine when the king was sane again. Who was to inform them of it? Who was to certify it? He asserted the utter impossibility of adducing proof whether a person who had been insane were perfectly recovered or not. If this doctrine had been established, the regency must have become permanent. But this mode of reasoning was too metaphysical for the House of Commons. The debate passed on, and the bill was committed. The clause providing against the non-residence of the prince, and against his marrying a papist, again brought up Mr. Rolle. He said that he had given his assent to the appointment of the Prince Regent on the assurance of his friends that he was not married to a certain lady, either in law or in fact, but that he had since read a famous pamphlet, which affirmed that the facts were in opposition to those avowals. This was a brochure of Horne Tooke's, in the shape of a letter to a friend, in which he declared his positive knowledge of the prince's marriage with the late Mrs. Fitzherbert, who, he contended, in spite of the Marriage Act, was his lawful wife. Rolle was answered by Lord North, who declared that the object of the pamphleteer was simply to make mischief by throwing out assertions that he never meant to prove, and Welbore Ellis called for the reading of the Royal Marriage Act, and showed that no royal marriage could be valid without the king's consent, and that, therefore, whatever was the case, all those objections were a mere waste of words. Rolle did not press the question to a division. The other clauses of the bill raised much debate, but were all passed. And on the 10th of February, the council was appointed to assist the Queen in her charge, and Pitt named as members of it 347 the 4 principal officers of the household: the Lord Chamberlain, the Lord Steward, the Master of the Horse, and the Groom of the Stole, with the addition of the Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Chancellor Thurlow, the Archbishop of York, and Lord Kenyon. The names of the Prince of Wales, the Duke of York, several of the other princes, the Lord Mayor of London, and the Speaker of the House of Commons were all strongly urged upon Parliament as persons who ought to be members of this council, but they were, to a man, rejected by a majority of about 50. Pitt had not forgotten the difficulty started by Burke as to the recognition of the return to entire sanity of the king, and he now met it by proposing that, when 5 out of the 8 councillors appointed to assist the Queen should declare the king's health restored, they should notify this to the political servants of the regent, and announce it in the London Gazette, as well as communicate it to the Lord Mayor, that the king should then summon 9 of his privy council, who, sitting in council with him, should be able to observe whether he were perfectly restored or not, and if 6 of the 9 agreed that he was so, these 6 should sign a proclamation to that effect, on which the regency should cease and determine. Various amendments on this motion were made, but without effect, and it was carried. On the 12th of April, the Regency Bill finally passed the Commons and was carried up to the Lords, with the addition of a clause limiting the restriction on the making of peers to 3 years. Reports that the king was rapidly recovering now began to fly about court, daily gaining strength. The Whigs, impatient to seize on office, were in a state of strange excitement, but to go in with the prospect of being immediately dismissed by the king did not accord with the dignity of the leaders. On the other hand, there were so many good things to be given away: 1 or 2 bishoprics, the office of Chief Justice in Eyre, sundry commissions of Major General, besides expectations of promotions to the rank of Field Marshal, that the dependents of the party grew impatient. Neither the Whigs nor Pitt knew well what to do. The Lords did not commit the bill till the 17th, when they made 2 important additions to it, namely, to place all the palaces, parks, houses, and gardens of the king under the control of the Queen, and to give her the care of all the royal children under the age of 21. But at that very crisis, the king was pronounced convalescent. On the 19th, Lord Thurlow announced this, on the certificate of the physicians, and it was declared by him that their lordships could not, in these circumstances, proceed with the bill, but had better adjourn till Tuesday next. The Duke of York observed that he should most gladly have corroborated the statement of the Lord Chancellor, but could not, having called the day before at Kew, to desire that he might see his father, but had not been permitted. The House, however, adjourned, and on Tuesday, the 24th, Thurlow informed it that he had seen His Majesty, had found him perfectly recovered, and therefore he moved another adjournment to the Monday following, which was agreed to. On the very next day took place what Burke had foreseen. A deputation from the 2 Irish Houses of Parliament arrived in London, with an address to His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, requesting him to assume the regency as his right. Though the English bill was now certain to be abandoned, This address was presented on the 26th of February, the day after the arrival, and was received by the prince in a manner likely to mark his sense of his treatment by Pitt and his party. The deputies were entertained at a splendid banquet. The walls of the dining room at Carlton House were adorned with Irish harps, the shamrock, and other Irish emblems. The arms of Ireland, encircled by a glory, blazed in the center of the table, and the richest wines flowed in torrents. But these banquetings had not been confined to this more auspicious day. Whilst the great contest had been going on in Parliament, dinners had been given on the Saturdays and Sundays of every week at Carlton House, to which about 30 of the members of both houses had been invited, and at which the Prince and the Duke of York had presided. Besides these, the attractions and persuasive powers of the great ladies on both sides had been enthusiastically called into play. The fascinating Duchess of Devonshire, who, in 1784, had so successfully canvassed for Charles James Fox in Westminster, had now thrown open her house and employed all her amiabilities to win supporters to the prince's party. On the other hand, the more bold and vigorous Duchess of Gordon had feasted, entreated, and almost commanded adherence to Pitt, through whom it was said her husband had obtained the Great Seal of Scotland, and his brother, Lord William Gordon, the sinecure rangerships of St. James's and Hyde Parks. The rivalries of these parties had been carried on in the most public manner, by 348 caricatures, lampoons, ballads, and popular jests. Westminster was preeminently Whig, but London, which had formerly been so democratic, had become essentially loyal. The coalition had given the first shock to the popularity of the Whigs in the city, and the sympathy for the calamity of the king, combined with disgust at the prince's levity and heartlessness, had produced a wonderful degree of loyalty there. William Pitt, after the portrait by John Hopner, R.A. See larger version. Both houses adjourned, by successive motions, to the 10th of March. They then met and were informed by the Lord Chancellor that, by the blessing of Providence, His Majesty being recovered from his severe indisposition and able to attend to the public affairs of his kingdom, had issued a commission authorizing the holding and continuing of Parliament. And the commission having been read, the Chancellor declared himself commanded to convey to them His Majesty's warmest acknowledgments for the additional proofs they had given of their attachment to his person. Addresses were then moved, as at the commencement of a session, by both houses, and also addresses of congratulation to Her Majesty the Queen. And the same evening the capital was illuminated, and the most sincere joy was evidenced in the happy event of the royal convalescence. On the 8th of April, Pitt informed the House that the King had appointed Thursday, the 23rd of that month, as a day of public thanksgiving for his recovery, and that it was His Majesty's intention to go in procession to St. Paul's Cathedral on that day, to return thanks to Almighty God. The House voted thanks for His Majesty's having taken measures for their accommodation on the occasion, and passed a resolution to attend. On the appointed day the two Houses of Parliament, the officers of state, the judges, all in their robes of state, the Queen and princes and princesses, attended the King on this solemn occasion. The streets were crowded with the inhabitants. The Lord Bishop of London and the Dean and Canons of St. Paul's received him at the door. His entrance was announced by the sound of martial music from military bands on the outside, and the roar of the organs and the voices of 5,000 children of the city charity schools inside, singing the 100th Psalm. On walking across the area, under the Great Dome, the King was deeply affected, and observed to the Bishop of London and the Dean of St. Paul's, "I now feel that I have been 99." After the singing of the Te Deum and the firing of the Tower and Park guns, the procession returned to St. James's as it had come. The popularity of the king was unbounded, and so was that of the great minister who had stood by him in the hour of his adversity. Pitt was now at the zenith of his career. Chapter 14, Reign of George III, continued. Unsettled condition of Europe, machinations of Russia and Austria against Turkey, disasters of the Austrians, capture of Oxakoff, further designs of Catherine, intervention of Pitt, Gustavus of Sweden invades Russia, his temporary check, he remodels the Diet and pursues the war, Joseph renews the war, disaffection in Hungary, revolution in the Austrian Netherlands, abolition of the Joyeuse entree, the emperor declared to have forfeited the crown, the Austrian troops retired too. Luxembourg, death of Joseph, outbreak of the French Revolution, efforts of Turgot and his successors to introduce reforms, Lomnie de Brienne, recall of Necker, Assembly of the States General. The Third Estate becomes the National Assembly. The meeting in the tennis court, contemplated coup d'état, project of a city guard, dismissal of Necker, insurrection in Paris. The city guard, capture of the Bastille. The noblesse renounce their privileges, bankruptcy and famine. O Richard, O Monroy. The women and the National Guard march on Versailles. The king brought to Paris, effect of the revolution in England, different views of Burke and Fox, rejection of Flood's reform bill. The Nootka Sound affair, satisfaction obtained from Spain, motions of reform in the Irish Parliament, Convention of Reichenbach, continuance of the war between Sweden and Russia, renewal of the war with Tipu Sahib, debates in Parliament, discussions on the Eastern question. The Canada Bill, it is made the occasion of speeches on the French Revolution, breach between Fox and Burke, abuse of Burke by the Whigs, Wilberforce's notice for immediate emancipation, colonization of Sierra Leone, bill for the relief of Roman Catholics, Fox's libel bill, Burke's reflections on the French Revolution, replies of Mackintosh and Payne, Dr. Price, Dr. Priestley, the anniversary of the taking of the Bastille, the Birmingham riots, destruction of Priestley's library, suppression of the riots, mildness of the sentences. Whilst the war of parties had been raging in England, matters abroad had been rapidly assuming a shape which threatened the tranquility of all Europe. In France, the elements of revolution had been fermenting, and had already burst into open fury with a character which, to observant eyes, appeared to bode inevitably their spread into every surrounding country. At the same time, the sovereigns of these countries, instead of discerning the signs of the times, and taking measures to guard their people from the contagious influence, were some of them acting so as certainly to invite the specious anarchy. In others, they were wasting their strength on schemes of conquest, which only too much enfeebled them for opposition to the dangers thus preparing. Some of these warlike movements seem, at first sight, to have little connection with the history of England, but more or less, they all are necessary to our comprehension of our own position in the time of those marvelous subversions which were at hand. Least of all did the ambitious designs of the Tsarina Catherine against Turkey seem menacing to us. Yet these designs speedily drew into their current the whole power of Austria, endangered our relations with the countries on the Baltic, and attracted the revolutionary torrent over the fertile plains of the Netherlands, opposite to our own shores, menacing the stability of our allies, the Dutch. Catherine had found the Turks not so easily to be overcome as she imagined, feeble and tottering as she considered their empire. The absorption of the Ottoman kingdom and the establishment of the Muscovite throne at Constantinople had been her confident dream. But the Turks, though in a condition of decline and disorganization, which promised an easy subjugation 350 of them, had still their spirit of fanatic fatalism, which could rouse them to deeds of impetuous valor. The whole organization and regulations of their army were in the worst condition. The Janissaries, which had been amongst the finest infantry in the world, were now thoroughly demoralized and in insolent insubordination towards their own government. Their cavalry was numerous, but wretchedly disciplined. The commissariat was in the worst state conceivable, and their artillery, though it had received the energetic attentions of the French Baron de Toff, was contemptible. It might have appeared that nothing was necessary but to enter Turkey and drive the army as a disorganized rabble before the foe. But Catherine had not found it so. Her favorite, Potemkin, had been repeatedly defeated in his attempts to advance into Turkey from the Crimea, and Catherine had been glad to engage Joseph II of Austria in the enterprise by a promise of an ample share of the spoil. In fact, the pair contemplated something like a partition of Europe. In their meeting at Cherson in 1787, Joseph had engaged to send 100,000 men to the campaign against Turkey. He had no quarrel with the Sultan, and though a zealous advocate for national reforms, he paid very little regard to national or international justice. In all his reforms, Joseph, with true Austrian spirit, showed the despot still. He did not attempt to carry such reforms as his subjects desired, but such as he thought proper for them. And he was always ready to force what he deemed liberalism and improvement upon them at the point of the bayonet. In attacking Turkey, he did not wait to proclaim war, much less to have a pretense for it, but he suddenly made a rush upon the neighboring city and frontier fortress of Belgrade. The Turks, though taken by surprise, defended the place victoriously, and Joseph's subsequent assault on the fortress of Gradiska was equally unsuccessful and equally disgraceful. In prosecution, however, of his unrighteous engagement to Catherine, he mustered the large army he had engaged to bring against Turkey, and in February 1788 he made a formal proclamation of war, having no cause of hostility to assign of his own, but merely that his alliance with Russia demanded that he should support that power in its equally lawless invasion of Turkey. The Prince of Saxe-Coburg, who commanded one division of Joseph's army, entered Moldavia and spent the whole campaign nearly in the siege and reduction of the fortress of Choksim. The emperor himself accompanied another division, the destination of which was the renewal of the siege of Belgrade. He had been led by Catherine to hope, as his reward for the cooperation, the recovery of Bosnia and Serbia, the acquisition of Moldavia and Wallachia, and the extension of his boundaries to the Dnieper. But having waited some time for the junction of the Russians, Joseph's army assembled on the banks of the Danube in February, and occupied itself in securing the banks of that river and of the Save. Joseph himself joined it in April, accompanied by his favorite marshal and counselor, Lacy, and having also with him, but paying little attention to him or his advice, the brave and able Laudon, who had so successfully coped with Frederick of Prussia in Silesia. On the 24th, he took the little fortress of Shabach, whilst another part of his army suffered a defeat from the Turks at Dabica. He then sat down before Belgrade, but carried on the siege with such slackness as to disgust his own troops and astonish all Europe. He was at length roused by the advance of the vizier, Yusuf, who was coming rapidly down upon him. At his approach, Joseph precipitately retreated behind the Save, while Yusuf threw bridges over the Danube at Kladova, broke the Austrian cordon by the defeat of a portion of the forces of General Wardisleben on the heights of Mediha, and swept through the Banat of Temeswar, Joseph's own territory, which he held, and threatened to invade Hungary. Joseph hastened with 40,000 men to support Wardisleben, leaving General Laudon to conduct the war in Croatia. The army was delighted to have Laudon at their head instead of the emperor. He led it on the very day of his arrival against the fortress of Dabica, which he took. He then passed the Save, drove the Turks before him, defeated 7,000 of the enemy before Novi, and took that place, where his operations were suspended by the winter. Joseph gained little credit by his junction with Wardisleben. The Turks attacked him, and though they were for the moment repulsed, the emperor retreated in a dark night, and Turks and Austrians resumed their former positions. After taking Verplanka, the campaign ended with a 3-month truce. But the Austrians had suffered more severely from the miasma of the marshes of the Danube and Save than from the Turks. Meanwhile, the Russians had been occupied with the siege of Oxakov, near the mouth of the Dnieper. There the Turks had endeavored to burn their flotillas and flat-bottomed boats in the 351 shallows at the mouth of the river. But besides Potemkin, they had the able Suvorov to contend with. This sagacious general drew the Russian flotilla under the forts of Kinburn, nearly opposite to Oxakov, of which they were in possession. Thus safe himself, he swept the broad Liman with his guns, destroyed many of the boats of the Turks, as they got entangled in the sands of the shallows, and compelled the admiral, who commanded, to withdraw his fleet. After several vain attempts, Oxakov was stormed on St. Nicholas Day, the 17th of November. But this success was only obtained at the last moment, in the very desperation of despair, and when the campaign had cost Russia 20,000 men, of whom 5,000 perished in the final assault. But the Tsarina, though mistress of Oxakov, was far from the end of her designs. She contemplated nothing but the subjugation of the Turkish Empire. For this purpose, she determined to excite insurrection in all the tributary states of that empire. Her agents had excited the Montenegrins to an outbreak. They had prepared the Greeks for the same experiment, and the Mameluke Beys in Egypt. She determined to send a powerful fleet into the Mediterranean to cooperate with these insurgents, to seize on the island of Crete, to ravage the coasts of Thrace and Asia Minor, and to force the passage of the Dardanelles, or, if that were not practicable, to blockade them. Thus opening the communication between her forces in the Mediterranean and in the Black Sea, she considered that Turkey would lie helpless at her feet. To give the necessary ascendancy to her fleet, she had long been encouraging English naval officers to take commands in it. At the famous Battle of Chesme, it was the British admirals Elphinstone, Greig, and others who had made Potemkin victorious. Greig was now at the head of the fleet that was being prepared at Kronstadt for this Mediterranean enterprise. She had also managed to engage 18 British ships to serve as transports of troops, artillery, and stores.